I awakened the supreme bone and invincible heavy pupil as soon as I was born, as well as the strongest imperial bloodline. With 3 extraordinary physiques, I thought I would embark on the path of invincibility, but who knew that at the age of 13, my eldest brother took away my imperial bloodline, and at the age of 16, my second brother took away my supreme bone. Now, on my 18th birthday, my coming-of-age ceremony, my third brother is preparing to take away my invincible heavy pupil, and my biological parents not only did not stop them, but also very much supported their actions. All this is because when I was 9 years old, I wanted to break through to the realm of a saint and become the youngest saintly powerhouse. Who knew that it would provoke the wrath of the heavens, bringing down 81 heavenly tribulations, ultimately causing my realm to fall and rendering me unable to cultivate from then on, almost no different from trash. So my parents gradually neglected me, and my 3 brothers continued to suppress and ostracize me. At this moment, I was unwilling to have my final heavy pupil dug out, which caused my father's anger. Rebel, what nonsense are you talking about? Kneel down now. However, just as I crossed over, I heard a roar, followed by a powerful pressure. With a bang, my knees harshly knelt to the ground, the intense pain almost making me scream. After integrating memories, I immediately shouted in anger, "Am I really your biological child?" I was truly angry. Which parents would treat their own son like this? But as soon as I finished speaking, a fierce slap greeted me. The powerful force sent me flying, lying on the ground spitting blood continuously. The one who struck was my father, Yi Kwang. He stood up from his seat, a terrifying pressure filling the entire hall. "Unfilial son, how dare you say such words? I've raised you for so many years in vain." His voice revealed endless indifference. I endured the pain and stood up. Did you get the wrong script? After integrating all memories, people are stunned. It's like a dramatic opening and closing. I started to panic. "System, come out quickly. I want to defy fate. System, are you there?" But despite calling several times, there was no response. Seeing my strange behavior, Yi Kwang showed impatience and coldly said, "Acting crazy is useless. Your third brother possesses the spatial god body and needs your heavy pupil. You know what to do." Upon hearing this, I burst into mad laughter, a sense of desolation filling my heart, my fingernails piercing into the flesh. I really couldn't imagine having such cold-blooded parents. Ha ha, taking my emperor's blood, seizing my supreme bone, and now wanting to dig out my heavy pupil. You are truly the best parents in the world. Hearing this, Yi Kwang's face showed embarrassment, not expecting his usually obedient youngest son to dare mock him. So he angrily said, "The Yi family has 3 geniuses. We don't need a waste like you. After contributing the heavy pupil, you can just live comfortably until death." Looking at the indifferent relatives above, my eyes were filled with endless resentment, but I had no power to resist all this, my heart full of unwillingness. At this moment, a system prompt sound rang out. Ding! The system detected the boundless hatred of the host, and the supreme killing system was successfully bound, thus beginning the life of a killing god. Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed. "System, you finally came. Quickly give me the newbie gift package. Like rewarding me with the cultivation of a great emperor. I want to kill them all." "No, to become stronger, you need to work hard on your own." Hearing this, I felt very disappointed. I thought that having the system would change the current situation, but now I realize that I still need to work hard. What's the use of you then? Ding host, do not be disappointed. Killing will make you infinitely powerful. There are 2 choices to activate the system. The first choice, destroy the invincible heavy pupil. Reward with the killing god body. Increase in realm by 18 levels, and receive a Saint Emperor experience card. The second choice, complete a killing. Reward with the killing god body. Increase in realm by 10 levels, and receive a Saint experience card. Seeing the 2 conditions to activate the system, I felt helpless. The first choice of destroying the invincible heavy pupil is impossible for me with my weak strength, as the people around me would not give me that opportunity. The second choice is equally difficult, as even the weakest among them present have the strength of crossing the tribulation realm. While I am only at the sea realm at the moment, it is unrealistic for me to kill them. But if I can't do it, I will lose the invincible heavy pupil today, and then truly become a useless person. I will have even less chance to kill them in the future. It seems impossible to get out of this predicament. Truly despairing, Mother Morong Shui saw my strange behavior and kept saying things that others couldn't understand, suspecting whether I had a mental problem. After all, it would be difficult for anyone to bear several consecutive blows. Thinking of this, she stood up to give me some guidance. "Shen-er, Since you can't continue to cultivate anyway, why not give the heavy pupil to your third brother? In the future, he can also bring glory to our Yi family in the realm of the human emperor. Don't worry too much about gains and losses, and in the future, the Yi family will protect you for a lifetime. Can't you just live peacefully as a young master? I turned to look at Morong Shui, and her matter-of-fact tone instantly ignited a raging fire in my heart. I really don't know what kind of mother could say such things. If I'm not mistaken, I must have been picked up by you. I can't believe there are such heartless parents in this world. Protect me for a lifetime? Screw you. I cursed fiercely with a ferocious expression. Third brother Yikong was immediately furious upon hearing this. His eyes shot out a divine light and sent me flying directly, crashing heavily into a pillar in the hall. Daring to disrespect your parents, you really don't know your place. If there's a next time, I'll personally disable you. With my spatial divine body, I can traverse endless voids, and with the heavy pupil, becoming a great emperor in the future is just a matter of time. It would be your honor to give me your heavy pupil. You know that? At this moment, Morong Shui spoke again. Shen stop being stubborn. We're all doing this for your own good. You are all brothers. Don't harbor resentment, okay? These seemingly caring words were full of accusations. I was completely disappointed in this family. Looking at my mother in front of me with eyes full of disappointment. Eldest brother seized the bloodline of the human emperor. Second brother seized the supreme bone. Do you understand the pain I've been through? The servants of the Yi family can easily humiliate me. Have you ever cared once? And now you want to take my heavy pupil. Will you just abandon me completely when I lose everything? 3 consecutive questions from the depths of my soul left Morong Shui speechless for a moment. The Yi Chen in front of her, no matter what, was the meat that fell off her body. Originally, the halo was added to the body, but the creation has become a waste. But that was not Yi Chen's fault, and should not have to endure so much pain, suffering indifference from their blood relatives, even drawing blood and plucking out bones, and now having their pupils gouged out. The psychological and physical double injury. Yi Chuan really endured too much. It was indeed not easy to hold on until now. Thinking of this, Morong Shui's eyes moistened up, regretting her previous behavior. She reached out and wanted to touch Yi Chen's head. Child, let you suffer. No one can take away your heavy pupil today. Mother will surely double compensate you in the future. Yi Chen did not hesitate to take a step back, not believing what Morong Shui said at all, and said expressionlessly, no need. I don't have a mother like you. Take back your ridiculous pity. Everything I've lost, sooner or later I'll take it back with my own hands. Morong Shui's body trembled, slowly retracting the palm that was about to fall, the color of sadness showing in her beautiful eyes. I wonder how sad Leaf Dust is to be able to say such desperate words. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent surfaced around Yikong. Seeing that Morong Shui's sleeping motherly love seemed to be slowly awakened. In order to avoid accidents, it was necessary to be quick and seize Yi Chuan's invincible heavy pupil quickly, or else all of the previous schemes would come to naught. Mother-sama, fourth brother has denied even you. It's simply treasonous. Let my child come and teach him a good lesson. Immediately after that, his figure flashed and came to Yi Chen, wanting to dig out those invincible heavy pupils in a raw manner. Empty. Stop. Morong Shui raised her hand to condense a piece of divine light to protect the severely injured Yi Chen, and in the process, she shocked back Yikong, then said with a firm expression, no one can harm Dusty today, or else how you will absolutely not be spared. After Yikong stabilized his stance, his complexion became a little ugly. It was unexpected that his mother, who usually loved him, would actually strike out at him for Yi Chen. A waste of 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 a waste. Mother-sama, don't be angry. My child is just having a moment of anger and wants to teach fourth brother a lesson to give you an outlet. Morong Shui possessed the Saint King realm. Trying to forcefully seize Yi Chen's heavy pupil was simply impossible, and her gaze couldn't help but look at Yi Maniac above. Yi Maniac was a bit confused, not understanding why things had turned out like this. Morong Shui suddenly protected Yi Chen, making it very difficult for him. Before, he had promised Yikong with all his heart that he would definitely let him fuse his heavy pupils and gain even more terrifying potential. Ma'am, spatial god body coupled with invincible heavy pupil. There's no need for me to say how great the potential is, right? In the future, it will surely be like the boss elder's fame in the human emperor realm. There's no need to delay empty child's future for a treacherous piece of trash. You need to think clearly about which is more important. The weak and the strong are unchanging. Yi Chuan lost his cultivation talent. Why not fulfill the 3 elder brothers? Morong Shui fell silent at his words, but after a moment, He shook his head vigorously. No, Dusty is also our son. We can't continue to favor one over the other, or we'll really lose him. She had a vague intuition that she seemed to be losing Yi Chen as her son, and wished that she could do something to make up for it now. Yi Chuan scoffed at Morengshue's transformation. No matter if the current attitude was true or false, it didn't mean much. A heart with 1,000 holes can never be healed. Ha ha, Morongshue, why do you need to be hypocritical? I don't need your shelter. Want my heavy pupil, just take it. Morengshue's heart stung and she turned back to her youngest son, only to see an even more heartbreaking scene. Only Yi Chen's eyes erupted with radiant divine light. His left eye overflowed with a large amount of vitality power. His right eye overflowed with destructible power, and the underworld fire burned brightly. Adverse son, what do you want to do? Yi Maniac felt that something was wrong. No was shouting angrily, his body exuding a terrifying aura, shocking back Morongshue in front of him. Morongshue was not willing to show weakness. Sword intense surged around her body and she fought with Yi Maniac. The hall became shaky. Ma'am, don't be impulsive. Yi Maniac's face was very ugly. Naturally he didn't want the couple to fight each other, so he could only keep backing away, trying his best to calm Morengshue's emotions. At the same time, he was running his power to protect the Grand Hall. Otherwise, the collapse of the Grand Hall of the Northern Liang King's mansion would surely make outsiders look at him as a joke. Ha ha, I won't even give you guys my heavy pupils if I destroy them. Yi Chuan laughed maniacally, seizing the brief opportunity to dig out his own eyes raw, and resolutely threw them into the underworld fire in front of him. Heavy pupils are very powerful and can only be destroyed with the power of the heavy pupils themselves, and the activation of the system can lead to more generous rewards. At that time, with the Saint Emperor Cultivation Experience card, it wouldn't even be a problem to directly rebound out of the Yi family. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Once lost everything, sooner or later will personally take back. Through the pain must let the other 10,000 times to return. Chapter 3, Stomping an Ant to Death and Rising 10 levels in a row? Damn it, actually trying to destroy the heavy pupil. What madness! Yi Kong was immediately anxious. If he let Yi Chuan succeed, then all the previous plans would be ruined, and he hurriedly cast his self-powerful secret art. Steeply shooting out countless divine lights, he began to distort the surrounding space, wanting to break through the defense set up by Morongshue. Nay, the gap between the two sides was too great, and Morongshue of the Saint King realm was extremely powerful even with the divine light she casually condensed. Yi Maniac's eyes erupted with terrifying fury. Unexpectedly Yi Chen was so determined, just like a jade and stone approach. What a rebellious son, preferring to destroy the heavy pupil instead of giving it to your brother. What a cruel heart. The heavy pupil was very precious. He naturally did not allow it to be destroyed. A divine blade appeared in his hand, and the terrifying blade intent rose to the sky. Boom! The luxurious hall instantly crumbled, and the terrifying force shook Morongshue out alive, followed by the large hand breaking the divine light around Yi Chen. The Yi family's guards and servants were all startled, not knowing what had happened, but even the palace had instantly crumbled. Oh my god, what happened? It seems to be that waste of a fourth young master. It seems that losing his heavy pupil is really sad. It can't be helped. Who let the third young master carry the spatial god body? If he gets the heavy pupil, he will surely be like a tiger with wings. The fourth young master's ending was doomed a long time ago. Who says it isn't? I've long since gotten used to it. Yi Kong didn't have time to pay attention to his subordinate's comments, and couldn't wait to rush into the underworld flame, take out Yi Chen's one double pupil, and after carefully inspecting it, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, the heavy pupil is very powerful and has not suffered too much damage. There is no effect after refining. Just warm it up for a while. After saying that, he hurriedly integrated the heavy pupil into his own eyes to save the night, and with the cultivation of the transitional realm, he completely refined it in a moment. His eyes shot out endless light, instantly tearing through a large amount of space, and his terrifying aura spread throughout the entire Bailiang city, with a large number of cultivators worshipping him. No! Morengshue's body became staggered. Just now she had promised to protect Yi Chen. Who knew that in the blink of an eye things had evolved to the present state? Now that Ji Kong had completely refined the heavy pupil, if he dug it out again, it would definitely damage the foundation of the Tao, causing his cultivation to fall. The heart of the hand is meat. Do not know how to face. Suddenly the square is greatly confused, cannot help but spit out a mouthful of blood, the breath disordered. There is a tendency to go off the deep end. Yi Maniac was startled at the sight and dashed to Morengshue's side, sending power into her body to stabilize the spiritual energy that was storming out of her body. Ma'am, don't get excited. There's no need to do this for a loser. The heavy pupil will be more useful in Konger. Morong Shue's heart was very saddened by what she heard, and she finally understood why Yi Chen's eyes were looking at herself and the others with endless resentment. Father doesn't love me. Mother doesn't love me. 3 brothers also deprived him of everything he had. Who else could take it? Thinking of this, Morong Shue was even more heartbroken and violently spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yi Maniac was afraid of any accidents, so he hurriedly took Morong Shue and flew away, looking for a hidden place to heal his injuries, or else it would be bad if he left any after effects. At this moment, Yi Chuan sat down powerlessly on the ground. After losing his heavy pupils, his eyes were constantly bleeding, barely relying on his divine thoughts to perceive everything around him. What was worse was that the cultivation level kept falling, only stopping at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, and even the divine idea was almost completely lost, turning him into a poor blind man. Oh, it's still a failure. Yi Duan's voice revealed sadness. Originally wanted to wrestle a single car into a motorcycle, but he had underestimated the strength of Yi Maniac and the others, preventing him from destroying the heavy pupil. Now to activate the system, there was only the second option left, which required completing the first kill. But according to the current state, it wasn't really easy to kill someone. Others couldn't just stick their necks out and let themselves be killed. After briefly familiarizing himself with the ability of the heavy pupil, Yi Kong set his eyes on Yi Chen, and his complexion darkened when he thought of the other party's previous actions. His mother, who usually loved him, went out of her way to turn against his father and him, trying to stop them from digging up Yi Duan's heavy pupil. Especially the other party's crazy move to destroy the peerless heavy pupil had made him feel a trace of fear until now. Thinking about killing intent involuntarily surged out, itching to kill the Yi Chen in front of him to solve the hatred in his heart. Manhwa brothers killing each other, no matter when, is a big taboo. Spread out the influence is too big. Had to forcefully restrain the inner impulse. However, it was really a bit unwilling to let Yi Chen go just like that, and after thinking for half a day, he finally came up with the best of both worlds, and then said with great righteousness, pissed off Mother Superior spitting out blood, "Today my brother will waste your cultivation so that you can learn a good lesson, so that you won't cause trouble in the future." The words just fell. Yi Kong struck out a few channels of spiritual power, drilling into Yi Chuan's body and wandering around, destroying Yi Chuan's meridians and dantian in a raw manner, making him completely turn into a useless person with no hands. After doing this, he called a few Yi family subordinates, his mouth revealing a meaningful smile as he instructed, "Take good care of your 4th young master in the future. After all, he's become an invalid now. It's too pitiful. Take him to rest." Now that Yi Chuan had turned into an invalid, his future status in the Yi family was probably worse than that of a dog, so there was no need to have to kill him. Maybe living is worse than dying, isn't it? Don't worry, 3rd young master. My subordinate will definitely make good arrangements for the 4,000 masters and not allow them to be wronged in any way. Ha ha ha. A few underlings immediately understood and patted their chests to assure them. Then they drove Yi Duan away. And what would happen after that could be imagined. Yi Kong smiled with satisfaction. Spatial god body coupled with invincible heavy pupil. His future achievements are unlimited. I believe that the Yi family subordinates know what to do. Then turned into a stream of light and flew away. At the moment just fused the heavy pupil. Need some time to grind. Slowly comprehend the secret arts of the magical powers, in order to play a more powerful power later. At this moment, Yi Chen was in a very sorry state, with his cultivation wasted and his eyes constantly oozing blood. If it weren't for his will still being strong, he would have probably fainted directly to death. System greatly, can't you take pity on this young man? If this goes on, I'm going to die. What's the point of talking about being invincible in the world? Why don't we discuss it and give out the rewards in advance? And when the time comes, I'll destroy the entire Yi family to compensate. Okay? Inwardly cursing the unfairness of the heavens. Whoever crosses over comes out so miserable. It's just too much. Everything depends on yourself. This system believes that you can do it. The destruction of heavy pupils cannot do it. Not there is another choice. There is absolutely no difficulty in accomplishing the first kill. I believe you will soon understand the reasoning. Understand your big head ghost. Old me nowadays, not a little cultivation. To kill who? Yi Chuan almost fainted with anger. He was so miserable. The system still didn't help himself. It was really pitiful. Several subordinates heard Yi Duan's broken thoughts and looked at each other. What with the system, rewards and all, it was really puzzling. A loser with no cultivation, talking about being invincible to the world? yelling about destroying the Yi family? To kill someone? Several people showed pity in their eyes, wondering if this young master in front of them was crazy. Fourth young master, don't be delusional. If you want to live on, do some hard work honestly. And third young master may even let you go if he's happy. Yi Chuan had been unpopular before. So many underlings were able to go and bully each other, and now he had even lost all his cultivation. So he thought that his future fate would be even more miserable. A few people forcibly brought Yi Chen to a stable in the outer courtyard and unceremoniously threw him in, a mocking look on their faces. Fourth young master, the Yi family doesn't keep idle hands. The task of feeding the horses is yours. Don't say we don't take care of you. Ha ha, be careful when you're blind. Don't get kicked to death by a horse. Oh. Facing the words of several people, Yi Chen clenched his fists at the words. The tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. The dragon swims in the shallows and is played by shrimps. Simply too miserable. Reduced to the outer courtyard, underlings can arbitrarily bully since. Cannot help but punch at the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stepping on an ant, completing the first kill, activating the Supreme God Killer system, and obtaining the following rewards. Killing God Body, Rebirth in Blood. The more one kills or suffers damage, the stronger the increase in power. With a strong self-healing ability, and when it comes to its great fulfillment, it can be reborn in drops of blood. Realm rises 10 levels in a row. 1 Sage Cultivation Experience Card, Cultivation briefly raised to the Sage Realm. Sustained for 3 hours. Unlimited use of power. Fusing the Killing God Body. Repairing the host's broken meridians in Dantian. And restoring the realm to the first level of the Body Tempering Realm. The realm has risen 10 levels in a row, reaching the second level of the Spirit Sea Realm. That's okay? The reversal was so great that Yi Duan froze in disbelief for a long time. Stomping on an ant was considered completing the first kill. No wonder the system said there wasn't any difficulty. The feelings were like this. It's finally time to branch out. Ha ha ha. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Chapter 4, Reincarnation, Immortal and Demon Pupils. Several underlings looked at each other. Yi Chen was babbling at times and now he was laughing maniacally. He must be having mental problems. At the same time, quite a few melon eaters gathered around and pointed out, lamenting the fact that the original pride of heaven had been reduced to the present state of affairs. Poor kid. Can't seem to take the blow and go crazy. After losing his heavy pupil and losing his cultivation, just anyone can come out and bully him. The next days are imaginable. Not to mention that third young master sent word for us to take care of fourth young master. He. Before Yi Chuan's cultivation was wasted, he might still be able to fight them off for a while. Now it's a fish on a chopping block, to be slaughtered. Host, Yi Duan. Cultivation, second level of Spirit Sea. Physique, killing God's body, rebirth in blood. The more you kill or suffer damage, the stronger the increase in power. With a strong self-healing ability, and when it comes to great success, it can be reborn in drops of blood. Bloodline, none at this time. Feats, none at this time. Weapons, not yet available. Avatar, not yet available. Items, Sage Experience Card ×1. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chuan smiled even more indulgently. With the Sage Experience Card, then he still endured. Just in time, a few of the stable boys came over. Fourth young master, pretending to be crazy is useless. Since you've come here, do your work properly or don't blame us for not being polite. Normally, they were doing the most inferior jobs in the Yi family, and they had accumulated a lot of grievances in their hearts, ready to spread them all on the wasteful young master in front of them. What a bunch of dogs. What a face for you. Yi Chen stood up violently, his body exuding a terrifying killing intent. Even after losing his eyes, his aura remained unabated. However, a few stable boys didn't care in the slightest and even sneered. A blind man, who has also lost his cultivation, and still thinks he's the young master of the Yi family. If you don't listen, I'll teach you a good lesson, and as long as I don't kill you, nothing will happen. No one will care about you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Even the subordinates who were nearby onlookers laughed uncontrollably, not believing that Yi Chen could turn any waves. The host obtains the mission to kill the arrogant 5 stable boys. The mission rewards the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and the Saint King Experience Card ×1. A dog will always be a dog, even dare to bite its master. So what's the use of keeping you? The corner of Yi Dust's mouth rose slightly. He did not expect the mission to come so timely, and with his divine perception, he decisively rushed towards those stable boys. What? The stable boys were confused, not knowing where Yi Chen got the courage to lose his cultivation and still dare to strike at himself and the others. so he was ready to give the other party a good lesson. Unaware that Yi Luyun had recovered his cultivation and had also reached the second level of the Spirit Sea realm, dealing with a few body-tempering realm guys was not a problem at all. Next, he came right in front of the two stable boys, and in the crowd's shocked gazes, he broke their necks raw and casually threw them to the side. After killing the two men, the killing god body was stimulated, and the overall power increased by 30%, with a terrifying killing intent surrounding his body. Young masters, spare your life. We know we're wrong. The three surviving stable boys were terrified. Yi Chuan was able to instantly kill two of their companions, so how could he have lost all his cultivation? I really don't know who passed it on. It's killing them. There is no good thing that comes from knowing one's mistakes. Yi Duan smiled and nodded, but without the intention of letting a few people go. He raised his hand and slapped his hand to the heads of a few people, and in a matter of moments, all 5 stable boys were killed. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Well, what's the situation? Quite a few of us. We saw the third young master waste his meridians and dantians. Why is that? A good number of people were very puzzled, unable to understand how Yi Chen's cultivation had suddenly recovered, and had also become so ferocious, killing 5 people without batting an eye. The only explanation was that Yi Chen didn't have eyes now, so he couldn't blink. Host completes the mission. Rewarded with Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and Saint King Experience Card X1. Reincarnation Immortal and Devil Pupils. The eyes evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation. Billions of immortals and devils evolve therein, and life and death are reversed at the drop of a hat. Spirit Sea Realm Triple. 4th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. 5th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Cultivation had risen by 3 realms in the blink of an eye, as well as the addition of the Slaying God Body. The overall power had increased by 2 or 3 times. Even if he encountered the condensed Yuan realm, Yi Chuan had the confidence to fight. Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil Fusion successful. Yi Chuan's body trembled violently. An invisible power surged out from his body, and his eyes slowly opened, shooting out 2 dazzling rays of light. The intertwining of immortal and demonic forces evolved a terrifying vision. Half of it surrounded by immortal aura, like a fairyland, and half of it was filled with demonic aura, filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. Under the mutual interlacing, there seems to be all kinds of living beings hidden in it, either dancing, or fighting fiercely, or at ease. The living beings took different forms. Some were as huge as mountains, while others were as small and delicate as mole crickets, but without exception, they all exuded an amazing aura. Heavens, the 4th young master's eyes have regrown and given birth to such a terrifying vision. It's truly heaven-defying. The onlookers were all shocked, not daring to look directly into Yi Chen's eyes for fear of sinking into them and being unable to extricate themselves. Yi Chuan's mind moved, and the terrifying heaven and earth visions immediately dissipated, and looking at the many subordinates in front of him, he was instantly murderous. It's your turn next. Don't you all think that this young man is easy to bully? Today I'll let you know what it means to be a gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not too late. Basically, everyone has collapsed and humiliated himself, so I don't want to do it. All killed, and take a good bite out of the bad air. The crowd's faces changed as they heard this, feeling that Yi Chen seemed to have changed a lot in a short period of time, revealing mystery all over his body, making people inscrutable. Humph, you really think you can leave us out of it after killing a few horsebreeders, don't you? Of course, there were also people who showed disdain. The stable boy was the Yi family's lowest class of person. His cultivation was only at the body-tempering realm. It was nothing that Yi Chen could kill. There were only a handful of people from the body-tempering realm amongst the people present. Basically all of them were from the Spirit Sea realm and the Yuan condensation realm, and there were even experts from the innate realm. The Yi family was so prestigious that they didn't know how many strong people were attracted to come and work for them, only that those in higher realms didn't bother to come here. It wasn't that easy for Yi Chen to kill them. Try it then. Yi Chuan's killing intent surged around him, and without saying a word, he rushed into the crowd and killed a body-tempering realm underling in seconds, pulling his head off alive. The bloody tactics shocked a lot of people. The 4th young master is crazy. Quickly go 2 people to report to the 3rd young master and the law enforcement hall, or else it will cause more trouble later. The foreheads of the many subordinates were in a cold sweat, not expecting Yi Chen to really disregard everything and kill another person in the blink of an eye. No matter what, the other party was bearing the name of the young master, and as subordinates, they naturally couldn't really kill them. The several condensed Yuan realm fellows could only try to restrain Yi Chen and leave it to the Yi family's senior management to deal with at that time. Yi Chuan kept dodging several condensed Yuan realm attacks, seizing the opportunity to kill several people during that time. Bathed in blood and reborn, the killing god body was worthy of being a physique born for killing. Its strength was rising. It was able to fight against several people of the condensed Yuan realm. Detecting the host's strong intention to kill, obtaining a time-limited task. Within 1 hour, kill 30 people realm to rise 1 level. Kill 50 people realm to rise 2 levels. Kill 100 people realm to rise 3 levels. If you kill 100 people within the specified time, you will receive an additional reward. The supreme level stance. God walks the world. Ha ha, let's kill it then. Yichuan laughed out loud when he heard the system's prompt, finally realizing how heaven-defying the supreme god killer system was. Chapter 5, God Travels the Worlds. Fourth young master. Stop before it's too late. Killing so many people. If the king blames you, I'm afraid you can't afford it. The only innate realm expert in the arena stood out, and his majestic spiritual power erupted steeply, sending Yi Chen 5 or 6 meters back, with a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Originally, he was not prepared to ask about the matter between Yi Chen and the many subordinates, but the former was too ferocious, killing more than 10 people before and after. Who are you to control me? And who is your so-called king to control me? This young man has no such father, and you need not call me young master. Yichuan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and stared at the person in front of him with a deadly stare. His eyes filled with bloodlust, and the killing intent around his body was almost condensing into substance. The surrounding subordinates revealed incredulous looks. They couldn't imagine that Yi Chen would dare to be so treasonous, even disowning his own father. Crazy, completely crazy. Someone muttered. Lord Wang Yun, take down the fourth young master first, or we will be the ones to suffer. An underling shouted anxiously. Yichuan's strength nowadays was comparable to the condensed Yuan realm, and ordinary subordinates were not his match at all. The crowd could only pin their hopes on this innate realm expert, hoping that he could capture Yi Chen as soon as possible so that more people would not be harmed. Good. The innate realm expert nodded at his words, feeling that it would not be difficult for him to take down Yi Chen. The spiritual energy in his body converged on top of his fists, killing towards Yi Chen with a continuous flow of powerful force. Humph. This young man will remember you. Yichuan snorted coldly, knowing that his current strength was not able to counteract the innate realm. He naturally would not choose to fight hard. A dodged Wang Yun's attack and turned to rush towards the other subordinates. Completing the time-limited quest issued by the system was the most important thing. A few moments later, he had killed more than 10 people, and also snatched a long sword. And under the influence of the killing god body, his eyes had become blood-powered, and his power had more than doubled again from just now. Wang Yun was very helpless. Yi Chen simply did not fight with him head-on. Empty innate realm cultivation. All took the other side no way. It seems that the fourth young master is possessed. His strength is increasing. If you want to live, don't reserve your strength. Battle together to take down the other party. In order to save their lives, the many subordinates all put out their skills, wanting to slow down Yichuan's killing pace, or else at this rate, they would probably be the ones to die. Wang Yun, who had been looking for an opportunity, struck, taking advantage of Yi Chen's inattention to suddenly launch a sneak attack, transforming his palm into a claw and ruthlessly grabbing onto Yi Chen's left shoulder. It easily pierced into the skin and muscles, leaving 5 deep bloody holes with blood gurgling out, and then with a smooth and forceful pinch, it crushed the bones on Yi Chen's left shoulder. Ka-ching! A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by intense pain. Yichuan's face instantly turned pale. However, without the slightest intention to retreat, he strongly endured the severe pain in his body and once again erupted with all his strength, waving the long knife in his hand and chopping fiercely towards Wang Yun. There was a firm glint in his eyes, determined to make Wang Yun pay a heavy price. No good. Wang Yun's face changed drastically, and a strong sense of crisis could not help but surge in his heart, realizing that he might have underestimated Yi Chen's strength. A few hundred spirit stones a month. What's the point of fighting for your life? Thinking of this, he quickly drew back his palm. He didn't want to lose the fifth girl. Otherwise, who would accompany him in the empty and lonely night? Of course, Yichuan would not let go of this excellent opportunity. Ignoring the attacks of the others, the milli-crossed blade slashed diagonally across, hardening and severing 3 of Wang Yun's fingers. However, he himself suffered a heavy blow as 5 or 6 people's attacks landed on him at the same time, and his entire body was sent flying out horizontally, with blood continuously spraying out of his mouth. Ah! Little bastard! I'll kill you! Wang Yun's face twisted due to the intense pain, and looking at the bloodied hand, he instantly lost his mind and fell into a frenzied rampage. Broken Mountain Palm. A powerful spiritual energy quickly gathered on his palm and angrily slammed down towards Yi Chen. The power of this palm was astonishing. Even the surrounding air emitted a sharp sonic boom, so one could imagine the terrifying power contained within. Calm down, Lord Wang Yun. If we kill the fourth young master, I'm afraid the king will have us buried with him. The hearts of the many subordinates instantly tensed up. Even if Yi Chen was an invalid, he was always Yi Maniac's son. It's not a big deal to bully the usual bullies. No one will do it for them. However, if one were to die at their hands, all 9 clans might have to be exterminated, and no one would be willing to suffer the consequences. If you die, you die. What are you afraid of? I'll bear the consequences if there are any. It has nothing to do with you. Overwhelmed by anger, Wang Yun could not listen to the advice of the others and insisted on killing Yi Chen. Yi Chuan didn't dodge or avoid. His eyes revealed bloodthirsty intent, and he hard resisted Wang Yun's full force palm, and immediately felt that his internal organs were going to break, and blood sprayed the other party's face. Heavens, it's all crazy. If the fourth young master dies, I'm afraid we'll end up in a miserable situation. Dozens of subordinates' bodies trembled and hurriedly came over to check, fearing that if Yi Chen had a good or bad accident, then the bad luck would be theirs. The crowd just approached and immediately realized that something was wrong, only to see that a very small tip of the knife appeared on Wang Yun's back, and blood slowly flowed down, which could not be seen without a closer look. Ha ha, the innate realm is nothing more than that. Still not dead in the hands of this young man. Right at this moment, Yi Chen laughed up to the sky and kicked away Wang Yun in front of him. Just now, with the ruthlessness of not wanting to die, he hardened himself against the opponent's full-force palm and took the opportunity to insert the long knife into his heart. It can be described as hurting the enemy 1,000 times and harming oneself 800 times. It was a good thing that Wang Yun, an innate realm expert, had been resolved, so that the remaining people were simply not enough to be feared. Holy, Lord Wang Yun is dead. The crowd was very shocked, and the timid ones were even directly scared to pee, their minds going blank. Lord Wang Yun is a 4th level innate realm powerhouse. How could he die at the hands of a punk? Some shook their heads frantically, unwilling to believe that the scene in front of them was real. It was unbelievable. Punk ass, don't run away yet. Yi Chuan had killed an innate realm powerhouse, and there were still people calling him a waste. They really had pits in their heads. If you don't run away now, when will you do it? Dozens of underlings quickly fled. After all, no one wanted to die. Kill, kill, kill. The successive heavy injuries as well as the continuous killings had drastically stimulated the killing god body, and his heart was filled with a terrifying bloodthirsty intent, and his sanity was somewhat affected. However, the power within his body became even stronger, reaching the level of the innate realm, and he unleashed a massacre on the remaining people, blood staining the ground red. Accumulated 30 kills. Accumulated 50 kills. Very few escaped. It's not enough. Yi Chuan muttered up and continued to chase after the few people who escaped, killing all those who blocked during the period, not being soft at all. Rushing killing intent and a large amount of fury surrounded the circumference, as if a god of killing walks the world. Many people encountered all hide up, do not dare to face Yi Dust at all. The host completes the mission and accumulates 100 kills, rewarding the supreme level stance. God walks the world, and the realm rises 3 levels in a row. God traveling the worlds, a secret art created by a supreme powerhouse. Initially utilizing the power of wind and thunder, it can be described as the world's greatest speed. In the later stages, using the power of space, it is easy to travel through all the worlds. 6th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Chapter 6 Killing Madness. Toon Chan, this young man loves you to death. Yi Chuan was incomparably excited. In a short period of time, the system had allowed himself to metamorphose from a wastrel to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The upgrade speed was the same as that of a rocket. The killing god body, the reincarnation immortal demon pupil, and the supreme level body technique, each of them were heaven-defying to the extreme, not even remotely inferior to what he once possessed. If he could obtain another cultivation technique, it would be even more perfect, and his strength would then progress even faster. In fact, the original cultivation technique was at the quasi-emperor level, but Yi Chuan didn't want to get involved with the Yi family again, so he preferred to drag his feet and not even cultivate. The system detects the host's heart and obtains a new mission, to make a complete break with the family, rewarded with the divine level technique killing heavenly devil kung fu, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and a holy emperor experience card X1, obtain a time-limited quest. For every 3 Yi family members you kill, You will receive a solid energy pill. Ha ha, the system is just awesome. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Dust's mouth. It was really what he thought. Originally he was planning to make a fuss about the Yi family and kill Yi Kong to retrieve his heavy pupil. I didn't expect the system to be so considerate, immediately releasing a mission for himself, and it also came with a generous reward, which was really powerful. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Killing hundreds of people from the Yi family? Do you know what the consequences are? Kneel down now and admit your faults, and perhaps you can be spared the pain of skin and flesh. Hear that? Just then hundreds of people surrounded Yi Duan. All of them were people from the law enforcement hall. Most of them were poorly talented, mediocre cultivation level side clan members, and some of the recruited cultivators together. Usually maintaining the stability of the family and managing the inner and outer courtyards of the house did not know how many people, but now seeing Yi Chen so heartless, he almost fainted with anger. Such behavior was a naked defiance of the majesty of their law enforcement hall, which no one else could endure. If it was in the place of Yi Chen's 3 older brothers, the law enforcement hall would definitely not say anything more, but the former was just a waste, and his treatment was definitely different. As long as they didn't get killed, there was no problem, and they all thought about how they should torture Yi Chen. Oh, a bunch of trash. Yi Chuan laughed coldly and killed with his sword, and in the twinkling of an eye, 2 guys' heads fell to the ground. The ones who came were ordinary characters of the law enforcement hall. Their cultivation levels were generally at the condensed Yuan realm and the innate realm, and with a strong sky realm practitioner leading the group, there was nothing to be afraid of at all. Bold, dare to kill a law enforcement hall disciple. Today you cannot be spared. You must be brought back for a proper trial. The leader of the strong air immersion realm was red with anger. He didn't expect Yi Chuan to be so rampant. He came up and killed 2 condensed Yuan disciples. He really didn't put himself in his eyes. The aura of the sky realm erupted out and flew into the sky in the twinkling of an eye, condensing several palm prints towards Yi Chen. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed, knowing that with his current power, he wouldn't have much of a problem dealing with the innate realm. However, there was still quite a gap between him and the empty realm powerhouse, so he decisively executed the secret technique among the divine walking realm, wind walking with shadow. With the help of the wind attribute power between heaven and earth, his speed instantly increased by several times, shuttling between the disciples of the law enforcement hall and continuously harvesting their lives. Demons! Help! Damn it! Join forces to waste Yi Chen. The law enforcement hall disciples were furious, and in a moment's time, more than 30 people had died at the hands of Yi Chen, which could be considered a heavy loss. Wayui hammer, thunderbolt palm, Ame sword, running thunder leg, running thunder fist, shadowless foot. The rest of them no longer stayed their hands and launched a siege on Yi Chen, with all sorts of divine abilities coming out, and spiritual energy vibrating endlessly. The leader of the empty realm powerhouse released his divine thoughts with all his might, wanting to look for an opportunity to severely injure Yi Chen and strike down the other party's arrogance. The blasted transported man. Yi Chuan had long since seen the situation in the battlefield, not giving the enemy any chance, and no attack could hit him. However, with the Sky Realm powerhouse in attendance, those who wanted to kill the people of the law enforcement hall would have to be a little more careful, or else they would likely be caught in the act. After deep thought, he executed another secret technique from the divine walking 10,000 realms, making it almost impossible for others to capture his figure. Behind the sound of miserable screams, it represented the fall of one law enforcement hall disciple after another, and there were currently less than 30 disciples left in the field. Not good. We must call for help, or there is a high chance that the whole army will be destroyed. The leader of the Imperial Sky Realm powerhouse secretly said that it was not good, and quickly took out his summoning token, preparing to summon more powerhouses to come, or else these people under his command would have to die out. Go to hell. Taking advantage of this person's distraction, Yi Chuan mobilized the wind attribute power between heaven and earth and condensed his green wings to charge up into the sky. The long knife in his hand flickered with a faint blood aura. The outburst of power was comparable to that of a realm powerhouse, and the other party did not even have time to react before his chest was penetrated. Tick! The sound of blood dripping down scared the surviving members of the law enforcement hall silly, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. A punk can kill an air-permitting powerhouse? Wouldn't they be worse than trash then? How is that possible? That empty realm powerhouse's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Yi Luyun was clearly at the Spirit Sea realm, but he actually killed himself by crossing a few large realms. It was too heaven-defying. If I'd known, why would I have messed with him? In the law enforcement hall, how good it is to be a bully. But after the fall, There is nothing left, not to mention how much regret in his heart. With the death of this empty realm powerhouse, Yichuan no longer had any more scruples and went all out on the killing spree, slaughtering the rest of them in the twinkling of an eye. Under the baptism of hundreds of people's blood, the slaying god body infinitely increased its power, and its battle strength surpassed that of an ordinary Empyrean realm. Yichuan just walked and killed as he went. The outer courtyard was where the underlings lived. There were hardly any cultivators that were too strong. The royal air realm was the limit. He didn't have the slightest bit of softness in his heart. Who let all these guys bully themselves more or less in the past, and today was their retribution coming. Kill crazy. The fourth young master has become possessed, killing hundreds of people before and after. The Yi family underlings were scared to death. If they didn't send out some more strong people who could be on the stage, it was estimated that Yi Chen could kill through the entire outer courtyard. A figure flew out of the inner courtyard at the critical moment, looking at the tragic situation in the outer courtyard in shock, especially when he saw that the culprit was Yi Chen. He couldn't believe it was true. Deacon Li Hua. Help! The fourth young master is going to kill all of us. I'm afraid we're all doomed if no one takes care of us. The many subordinates were like grabbing a life-saving straw, constantly calling for help towards the visitor, wanting the other party to hurry up and make a move to suppress Yi Chen. Someone who could become a deacon of the Yi family possessed at least the golden body realm cultivation. But Yichuan's expression remained calm as he said blandly, I advise you to mind your own business or you'll be the one who dies later. It just so happened that he hadn't tried the power of the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil yet, and if this person didn't know what to do, he didn't mind taking the other party to practice, even if he couldn't be killed. It wasn't a big problem. There were still Saint Experience cards and Saint King Experience cards. Destroying the entire Yi family was no big deal, let alone a mere golden body realm cultivator. Chapter 7 Sacrificing 100 Years of Longevity. When Li Hua heard this, a hint of disdain appeared on his face, thinking that Yi Chen was nothing more than an insignificant ant. Gently shaking his head, he raised his hand and grabbed towards Yi Chen. This grab seemed simple, but it contained endless mysteries and terrifying power. In an instant, the power of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by an invisible force, converging into Li Hua's hand and forming a huge palm. A strong sense of crisis surged in Yichuan's heart as he tried to dodge the huge palm, but Li Hua didn't give him a chance at all. In the blink of an eye, the huge palm ruthlessly grabbed Yi Chen's body, and an unparalleled pressure was immediately felt, as if the entire world was pressed down on it. Yichuan's bones creaked, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, his face was frighteningly pale, and the powerful force was almost about to crush him into a mist of blood. Luckily, the killing god body sensed the deadly threat and suddenly erupted with even more power, barely fighting against that giant palm. Many thanks to Deacon Li Hua for saving my life. The underlings of the outer court clapped their hands. Finally someone had suppressed Yi Chen and solved their crisis. Li Hua nodded with a calm expression, not feeling anything in the slightest. With his own golden body realm cultivation, if he couldn't take Yi Chen again, wouldn't it be a shame to spread it out? I've heard that the fourth young master's cultivation is completely wasted. But now that he can explode with such amazing power, I think he must have practiced some kind of magic technique. Later on, I will report the situation here to the king truthfully, and will definitely punish the dead young master severely and heavily, so you don't need to worry too much. The whole time he didn't even look at Yichuan one more time, so one could imagine how unpopular he was in the Yi family. When the young master was at such a point, I'm afraid not many people could do it. Marred, you seek death. This young man will send you on your way. After hearing what Li Hua said, the anger in Yi Chen's heart was completely ignited, and his emotions instantly went out of control, entering a state of rage. That so-called father was even more hateful to him than his enemies. Thinking of this, Yi Chen did not hesitate to activate the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil, and in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy in his body was quickly sucked dry, and his eyes were filled with two incomparably powerful forces. Nonetheless, trying to exterminate a golden body realm powerhouse was still far from enough. So Yi Chen resolutely sacrificed 100 years of his life to enhance the power of the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil. As the longevity was sacrificed, the power that the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil bred became more and more terrifying, and Yi Chen himself was on the verge of being unable to suppress it. A moment later, two dazzling rays of light shot out. The power of immortals and demons entwined and intertwined with each other, fusing to produce an unprecedentedly powerful force. Instantly, Li Hua's fleshly body was broken and tattered, and many cracks appeared in his divine soul, and even his Tao foundation was greatly damaged. What? Like it's scarier than heavy Hitomi? Li Hua had a terrified expression on his face, That moment just now made him feel infinitely close to death, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart. Put! Right at this moment Yi Chuan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered on the verge of standing unsteadily, burning 100 years of lifespan as well as depleting his spiritual energy. At this moment he was very weak. Li Hua let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. If Yi Chen could still be unharmed after erupting such an astonishing amount of power, then it would really be too heaven-defying. Yi Chen has run out of gas. You guys quickly take action to suppress him, or you'll be the ones to suffer when he recovers. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not daring to step forward for a moment, fearing that Yi Chen would rise up and kill again. Punks, get out of the way. Li Hua was so angry that he was about to be unable to speak. Bracing his severely injured body, he slowly walked towards Yi Chen, preparing to seal the latter's cultivation to avoid any further changes later. Ahem, looks like that's my limit. Yi Chuan was somewhat helpless. The Golden Body Realm cultivator was more powerful than he had imagined, and he had failed to kill the other party even after he had sacrificed 100 years of his life to catalyze the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil. Looks like the last card had to be used. The host consumes the Sage Experience card and randomly gains the 4th level of Sage Cultivation for 3 hours. Boom! The terrifying Holy Might broke through the clouds, and the Golden Body Realm's Li Hua was annihilated on the spot under this pressure, with not even dregs left. Fourth young master, spare your life. We know we're wrong. The many subordinates were trembling with fear, killing them all. They never thought that Yi Chen possessed a Sage Realm cultivation. The hiding was just too deep. If you're so strong, why are you pretending to be weak, and put up with their bullying? Pure and simple playmaker mentality. Yi just didn't have a chance and flashed to the sky above. Waving his hand, even then he destroyed the Yi family's outer courtyard, including more than 1,000 underlings in it. Wailing and begging for mercy were heard one after another. No one was able to be spared, and all under the saints were ants. Interpreted to the fullest, the huge commotion startled the entire Beiliang city. Countless gazes gathered and discussed curiously. Could it be that a new saint has appeared in the Yi family? It's possible. After all, the Yi family has deep roots. Countless people had envious looks on their faces. Nowadays, the Yi family was as strong as the clouds, and even if placed in the entire human emperor realm, it was renowned. The Yi family's old man was at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Yi Maniac Saint Emperor 6th realm. Morong Shui Saint King 5th realm. 4 sons and 3 men. The oldest 2 are all in the half-saint realm, and the oldest 3 have all reached the transition realm. Their strength is powerful and terrifying. The youngest son was originally the most demonic one, but heaven's jealousy made him lose his cultivation talent and turn him into a waste. Otherwise his potential would be immeasurable. Now there's another saint, and it's a real source of envy and jealousy. Someone sensed something was wrong. No, this person's aura contains a heavenly killing intent. Perhaps something has changed in the Yi family. Should we go and take a look? I still want to live a little longer. A strong man shrugged and refused the offer without even thinking about it. Someone beside us chimed in. That's right. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us. Just stay honest. Yi family thinks who dared to go to join in the fun, or maybe the life of a small account there, and so on thinks to go to join in the fun after it is not too late. Boom, boom. At this moment, the ground trembled, and a large number of warhorses entered the city, seated by none other than the black armored army, almost tens of thousands of them. After they sensed that there was a change in the Yi family, they rushed over without stopping, wanting to see who dared to be so rampant, causing trouble in Beiliang City, simply looking for death. The Black Armor Army was all brave and good at fighting, experiencing hundreds and thousands of battles, with the weakest cultivation having the innate realm cultivation. Yi Maniac had 1,000,000 such armies, so one could imagine how huge the power was, and the Liang royal family's scorn was not without reason. The Black Armor Army rushed to the Yi family. Passers-by have to give way. Afraid of slowing down a little life is not guaranteed. A saintly powerhouse? Yi Kong, who was in seclusion to familiarize himself with the heavy pupil, all woke up from his deep cultivation, and his transition realm divine thoughts covered the entire Yi family. Leaf dust? Isn't his cultivation ruined? How did he suddenly become a saintly powerhouse? Knowing that it was his own hand, there was absolutely no way that anything could be off. Who knew that in less than 2 short hours, the other party had transformed into a saint, and there must be an unknown secret in between. If there was nothing unexpected, Yi Chen would 100% come to seek revenge, and to be on the safe side, he hurriedly took out his summoning token to notify his father, Yi Maniac. Otherwise, with his fairy realm cultivation, it must be very dangerous for him to face Yi Duan alone. Chapter 8 Heaven Killing Demon Technique. How is that possible? After Yi Maniac received the news, his face became gloomy, looking at Morong Shui who was still unconscious. On one side was his beloved wife. If he gave up channeling his power to heal his wounds, there was a great possibility that he would go off the deep end, or even his realm would fall off the realm. On the other side was his own optimistic third son, Yi Kong, and if Yi Chen really turned into a saintly powerhouse, it could potentially threaten the former's life. Currently, the Yi family's old man had gone out to break into the secret realm for a few hundred years in order to impact the quasi-emperor realm, and it was simply impossible for him to return in a short period of time. After thinking about it for a while, he could only let Yi Kong hide for the time being and wait for Morong Shui to get better before saying anything. Yi Kong received the reply. His face became very ugly. Not long ago he had forcefully taken Yi Chen's heavy pupil. Who would have thought that the situation had reversed so quickly? However, for the sake of his life, he still performed various spatial secret techniques to hide his figure and utilized his heavy pupils to conceal his entire aura. Yi Kong's previous position instantly became empty, losing all trace of it, and it was believed that even a saint in person wouldn't be able to discover it. Disappeared? At this moment, Yi Dust frowned slightly. Just now he had also detected Yi Kong's faint aura. For some reason it suddenly disappeared. Sage powerhouses condensed their Yuan Shun, and their divine thoughts metamorphosed into divine sense, which could cover an area of 100,000 miles. However, no matter how he searched, he was unable to find any trace of Yi Kong, and Yi Maniac and Morong Shui seemed to be hidden as well. The thought of this made Yi Chen furious. Yi Kong, what are you doing hiding? You shrinking turtle. Get out if you can. Taking this young man's heavy pupil, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price today. The voice almost spread throughout the entire Beiliang city, but unfortunately, it did not receive any response, not even a strange fluctuation. Yi Chuan was a bit reluctant. The Sage Cultivation Experience card could only last for 3 hours. If he couldn't find it, I was afraid that he could only leave. Yi Maniac, Morong Shui, listen well, today I, Yi Chuan, completely sever my relationship with you, and from now on, the Yi family's affairs have nothing to do with me, and the 3 sons you're so proud of, all of whom have stripped me of my gifts to make a life for themselves. Everything I've lost, sooner or later I'll get it back myself. All the pain and suffering they have suffered will be returned to them 100 times 10,000 times over. To tell you the truth, my saint cultivation can only last for 3 hours. If you don't come out, this young man will leave. If you want to kill me in the future, you won't have such a good chance. Ha ha ha. The laughter contained endless sadness, madly venting the dissatisfaction in his heart, and the residual obsession of the original body slowly dissipated. The host completes the task of making a complete break with the family, rewarded with the divine level technique killing heavenly devil kung fu, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and the Holy Emperor Experience card X1, completion of a time-limited quest with a total of 500 kills, rewarded with solid energy pill X500, killing heavenly demon technique, killing to feed killing, killing without end, plundering not part of the enemy's cultivation and longevity. Fixed Yuan pill, increases spiritual power and stabilizes the foundation of the Tao, effective below the void-shattering realm. 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, the 1st level of the Yuan condensation realm, 2nd level of the condensed Yuan realm. Yi Chuan currently possessed the cultivation of a saint and didn't even feel much of the elevation of his realm, but the Saint Emperor Experience card was a different story. With this thing, perhaps destroying the Yi family was not even a matter of conversation. Today, no matter what, Yi Kong had to die. The heavenly kings could not save him. There was also the divine level technique killing sky demon technique. Yi Chuan was very curious about how to plunder the enemy's cultivation and longevity, and he would definitely test it out when he had nothing else to do. Unbeknownst to him, the words he had just spoken had set off shockwaves in Beiliang City. It seems to be the 4th son of the Northern Liang King, Yi Duan. It's rumored that the person who possesses the appearance of a demon, but unfortunately, the heavenly Tao doesn't allow such a person to exist, and has sent down 81 thunderbolts to destroy the sun. The 3 heaven-defying physiques of the human emperor's bloodline, the supreme sword bone, and the invincible heavy pupil, but it's a pity that they all fulfilled others. No wonder you want to rebel against the Yi family. No one else would be able to endure it. Listening to his words, he should have had another strange encounter, or else he couldn't have made such a big commotion. Countless people were talking about it and probably sorted things out. That was Yi Duan, the 4th son of the Yi family, who somehow briefly possessed a saint-level cultivation, perhaps out of guilt. The Northern Liang king and his wife did not dare to come out to meet each other, allowing Yi Chen to vent his emotions with impunity. What was even more powerful was that Yi Chen was going to sever his relationship with the Yi family, and now the entire Northern Liang city knew about it, and it was believed that it would spread throughout the human emperor realm soon. It's bound to be a huge sensation. That's certainly what the headlines in the human emperor world say. The fourth son of the Yi family in Northern Liang, who suffered endless injustice, obtained a heaven-defying means to temporarily raise his cultivation to the level of a saint, and made a fuss about the entire family, even more defiantly against out of the family. Really sexman. It was believed that once this matter came out, the Bei Liangyi family would become the laughingstock of everyone, and everyone was curious about how Bei Liang King Yi Maniac was going to resolve this matter. Adverse son, I will kill you. The hidden space fortunate face of Yi Madness was trembling with anger. Today's matter definitely made him lose face, and he could not wait to strangle Yi Chen alive. Dusty, don't go. Just then Morong Shui mumbled up, leaving a tear in the corner of her eye. Yi Maniac couldn't care about anything else, and hurriedly helped her to comb the power in her body. The good thing was that everything was moving in a good direction. Morong Shui's breath cultivation was back to normal, and there was no danger of going off the deep end. In a few moments, he would not need to take care of himself, and at that time, he would definitely go out and exterminate Yi Chen, this rebellious son, so as to save himself from being disgraced in the future. At this moment, Yi Chen searched for Yi Kong with all his might, but he still didn't find anything, so he simply put his eyes on the others, swept dozens of people over with one big wave of his hand and killed them all with a blow of his breath. Under the powerful divine sense, one could clearly see the cultivation and vitality of the person who had died turn into countless tiny, invisible threads that quickly dissipated in the air. After running the heaven-swallowing devil technique, he could absorb some of the fine threads and refine the energy within them to replenish his loss of longevity and spiritual energy. The excess energy will enhance cultivation, temper the flesh, increase longevity, and other effects. Ha, so that's how it is. It's worthy of being a divine level technique. Yi Chuan laughed out loud. The heaven-slaying demon technique was really too heaven-defying. According to this, he would be able to obtain endless lifespan, while breaking through the realm gave play to the same. Ye Maniac, if you guys don't come out again, I'm going to kill them all. Can you bear to watch your men and clansmen all hold a miserable death? Sage Realm all have the ability to open up independent space. What a find cannot be so easy. Can only through the agitation method to force a few people out. Just as the words fell, they once again rolled up several hundred people, and under the horrified gazes of the others, they were squeezed into a bloody mist, crazily plundering the rapidly dissipating vitality and cultivation. The realm had broken through to the third level of the condensed Yuan realm, and his lifespan had increased by more than 1,000 years. It was simply cool. Chapter 9, Big Moves as Flat A. The surviving Yi family members shivered and all gathered in the ancestral hall, preparing to utilize the formations therein to defend against Yi Chen. Yi Chuan, this is the Yi family ancestral hall. You mustn't do anything rash. Deceiving a teacher is something that is incompatible with heaven and earth. The crowd was praying for Yi Maniac and the others to come out quickly, or else the people of the Yi family would really be killed off. Ha, I've already severed my ties with the Yi family. What does it matter if I deceive my master? Yi Chen laughed out loud. He had no sense of belonging to the Yi family at all, and the ancestral hall did not have any deterrent effect on him. As for the so-called incompatibility between heaven and earth, it is even more of a joke. At the age of 9, it was precisely the time of ambition. The heavenly Tao descended 9981 thunderbolts, destroying their own Taoist foundation, changing the trajectory of life. Counting down the heavens and earth had long since been unable to accommodate him. In that case, it would be better to kill a bloody road. Then tilted his head and looked up to the sky. So what if heaven and earth are incompatible? One day I will go against this heaven, and no one will be able to manipulate my destiny. Hiss. The Yi family members sucked in a breath of cool air at the words. Asterisk. Yi Chuan, you crazy person? You've fallen into the devil's path. When your father comes out, we'll make sure he cleans up his house. A madman who dared to deceive his master and disrespect the heavenly Tao. It was useless to say anything more. Ha, no madness, no immortality. Killing gods and destroying devils for immortality. Yi Chuan laughed maniacally, his eyes revealing a determined look. So what if the devil's way was not the devil's way? The quest is one of spontaneity, freedom, and living for yourself. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chuan erupted with all his power and launched an attack on the Yi family ancestral hall, and the sky shook and the ground shook, with a large number of buildings continuously collapsing into rubble. If you don't want to die, put all your strength into the formation. Block this madman Yi Chen and hold out until the family head and the others come out. The surviving Yi family members and recruited cultivators, almost a few thousand of them, were unreservedly inputting their spiritual energy at this time to maintain the formation's operation. The shrine formation was set up by a Saint Emperor powerhouse, and with enough energy, no Saint powerhouse would be able to easily break through it. So I believe that resisting Yi Chen should not be much of a problem. Oh, let's see how long you guys last? Yi Chuan showed a disdainful look on his face. The Sage Cultivation Experience card. The spiritual energy could be used infinitely, and could be instantly restored when it was consumed, which was equivalent to an unlimited amount of blue. He still had the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil as a great killing weapon. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste if he didn't make good use of it? Immortals and demons united. Kill. All of the spiritual energy in his body surged into his eyes, and immortal light and magic light gushed out, fusing together to hit the shrine formation. Put. A single strike caused thousands of people to suffer from the backlash, spitting out blood and dropping their breath by an unknown amount, unable to continue to maintain their peak battle power. Cheer up, all of you. Even if you burn your lifespan, you have to hold on, otherwise the formation will break and will still be unable to escape death. Which is less important, you guys think about it yourselves. The one with the highest cultivation in the shrine was a half-saint powerhouse, who was trying his best to calm the crowd down, so that he could desperately keep the formation running later. That's right, with such a powerful attack, Yi Chuan definitely won't be able to cast it a few times, so don't give up. The people in the shrine were concerned about each other. After all, no one wanted to die at the hands of Yi Chuan. Burning their lifespan in comparison was better than dying. I'll show you what desperation means later. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth. People's desire for survival was really strong, and they could really disregard everything under a life and death crisis. Unfortunately, the one he encountered today was himself, and he could amplify his moves infinitely in a short period of time, and the shrine formation would definitely not be able to withstand it. Saying that, he once again activated his Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil, and the terrifying power impacted out, and all the other buildings collapsed except for the shrine. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Micro-invisible cracks began to appear in the formation, and half of the several thousand people spat blood and fell to the ground, with very little longevity left, looking very miserable. Those who were still standing all showed a look of despair. Yi Chuan was simply too heaven-defying, casting 5 great divine abilities one after the other, and actually didn't show any sign of wilting. Big move as a flat A with infinite blue return? It doesn't make any sense at all. Saints are human beings after all. There's a limit to their power. Yi Duan favored breaking common sense. Who wouldn't despair in his place? Right now, the shrine formation was damaged a little bit, and even if the people put their lives on the line, they would only be able to hold it back for 3 more times at the most before reaching their limit. Just then the black armored army arrived and looked at the wretched Yi family, revealing an incredulous expression. The king of northern Liang, the famous bastard blade saint of the human emperor realm. Someone actually dared to destroy his mansion. It was really rampant. Looking at the killing intent of Yi Chen, the black armored army commander frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "You seem to be the 4th young master. Do you know who did all this?" When he came to the Yi family before, he had seen Yi Duan a few times, and was more or less impressed that the state seemed to be a bit different. "Oh, I'm not your young master, and I did everything here, so if you don't want to die, get out immediately, or else you can all stay." Yi Duan shook his head, wondering if this guy in front of him was a cutie. The situation is so obvious that you can't see it? Ha! The black armor army commander froze in place at his words, his brain unable to react for a moment. Space shift. Yi Kong, who was hidden in the shadows, couldn't even watch, decisively casting the space secret technique, pulling the tens of thousands of black armored troops away from Yi Duan to gather, said in a furious voice, "Second Commander Liu, I don't even know how you got into the position of commander. Why don't you quickly set up a combined attack formation and take down this treacherous fellow?" The reason why the Black Armor Army was feared was because of the powerful means. Tens of thousands of people under the leadership of a single half-saint powerhouse could form a supreme formation that could fight against a saint powerhouse. Yi Kong believed that with the addition of his ability to comprehend various spatial secret arts and heavy pupils, he should be able to delay Yi Chen for a while. It couldn't be that the Yi family ancestral hall was about to be destroyed. That was a very serious matter. Yes, third young master. Lu Er finally reacted and immediately ordered his men to set up a combined strike formation. Tens of thousands of people coalesced in strength and transformed into a black-armored god of war. The roar to the sky exuded endless divine might, and the breath was even beyond the ordinary saint powerhouses, and ordinary people were simply powerless to fight against it. Chapter 10, The Six Paths of Reincarnation. The ancient world becomes empty. Interesting. Yi Chuan smiled faintly at the sight, and the reincarnation immortal demon pupils erupted with terrifying power, instantly sending the black-armored god of war flying out. The tens of thousands of meters of space in a circle collapsed, and the terrifying force flattened the entire Yi family, which can be described as an inch of grass, and it is unknown how long it will take to fully recover. Do your best to hold it for me. Don't let the third young master get hurt, or there's no way to explain to the king. The Black Armor army was loyal and did not hesitate to burn their lifespans, and with the combined attack formation, they were able to block the remaining power of the reincarnation immortal demon pupils. The black-armored war god stabilized his body and flew back. A huge divine hammer appeared in his hand, taking the opportunity to smash into Yi Chen, and the space continuously collapsed as if an apocalyptic apocalypse was coming. Ordinary people were simply unable to withstand it, and the tremendous commotion made everyone in Beilang City fear for their own lives, fearing that the fight between the two would spread to them. Since you guys are bent on seeking death, then this young man will fulfill you, so all of you will stay here today. Ha ha! Yi Chuan rushed up to the sky, invoking a large amount of heaven and earth power, manifesting a huge moving shadow behind him, and grasping the divine hammer that smashed down with both palms. Boom! The horrifying aftershocks of power swept out an unknown distance, and both sides temporarily stalemated, looking at the Yi family's crowd dumbfounded. Today's Yi Chen was too terrifying, and I was afraid that no one would be able to defeat the other party without Yi Maniac or Merong Shui making a move. The system detects killing intent in the heart, obtains a new character, kills all the Black Armor army, rewards the magic weapon 10,000 Soul Streamer, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and Dragon's Blood Elixir X 100. A magic weapon? Unico, have you made a mistake? The Human Emperor Realm Weapon Grade, from low to high are magic weapon, treasure weapon, spirit weapon, king weapon, holy weapon, quasi-imperial weapon, imperial weapon, supreme divine weapon. The 10,000 Soul Streamer was such a great name that it had actually fallen to the point of becoming a magic weapon. Yi Chen was filled with disbelief. The 10,000 Soul Streamer belongs to the advancement type of divine weapons. After taking in countless powerful souls, one can continuously advance, and becoming an immortal weapon or even a divine weapon in the future is not out of the question. The system's product will be a masterpiece. Don't worry, host. Scared me. That's more like it. Yi Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. If the ferociously famous 10,000 Soul Streamer from his previous life was merely at the level of a magic weapon, then he really couldn't accept it. After hearing the system's explanation, there was instantly endless motivation, and the reincarnation immortal demon pupils flickered nonstop, once again erupting with destructive power. Ha! The black-armored army commander exclaimed in shock. Yi Chen's 2 successive outbursts of such terrifying power were truly beyond his expectations. Brothers, burn part of your lifespan and block the enemy's attack for me, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Right now, if they wanted to carry the power of the reincarnation immortal demon pupil, they would have to burn more of their lifespan, or else the black-armored war god wouldn't be able to support them, and I'm afraid that more than half of them would have to fall. Spell it out. Tens of thousands of black armor burned up their lifespan at any cost, and the majestic and vast life force surged into the black-armored war god's body like a tidal wave, causing his power to climb. At that moment, the divine hammer erupted with a shocking power, directly blasting Yi Chuan fiercely out. At the same time, the black-armored god of war condensed a black curtain of light with all his might, carrying the impact of the powerful power of the reincarnation immortal demon pupils. Right at this moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of Yi Chen, who was at the back of the black-armored army. Good chance! As soon as the words left his body, a palpitating divine light steeply erupted from his body, and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Next, like a ghost, he appeared behind Yi Chen. Yi Kong's hands kept pinching the spell, and the space around him twisted up. Then a huge crack that was 1,000 feet long was hardened and ripped open. Countless incomparably sharp spatial blades erupted from the spurt, carrying endless killing intent as they swept towards Yi Chen. The blade of space was incomparably sharp, easily annihilating everything in front of it, and its power was astonishing to the extreme. Yi Chuan simply did not have time to react, and his body was torn by the space blade, tearing out countless deep and shallow wounds. Bright red blood continued to flow, obviously having been traumatized to no small degree. It had to be said that Yi Kong's means were powerful. He was actually able to make a transition realm cultivator injure a sage realm powerhouse, a situation that was rare in the immortal cultivation world, worthy of being a space god body, actually able to injure me with the power of space. I really do have a few skills. It's a pity that you think too highly of yourself. In that case, give this young man the chance to die for me. Facing Yi Kong, who had seized his invincible heavy pupil, Yi Chuan would not stay back. His divine sense firmly locked onto the other party, and he urged the reincarnation immortal demon pupil despite everything. The power of immortals and demons united, shattering a large amount of space. Yi Chuan, the power of the spatial god body is not something you can imagine. Even if you are a saintly powerhouse, it won't be so easy to kill me. Facing such a terrifying power, Yi Kong was not afraid in the slightest. His figure stealthily disappeared into the broken space, and the raging power prevented Yi Duan's divine sense from locking onto it. The power of the reincarnation immortal demon pupil lost its target for this reason, and Yi Chuan had no choice but to blast his power towards the Yi family ancestral hall. Jesus, you guys are fighting your own battles. Why involve us? The people in the shrine were very speechless. They had thought that they could catch their breath, but who knew that they still couldn't dodge it? And more cracks appeared in the formation. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. According to the current situation of the formation, it would reach its limit after 2 more attacks, so he secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that Yi Chen would continue to turn his target to the Black Armor Army, or else they would suffer. Yi Chuan, let you see the power of the invincible heavy pupil, the fire of the underworld, refining gods and devils and all beings. Ha ha! Yi Kong's smug laughter came from the space, followed by terrifying black flames spreading out, turning into a monstrous sea of fire. The heavy pupil possessed a variety of terrifying means, and the underworld flame was one of them, and when it was activated with the cultivation of the transition realm, the power contained therein was indeed capable of harming saints. At the same time, the black-armored god of war came across the sky, and the huge divine hammer smashed down fiercely, blocking all retreats of Yi Chuan, and could only carry the attacks of the two. Oh, don't get too happy too soon. Yi Chen laughed coldly. It was simply delusional to want to suppress himself with just this. Today, let them see the true power of the reincarnation immortal demon pupil. His mouth recited. Obscure spells spat out from his mouth as if it were the sound of heaven singing. As the spell was recited, the spiritual energy in his body surged like a tidal wave, unreservedly surging into his eyes. At the same time 1,000 years of lifespan was sacrificed, and together they catalyzed the reincarnation immortal demon pupil. The 6 paths of reincarnation. All ages become empty. In an instant, Yi Chen's eyes erupted with a bright and dazzling light, and the terrifying power of immortal demons surged out. For a time, the wind and clouds changed colors, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and countless shadows of gods, devils, and demons appeared in the sky, and they either roared hideously or gazed indifferently, giving people a creepy feeling. Immediately after that, a huge gray millstone slowly manifested, emitting an eternal yet ancient aura, as if it has existed since the beginning of the world, witnessing the vicissitudes of countless years. Chapter 11, The 10,000 Soul Streamer. The people of Bailiang City were scared to death, looking at the sky in fear of that huge millstone, afraid that it would fall down and destroy the whole city. Holy, that's horrible. The power is estimated to be at the Saint King level. If the Northern Liang King doesn't make a move, I'm afraid the Yi family will be finished. The truth was as expected. The gray millstone in the sky turned a bit, and the terrifying power of reincarnation fell, instantly annihilating the underworld fire. The black-armored war god roared in rage, exploding all of his strength as the divine hammer in his hand shone with terrifying black light, attempting to break through the suppression of the power of reincarnation. Yet it was all in vain. Want to escape? No way. Go to hell. Yi Chuan looked calm and self-contained as he manipulated the gray grinding disc to shoot out a divine light, collapsing the black-armored war god in the blink of an eye, causing most of the black-armored army to suffer from the backlash and spit out blood and fall to the ground. At this time, the divine and demonic shadows that surrounded the millstone also let out a roar as they charged towards the black-armored army. A merciless massacre unfolded. Limbs and broken arms flew horizontally, blood dyed the earth red, and every god and demon shadow possessed great strength and skillful fighting techniques. Like demons from hell, they mercilessly harvested the lives of the black-armored army, and screams and pleas for mercy were constantly heard in the field. Yi Chen stood high in the sky, watching everything that was happening in front of him without a ripple, as if it had nothing to do with him. Almost in the effort of breathing, tens of thousands of black-armored troops all fell. Even that half-saint level commander was not spared. The Yi family turned into a cultivation ground at this moment. the gray millstone in the sky slowly dissipated, and the divine and demonic silhouettes were hidden between heaven and earth. But the terrifying power was absolutely unforgettable. The endless killing caused even Yichuan's killing god body to go berserk, as the chi and blood in his body continued to surge, and his strength continued to increase. Nay, with the use of the Sage Cultivation Experience card, it was impossible to intuitively feel exactly how much the strength had increased. The host should not be dumbfounded, and run the killing sky demon technique with all its might, striving to plunder more cultivation and longevity. The power of all the spirits in the world originates from heaven and earth, and after death they will quickly return to heaven and earth. The heaven-slaying demon technique could be described as going against the heavens by competing with the heavens and earth for these powers to enhance one's cultivation and longevity. Yichuan frantically operated the heaven-slaying demon technique and began to plunder the cultivation and longevity of the dead people. 4th level of the condensed Yuan realm. 5th level of the Yuan condensation realm. 6th level of the condensed Yuan realm. Longevity increased by 30,000 years. The host completes the task of killing all the Black Armor army, rewarded with the magic weapon 10,000 Soul Streamer, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and Dragon's Blood Elixir X100, 10,000 Soul Streamer, advancement-shaped artifact, initially a lower grade artifact. The more souls it absorbs the higher the grade. Dragon's Blood Pill, refined with the blood of a divine dragon assisted by various precious heavenly materials and treasures. It can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the physical body. The 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Host, the souls of the Black Armored Army have not yet completely dissipated. Quickly use the 10,000 Soul Streamer to collect them. Don't waste them. Asterisk. Almost forgot. Yichuan slapped his head and sacrificed the 10,000 Soul Streamer he had just obtained to fly into the air, urging it with the power of a saint level, and in the twinkling of an eye, it skyrocketed to the size of 10,000 meters. Most of the fallen black-armored souls belonged to the unconscious state, and all of them flew into the 10,000 Soul Streamer uncontrollably. There were a few souls that were stronger and still retained some of their instincts and strength from their lives, struggling to get out of their bonds. You were no match in life, let alone in death. Come in here, all of you. Yichen shouted and increased the power of the 10,000 Soul Streamer, and all struggles were in vain. The 10,000 Soul Streamer has advanced to a medium-grade magic weapon. The 10,000 Soul Streamer has advanced to a top-grade magic weapon. The 10,000 Soul Streamer has advanced to a lower-grade treasure weapon, absorbing tens of thousands of souls, including those of half-saint powerhouses. The 10,000 Soul Streamer leapt to become a lower-grade king's artifact, increasing its power by more than 100 times. Ha ha, worthy of being the supreme killing system. It's just fierce. Today, this young man is going to sweep across the entire Yi family. Yichuan held the 10,000 Soul Streamer and laughed maniacally, his pupils turning the color of blood kung fu, as if there was a sea of blood evolving and endless living beings wailing. The terrifying killing intent rose up to the sky, and the people of the entire northern Liang city could feel it, and a chill unconsciously arose in their hearts. A saintly powerhouse's divine sense penetrated through and saw Yi Chen's figure for a moment before secretly sighing. Terrifying ah! Yi Chen's 4th son seems to be born to kill. In the future, the human emperor realm is destined to be turbulent. The people in the Yi family ancestral hall were even more shivering. I'm afraid that it would be their turn next. They really wanted to cry. What kind of heaven-defying creation did Yi Chen obtain? Why did he suddenly become so terrifying? Hidden in the depths of space, a look of disbelief appeared on Yi Kong's face, unable to comprehend why Yi Chen, who had been wasted by himself, had suddenly risen, possessing such terrifying power. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought, having seized his opponent's invincible heavy pupil himself. If there were no surprises, Yi Chen's next target would be him, and if he wanted to live, he had to hide himself well and definitely not show any more traces. Things were just as he thought they would be. At this time, Yichuan calmed his inner excitement and began to sweep the void continuously with his divine sense. Just now he was so focused on killing that he ignored this fellow Yi Kong. The other party was burdened with a spatial god body and was proficient in all kinds of spatial secret arts, and his breath was hidden perfectly, with not a single trace of leakage at all. Unless Yi Kong took the initiative to reveal his cloak, it would be really hard to find it. After pondering for a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Yi Kong, aren't you known as the pride of heaven? Why are you hiding? Come out and fight if you can. The spatial god body coupled with the invincible heavy pupil should have had countless halos added to it, but now it's shivering like a bereaved dog. It doesn't feel good, does it? Yi Kong, who was hidden in the depths of space, turned blue with anger. When had he ever been insulted like this? It was simply worse than killing him. However, if he rushed out, he would be in Yi Chen's way. As long as he appeared, the divine sense of the sage level could firmly lock himself, and it would not be so easy to get rid of it again. Damned fellow, when father comes out, he must waste you once more. For the sake of his life, he could only try to endure it and wait until Yi Maniac came out to find Yi Chen to settle the score. Yi Chuan's divine sense covered 100 miles of space in a radius, but unfortunately, he did not detect a trace of unusual fluctuations, so it seemed that Yi Kong's will was strong enough not to be stimulated by his own tripe. What an ability to endure. The Ninja Turtles are talking about you, but unfortunately you can't escape death today no matter what you say. Accept your destiny. Now that he had enough strength, he naturally wanted to take back everything that belonged to him, so that Yi Kong could properly experience what he felt at that time, the pain of having your eyes gouged out raw, as well as the despair of losing their cultivation. Actually, I can give you a chance to live, and that is to obediently hand over your heavy pupils and then kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. If this young man is in a good mood, he may be able to spare your life. How's that for consideration? To be honest, killing Yi Kong is better than keeping him alive and letting him taste the feeling that life is worse than death. Chapter 12, Destroying the Yi Family Ancestral Hall. Excitement. I can't fall for it. I must hold back. The successive verbal insults almost caused Yi Kong to lose his mind, and he couldn't wait to go out and kill Yi Chen immediately. But thinking of the gap between the two, he still loosened his clenched fists and forced himself to calm down. Seeing that the agitation was useless, Yi Chuan was not going to continue wasting time, and his gaze was placed above the Yi family ancestral hall. It seems that your third young master doesn't dare to come out, so let's destroy you first and see how long they can endure. He had killed so many people, and Yi Maniac Morong Shui didn't even come out to stop them, which made him very puzzled. Truth be told, he was especially interested now in seeing what his so-called parents would look like when they saw how he was behaving nowadays. The Yi family members in the shrine panicked. It was obvious that Yi Duan wasn't joking. Don't be impulsive. Fourth young master, if the ancestral hall is destroyed, your father will definitely not spare you. Under the fear of the strongest members of the Yi family, they had to move out Yi Maniac, hoping that Yi Chen would stop there. If not for the loss of the family shrine, they would all be the culprits of the ages. Unbeknownst to him, such words directly stimulated Yi Chen, and the killing intent around his body continued to roll over, almost turning into substance. Then, there are still people in the Yi family who don't know how to die, and there is an old man who holds himself to be a highly respected person, and he said bitterly, Yi Chen, if you turn back now, perhaps there is still room for things to be turned around. At that time, the Yi family will definitely cultivate you properly, and what happened before will definitely not happen again. At that time, the Yi family of 4 masters in one family, dominating the entire human emperor realm is not a problem. The future can be described as bright. Do not be impulsive for the sake of a moment of anger. Before the words were finished, Yi Chuan activated his reincarnation immortal demon pupil, and the terrifying immortal demon power attacked the shrine formation, proving his attitude with his actions. A group of people. This young man does not have such a father, and the Yi family has nothing to do with me, so I will exterminate all of you today. A cold-blooded family might as well disappear from the world. Starting with the shrine. Thinking of everything that the Yi family had done to him before, the killing intent on Yi Chuan's body grew even more, and the suffering and torture he had once endured. Let the endless killing wash it away. The system detects killing intent in the host's heart and obtains a new mission to destroy the Yi family ancestral hall. Rewarded with a divine grade clear heart mantra, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and sacred soul pill X100. Yi Chen, you deceived your teacher and destroyed your ancestors. You will definitely not be allowed to die in the future. The Yi family cursed greatly. Never thought there would be such a day. They and others actually can't even protect the Yi family ancestral hall. Even if they die, they don't have the face to see their ancestors. That's a lot of crap. I'm afraid you won't be able to see what will happen to this young man in the future. Yi Chen's face was filled with disdain as he once again activated his reincarnation immortal demon pupil, and the terrifying power impacted on top of the formation. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The sound of shattering continued to emanate. The formation could no longer withstand it, and the cohesive curtain of light turned into fragments in the sky, instantly killing and injuring half of the clan members of the shrine. A few half-saint powerhouses tore through space to try to escape, but how could Yi Chen give them a chance? A punch pierced through space to kill and obliterate the surviving Yi family members. Blood splattered all over the entire shrine, and a large number of tablets collapsed, so if outsiders saw it, I'm afraid their jaws would drop in shock. At the same time, he operated the killing sky demon technique in the 10,000 soul streamer, crazily plundering everything around him. His cultivation, longevity, and soul were all not spared. First level of the innate realm. The second level of the innate realm. The 10,000 soul streamer has advanced to a medium-grade king's artifact. Heavens, the fourth son of the Yi family is so ferocious, exterminating so many clansmen without even blinking. It seems to have fallen into the devil's way. Look at the black streamer in the other's hand. It's collecting the souls of the dead. This son is not to be messed with, and must be retreated from when seen. It's best to instruct the disciples under your door to never go out these days, or else invoking this bogeyman will surely bring about the disaster of extermination. That's right, a ruthless person who even destroys his own family must not be messed with. A few half-saint powerhouses were nearby and saw the situation within the Yi family. Their hearts were shocked beyond measure and they exchanged private voice communications. The king with a different surname, Yi Maniac, who had shaken the entire Liang imperial dynasty, was guarding the 13 states of northern Liang, and had 1 million black armored troops under his command, with his clansmen spreading all over the place without knowing how many people were there. Now that they were all reduced to such a state, if they were to replace their families or forces, it was estimated that there would not even be any dregs left. Yi Duan sensed that there were people spying nearby and raised his hand to shoot out a few powerful spiritual energy, sending them flying out sideways and spilling blood in Beiliang City. Those who have nothing to do with this get out of the way. This young man is not a beauty out of the bath. What's there to see? Sneaky and disturbing. So he went out to teach them a lesson. And if he didn't know what to do, he didn't mind killing them together. The several half-saints were all seriously injured, and Yi Chen's spiritual energy was rushing around inside them, with a terrifying killing intent attached to it. If they are not expelled in time, I am afraid that their lives will be jeopardized. Thinking of this, a few people do not dare to stay, quickly stabilized their shape to escape, fearing that if they stayed for one more second, Yi Chen would kill them. It's supposed to be a party, but I don't want to lose my life here. Yi Chen didn't bother to pay attention to those people. His gaze was placed on top of the shrine tablets, looking at the introductions of each character, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. The Yi family's heritage is indeed very deep. Several quasi-emperor powerhouses appeared in their ancestry, but unfortunately there are no great emperor powerhouses, or else their power could definitely be comparable to some Holy Land powers. Yi Kong, if you don't get your ass out here, this young man will destroy all the tablets, and then you'll become the Yi family's eternal sinner. Ha ha, you have 10 breaths to think about it. 10, 9, 8, 1. Then don't blame me. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Kong still didn't move. Yi Chuan wouldn't care so much, raising his hand and lifting up the countless spirit cards in the shrine, crushing them one by one, wanting to see if this guy could still hold back. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yi Maniac could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Inputting a few channels of spiritual energy into Morong Shue's body, he rushed out. With a flash, he arrived in front of Yi Chen and shouted angrily, "Rebellious son, dare to deceive his master and destroy the Yi family ancestral hall. I will definitely clean up my house today." The berserk saber intent ravaged the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire Beiliang city. Countless living beings shivered over it, and even the weak ones couldn't help but directly kneel down and continuously kowtow. This was the power of a Saint Emperor level, destroying an entire city with the snap of a finger without any suspense at all. Don't give me the old son of I. What are you? It makes me sick to see you. This young man doesn't have a father like you, and I've severed my relationship with you guys. I don't even count as a member of the Yi family. Deceiving my master and whatnot doesn't exist. A disgusted expression appeared on Yi Chuan's face, really not wanting to have anything to do with the Yi family at all. With a wave of his hand, he crushed all the tablets, not leaving a trace of mercy at all. Wanting to see what Yi Maniac could do to himself? The host completes the mission to destroy the Yi family ancestral hall, rewarded with the divine secret art of clearing the heart mantra, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and sacred soul elixir X 100. Mantra for clearing the heart. If the heart is clear as ice, the sky will not collapse, all changes will be stable, and the spirit will be happy and calm. Stimulating the power of the killing god body will affect one's own mind, and the clear mind mantra will allow the host to always maintain a trace of clarity and not fall into a state of complete insanity. Sacred soul pill stabilizes the soul and enhances the power of the soul. The 3rd level of the innate realm. The 4th level of the innate realm. 5th level of the innate realm. Unity son, you also strange good Lu. What things are ready for me? Not a trace of worries. Yi Duan received the mission reward. Immediately smiled with joy. It could be seen that these feats, divine weapons, secret art spills and so on, all tailored for himself. Chapter 1300 Changes of Air Shadows. Adverse Sun. No one can save you today. Yi Maniac roared. He was so angry that he was trembling, and sparks of anger flashed in his eyes. All of the Yi family members in northern Liang City had fallen, and the family shrine had been completely destroyed. Even more so, in front of his own face, all the spirit cards were reduced to pieces, and all of them were made by his youngest son. If the news got out, then he wouldn't know where to put his face, and he didn't know how many forces would laugh at him. Thinking of this, Yi Maniac could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and violently offered up his own innate weapon, a white divine blade. The divine sword exuded an aura that dominated the heavens and earth, containing the power of ghosts and gods, and when it appeared, it caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, making it difficult to withstand the power of the divine sword. Gently swung 1,000 feet of blade gas across the sky, with amazing speed toward Yi Chuan, ruthlessly chopped down. The space in front of them are split into two. Visible power, how strong. Oh, it's pretty hard to hit. A cold smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face. Yi Maniac had no intention of leaving himself alive at all, as if he couldn't wait to kill himself right away. In the face of such a terrifying attack, one had to avoid it. The gap between the two sides was too great, not something that could be easily made up. Yi Chuan executed the secret technique in the divine walking 10,000 realms empty shadow 100 transformations, utilizing his spiritual power to evolve hundreds of doppelgangers, and quickly flew into the shattered space to hide himself, trying to dodge the attack by doing so and waiting for the right time to show up again. Otherwise, if he directly used the Saint Emperor Cultivation Experience card, Yi Maniac wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. Sculptural tricks. Before absolute strength, all means are futile. Suffer death. Yi Maniac's divine sense instantly locked onto Yi Chuan's main body, and the 1,000 feet of blade chi swept across in the twinkling of an eye, shattering a large amount of space, and even dozens of bilocations went up in smoke. Marred. Saint Emperor powerhouses are just terrifying. Unbeknownst to Yi Chuan, he is alive and well. The 100 transformations of empty shadows is a secret technique that is performed with the power of space, and the main body and the doppelganger can be switched at will, or else he must have been seriously injured just now. It was currently deep in the shattered space, hiding in the spatial storm, avoiding Yi Maniac's divine sense probing, so that it could not detect a single trace of its own breath. Dead? Yi Maniac's eyes showed doubts. Reasonably speaking, this strike was not a problem to severely injure a saintly powerhouse, but it still lacked some fire to be killed. The powerful divine sense continuously searched the void, trying to find the slightest trace, trying to find out where Yi Chen was hiding. Empty? Who knew that he suddenly detected Yi Kong's aura, hidden under a large amount of space debris? If not for his own strong divine sense, I'm afraid he couldn't even discover it. Seeing that he was discovered, Yi Kong simply stopped hiding and walked out from the depths of space. With Yi Maniac, a Saint Emperor powerhouse, there was no way that Yi Chen could injure himself even if he was heaven-defying. So naturally, he didn't need to worry too much. Lord Father, that guy Yi Chen is too weird. He seems to have fallen into the devil's path and suddenly exploded into a saint-level cultivation. It also leveled the entire Yi family. The clan members were killed and injured, and there was hardly a single survivor. What's more, he was heartless enough to destroy the family shrine and break the spirit tablets of countless predecessors. It's really an unforgivable crime. Lord Father must not spare him. The terrifying strength that Yi Chen had just shown made him still feel terrified. If he couldn't catch the other party today, it would definitely leave an indelible shadow in his heart, which would be very unfavorable to his future cultivation. Yi Maniac's expression was gloomy. In fact, Yi Chen had caught his attention after he had exploded his saintly strength, separating some of his divine sense to the outside world. He saw all the things that happened afterward. Naihao was healing Morong Shue's wounds and had no time to be distracted, which caused the current situation. Tens of thousands of black-armored troops died out. Everyone in the family is dead. The shrine was destroyed and the spirit tablet broken. Fortunately, Yi Kong was shrewd and hid in advance with the help of his special physique, which prevented him from encountering Yi Duan's poisonous hand. One should know that by directly killing Yi Chen at that time, one could have avoided a series of things that followed. There was one other thing that he could never understand. After Yi Chen lost his human emperor bloodline, supreme sword bone, and invincible heavy pupil, he was reasonably no different from an invalid. Why can you suddenly explode with such amazing strength? Even if one falls into the devil's path, it is far from being able to do this kind of step. No matter what technique one cultivates, cultivation is gradual. It is impossible to eat a big fat man in one breath. The only explanation was to forcibly raise one's strength to the saint level with the help of a heaven-defying divine object. Perhaps as Yi Chen had voluntarily revealed before, the saint cultivation could only be maintained for 3 hours, and once the time was up, it would be beaten back to its original form. Seeing Yi Maniac's complex face not knowing what he was thinking, Yi Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Lord Father, what's wrong with you?" The most important thing right now was to catch Yi Chen. In case he allowed him to escape, he would surely suffer endlessly in the future, whether it was a threat to himself or the entire Yi family. Yi Maniac sniffed and returned to his senses. His complexion became icy cold to the extreme. His divine sense locked onto everything around him. As long as there was any strange fluctuation, he would be able to detect it at the first time. Empty child doesn't have to worry. My divine sense covers the entire northern Liang city. No wind or grass can escape my perception. Yi Chuan is definitely nearby. He should have cast some kind of spatial secret technique and hid in deep space. Plus its strength was forcibly raised up, so it definitely won't be able to hold out for much longer. So we can just wait quietly. At that time, I will definitely personally whip this rebellious son into shape and avenge the dead Yi family members. After Yi Kong heard this, a grim color flashed in his eyes as he chimed in. Lord Father, this is how you should treat fourth brother, the one who deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestor. I think there is still a heavenly secret hidden in the fourth brother. If we can, we must get it. Yi Maniac nodded. The father and son had the same idea. They both wanted to see what kind of undercard Yi Chen possessed. Chapter 14, The Three Blades of the Heavens, Miles of Mountains and Rivers Destroyed. Oh, the tiger's poison is a joke. So much for blood brothers. Yi Chuan, who was hidden in the depths of space, couldn't help but sneer inwardly as his killing intent continued to grow. Detecting the host's killing intent, obtaining a new mission, reclaiming the heavy pupil that belongs to him, nullifying Yi Kong's cultivation, rewarding him with the divine level technique Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and Phoenix Treasure Pill X100. Unity Sun, use the Saint Emperor Cultivation Experience card. I had wanted to wait before making a move, but now it seemed unnecessary, and right now completing the mission was the most important thing. Without hesitation, he used his most powerful cards, and the only bad thing was that the Holy Emperor Experience card, which conferred cultivation, was all random. It could be Saint Emperor 1, it could be Saint Emperor 9, it all depended on luck. Yang possesses it. The host consumes the Saint Emperor Experience card and randomly gains the Saint Emperor's second level of cultivation, which lasts for 3 hours, with unlimited use of spiritual energy. What bad luck! Leaf Dust shrugged helplessly, ignoring expectations from afar. Just now, he was still fantasizing about obtaining the 9th level cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm, and by the way, he would pack up that old bastard Yi Maniac along with him, so that he could get rid of the bad anger for himself. Now it seemed that the plan was going to fall through. After all, Yi Maniac possessed the 6th level of cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm, was equipped with the Vajra Saint body, comprehended the law of the blade, and was very strong. On the contrary, his own Saint Emperor realm's 2nd level cultivation, due to the system forcing him up, was empty of power but without any laws. Compared to an existence like Yi Maniac, the difference in strength was not half a star, and the only advantage was unlimited spiritual power as well as the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil. It could probably be an even match with him, and it was simply impossible to defeat Yi Maniac, unless one sacrificed a large amount of longevity at all costs to unfold the true power of the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil. Of course, if it is not necessary, Yi Chuan is not willing to do so, because the longevity accumulated more, in the critical moment is able to save life. It is better not to consume indiscriminately. Slightly familiarizing himself with the power in his body, Yi Chuan executed another secret technique in the divine walk of the world's empty concealment. The entire person directly became one with space and carefully walked out without the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm Yi Maniac noticing it in the slightest. It could be imagined how heaven-defying the various secret techniques of the divine walking 10,000 realms were, and just like that, he quietly groped his way behind the 2 men, ready to capture Yi Kong by surprise and then sneak attack this fellow Yi Maniac. As time continued to pass, Yi Kong became a bit sullen, so he shouted into the void. Yi Duan, the wind and water have turned. How come you don't have the arrogant look before nowadays? Get out if you can. I'm afraid the words shrunken head and bereaved dog are more appropriate for you, aren't they? After scolding the heart, not to mention how painful, sort of out of the previous breath, if it can stimulate Yi Duan to reveal the cloven foot, it would be even better. Unaware that Yi Chen was hidden in the space behind them, he was revealing a contemptuous smile as he mocked. "Oh, wind and water, or to my house." Just as the words left his mouth, he manifested a divine walk and waved his hand to imprison Yi Kong's entire body cultivation and pulled him to his side. At the same time, his eyes shot out incomparably terrifying immortal and demon power, instantly penetrating through space and coming directly in front of Yi Maniac. Adverse son, dare you? Yi Maniac's face instantly became extremely ugly as a strong sense of life and death crisis surged in his heart. How could they not expect that Yi Chuan would suddenly appear behind them and burst out with such amazing power? At this moment, it was too late to think, so he could only fully activate the Vajra sacred body, hoping to withstand Yi Chan's attack. Yi Maniac's body was surrounded by a great glow, exuding a terrifying holy might, standing in place like a mountain, and a brilliant golden light continuously flowed out from his body, completely enveloping his body. Just like that, Yi Chan's immortal demon power collided with Yi Maniac's Vajra sacred body. Moment. A terrifying aftershock of power swept out, sweeping 1,000 miles away. A large number of surrounding buildings collapsed, and many innocent people were caught up in them and suffered serious injuries. The scene was chaotic, as if the end had come. The Northern Liang King has made a move. It seems that Yi Chen has also hidden his bottom card, or else he definitely wouldn't be like this. Run away. Now that the Yi family has turned into a place of wrongdoing, it's easy to get too close and lose your life. Don't take any chances. Everyone in Beiliang City is at risk, and they are staying away from the Yi family, and the timid ones are even escaping from Beiliang City in one breath, preparing to come back after a while. As the saying goes, when the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. That is the current situation. Who do not want to take their own lives? The two forces cancelled each other out and eventually dissipated between heaven and earth, and both sides were considered to be evenly matched, with neither being able to help anyone. Yi Kong, who witnessed this, was dumbstruck, not wanting to believe that what was happening in front of me was real. Impossible. Lord Father is at the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm. How could you possibly be an opponent? He, who had always been proud of himself, simply couldn't accept it and didn't believe that Yi Chen, who had become an invalid, could still become so powerful. Nothing is impossible. It's all thanks to you. Yi Duan looked at Yi Kong in his hand, revealing a cruel smile, and said without panic, taking away my heavy pupils and ruining my cultivation. Today I'll return the favor in the same way I did. Let you experience what it's like to be an invalid. The Yi family has 3 masters in one family, but I'm afraid it will become 2 after today. Ha ha. The palms of his hands slowly approached Yi Kong's eyes, just to let him properly experience the despair of not being able to do anything about how helpless he was. Yi Kong's body trembled as he tried his best to break free from his bonds and performed various spatial secret techniques, but unfortunately, they were all to no avail. All means are futile in the face of a huge gap in strength. Father Sama, hurry up and save me. After seeing Yi Chuan's methods, he knew that this guy was definitely true to his word. And how could a ruthless person who could even mercilessly kill his own clan members let himself go? The thought of becoming an invalid was absolutely unbearable. And right now, he could only pin his hopes on Yi Maniac. Adverse son. Stop it. Yi Maniac bellowed. Bastard 3 blades. The voice was like a thunderclap that shook the air around him, and the divine sword in his hand surrounded the power of law, flickering with a mysterious light. It was as if the divine sword had fused with him, becoming part of his body. Yi Maniac took a deep breath and gathered the strength of his entire body into his arm. His muscles were taut, his veins bulged, and his eyes revealed a sense of determination and firmness. Waving the divine sword in his hand, he executed the first stance of the 3 blades of the heavens, 10,000 miles of mountain and river destruction. A huge blade chi erupted from the divine blade, roaring like a giant dragon as it rushed towards Yi Chen. The blade chi was thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide, carrying an unparalleled might, and wherever it passed, space shattered and the void distorted, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. The berserk power made people shudder. Like a torrent sweeping in, everything around him turned into nothingness. Chapter 15, Reincarnation Heavenly Plate. Getting real? Yi Chuan was not afraid in the slightest. The Reincarnation immortal demon pupil evolved a terrifying heaven and earth vision. The god and devil shadows flew around, and the grey grinding disc manifested once again. Now that he already possessed the 2nd level of cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm, he was able to activate this Reincarnation immortal demon pupil without having to sacrifice his lifespan, and its power was more than 100 times more powerful than before. The entire northern Liang city was plunged into dead silence, and countless people didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. They all knew that if that grey millstone above them once fell, I was afraid that the entire city would be razed to the ground and no one would be spared. Crunch! As the gray mill turned slightly, a terrifying power of reincarnation instantly erupted, directly crushing Yi Maniac's terrifying blade chi. What kind of tactics are you doing? Yi Maniac was shocked to the point of being unable to speak. Yi Chuan's cards were seemingly endless, first becoming a Saint powerhouse, and then just now becoming a Saint Emperor powerhouse. The power that erupted made him feel threatened, and now he was casting an even more powerful divine ability, so it could be said that every time it was unexpected. This is the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate, which can reverse life and death. It's a pity that at my current cultivation level, I can only summon a shadow, otherwise it would be easy to kill you, but it's still no problem to stop you. Watch while how Yi Kong is wasted by me. Sooner or later, all of your Yi family's hopes will be destroyed in my hands. Ha 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 ha. Yi Dust frankly stated the ability of the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil just to see how Yi Maniac should deal with it, and then brought Yi Kong into the center of the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. Yi Chen, what do you want to do? Get off me. Yi Kong was very fearful. He didn't want to become an invalid. Don't be afraid. This young man is very merciful. It's taking back what's yours. Yi Chuan revealed a teasing smile, both fingers violently inserted into the other party's eye sockets. The fingers kept stirring, and blood came out in a clamor. Ah, my eye. Father, come and save me. Yi Kong wailed in pain. He had only just gotten the heavy pupil for a few hours, and he didn't expect to be scooped up again so soon. A double whammy of mental and physical blows nearly caused him to pass out. Yi Maniac's face was unsightly to the extreme as his powerful blade intent coalesced and transformed into a supreme divine blade that ruthlessly chopped at the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. Adverse son, stop it. He's your brother. Don't you care about a little blood kinship? Yi Kong had used a large amount of spiritual energy to warm up his heavy pupils after fusing them. If he lost them now, his realm would definitely fall. So Yi Chen had to be stopped, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh, is it wrong to take back what is mine? Yi Chen sneered, not wanting to say anything more at all. Until now Yi Maniac had not realized his own mistake, and was so biased in favor of Yi Kong that he did not even consider his own life or death. Thinking of this, he manipulated the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate to suppress the supreme divine blade that Yi Maniac had condensed, and the two sides were at a stalemate for a while. Incomparable at the same time, a trace of power flowed out from both fingers, slowly destroying Yi Kong's meridians and dantian, causing him to experience endless torture. Ah, my cultivation? Yi Chen, you have a cruel heart. I will definitely kill you. At this time, Yi Kong's life was worse than death. Yi Chen did not immediately dig out the heavy pupil even if, but also to release a power, constantly destroying the internal meridians and dantian. The pain and despair all came flooding back. Hard-hearted? Then I can't compete with you guys. Yi Duan felt very ridiculous. How can you not feel heartless for extracting the bloodline of your own human emperor? Plucking out one's own supreme sword bone is not heartless? Taking away your own invincible heavy pupils without being ruthless? Disappointment is never caused once or twice. It's a big joke to say that you're cruel now. Thinking of a little bit of the body's killing intent is more flourishing. The aura is almost comparable to Yi Maniac's blade intent, scaring Yi Kong trembling. Fourth brother, I know I'm wrong, just let me go. I'll definitely make it up to you in the future. At this time, his heart was very regretful. Had he known that Yi Chen possessed such a terrifying means, he would have said nothing to provoke the other party. Seeing this, Yi Maniac was anxious and frantically attacked the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc, wanting to break the substruction to save Yi Kong. Rebellious son, even if I have to pay a heavy price, I will still behead you today. Yi Maniac roared angrily. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his own innate saint weapon and executed the second stance of the hegemonic three blades, Starfall Slash. This blade was so incredibly powerful that Yi Maniac even went so far as to bite his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood to spill on top of the blade. Endless saber intent rose up in the sky at this moment, and the power of the heavens and earth for 10,000 miles in a radius were all attracted to him and converged. Divine might dominates the world, and no one can compete with it. A brilliant blade light broke through the heavens and earth, colliding fiercely with the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. The aftermath of the terrifying power raged, and everything within 1,000 miles was reduced to nothingness. It was a good thing that the two forces erupted in the air, otherwise the people in Bailiang City would have suffered. Countless people's gazes gathered in the air, wanting to see how the two were winning or losing. But unfortunately, divine thoughts could not penetrate the chaotic space. Click, click. At this moment, a crunching sound came out, and the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate was finally unable to withstand Yi Maniac's terrifying power. and several deep cracks appeared on it. It slowly dissipated between heaven and earth, as if it had never existed. Yi Maniac's expression was icy cold, and he did not look happy, because that strike just now had consumed a whole 100 years of lifespan. A more important point was that Yi Kong was still in Yi Chen's hands, and it wasn't so easy to save him. In case Yi Chen was pushed, and came to a fish death or something, that kind of price was something he could not bear. Adverse son, turn back. As long as you are willing to let go of Yi Kong, my father guarantees that he will not be blamed for what happened before. What do you think? Yi Chuan smiled to himself. If he had this treatment in the first place, how would he have severed his relationship with his family? Thinking about it made him feel helpless. A mouthful of rebellious sons. You really take yourself seriously. Again, this young man has nothing to do with you. Don't give me any connections. Time for the heavy pupil to return to its rightful owner. Ha! After saying that, he dug out Yi Kong's eyes and fused the heavy pupil with the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil, believing that he would be able to utilize even more terrifying power in the future. Moreover, the heavy pupil had absorbed part of Yi Kong's spiritual energy, and after Yi Chuan had re-refined it, his cultivation had increased to the 7th level of the innate realm. Adverse son, Yi Mania was trembling with anger, but at this time, he did not dare to act rashly, and could only wait for the right opportunity to strike. Oh, it's not just that I want your son, so I'll send you 2 arms as a token of my appreciation. Yi Dust grabbed Yi Kong alive and plucked off both arms raw and threw them to Yi Maniac. It was a relief to look at the other's angry expression. Chapter 16, You Don't Deserve to Be a Mother. At this time, Morong Shui woke up and felt the terrifying power of the Yi family raging, and immediately became anxious, fearing that something unexpected would happen. A flash came to the outside world, just in time to see the bloody scene in front of him, and the whole person was struck by lightning. Don't! She just passes out for a few hours and wakes up with everything changed. The entire Yi family was reduced to rubble. The red-stained ground seemed to portend something. What's even harder for her to accept is brother against brother. With his own eyes, he saw Yi Chuan brutally gouge out Yi Kong's eyes and also tear off 2 arms down. As a mother, how can I bear to see such an image? Tears flowed indisputably. Dusty, he's your brother. Why would he do that? Losing your heavy pupil and breaking both your arms will affect your cultivation even if you can recover later. Don't you know that? Facing Morong Shui's accusation, Yi Chen's anger blazed up in his heart and coldly questioned. Why didn't you say this when Yi Kong took my heavy pupil? Where were you when Yi Kong wasted my meridians and dantians? Spoken to protect me? Have you done that? Morong Shui, I'm disappointed in you. You don't deserve to be a mother at all. Get the hell away from me or this young man will even kill you together. After saying that, he punched out, instantly sending Morong Shui flying horizontally and spitting blood out of his mouth continuously. Yi Maniac's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly flew to catch the seriously injured Morong Shui, channeling spiritual energy to stabilize her injuries. Ma'am, are you okay? At this moment, Morong Shui had a stupefied look on her face. Earlier Yi Chuan's words were like countless sharp blades stabbing into her heart, causing her mental defense to almost collapse. Later on, she even seriously injured herself without any mercy, making her a bit afraid to have belief. Muttering, that's not true. I'm Dusty's mother. How could he take a shot at me? Woohoo! Tears of sadness kept falling. Morong Shui were beginning to have self-doubt. How much of a failure had he been to get to where he was? Think of what you did before and don't mention how much you regret it. Yi Maniac hated the situation and said angrily, what a time to be crying. This little beast has gone crazy, not caring about bloodline kinship at all, killing all Yi family members and destroying the ancestral hall. Now he is even gouging out his own brother's eyes and ripping off his arms alive, which can be considered cruel. We don't have such a son. Right now rescuing Empty is the most important thing, okay? Morong Shui's delicate body trembled at the words. Ignoring Yi Maniac's obstruction, she once again staggered and flew in front of Yi Chen, forcibly holding back the grief in her heart as she opened her mouth. Dusty, everything is our fault. Please also let your brother go first. It's not right for brothers to kill each other. What I owed you before. In the future, mother will double compensate you. Don't do anything foolish. What happened today never happened. Okay? Morong Shui was unwilling to give up on Yi Chen as her son, and wanted to use affection to melt the other party in the hope that she could make him turn back to the other side of the river and everything could start over. Toward the end of his voice was filled with tears, and his face was covered with tears, looking very pitiful. Yi Chen looked straight into Morong Shui's eyes, revealing endless indifference, and mercilessly struck a divine light, blasting the other party out. There are no pills of regret in the world, and since I have made a decision, I will not change it for the rest of my life. And we don't have anything to do with each other right now, so please behave yourself or I won't mind killing you next time. Having killed so many people before and after, completely stimulating the power of the killing god body, his sanity was greatly affected, and what Morong Shui said had no effect on him at all. With the help of Morong Shui, Yi Maniac's body was filled with killing intent. Adverse son, do you still have any humanity left? This is your own mother. You actually want to kill her. What a great treason. What a white knight. As things had developed to the present point, the heart could be said to be very regretful. Had he known that he would have killed Yi Chen? Yi Chen laughed disdainfully. Oh, if it weren't for the fact that she's my mother, she'd be a corpse by now. It's not hard to kill a mere Saint King realm. No matter what you guys say, it won't change Yi Kong's fate. If you want to kill me, just come. Words. With a flick of his finger, he chopped off Yi Kong's left leg and threw it to Yi Maniac. Showing his current attitude, Yi Kong was very desperate. Blood kept gushing out. The whole person was weak to the extreme, gouging out his eyes and breaking his arms and legs. The endless pain was simply unbearable. Now that Yi Chen had such a resolute attitude, he could be described as a soft and hard man. If there were no surprises, he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, hatred continues to grow, directly drowning out reason. Gritted his teeth and said, Lord Father, Lord Mother, my child's life is not worth mentioning. We must not let this guy Yi Chen go. This guy gouged out my eyes, broke my arms, and is slowly destroying my meridians and dantian. It won't be long before I become an invalid. Now it's even chopped off one of my legs. It has no intention of letting me go. You guys don't worry about anything anymore. Kill this guy to avenge me. He must be killed. In fact, after experiencing something like this, even if one survives by chance, there will be an indelible shadow left in one's heart, and it is even possible for the realm to stagnate. As the pride of a generation, it was naturally impossible to accept such a result. Since this was the case, it would be better to drag Yi Chen to die with him. Don't! Morong Shui cried out powerlessly, and her entire body blacked out and passed out. Even Saint King powerhouses couldn't withstand such a blow, so one could imagine how much grief they felt inside. Yi Maniac helplessly picked Morong Shui up and temporarily opened up a safe space to send her in, then turned to look at Yi Chen. Looking at that cold eyes, the heart can be described as a mixture of grief and indignation. I cannot imagine that their own hall of the northern Lianqing actually fell to the present situation, so he looked up to the sky and wailed, A head of black hair instantly turned into silk, emitting an aura that was more than 10 times more powerful, and the intrinsic sacred weapon emitted a terrifying blade intent, and the heavens and earth trembled. Adverse son, you forced me to do this. This king has burned 10,000 years of his lifespan. His power has increased to a level comparable to that of a quasi-emperor, and today, he will definitely clean up the door for the Yi family. The loud voice left the people of Beiliang City dumbfounded, frozen in place for a long time with their heads spinning, knowing that the Saint Emperor realm possessed a lifespan of 30,000 years. Yi Maniac burning a third of it could be seen to what extent he had been pushed. A strong person recoiled at the thought and immediately exclaimed, Not good. I'm afraid that things are going beyond us. For the sake of our little lives, it's better to escape from Beiliang City earlier. Otherwise, if some random power falls, I'm afraid we'll be the ones to suffer, or even the entire city will be at risk of being leveled to the ground. At once, the whole Beiliang City was in panic, scrambling to flee outward, fearing that if they were slower, they would die here. Chapter 17 Life Sacrifice. Millions of god-devil shadows. Ha 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 ha. Yi Duan laughed out loud. He really didn't expect Yi Maniac to be so crazy, burning 10,000 years of lifespan at once. You'd do anything to kill yourself. Not bad for your own good father. Unfortunately, how can it be so easy to want to kill oneself? One's own longevity is not in the least bit less than the other parties, and one can likewise burn. Thinking of this, he didn't bother to continue wasting time, raising his hand to chop off Yi Kong's right leg, and in the process sliced the third leg together. The palm landed on top of Yi Kong's head, and the terrifying spiritual power destroyed the space god's body alive, and the meridians and dantians all crumbled, then threw it to Yi Maniac. Look at the state of your precious son. I'm sure it won't be long before the other two end up the same way. Ha ha. Kill and kill. Now that Yi Kong had completely turned into an invalid, and it was almost impossible to recover, Yi Chen was letting him live in endless pain. The host completes the mission, reclaims the heavy pupil that belongs to him, and abolishes Yi Kong's cultivation, rewarding him with the divine grade technique Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and Phoenix Treasure Pill X100. Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique, Supreme Body Training Technique. Flesh body becomes a god. Chi and blood condense billions of ancient dragon elephants. Can suppress the 3,000 avenues of the heavens and the world. Phoenix Treasure Pill, it contains the divine fire of nirvana, which allows the taker to be reborn in fire, and strengthens the physical body substantially. The 8th level of the innate realm, 9th level of the innate realm, the 1st level of the sky realm. At this moment, Yi Maniac carefully picked up Yikong, looking at his son whose life breath was weak to the extreme. The anger in his heart was hard to suppress. A generation of heavenly pride had fallen to this. It was simply too sad. Taking a deep breath, he fed Yikong some power to help him maintain his last vitality. Only after doing this did Yi Maniac let out a sigh of relief and sent Yikong into the space where Morong Shui was. Morong Shui felt something in her heart and woke up from her coma. Seeing Yikong, who had turned into a human stick, her face turned pale and she couldn't help but shed tears. As she cried, she stroked Yikong's cheek with her hand and muttered, "Empty child, empty child." Outside, Yi Maniac looked at the mother and son duo inside and couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. Then he slowly turned around and stared indifferently at Yi Chen in the distance. "This king must break you into pieces today. Put your soul into the heavenly lantern and burn it for 1,000 years, so that you can suffer endless pain." Yi Maniac's palm gently stretched out, and a powerful force surged out from his palm as the sea of heaven and earth forces began to converge, forming a huge mountain of ancient gods. The Taiku Divine Mountain was 10,000 feet tall, like a huge behemoth, giving off a sense of oppression that could not be resisted. With Yi Maniac's maneuvering, the mountain of the Swire gods slowly fell down, carrying a terrifying power of suppression, as if it was going to crush the entire world. Space became frozen, and time seemed to stop flowing. Paying such a heavy price, naturally did not want to let Yi Chuan die easily. Must be captured and tortured properly, and in the meantime figure out what secrets were hidden in the other party. Yikong looked at the falling Taigushan mountain and fully activated his Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil, summoning the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate Shadow to block it. The deer is not yet known. Yi Maniac's large hand pressed downwards. The power of the Divine Mountain immediately skyrocketed several times. Countless cracks appeared in the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate, and it looked like it was about to be destroyed. "You will die. No one can save you today." After burning tens of thousands of years of lifespan, if he still couldn't take Yi Chuan, it wouldn't be a laughing stock. Yi Chen's expression was very calm. It was not just burning his lifespan, he would accompany him to the end. And today, he would properly punch Yi Maniac in the face and leave a deep lesson for him. The fire of life around him burned brightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already sacrificed a full 20,000 years of his lifespan. That majestic life force was like a torrent, constantly rushing into the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. In the blink of an eye, all the cracks were repaired, and the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate regained its luster, becoming exceptionally solid and revealing the palpitating power of reincarnation. Immediately afterward, countless divine and demonic silhouettes flew out of the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc, their teeth and claws flailing as they carried endless might and power as they continuously impacted the mountain of the Swidden gods. Each impact produced an earth-shattering roar, as if the entire world was trembling. The terrifying power was transmitted in the form of fluctuations visible to the naked eye, stretching out to a great distance. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud roar that went on and on and on. Even an impenetrable mountain like the Swire God Mountain couldn't withstand the impact of the divine and demonic shadows. It began to shake violently a moment later, and eventually crumbled into countless pieces in a terrifying explosion. The fragments fell like meteors, smashing in all directions. Many of these fragments happened to land in northern Liang City. In an instant, countless buildings collapsed in large, bottomless pits appeared on the ground. Those who couldn't escape in time were buried in the rubble and died a miserable death. Beiliang City, which had stood for thousands of years, was thus destroyed in an instant, becoming a wretched and unbearable ruin. Damn it, just how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Yi Maniac's face became incomparably gloomy, as if it could drip water. Originally, he thought that by burning tens of thousands of years of his lifespan and forcing his power up to the level of a quasi-emperor, he would be able to easily suppress Yi Chen. But to his surprise, Yi Chen actually burned his longevity, and looking at the situation, it seemed that he was burning more than himself. After that, the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc erupted with shocking power, destroying the Taiku Divine Mountain in one fell swoop. The power of reincarnation, which had been flowing horribly until now, had made his heart fearful and uneasy. Even worse, countless divine and demonic shadows surged like a tidal wave, each one containing a powerful force. To this, Yi Maniac had to go all out, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The intrinsic saint weapon kept waving, and thousands of blade lights intertwined together, forming a huge net of blades to withstand the onslaught of these divine and demonic shadows. It took a small price to successfully kill all of the divine and demonic shadows, but one's own consumption was extremely high. The corner of Yi Dust's mouth rose slightly. His own 20,000 years of lifespan was not a cover. At this time, the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate could definitely kill God and Buddha in the face of God. Thinking of this body shape, a flash quickly flew to the wheel of reincarnation above the celestial disk. The heart of the thought of a million of the gods and devils silhouettes once again sprang out, each with a stern killing intent, towards the leaf crazy pouncing in momentum necessary to pay a painful price. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers to perish. Starfall chop. Yi Maniac's expression stared up as he held his sword with both hands and slashed out a sword violently towards the front, only to see a huge sword on that was 100 miles long emerge. With an aura of destroying everything, it annihilated hundreds of thousands of god and devil shadows before stopping, immediately followed by another blade, cutting out an even more terrifying blade aura. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart, once again exterminating hundreds of thousands of whatever shadows. Now there are less than 100,000 god and devil shadows left, but still the source is not afraid of life and death impact. Yi Maniac can only condense the body protection golden light, resisting the impact of the god and devil shadows. Bang, bang, bang. The divine and demonic shadows crashed into the golden light, emitting a series of dull thuds and violent energy fluctuations. The space within a radius of several thousand miles shook, and the entire space became twisted and distorted like a broken mirror. The spatial cracks continued to spread, forming a terrifying spatial storm that ravaged everything around it. Chapter 18, Two Losses? After a moment of stalemate between the two sides, Yi Maniac couldn't hold his breath. Nowadays, his power was exchanged by burning his lifespan, and he couldn't withstand this kind of depletion. If he wanted a quick battle, he had to wear down the remaining god-devil shadows in one go, and then look for an opportunity to kill Yi Chen. When he thought of this, he fully activated his Vajra sacred body, and at once, the golden light around his body blossomed, and his entire body turned into the color of pure gold, and his hardness was comparable to that of a holy weapon. He then withdrew his protective golden light, ignoring all attacks, and rushed towards the divine and demonic shadows as if he were a god of war, and his innate holy weapon continued to power up, taking care of the remaining divine and demonic shadows in a matter of moments. Ha! Interesting. The god and devil shadow struck Yi Maniac's body, emitting the sound of metal clashing, very much like a kind of divine power that he had watched in his previous life, and he had never thought that he would encounter it here. Adverse Sun, suffer death. Yi Maniac broke through the air, wanting to kill Yi Chen by surprise, so that he wouldn't have to face the terrifying Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. Unaware of Yi Chen's early defense, the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc erupted with amazing power of reincarnation, knocking Yi Maniac back 10,000 meters. Humph. It's not that easy to sneak up on me. Yi Chuan showed disdain. I can't imagine that with a cultivation level of this magnitude. He still wanted to engage in some chicken stealing. It was simply taking other people as a little cutie. Have a good taste of the power of the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. If you don't want to die, flee from here with your tail between your legs, and just back off when you see me in the future. Yi Chuan's body rose up in the air, and his hands slowly but forcefully raised, as if he was controlling the rhythm of the entire world. The Reincarnation Heavenly Plate slowly rotated under his control, emitting endless reincarnation power with each rotation, suppressing the four directions. Not good. Yi Maniac's face changed, keenly sensing the abnormalities in the surrounding space. Without hesitation, he unfolded his stance and his figure rapidly retreated backwards like lightning, attempting to avoid the blockade of the power of reincarnation. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Yi Maniac's body felt like it had hit an invisible bronze wall, and was bounced back to its original position. Unwillingly, he tried again and sped in the other direction, but the result remained the same. Just then, the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc began to slowly descend. As it approached, the suppressive force instantly increased by more than 10 times. Yi Maniac only felt that the whole person felt like he was plunged into a sticky quagmire, and his actions became exceptionally difficult, and even his breathing was a bit bad. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Yi Maniac knew deep down that he could not sit and wait for death anymore. Spell it out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. Consuming all the power he gained from burning his lifespan to execute the third style of the three blades of the heavens, dragon bellowing to the 9 heavens. The laws of the blade were added to his body, and the power of the sea and the earth surrounded him, and he entered into a state of unity of the human blade, transforming into a huge golden dragon that rushed up into the sky. The golden dragon exuded the power to dominate heaven and earth, and collided fiercely with the Reincarnation heavenly plate, and if it wasn't for the power of Reincarnation suppressing the 8 directions, the energy that overflowed out wouldn't know how terrifying it would be. Nonetheless, Yi Maniac gradually fell into a disadvantage. The golden dragon appeared to be collapsing. If it continues, it will definitely be defeated. Yi Chen put his hands behind his back and landed heavily on top of the Reincarnation heavenly plate, and the suppressive force increased by a few points once again, pressing down on Yi Maniac's body and bending it. A Saint Emperor powerhouse? Nothing more than that. If you don't have any other means, there's a chance that you'll die miserably here today. Ha ha. Even if the other party was his own father, Yi Chuan didn't have the slightest intention to stay his hand, and wouldn't mind killing him if he could. Yi Maniac's face was embarrassed to the extreme, and Yi Chen's laughter was like a thorn in his heart. One's own reputation for prowess has been far-reaching, and one has been reduced to the present state, so the world is really unpredictable. However, it wasn't that easy to kill him. The Vajra sacred body possessed a terrifying power of defense, and the Reincarnation heavenly disc couldn't even kill him. Adverse son, you have underestimated me. The words just fell. The golden dragon's power became furious, as if it were a volcano erupting. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the golden dragon exploded itself, creating a terrifying force of destruction as if it was going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. The Reincarnation heavenly plate was crumbled alive, and the blockade of the power of Reincarnation was all but broken. The aftermath swept out 10,000 miles away, and wherever it passed, the space was like a mirror breaking, generating countless spatial cracks. Yi Chuan was somewhat caught off guard, and his entire body was sent flying out by the impact, not knowing where he was swept to. Opening his eyes, he saw himself plunged into darkness. The body tumbled through the space storm, feeling the terrible twisting power of space. This old boy is ruthless. Yi Chen cursed in his heart. Who knew that before long? His body suffered countless space blades piercing through. In the blink of an eye, his body was already covered with wounds, blood staining his body, looking very wretched. The intense pain made Yi Chuan unable to stop cursing, and he hastily urged the 10,000 soul streamer, releasing the souls in it to help him defend himself against the spatial blade. Aha! Those souls let out mournful screams, unable to resist the destruction of the space blade, and were instantly torn apart. It turned into countless blue smoke floating in the depths of space, for which Yi Chen was not at all distressed. After the death of these souls, their power would return to the 10,000 soul streamer to be revived. That is, their power would be weakened a bit, which was equivalent to an immortal body. Just like that, Yi Chen, with his 10,000 soul streamer, was able to resist most of the damage caused by the spatial force in a raw manner. Together with relying on the bug of infinite spiritual power to gather a strong defense, he rushed out from the depths of space step by step. Just as he came out, he saw Yi Maniac, who was healing his wounds, suffering from even heavier injuries than himself, and his breath had dropped a lot. Ha ha, take your life. Yi Chuan sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer, releasing all the souls in it, and the gusts of gloomy wind whistled as if locusts. Yi Maniac launched an onslaught. The two had reached the point of immortality, so naturally there was no need for mercy. Adverse son, you're actually still alive? Yi Maniac was startled and quickly pulled away for a distance, raising his divine sword and sweeping it across the room, instantly annihilating half of the souls among them. As he continued to do so, he suddenly realized that most of those souls were the black armored troops under his command, and a hint of struggle appeared on his face. It was this hint of hesitation that gave Yi Chuan a perfect opportunity to perform the art of air concealment to silently come behind Yi Maniac. The left eye erupted with terrifying destructive power, instantly drowning the other party in it, while at the same time a large number of black flames appeared to shroud it, trapping Yi Maniac in it alive. The outburst was precisely the ability of the invincible heavy pupil, the power of which was likewise not to be underestimated, and was in no way weaker than the Reincarnation heavenly disc under the same circumstances. Thinking of this, even the Reincarnation heavenly disc was summoned together, and countless god and devil shadows rushed into the underworld flame. The two big alien pupils erupted at the same time, forming an overwhelming momentum against Yi Maniac. Chapter 19, a true quasi-emperor powerhouse. Yi Maniac, who was seriously injured, had lost several % of his strength. Struggling to resist the three terrifying forces of the Reincarnation heavenly disc, the power of destruction, and the underworld flame, he fell into a disadvantage for a while. Swinging the sword all seemed a bit overwhelming, and all of the sword chi that was chopped out was annihilated. And if it wasn't for the powerful defense of the Vajra sacred body, I'm afraid that it really wouldn't be able to support it for too long. Damn! This guy's spiritual energy seems like it will never run out. Yi Maniac cursed secretly. Originally, he thought that after shattering the Reincarnation heavenly disc, even if he couldn't kill Yi Chen, he could at least cause him to suffer heavy injuries and lose the ability to continue fighting. But now, it seemed that although Yi Chen was severely injured, he was still able to erupt with terrifying power. At this moment, Yi Maniac was caught in a dilemma. Unless he burned his lifespan again at any cost in exchange for a stronger power, worthy of being the king of Northern Liang, if you hadn't hesitated in the face of those spirits, I really wouldn't have been able to help you. What a heavy-hearted man. I'm afraid my own son is no better than an outsider. Ha ha, I find that funny. Yi Chen carried his hands behind his back and kept mocking. The world of immortal cultivation is so cruel. Without the talent to cultivate, it would really be worse than a pig or a dog. The underdog is interpreted in the best possible way. If he hadn't obtained the system himself, I'm afraid I don't know how miserable he would have ended up. His eyes became even colder at the thought. While the Saint Emperor Body Cultivation Experience card was still open, even if he couldn't kill Yi Maniac, he still had to make him pay a heavy price. Yi Maniac was unmoved by what he heard. The laws of the blade manifested and froze with the power of the heavy pupil, activating the Vajra sacred body to harden against the scorching of the underworld flame, and the impact of the god-devil shadow was absolutely no problem in a short period of time. The intrinsic sacred artifact blade intent rushed to the heavens, blocking the suppression of the Reincarnation heavenly disc. Adverse son, I don't believe you can kill me. Feel free to use whatever means you have. Now the means almost all show out. Let's see who lasts longer. Try it then. Yi Chuan's expression was very calm, and a steady stream of spiritual power flowed out of his body, increasing the power of several means, and the two sides stalemated like this. In the depths of the unknown space, a pale figure shuttled at extreme speeds, advancing in the exact direction of Northern Liang City's location. The power of space is so chaotic. What happened? The old man suddenly frowned, sensing that the space in front of him was very chaotic, and wanting to continue traveling was impossible, so he had no choice but to retreat from the depths of space. After coming out, he felt the power fluctuations coming from the distance, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that something has happened to the Yi family? Thinking of this, the old man didn't dare to delay. A flash of light and instantly moved 100 miles, quickly rushing towards Beilang City. In a few moments of effort, he crossed a distance of 100,000 miles and arrived in the sky above Beilang City. Looking at the waste below, a flash of anger appeared on his face. Damn! What's happening? The divine sense swept immediately discovered the source of the power, one of which was very familiar, and hurriedly flew into the air to investigate the exact situation. Host, there is a quasi-emperor powerhouse arriving. Currently you are not its opponent. You need to leave the biddy as soon as possible. Ha! Yi Chuan was startled, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he realized that there was a powerful figure rapidly approaching, emitting a terrifying aura, and it should be the quasi-emperor powerhouse that the system was talking about. Without saying a word, he ripped through the space and drilled in. Now his cultivation level wants to fight against a real quasi-imperial powerhouse is still far from the truth, so he naturally and decisively chose to escape. The divine walking worlds had a secret art called space jump that could span endless distances. With the help of a large amount of spatial power exerted, Yi Chuan hoped to leave this place as soon as possible, avoiding a head-on confrontation with that quasi-emperor powerhouse. Stay for me. An old voice came from far away, and a mysterious force fixed the space around Yi Chen, making it impossible for him to weave away from it. Sacred realm-level powerhouses fight with the power of the laws, and quasi-emperor powerhouses are able to completely control the power of the laws, so the gap in between can be imagined. The other party has the strength of a quasi-emperor at the 4th level. It's not something your father can compare to by burning his life for power. The host must be careful. Don't account for it here. A quasi-emperor powerhouse, as terrifying as it is. Yi Chuan sighed at the words. I'm afraid that burning 20,000 years of lifespan to summon the Reincarnation heavenly disc can't help the other party in the slightest. It looks like it's not going to work without a run. Father Sama, come and save me. Yi Maniac revealed a surprised expression, hearing the identity of the visitor from the voice. It was the Yi family's old man Yi Tiana. 200 years ago was the 9th level of cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm, traveling out to look for the opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor, and now it seems to have really succeeded. Yi Tianhe turned his eyes and broke through the air, and after seeing his son's tragic situation, he waved his hand and shattered the Reincarnation heavenly plate, extinguished the underworld flame, and even the destructive power erupted from the heavy pupil was annihilated together. After Yi Maniac got away, he hurriedly bowed and saluted towards Yi Tianhe. "Thank you, Father Sama. You came back just in time, or the child would have been in danger. This son is ruthless, slaughtering tens of thousands of Black Armor army, exterminating the entire Yi family, and even turning Yi Kong into a human stick, his cultivation going down the drain. Please also, Father Sama, quickly kill the other party and help the Yi family to avenge their deaths." When he said this, his eyes became red, and his killing intent climbed to the peak, itching to kill Yi Chen immediately. What? Yi Tianhe's face changed, remembering that before he went out on his travels, Yi Kong had shown amazing talent and also possessed a spatial god body. If he grows up smoothly, he will definitely become a party hegemon in the future. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing? Which almost drove him mad. The quasi-emperor's might unreservedly erupted out, suppressing towards Yi Chen as he asked with an ice-cold expression, "Kid, what the hell are you? Confess truthfully, and perhaps you can even die a quicker death." In the era when great emperor powerhouses were not present, a quasi-imperial was the peak existence of the human emperor realm. No matter what background Yi Chen had, he would have to pay a heavy price to avenge the deaths of the Yi family. All of you Yi family members are all the same. Looking at Yi Tianhe's face, Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. It seemed that he was born so late that the other party didn't even know that he existed as a person. What do you mean? Yi Tianhe was very puzzled and didn't understand how Yi Chen was still laughing. Did he still think he could escape from his own hands? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed even more indulgently, pointing his finger at Yi Maniac and said teasingly, "I'm sure there's no one who knows the identity of this young man better than your son Yi Maniac, so you can ask him nicely." Chapter 20, Silver Hair. Yi Tianhe's eyes showed a puzzled look. How things involved his own son, which made him very incomprehensible. "Yi Maniac, tell me." Yi Mania became stumped. This matter was more or less difficult to talk about. Who let the culprit be his own son? Your old man's own grandson. It all feels a bit unexplainable. After half a day's thought, he could only say stiffly, "My lord father, it's a long story, and my child will explain it all to you later. The most important thing right now is to catch this son. In case he is allowed to escape, he will become the greatest hidden danger to the Yi family in the future." Yi Chuan acted ruthlessly. If he escaped today, he would definitely seek revenge on his other two sons, and the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. "Ha ha, I won't play with you guys anymore. I'm sure I'll see you again before long." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, and in a flash, he resolutely burned away 99% of his lifespan. The black and shiny hair, in the blink of an eye, turned into a silvery white, surrounded by a belated aura, seemingly heading towards death. But the majestic life force, which was being constantly transformed into matchless power, rushed through his body like a tidal wave, and he finally did his best to break free. Not good. Yi Tianhe's face changed greatly, not expecting Yi Chen to be so determined, burning his own lifespan without a care in the world and violently raising his strength to a level comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. Facing such a ruthless character, Yi Tianhe didn't dare to slack off any longer. Both hands quickly formed a seal, and the space around him collapsed, transforming into a huge black hole in an attempt to block Yi Chen's path to escape. Yi Chuan's head full of silver strands danced wildly with the wind as he fully activated his reincarnation immortal demon pupils, erupting with a power that shocked the world and wailed the gods, and the two brilliant divine lights instantly penetrated the huge black hole. At the same time, he called out the reincarnation heavenly plate, and millions of god and devil shadows erupted from it, firmly blocking Yi Tianhe's advance. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen executed the art of space jumping, and his breath disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if he had never appeared. Yi Tianhe's face was gloomy to the extreme as endless divine light converged on his fist. In the next moment, the millions of god-devil shadows flew into ashes and dissipated into nothingness. The reincarnation heavenly disc was showing a large number of cracks, clearly unable to withstand Yi Tianhe's full force. The terrifying divine sense was released, wanting to chase after Yi Chen with the residual scent, but unfortunately, nothing was found. Good decisive guy. If he doesn't die in the future he will definitely be a big trouble for the Yi family. A head full of silver hair as well as a belated aura showed how ruthless Yi Chen was. Almost all of his lifespan was burned just to fight for that ray of life. Yi Maniac was a bit incredulous that Yi Chen had burned a large amount of his longevity right in front of him before he had seriously injured himself. How big a meeting was this? Burning his lifespan again to boost his power and getting out of the hands of a true quasi-emperor powerhouse was simply too heaven-defying. Lord Father, I'm afraid that the next target of the other party is on the two Yi Feng Yi Yun. What should we do? Yi Maniac was very worried about the safety of his eldest and second sons. Although both of them were at the half-saint realm, they were obviously not enough to face Yi Chen at the Saint Emperor realm. Yi Tianhe waved his hand and opened his mouth to calm Yi Chen. There's no need to worry too much. That guy's own cultivation level is merely sky realm, so he must have used some kind of forbidden means to forcefully raise his strength to a level comparable to you and me. Now that the other party's lifespan has almost burned out, they shouldn't be able to turn over too many waves in the future. As a quasi-imperial powerhouse, he had long since seen the clues in Yi Chen's body, but he hadn't explicitly said so before. After a moment's silence, he added a sentence. But this son shouldn't die so easily. The last thing he used seemed to be a spatial jumping technique. It's impossible to determine what location the other party teleported to, as long as it's not a true Saint Emperor. Yi Maniac let out a sigh of relief at his words, and a large portion of his inner worries were reduced. Moreover, Yi Feng and Yi Yun, both of them joined in different holy places, in which there were prepared strong people sitting in the town. Yi Duan was not a real holy emperor powerhouse, and for the time being, he could not pose any threat to them. However, just to be on the safe side, he still took out his summoning token and summoned the Million Black Armor army under his command as well as the Yi family members scattered all over the place. Chase Yi Chen at all costs, and see if you can take advantage of his weakness to completely solve this guy forever. With a Million Black Armor army and the Yi family members rooted all over the place, as long as Yi Chen was still in the range of Liang dynasty, there was absolutely nowhere to hide. After doing all this, Yi Maniac suddenly remembered a more important thing. That is, the half-dead Yi Kong, who still didn't know what had become of him. That's right, Father Sama. Why don't you go check on Empty and see if there's any remedy? Yi Tianhe, as a quasi-imperial powerhouse, might have a way to restore Yi Kong to his former self, no matter what the cost would be. Rip. With a flick of his finger, Yi Maniac opened the separate space that had opened up, revealing the two figures of Morong Shui and Yi Kong. Mother Superior, just let me die. I can't take it anymore. At this time, the night sky is very desperate. 5 limbs are broken. Meridians and Dantian are all broken. Proud of Space God body are completely ruined. The double blow to his psyche and body completely shattered his Dao heart, and blood continued to seep out of his empty eye sockets, as if they were blood tears that made people shudder. Morong Shui cried into tears and looked disoriented. Nonetheless, one had to keep calming Yi Kong down. Empty, never give up on yourself. No matter what the cost, Mother will restore you to your old self. You believe me. Just after the words fell out of his mouth, he saw the two Yi Tianhe outside, and it was as if he had grabbed the straw that saved his life. Lord Father, Husband, you guys quickly save Empty Child. No matter how great the cost, he must be restored to take it out, and if need be, Icon will be the mother's family to ask for help. Unbeknownst to him, when he said this, he had long since left Yi Chen behind and didn't care about him at all. Didn't even ask much of a question. One can only imagine how biased. I'll do my best. Yi Tianhe shook his head. As a quasi-imperial powerhouse, he was a bit afraid to look directly at Yi Kong's current miserable state. It was simply inhumane. I really don't know how much hatred it takes to get a person to do that. However, right now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Quickly walking to Yi Kong and casting a spell to heal his injuries, majestic life force was injected into Yi Kong's body, and the broken limbs grew back. Next it was the turn of the eyes, which not long after also grew back, but lost their original luster and seemed to lose hope for life. Chapter 21. That's my grandson? You call him a punk? Seeing his son become like this, Yi Maniac was very distressed and comforted him. Empty Child, you have to pull yourself together. Your grandfather has now become a quasi-emperor powerhouse. He can definitely restore you to your former self. Experiencing more setbacks in life is not necessarily a bad thing. You still have a long way to go in your future. Don't sink into it. Think of the suffering you've endured today. Don't you want to avenge it with your own hands? The path of cultivation was cruel and incomparable, and if one wanted to reach the peak, one's mind had to be firm. The most important thing right now was to help Yi Kong regain his confidence. Otherwise, even if he recovered as good as new, he wouldn't be able to make much progress in the future. The first 2 words Yi Kong was indifferent, or was it the last sentence that worked, and his eyes began to become firm. Both fists clenched up. The endless hatred revitalized him hysterically. Yi Chen, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Sooner or later there will be a day like this. Morong Shui's body trembled. originally wanting to persuade a few words, but seeing the hatred that filled the other party's eyes, she had to swallow the words that came to her mouth. Fear of irritating Yi Kong again. Thinking of some tears unconsciously fall down. Feeling like a failure of a mother. If he had cared more about Yi Chen, he wouldn't have created today's situation. And how good it would be for brothers to be at peace with each other. But now it's too late to say anything. Making such a thing, it's impossible for Yi Chuan to return to the Yi family. Okay, that's it. Yi Maniac could be very happy to see Yi Kong revitalized. So he turned his head to look at Yi Tianhe. Father Sama. Hard work. Yi Tianhe didn't say anything more as his divine sense entered Yi Kong's body, carefully observing the situation inside his body. Don't know without seeing. After seeing a shock, spare a countless number of big scenes, are ruthlessly shot down. This person's technique is extremely vicious. The meridians in Dantian are all crushed and can no longer be crushed. Repairing the dump is very difficult, especially since the space god body was turned into countless fragments and merged into the flesh and blood of the entire body. I'm afraid it would be difficult to regroup. Yi Kong sniffed and lowered his head, his nails piercing into the flesh so hard that blood continued to flow downwards. If he didn't have a spatial god body, then what was the difference between him and an ordinary cultivator? In that case, wanting to seek revenge on Yi Duan was simply out of reach. Such an outcome is not what one wants. I'm not willing. I'm not happy about it. Yi Kong raised his head to the sky and roared up, continuously venting the hatred in his heart, hoping to alleviate all the pain. Morong Shui was heartbroken and hurriedly went up to hug Yi Kong, fearing that he would do something stupid. So she softly comforted him. Empty child. Don't worry. There is a dragon transformation pool in Mother's family, and the water in the pool contains supreme divinity. It can help you reshape your physique and restore your cultivation, as well as stabilize your Dao foundation. And if you're lucky, you'll be able to comprehend the secret arts within it. Mother is the former holy maiden of the family, and possesses a chance to enter, and is now transferring it to you. Don't ever be discouraged. Everything will pass. In fact, she had planned to enter it to increase her chances of success when she broke through the Saint Emperor realm. It was a pity that something like this had happened, and the opportunity could only be gifted to Yi Kong to help him recover to his peak. Yi Kong's heart lit up with hope when he heard this. Thank you, Mother Sama. My child will not let you down. As long as he could recover his space god body in cultivation, then there were infinite possibilities in the future, and he was naturally unwilling to continue sinking. The Morong family's dragon transformation pool does have a heaven-defying divine effect, so the problem is solved. I'll help Empty Child repair her meridians and dantians first. Yi Tianhe had naturally heard of the reputation of the dragon transformation pool, which was a supreme divine object, something that countless powerful people coveted. It was rumored to have been obtained from outside the domain by a great emperor powerhouse of the Morong family tens of thousands of years ago, and was later planted in the family for the use of its outstanding descendants. Now that Morong Shui had given up this opportunity, she believed that restoring the space god body was not too much of a stretch, leaving Yi Kong with no more worries. It's been hard on Grandpa. Please also help me repair my meridians in Dantian. My grandson is grateful. Yi Kong turned around and knelt down. Yi Tianhe helped Yi Kong up and said with a solemn expression, there is no harm in it. It's just that the process is very painful. You must endure it, or else you will lose all your previous efforts. The meridians and dantians were broken like this, and needed to be spliced together little by little. Very tedious and painful, during which there absolutely could not be any mistakes. Don't worry, Grandpa. Grandchildren can do it. Yi Chen's eyes were very firm. Yi Tianhe nodded and took out a large number of heavenly treasures. Starfall treasure heart, Song Yen bone, Earth's mind milk, heavenly spirit and so on, each of which was very precious. Utilizing a powerful force, he extracted the essence of it and melted it into Yi Kong's body, and then carefully pieced together the broken meridians and dantians. Morong Shui and Yi Maniac took the initiative to guard the side to avoid any accidents in the middle. At this moment, Yi Kong's divine body was constantly trembling and his face was distorted, as if he had experienced great pain. If it wasn't for relying on the endless hatred for Yi Chuan, it probably wouldn't have lasted. Good thing everything went well. Spent 3 days, broken meridians Dantian finally spliced completed. Next warm up for a period of time on the line. Morong Shui didn't want to delay a moment, hoping that her son would be able to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, so she immediately rushed to the Morong family with Yi Kong. When the two left, Yi Tianhe's gaze fell on Yi Maniac and asked blandly, now can you tell what that teenager's origin is? Before, from the conversation of a few people, he heard an unusual flavor. In order not to affect Yi Kong, He forced himself to hold back his doubts and did not ask. Now that both of them had left, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Well, Yi Maniac's face was green for a while. He really didn't know how to open his mouth. And he was silent for a long time before he truthfully told Yi Chuan his identity. What? That's my grandson? Yi Tianhe's entire body was bad. The results were hard for him to accept. Are you kidding me? Was it his own young grandson who destroyed the entire Yi family without regard to blood kinship? Seriously hurt your parents? Abolish your own brother? The plot is not only bloody and very crazy. Yi Tianhe as a quasi-imperial powerhouse cannot believe it. I don't know how long it took to calm down and think about it and feel that there must be some hidden agenda. After all hearts are made of flesh, and this little grandson of his had definitely gone through something. Otherwise how could he be so heartless? Then he kept asking Yi Maniac about the causes and consequences, trying to figure out what exactly happened between the two sides. Yi Maniac is still unrepentant, constantly denigrating Yi Chuan, saying that Yi Chuan is a waste, ungrateful, deceiving his teacher and ancestor, and has long fallen into the devil's way and so on. Unaware that Yi Tianhe was old and refined, he probably guessed what had happened from just a few words, and was suddenly furious. At least you're a sacred emperor powerhouse, how can you say something like that? No matter what means Yi Chen used, but a solid outburst of power comparable to the level of a quasi-emperor. And you call him a waste? What ungratefulness and deceitfulness. It wasn't forced by you guys. I'm so disappointed in you guys. Yi Tianhe was trembling with anger, constantly reprimanding the Yi Maniac in front of him, his drooping spittle almost drowning him. A good seedling was forced to anti out of the family. Really have the ability to hate to slap Yi Maniac thing. How did the old man give birth to a son like you? What a waste of time. Yi Maniac lowered his head, so scared that he did not even dare to put a fart. Who let the person in front of him is his old man it. Chapter 22, The Swamp of 10,000 Poisons. Yi Tianhe chattered and cursed for a long time until he got tired and stopped. It was useless to say anything at this point. We can only see if there is a chance to remedy the situation in the future. Right now the most important thing is to rebuild the Yi family first. It is impossible to continue to stay in Bailiang City when it is reduced to ruins. We can only head to other places. A place at the border between the Liang and Datang dynasties. Yi Chuan was lying in the middle of a swampy quagmire to heal his wounds. 3 days ago, he used the space jumping technique and accidentally crashed into the middle of a dangerous place, the 10,000 Poison Swamp, which survives a large number of poisonous creatures. Almost all of them contain poison. Rumor has it that the strong poisonous creatures are comparable to the saintly powerhouse. As for the truth is not known. Yi Chuan had wanted to slaughter a wave of poisonous creatures to make up for the loss of longevity and improve his cultivation in the process. Who knew that when the time for the Saint Emperor cultivation experience card arrived, the realm instantly returned to the first level of the Imperial Sky Realm, and the power of the slaying god bodies increase gradually disappeared. Then he couldn't suppress his previous injuries, and the horrific backlash nearly caused him to rise up in place, directly losing his ability to move and sinking into the swamp unable to move. During this period, many poisonous creatures passed by and took a bite from time to time, but fortunately, being in the periphery of the 10,000 poison swamp, those poisonous creatures were not very strong. Even so, the body has accumulated a large number of toxins, resulting in to spend 3 days to restore a trace of mobility. Bah! Damn thing! Dare to bite this young man. Later on I have to kill you all by no means. Yi Chuan struggled to climb out of the swampy quagmire. His image could be described as wretched, ragged and covered in mud. His hair was also wet against his scalp, and his whole person looked like a refugee who had just experienced a disaster. Even a few points more miserable than the one who asked for food. In order to avoid accidents, Yi Chuan didn't dare to have the slightest delay and quickly found a safe and hidden place to recover from his injuries, taking out a few solid elemental pills and putting them into his mouth. The majestic energy immediately dispersed within his body. After most of the day's efforts, Yi Chen had recovered most of his injuries, and his mental state was obviously much better. Nightfall. The atmosphere in the swamp of all poisons. It seemed to get weirder and more eerie. The surrounding poisonous creatures seemed to smell Yi Duan's scent and began to converge continuously in his direction. All sorts of poisonous creatures such as the Rakshasa Wan, ghost poison mosquito, witching ant, cold scorpion, desperate toad, and so on appeared around him, creating a creepy scene. Ha ha, just in time. Yi Chuan wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed out loud and rushed straight in to start the killing. The poisonous creature with the strongest strength was comparable to an innate realm cultivator. It was not a match for him at all. Moments later countless strange blood flowed horizontally, and venom flew all over the sky. The killing sky demon technique was working frantically, plundering the energy spilled by the dead poison, making up for the loss of longevity, and raising his cultivation level in the process. A head full of silver hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after exterminating all the poisonous creatures, his realm came to the second level of the Imperial Sky Realm, and his lifespan increased by 10,000 years in its entirety. Phew, that's cool. It's like a copy of Brushing Experience. The host has been given a new mission to sweep the 10,000 poison swamp and exterminate the poisonous creatures in it. Kill 50,000 poisonous creatures. Rewarded with 1 level of realm advancement. Kill 100,000 poisonous creatures. Rewarded with a level up in realm and the Great Emperor's divine ability, the Spectral Skybreaker / Kill the underworld cold 3-headed phoenix and destroy the entire 10,000 poison swamp. Rewarded with 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement. Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Card X1. Supreme Divine Sword 9 Dragon Demon Sword. The underworld cold 3-headed phoenix is the overlord of the 10,000 poison swamp. Possessing the strength of the second level of the Saint King realm, the host needs to be careful in dealing with it. Limited to 3 days. Toon-chan, you're too crazy? Yi Chuan was shocked when he heard the content of the mission. Without saying anything, he let himself kill through the entire 10,000 poison swamp. This system is simply too ferocious. The host is currently too weak and needs endless killing to become stronger. It is necessary for this system to help you quickly increase your strength. Hey, just what I wanted. So let's go on a killing spree. Yi Chuan naturally would not resist. Who let the system give too much? What Great Emperor Divine Aptitude Supreme Divine Weapons are taken out? What's more, the Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience card. That's definitely a life-preserving and powerful base card. And today, I'm going to push across the entire 10,000 poison swamp by saying anything, killing poisonous creatures as he saw them along the way. Yi Chuan didn't have the slightest bit of heart to persuade him, and finally killed enough of the 50,000 poisonous creatures at dawn. The entire periphery of the swamp was scattered with a large number of broken limbs and arms, looking like Purgatory 1, making people shudder. During this period, Yi Chuan's heaven-slaying demon technique operated uninterruptedly, raising his cultivation to the 4th level of the realm of the empty and increasing his lifespan by 50,000 years. After collecting the souls of so many poisonous creatures, the 10,000 soul streamer advanced to become a top-grade king artifact, and its power became even more terrifying. The host kills 50,000 poisonous creatures, rewarding the realm with a 1-level upgrade. The 5th level of the Sky Realm. The endless killing even made the killing god body hyperactive to the extreme. Its power increased to a level comparable to the 10,000 laws realm, and the fury around it almost formed substance. Yi Chuan killed his way deeper and deeper towards the swamp, during which he encountered poisonous creatures that were getting stronger and stronger, almost all of them possessing strengths above the innate realm, but the number was relatively much less. After spending a day and night during which he killed another 30,000 or so poisonous creatures, the 10,000 poison swamp became empty, and almost half of the poisonous creatures died in his hands. The cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the Sky Realm. The poisons are getting fewer and fewer. There won't be enough to make up the number. Will there? Yi Duan could not help but worry. The poisonous spirit is not very high, but it is not a little cute. Seeing their own crazy killing, a lot of hiding. The search was very troublesome, and he also encountered a few poisonous creatures that were comparable to void-shattering realm powerhouses, spewing out poisonous gases that could even corrode space, causing him no small amount of trouble. After thinking for a while, in order not to waste time, Yi Chen immediately used the Saint King Cultivation Experience card. The host uses the Saint King Cultivation Experience card to randomly gain the Saint King's 7th level of cultivation, which lasts for 3 hours. The poisonous creature that was still flailing instantly became shivering, looking at Yi Chen in front of him in fear, constantly retreating backward, wanting to escape from this place. Oh, there's no way to escape. Yi Chuan sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer, and countless souls flew out, each becoming terrifying under the powerful spiritual power, instantly obliterating the hundreds of poisonous creatures in front of him. It then spread out in all directions and hunted the hidden poisonous creatures, and the efficiency came up at once. Yi Chuan, on the other hand, released all of his divine sense with all his might, searching for traces of the underworld cold 3-headed phoenix. The other party possessed the strength of the Saint King realm, so he believed that he would be able to find it very soon. But things went beyond his expectations, and he didn't find the underworld cold 3-headed phoenix even after checking several times. which made him directly dumbfounded. How do you complete a mission when you can't find the target you want to kill? Is it hard to hide it in advance? The 10,000 poison swamp covered more than 100,000 miles, so it couldn't really be dug up. It's just so pitiful. Unico, give a hint. Yi Dust got anxious. His Saint King cultivation could only last for 3 hours. In case he couldn't find it, he would probably have to carry a bucket and run away. The underworld cold three-headed phoenix is hidden in the 10,000 poison swamp. Host, please be patient and look for it. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders, knowing that the system could not be relied upon. Chapter 23, The Underground Palace. Yi Chuan guessed that the underworld cold three-headed phoenix could possibly be hiding underground, so he used his divine sense to check the depths of the ground. However, there was a special force in the depths of the swamp, and divine sense could only penetrate to a depth of 10,000 meters, and further down it was chaos, so it was impossible to see clearly what was going on inside. Host kills 100,000 poisonous creatures, rewarded with 1 level of realm advancement and the Great Emperor's Divine Aptitude Spectral Skybreaker / Underworld Skybreaker, cultivated to the extreme. The sword chi can enter the enemies of the 9 underworlds down below, and chop the dome of the sky up above. The 8th level of the Sky Realm. *******. Almost forgot. Yi Chuan slapped his head. The system's prompt made him react. Now the 10,000 soul streamer had almost 100,000 souls, all sent to search the depths of the earth. I believe that it will not take long to have the results. Thought of this waving offering 10,000 soul streamers to recall all the souls. Order them all to go deeper into the earth and report back immediately if they find anything. At that moment, the 100,000 souls scattered with a bang, rushing towards the depths of the earth, bringing back good news in half an hour. A few souls had discovered a terrifying palace hidden deep underground 10,000 miles away, and it seemed that some powerful existence was sleeping. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly as he sniffed, finally finding the trace of the underworld cold three-headed phoenix. He sped in that direction without hesitation. After arriving at his destination, Yi Chuan directly executed the spectral skybreaker / that he had just obtained without saying a word. Due to the lack of a suitable divine weapon, he could only gather his spiritual energy on top of his arm, and then chopped fiercely towards the bottom. In an instant, a cold light flashed, followed by a terrifying force erupting out. It instantly ripped the entire swamp in half, cutting deeply into the ground for 100 miles. The sheer power of this strike was mind-boggling. A mysterious palace slowly rose from the ground, made of countless piles of white bones, exuding a creepy, ethereal aura. The palace seemed like a chilling entrance to hell. Who dares to disturb this seat's slumber? A ghostly questioning voice came from within the palace, as if it came from an evil spirit under the 9 hells. With the sound, the white bone palace quickly rose up into the air, like a huge white bone castle, suspended in the air. Immediately afterward, an extremely chilly aura gushed out from the palace, instantly freezing the swampy quagmire in a 1,000-mile radius. Playing God, get out here and talk. In the face of such a horrifying sight, Yi Chuan was fearless. His eyes flashed with the light of immortal demon. The light was brilliant and dazzling, as if it could penetrate all darkness. With a fierce wave of his hand, a powerful force stirred out, directly blasting towards that white bone palace. With a loud bang, the white bone palace collapsed in response, and countless white bone fragments splashed in all directions. White bone fragments sprinkled down like rain, carrying a harsh and powerful wind that whistled. Half of the major Saint Emperor cultivation experience card had passed, and it was imperative to swiftly decimate it, or else it would be impossible to complete the mission. White bone fragments fell most of the time, vaguely visible, which reveals a woman's figure, surrounded by demonic aura. Looking at Yi Chuan's eyes revealed terrible coldness. So it's someone from the demon race. No wonder it's hidden so deeply, causing me to spend so much effort searching for it. Yi Chuan froze at the sight, originally thinking that this underworld cold three-headed phoenix was just a powerful poisonous creature, but he didn't expect it to be a demonic powerhouse. Killing poisonous creatures was not difficult for Yi Chuan, because poisonous creatures were all unintelligent beasts that basically acted on instinct. Even the strongest poisonous creatures would not have too much intelligence. On the contrary, the demon race was completely different. Their cultivation was similar to the human race, and they were born with the ability to speak. Once a demon reaches the innate realm, it can condense its demonic elixir and transform into human form. Not only did it possess a powerful physical body with the ferocious beasts, it also had a long lifespan as well as the same intelligence as the human race. The unique talent makes the demon race have a great advantage on the cultivation path, which can be described as a blessing. Yi Chuan didn't dare to take it lightly, fully activating the Reincarnation Immortal Demon Pupil, summoning the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate to suppress the 10,000 Poison Swamp, and hundreds of thousands of god and demon shadows blocking the 8 directions. The underworld cold three-headed phoenix's expression changed drastically, sensing a strong threat, and immediately revealed a grave expression. "We have no grievances. Why did you strike out at me, fellow Daoist?" If she could, she naturally did not want to clash with Yi Chen for fear that it would not end well if she attracted more powerful people to come. "There's no grudge. Just want to kill you." Yi Chuan's eyes were cold and indifferent. His heavy pupils suddenly flipped, and the underworld fire-like erupted out, carrying a horrifying destructive aura, instantly engulfing the underworld cold three-headed phoenix in it. The fire of the underworld burned brightly, enveloping the underworld cold three-headed phoenix so that it could not escape. Hundreds of thousands of god-devil shadows impacted, wielding various divine weapons in their hands, each strike containing astonishing power. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate also began to slowly rotate, emitting a low rumbling sound. An even more terrifying force of suppression surged out of the disc, sweeping in like a tsunami, as if it was going to crush the entire world. Under this terrifying force of suppression, all the surrounding space began to twist and distort, and time seemed to slow down. The underworld cold three-headed phoenix felt an unprecedented pressure as it struggled to break free of the underworld flame, but to no avail. "Damn it! Why? Damn it!" The underworld cold three-headed phoenix was completely flustered. How could it not have imagined that Yi Chuan would suddenly strike, and that it would strike with several terrifying divine abilities? Without even thinking about it, it hastily manifested its own body, instantly transforming into a gigantic three-headed black phoenix, surrounded by the light of the underworld. Attempting to resist the suppression of the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc and the spread of the underworld flame. However, Yi Chen's attacks were too fierce, and the underworld cold three-headed phoenix quickly fell into a disadvantage. At this critical moment, it had no choice but to spit out the Dan in its body, and its strong demonic power formed a curtain of light, barely fending off the onslaught of divine and demonic shadows. Seeing this, Yi Chen could not help but frown slightly. Originally, he thought that his attack could easily decapitate the underworld cold three-headed phoenix, but he didn't expect this guy to have so many means and actually resisted his own overwhelming momentum. Compared to human cultivators of the same rank, the underworld cold three-headed phoenix was indeed much more powerful, and it was fortunate that he had many means, or else he really wouldn't have been able to take down the other party. Yi Chuan had no more reservations, consuming all the spiritual energy in his body to converge on top of his arm, performing the great emperor-level divine ability Underworld Heaven-Breaking Chop. The power was several times more powerful than the one he had just cast, and the terrifying sword chi traveled thousands and hundreds of miles, splitting raw on top of the demonic Dan of the Stygian cold three-headed phoenix. Bang! A deep trace appeared on the surface of the demonic Dan. The light emitted brightly and uncertainly, and the divine and demonic shadows broke through the defenses, inflicting serious damage to the underworld cold three-headed phoenix. This made it even more impossible to resist the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc suppression, and his flesh cracked up, spilling a large amount of blood. Chapter 24 Underworld cold three-headed phoenix explodes on itself. Unwilling to be sealed, the underworld cold three-headed phoenix let out a roar up to the sky, a voice like thunder that resounded through the heavens and earth. An aura of madness emanated from his body as he resolutely burned the essence blood in his body, equivalent to a cultivator burning his own lifespan, forcing his strength to a level comparable to the 9th level of the Saint King realm. The three heads opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a large amount of cold breath. When the god and devil shadows encountered this cold breath, they turned into a lifelike ice sculpture and fell into the swamp one after another. The underworld flame was similarly affected, its fire gradually weakening and being suppressed by the icy cold aura as it retreated. The underworld cold three-headed phoenix took advantage of this opportunity, and its 100-foot demonic body rose up into the air, charging towards the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. The demonic power in his body was like a volcano erupting, directly rushing towards the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate, and the collision of the two just caused the aftermath to sweep thousands of miles in a radius. Wherever it passed, space continuously shattered, forming a piece of pitch-black nothingness. Click, click. The Reincarnation Heavenly Plate began to crack under the impact of this powerful force, and it spread rapidly, eventually collapsing completely. The underworld cold three-headed phoenix stared at Yi Chen in death, and said in an icy tone, "Damned human race, this seat must kill you." Burning essence blood. do not know how long to cultivate to recover. This time can be said to pay a very heavy price. Really want to eat the human race in front of them alive. Yichuan was fearless, and with a flash of his body, he directly met them, and the underworld cold three-headed phoenix, engaged in a fierce battle. The aftermath of the battle caused space to shatter, the earth to sink, and mountains and trees to collapse, and the tremendous commotion attracted many passing cultivators. What happened in the swamp of 10,000 poisons? God, what a terrible power. Go on, check it out. The crowd was so shocked that some of them bravely flew over to see what was going on. Forget it, it's still the little life that matters. Such a terrible power. If it sweeps and rolls, and I'm afraid that even the dregs won't be left. Some cultivators were still very cautious for fear of drawing fire. In the 10,000 poison swamp, Yichuan was in great power. With the bug of unlimited spiritual power, he beat the underworld cold three-headed phoenix to a steady defeat and gained the upper hand. Ha ha, you won't last long. Better be obedient and suffer death. The power that was exchanged by burning essence blood could not last at all, and it was believed that the underworld cold three-headed phoenix could not hold on for long, and by then it would still be at his mercy. It's not that easy to kill me. The underworld cold three-headed phoenix naturally wouldn't give up its resistance. Countless feathers shot out under the wave of its wings, as if it was a divine weapon. Yichuan's heavy pupil flipped, and a terrifying destructive power surged from his left eye, annihilating the feathers that flew. The Saint King level battle was exceptionally intense, and it didn't take long for the entire 10,000 poison swamp to be completely destroyed. The deep quagmire sank completely, forming a huge deep pit, and the surrounding mountains collapsed down, filling the air with smoke and dust. The once feared 10,000 poison swamp was reduced to nothing, and a portion of the guys who came along for the ride were also buried. The others were so frightened that they fled in a hurry, never daring to come near the place again. At this moment, the underworld cold three-headed phoenix was so anxious that its forcefully boosted power began to slip, realizing that if it continued, it would probably die. So sprayed out endless cold breath, condensed into a solid ice wall, then turned around and tore the space, drilled headfirst into it, and fled madly toward the far side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I let you get away, I'll simply kill myself. Yichuan cursed. In order to play it safe, he instantly burned 10,000 years of lifespan and raised his strength to the Saint Emperor level, breaking through the huge ice wall with a single punch and chasing after the Stygian cold three-headed phoenix. The power in the depths of space is very chaotic. Fortunately, the heavy pupil can see through the illusion, and the divine sense is firmly locked on the other side. Otherwise there is a real possibility that this guy will escape. Immediately afterward, he performed the art of empty shadow, using the power of space to hide his breath, and quickly approached towards the underworld cold three-headed phoenix. Phew! Finally got rid of that human. Hades Cold fled for a long time before stopping, thinking that Yichuan would definitely not be able to catch up with him, so he transformed into his human form and prepared to recover his injuries first. Otherwise it would be dangerous to run into other powerful people. Yes? Just then Yi Chen suddenly appeared, and his reincarnation immortal demon pupil shot out 2 lines of power, imprisoning the Stygian cold three-headed phoenix, making it unable to move. How can? The underworld cold three-headed phoenix showed a look of despair, not realizing that he still hadn't gotten rid of Yichuan's pursuit after circling around in the depths of space. Now that her entire body's power was sealed, it was obviously impossible for her to continue escaping, which made her very unwilling. Cultivating for thousands of years to reach today's realm, he naturally didn't want to fall just like that, so he pitifully begged for mercy. Fellow Daoist, this seed is willing to become your mount and saddle up for you in the future. I hope you can spare my life. Right now this was the only chance to live, and I believe that no one should be able to refuse a Saint King level mount. He just touched his nose and looked up and down at the underworld cold three-headed phoenix. The appearance and figure were not bad, but unfortunately it was far worse if compared to the Supreme Divine Warrior. How to choose doesn't even need to be considered. That must be the latter. So he shook his head and said, well, that's a pretty good idea, but unfortunately, this young man doesn't like man-beasts, and I don't want to ride you. As soon as the words fell his eyes erupted with the fire of the underworld, all of which rushed into the body of the underworld cold three-headed phoenix. Aha! The underworld cold three-headed phoenix wailed in agony, and it didn't take long for it to take on the appearance of its own body, with underworld flames streaming out through its flesh and blood. Damn human race, this seed will make you pay a heavy price even if you die. The underworld cold three-headed phoenix burned all the essence blood in its body, and its feathers stood up fiercely, almost reaching a level comparable to that of a sacred emperor powerhouse. the eyes revealed a ruthless color, directly detonating the demonic pills in his body, wanting to pull Yichuan to die with him. Boom! With a loud bang, a heaven-destroying power erupted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Careless, Yichuan secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly performed the art of spatial jump to escape. But unfortunately, he was still half a step too late, and the power of self-destruction swept over him. Put! Yichuan spit out blood on the spot, suffered serious injuries. Good at the critical moment teleportation away from this place, otherwise the end would be even more miserable. Chapter 25 Essential Avatar, Indestructible Golden Body. The host kills the Stygian cold three-headed phoenix and destroys the 10,000 poison swamp. Rewarded with 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Card, and Supreme Divine Soldier 9 Dragon Demon Sword. 9 Dragons Devil Sword, a supreme powerhouse of the Devil's Way, who drew out his own supreme devil bone as a foundation and refined 9 dragons at the level of great emperors. The sword contains supreme devilishness, the 9th level of the Sky Realm, Avatar Realm 1, the 2nd level of the Avatar Realm. Yichuan couldn't even care about being happy. The impact of the underworld cold three-headed phoenix's self-detonation had caused problems with the spatial jump technique. He didn't even know where he had teleported to, and had encountered a terrifying space storm in which his life was almost accounted for. It took all his strength to tear through space and escape, just as the time for the Holy Emperor Experience Card ended, and the injuries he received began to backfire. Yichuan was caught off guard and fell down directly in the sky. It was good that he fell into a cold pool, which reduced the impact to a great extent, otherwise his injuries would have been even more serious. Think about it, all feel very regrettable. To say a bad word, have today's fate is self-inflicted. If they had quickly killed the underworld cold three-headed phoenix at the beginning and not given the other party the chance to self-detonate, where would there have been so much trouble? I'm afraid that's where the so-called villain dies of talking too much comes from. Ugh, what a loss. The first didn't manage to plunder the longevity and cultivation of the underworld cold three-headed phoenix, or else the realm would definitely be able to improve a lot, and would also be able to increase its longevity by quite a bit. The second was that he hadn't been able to collect the soul of the underworld cold three-headed phoenix, or else the 10,000 souls could definitely be advanced into a holy weapon. It's a good thing the system gives generous rewards, or else you'd really have to cry. Couldn't care less. Yichuan simply healed himself directly underwater. The main thing was that he didn't know where he was teleported to, and it would be dangerous if he went out rashly and encountered any strong people. Solid Yuan Dan don't want money stuffed into the mouth. In the blink of an eye 3 days passed. Not only the body injuries recovered as before, but also broke through to the 3rd level of the golden body realm. Strength is getting stronger and stronger, even if there is no killing god body to increase the power. When encountering a strong person of the same rank, he can be killed in seconds, and fighting across the ranks is even more of a no-brainer. Yichuan felt that there was nothing to do for the time being, so he cultivated the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique, a technique that specialized in cultivating the physical body, and which required him to break through in a gradual manner. The Dragon Image Heaven Suppressing Technique was divided into 10 layers. The conditions for cultivation are very harsh. One needs to have a strong physical body and strong chi and blood. Yi Duan barely reached the threshold of cultivation. The first step was to continuously condense chi and blood, transforming into an ancient dragon elephant. A Taiku dragon elephant represented 100,000 pounds of enormous strength, gathering 10 ancient dragon elephants with millions of divine power. Even if they broke through the first layer, one could imagine how difficult it was to know that 1,000,000 pounds of divine power are comparable to the golden body realm powerhouses. Stomping their feet can make the earth crack. Smashing a small hill is not a problem. After calming his mind a little, he operated the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique, and all the chi and blood in his body boiled up, running according to the designated route, during which he continuously quenched his fleshly body. Half a day's time passed, and the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique operated for 108 weeks, finally condensing a Taiku dragon elephant and increasing the flesh body by 100,000 pounds of enormous strength. 2 ancient dragon elephants, 3 swift dragon elephants, 10 ancient dragon elephants. After spending 7 whole days, the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique broke through to the first layer, achieving 1,000,000 pounds of divine strength. Yichuan simply familiarized himself with the power in his body, and then continued to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique. If he wanted to break through the second layer, he would need to condense 100 Taiku dragon elephants, and the further it went, the more difficult it was to coalesce the swift dragon elephant, and it took Yichuan 2 days to successfully coalesce one. Of course, if there was a strong chi and blood and spiritual power to support it, the speed could be much faster. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out the dragon blood pill and took it. A majestic power instantly melted away in the body, strengthening the physical body while replenishing the power of chi and blood, and the speed of the dragon elephant heaven suppressing technique cultivation increased at once. After Yi Chen refined a whole 100 dragon blood pills, the number of swift dragon elephants came to 90. Not far from breaking through the second layer, the next step was to take the Phoenix treasure pill and experience the feeling of being reborn in a fire. As his fleshly strength and chi and blood grew wildly, it didn't take long for the number of Taiku dragon elephants to come to 100. Breaking through to the second level of the dragon elephant heaven suppressing art and achieving 10 million pounds of divine strength, Yi Chuan felt the strength of his physical body, and felt that a single punch could shatter space, estimating that he could compete with ordinary void-shattering realm powerhouses. After refining the rest of the Phoenix treasure pill, a total of 190 swift dragon elephants were condensed, confident that with their physical bodies they could definitely sweep away any void-shattering realm powerhouses. As for whether it's true or not, we'll need to find someone to verify it later to know. To break through the third layer required condensing 1,000 dragon elephants, and now that there were no pills to assist, the progress was very slow, so Yi Chen temporarily stopped cultivating. Compared to the physical body, cultivation fell a lot. It just so happens that there are still a lot of solid elemental pills left, so it is better to continue to cultivate. The 4th level of the Avatar Realm. The 5th level of the Avatar Realm. 9th level of the Avatar Realm. Seeing that he was about to break through the Golden Body Realm, Yi Chuan suddenly stopped cultivating and muttered with a puzzled look on his face. Why haven't I awakened my innate aptitude yet? Could it be the reason I wasted myself once? When cultivators were in the Avatar Realm, they would all randomly awaken an innate divine ability, and the strength of the power would depend on the individual's talent and luck. For example, some people are born in Rome and others are born as cows and horses, and the difference is unspeakable. Now that he himself is about to cross this realm, his innate aptitude has not been awakened, so he really can't ride his sister. However, things are unpredictable. Yi Chuan was about to ask the system when he suddenly felt a mysterious power appear in the absolute body. Then a bright golden light emerged around his body. The whole person was like a small sun. The host awakens the innate aptitude, the indestructible golden body. Indestructible golden body, unparalleled defense, possessing an unbelievable recovery ability. As long as the Yuan Shin is indestructible, it can recover from even the heaviest of injuries. Ha ha, what a godsend. The sudden surprise made Yi Chuan happy. The dragon elephant heaven suppressing technique coupled with the indestructible golden body was simply a match made in heaven, and his strength could definitely be raised a few more levels. After being happy for a while, he once again entered the cultivation state, and after refining all of the solid elemental Dan, his realm broke through to the 3rd level of the golden body realm. Calculating the time, only entered the cold pool for more than 3 months. The strength has undergone a transformational change, which can be described as rapid progress. It's time to leave. Leaf Dust stretched his back. Now that there is a certain strength, it is naturally impossible to continue to live here. After all, it is still faster to kill to improve strength. Puff! Just then a sound of falling water rang out, instantly arousing Yi Chuan's curiosity, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look towards the top. Gee, I like it. Yi Chuan looked at it with straight eyes, not expecting to encounter such a good thing as a beautiful woman taking a bath. Did God see that he was working too hard and gave him a special reward? Chapter 26, The 6th Princess of the Tang Dynasty. Ah! The woman in the cold pool discovered Yi Chuan's trail and immediately let out a shriek, immediately leaving the water and getting dressed in the blink of an eye. Under the heavy pupil, the woman's speed is no longer useful. The whole body was seen by Yi Chuan, and then followed by rushing out of the cold pool. The eyes surveyed the other party recklessly and unapologetically. TSK, pretty long. The woman's long black hair was slightly curly, and her bright, delicate features were so bright that she could hardly pick out any faults. It was the inadvertent display of arrogance that made him feel so offended that he wanted to flirt with it. A hint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the woman's face. Bold thief! This princess will kill you! Raising his jade hand, he shot out a white light that shot towards Yi Chen, wanting to kill this bold fellow. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize it was still a princess. Yi Chuan slightly sidestepped to avoid the woman's attack, and the white light sank into the cold pool, instantly rising a large amount of cold air, and the water quickly froze. What the hell do you what? The woman froze for a moment when she saw this. Yi Chuan was clearly only at the golden body realm cultivation level, but he could actually dodge his own attack with ease. It was unbelievable. To have such a skill, one was definitely a disciple of some powerful sect, and it definitely wouldn't be as simple as it appeared. Thinking of this, he directly took out his summoning token and sent out a message to gather some strong people over to avoid letting Yi Chen escape later. This young man is just a casual cultivator. Nothing to come by. Don't worry. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't know that these people were moving to ask about their origins. It really wasn't interesting at all. Looking at the power that erupted from the woman's hand, she should have the cultivation of the void-shattering realm. So she tentatively asked, "At such a young age, you have reached the void-shattering realm. It seems that the talent is not something that can be compared to ordinary people. This young man is very curious about your identity?" The main thing was that he didn't know where he was at the moment and wanted to find out what was going on from the woman's mouth. The woman had no intention of hiding, proudly telling her origin, wanting to bluff Yi Chen with her identity. "To tell you the truth, I'm the 6th Princess Li Linger of the Great Tang Dynasty, and I'm bound to skin you later. If you kowtow to me now and beg for forgiveness, perhaps I can save you a whole body later, or it will be too late to beg for mercy when my guards arrive." Yi Chen smiled. So he was teleported to the territory of the Great Tang Dynasty and met a princess. It was indeed interesting. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Didn't you hear what this princess just said?" Li Linger chirped. Feeling that Yi Chen seemed to be mocking her, she became irritated. She was at least a princess of the Great Tang Dynasty, so she naturally couldn't tolerate the other party's indifference. "Threaten me? Your status is nothing in my eyes. If you're ugly, don't come out and make a fool of yourself." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. A natural superiority complex like Li Ling's felt that everyone else had to surround her. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be spoiled and disliked the other party without mercy, not caring if they were some kind of princess or something. Li Linger was so angry that she couldn't speak. It was still the first time that someone said she was ugly, and she looked at Yi Chen with a gaze full of killing intent. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." A white divine sword skillfully appeared in his hand, exuding gusts of cold air, and a careful feeling could also find holy might flowing in it. With a wave of Li Linger's divine sword, she condensed countless chilly sword chi to fly towards Yi Chen, and the temperature around her dropped quite a bit. Yi Chuan was calm and relaxed, activating his innate divine ability Undying Golden Body. A brilliant golden light emerged outside his body, and the cold and ice sword chi struck it without any effect at all. Looking at the angry Li Linger, the mood can be said to be very comfortable, and continued to strike, furious. "It seems to have poked your pain. Ugly is ugly. You can't keep people from saying it. Any man who marries you in the future is definitely out of luck." The naked words, once again stimulated Li Linger. Angry body spirit energy storm spit out a mouthful of blood. "Almost go into the devil." Yi Chen looked at Li Linger and feigned a look of surprise. "Ha? Spitting blood?" Immediately afterward, they put their poisonous tongue skills to good use, constantly irritating each other. "At least you're a princess. Your mental defenses are too weak. Ha ha ha." After hearing these words, Li Linger's endless anger surged to her heart, bound to make this insult to her man pay the price. Thinking of this whole body spiritual energy convergence of the divine sword above, slowly ice sealed the surrounding space. Killing intent austere said, "Thief, taste the power of my innate divine ability. Ice spirit without phase." The whole person instantly flew out, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, chopping towards Yi Chuan's head, showing no mercy at all. "Chick, you're not my match yet." Yi Chuan stretched out his 2 fingers and easily caught the flying Excalibur, and then blasted his fist on top of Li Linger's belly, and blood immediately gushed out. Li Linger's face changed greatly, not expecting Yi Chen's physical strength to be so terrifying that he had seriously injured himself with a single punch. If a few more times, I'm afraid she would die in the hands of the other party. Thinking of this, loosened the divine sword in her hands, and hurriedly retreated back. Yi Chuan caught up with Li Linger in the blink of an eye. His palms grabbed her shoulders, and a million forces fell, suppressing her in place and unable to move. "Chick, you've come all the way here. Why don't you stay and keep me company?" "Ha ha." Li Linger became alarmed at his words, fearing that Yi Chen would do something excessive, and hurriedly threatened in a stern voice. "Ah, thief, let go of me, or I'll have my father exterminate your 9 clans, even if you escape to the ends of the earth. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive. In case I lost my innocence, how would I meet people in the future? I am the princess of the Great Tang Dynasty. You dare to treat me like this?" She had grown up with a noble status. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Tears flowed involuntarily. "It looks pathetic." Yi Chen saw no ripples. He wouldn't have any pity or anything. pinching Li Linger's chin and revealing a meaningful smile. Your so-called background is no deterrent to me. Don't take yourself too seriously. What about the princess? I'll teach you a good lesson today, so you'll know what it means to have a wicked heart. Chapter 27, Unico. You've learned the hard way. Asshole, get off me. Li Linger struggled desperately, and a huge ice phoenix silhouette appeared behind her, violently breaking away from Yi Chen's suppression, wanting to escape towards the distance. But how could Yi Chuan let her go so easily? Instantly arriving at the top of the huge ice phoenix's head, both fists carrying close to 20 million pounds of divine power smashed down. Instantly, the ice phoenix let out a wail and quickly dissipated between heaven and earth, as if it had never appeared. Li Linger still wanted to struggle to try to escape, however Yi Chen didn't give him a chance at all. His hands were as heavy as mountains, deadening the former. Help! Li Linger was really scared. At that moment, a figure carrying a divine sword appeared in his mind. A handsome face, determined eyes, and endless sword intent surrounding his body. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He hurriedly said to Yi Chen, "This princess's fiancé is the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land, Yi Yun. If you dare to touch me in the slightest, he definitely won't be able to spare you." The heavenly sword Holy Land was one of the hegemons of the eastern region, and there were countless strong people in the Holy Land row, with a very deep heritage, with a formation set up by a great emperor powerhouse, as well as several quasi-imperial powerhouses in attendance. I believe that no one would be willing to offend the heavenly sword Holy Land unless they were truly tired of living. Yi Chuan stopped the movement of his hand when he heard this. A playful smile appeared on his mouth as he muttered, Yi Yun's fiancé. It really is a bit out of my expectation. This name he is no longer familiar. It is his own cheap second brother, when he was born to pluck out his own supreme sword bone, and now he has even become the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land. It is really a matter of the world. When he thought of this, Yi Chuan's eyes became very cold, and cold killing intent erupted from his body, enveloping Li Linger's entire body. It was the first time that Li Linger had seen such a terrifying killing intent, and she was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe, truly afraid that Yi Chen would kill herself. Yi Chuan's expression was very gloomy, almost about to lose control of his killing heart. The pain of gouging out his bones could not be forgotten at all times. However, Yi Yun had become the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land, and it was very difficult to take revenge on his own. The power that could become a Holy Land was very strong. Even if one had a quasi-emperor cultivation experience card, it was estimated that one could not help the other party. It was even rumored that some holy places had great emperor powerhouses sitting in them, so naturally Yi Chen would not be foolish enough to go in hard, in case his little life was hitching a ride inside. As Yi Yun's fiancé, Li Linger certainly counted as her enemy, and really wanted to kill the former to give herself an outlet. The system detects the host's inner killing intent and obtains the task to take revenge on Yi Yun and push down Li Linger, rewarded with 1 level of Realm Ascension and Dragon Tiger Treasure Pill X100. Tun Chan, you've learned the hard way. After hearing the content of the system, Yi Chuan were frozen for several seconds. The system is really too good at playing. Right, even this method can come up with it. It's really heaven-defying. Wouldn't the host dare? Yi Chen snorted at the words. Dare the system look down on himself? Just kidding. What wouldn't this young man dare to do? A man can't say he can't. Whether it was for the sake of completing the mission or to get back at Yi Yun, this matter had to be accomplished. He wasn't one to stick to the rules. After all, good people don't live long, and woe betide them. So what's not to like about being a villain? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Li Linger with a gaze filled with sympathy, one could only say that she had a bad fate and had met herself. Li Linger's sweaty hairs stood up all over her body. Yi Chen's eyes were just too terrifying, as if they were going to eat her up, making people shudder. The delicate body cannot help but tremble. Now want to save their lives can only wait for the strong people following around to arrive. Otherwise the end will definitely be very miserable. This is a woman's sixth sense. Do you have a grudge against my fiancé? Seeing that he had just mentioned Yi Yun and this guy reacted so violently, guessing that there must be some kind of grudge between the two sides, Li Linger wanted to use this topic to delay some more time. Maybe you'll find out later when you have the chance. Right now it's important to get on with business. Ha ha. Yi Chuan is not lazy to explain so much with this woman. Want to complete the task issued by the system earlier. In his past life and present life, he is a virgin. A great opportunity of course cannot be missed. Isn't it normal to be impatient? How dare you? Let go of our princess. Who knew that at the critical moment, 2 old crone flew in through the air, One of them exerted divine power to kill Yi Chen, and one of them wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to rescue Li Linger. Humph, dare to disturb this young man's good deed. Each one that called a gas bullets are loaded, actually came to two old ladies to make things happen. Do not kill them, simply too sorry for themselves. The strength of his physical body was exerted to the limit, sparring with one of his old crone, shattering the space in a 100-meter radius. He was shaken back dozens of meters by the powerful force, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that the other crone was about to save Li Linger, Yi Chuan took her away with a flash of his figure. Otherwise, how could he complete his mission later? Brat, quickly hand over the princess, and perhaps there will still be a way for you to live. The two old crones were very shocked. They were both in the ferrying realm cultivation, and they actually failed to help a golden body realm guy when they joined hands, so it was estimated that no one would dare to believe it when they said it. Humph, let's see if you guys have the skills then. Yi Chuan snorted coldly, knowing that he was not a match for the two, and that he had to take out a powerful card to kill them, contemplating a bit to take out the Supreme Divine Weapon 9 Dragon's Devil Sword, just to see the so-called Supreme Divine Weapon, just how much power can be exerted. As soon as the 9 Dragon Demon Sword appeared, a large amount of demonic energy flowed out, and darkness instantly enveloped the entire valley. The sound of a dragon's roar still seemed to emanate from the darkness, leaving one almost breathless. Hey, that's awesome. Yi Chuan was very satisfied. He didn't even use his spiritual energy to activate the 9 Dragon Demon Sword, but it was able to erupt with such a terrifying power. It truly deserved to be a Supreme Divine Soldier. Chapter 28, Forbidden Avatar? What a terrifying Devil Dao Divine Warrior. The two old crone revealed shocked expressions, and a strong life and death crisis surfaced in their hearts as they went all out in defense. Two sisters, help me. Li Linger was very desperate. She had thought that by following her strongest person to arrive, she would be able to easily take down Yi Chen. Now it seemed that she had thought too simply. Oh, they can't even protect themselves. How can they care about you? You'd better stay honest. Yi Chuan laughed disdainfully, his divine thoughts firmly locked onto one of the old crone. Waving the 9 Dragon Demon Sword and chopping it out, the black demonic light instantly pierced through the space to arrive in front of the other party. Damn it, the shield of Xianling. The old crone could barely even react, hastily coagulating a gray shield in front of her, hoping to block the incoming demonic light. Unfortunately, it was of little use. The recovery shield instantly split in two, and the old crone behind it was not spared. Her body turned into two halves and crashed into the ground. Phew, a fierce mess, just too consuming. Yi Chuan was very satisfied with the power of the 9 Dragon Demon Sword, but the consumption was too great. Randomly chopping out a sword, she consumed half of the spiritual energy. Want to completely harnessed? I'm afraid that it is still early. The remaining named crone's godly body trembled, not expecting this outcome. Her companions who were not far from her own cultivation were all killed in seconds. She rushed up. I'm afraid that the same is a dead end. Thought of this backward a distance. Sternly threatened. Your Excellency, what you have in your hands is the 6th princess of our great Tang dynasty, beloved by His Majesty. There's also the fact that Her Highness has a marriage contract with the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and the marriage will be consummated in 3 months. If anything happens now, you'll face the endless pursuit of the two major powers. Yi Chuan revealed a cold killing intent, consuming his remaining spiritual energy to chop out another sword, and the terrifying demonic light chopped down the opponent's head. Not mentioning Yi Yun might still be able to die a little slower. The two of us have an undying grudge. The heaven-slaying devil technique was in operation, absorbing the power overflowed by the two, and his cultivation reached the 5th level of the golden body realm. Putting away the 9 Dragon Demon Sword, he slowly walked towards Li Linger and brought her into the cold pool. Yi Yun, sooner or later you'll have to pay me back what you owe me. Let's start with your fiancé today. A night of sleeplessness. The host completes the task of retaliating against Yi Yun and forcibly pushing Yi Linger, rewarded with 1 level of Realm Ascension and Dragon Tiger Treasure Pill X100. Dragon and Tiger Treasure Pill enhances cultivation, strengthens chi and blood, and reinforces the physical body. The twofold realm of manifestation. After Yi Linger came out from the cold pool, her face was covered with frost, her eyes were filled with endless resentment, and she stared at Yi Chen in front of her, hating this guy who took her innocence. She didn't know how to face her fiancé Yi Yun in the future. It's a shame that this happened. Chick, even if this young man is handsome, you don't have to look at me with such eyes. Yi Duan did not care at all. Originally wanted to directly kill Li Linger, but on second thought it was at least a princess. To be a maid for himself is not quite good. After thinking for a moment, he used the secret method recorded in the heaven-slaying demon technique to place a restriction in her divine soul and said with a cold expression, "Your Highness, from today onwards you are my prisoner. Be honest or the consequences will be severe." With a thought those prohibitions were put to use, hurting this woman to roll on the ground continuously, letting her know the consequences of disobeying her will. If Yi Yun sees his woman become his prisoner, I believe it will definitely be very interesting. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan laughed maniacally, and cold killing intent rose to the sky. Everything has just begun. The pain and suffering they once suffered must be repaid 100 times, 1,000,000 times over. Detected killing intent in the host's heart and was given a new mission to reclaim the supreme sword bone that belongs to him. Rewarded with 3 consecutive levels of realm ascension, 1 great emperor cultivation experience card, and the forbidden avatar sky-splitting sword technique. I'll go. The great emperor cultivation experience card. It's really cool. Forbidden avatar? A divine level Gongfu secret art is enough to blow up the sky, and now there is a forbidden divine power. I don't know what it will be like. Yi Chen's heart was incomparably expectant. However, he could not eat hot tofu in a hurry, and if he wanted to reclaim his supreme sword bone, he could only wait until 3 months later, when Yi Yun married Li Linger. At that time, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to blend in and take advantage of his defenses to reclaim his supreme sword bone. Chapter 29, Refining Phoenix Essence Blood. Li Linger was lying on the ground for a long time before she got up. Her delicate body trembled continuously, and her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Yi Chen. "Demon! You're a demon!" In her eyes Yi Duan was a living devil, as if he was a messenger walking out of hell, making people shudder. "Aha!" Yi Chen glanced at her and said indifferently, "If you're not afraid of death, you can fight to the death. This young man doesn't mind fulfilling you." Li Linger fell silent at the words. If she could, she naturally didn't want to die just like that, and could only honestly accept her fate. Yi Chuan revealed a smile. Don't look at the surface Li Linger's honorable status and arrogant character, but in fact, she was very greedy and afraid of death. Otherwise she would definitely fight with herself. After a moment, Li Linger bravely said, "What exactly do you want to do? You can't just keep holding on to me. This princess will surely come over strong to look for me if she doesn't go back for a long time. My father is a sacred emperor powerhouse, and there are also quasi-emperor powerhouses in the royal family, so you have to consider the stakes clearly. If you are willing to let go, how about this princess promises to give you a large amount of heavenly treasures?" The purpose of saying so was to hope that Yi Chen could spare himself or bring himself back to the great Tang dynasty. This would allow them to search for a strong person above the saint level, and perhaps they would be able to lift the prohibition in their souls so that they could get rid of Yi Chen's control. Yi Chuan could see Li Linger's small mind at a glance. His palm lifted the other party's chin and said indifferently, "Chick, you're in no position to give me a deal. Do you really think this young man doesn't know about your little mind? The great Tang dynasty and the heavenly sword Holy Land can't scare me. If they annoy me, ha!" Yi Chen did not continue, letting Li Linger experience it herself, and immediately afterward, he activated the prohibition to give her a profound lesson. "Ah!" Li Linger covered her head and screamed miserably, as if there were countless roots sticking out of her head. Yi Duan didn't have the slightest bit of pity for this. "You've become your own prisoner, and you still want to threaten yourself? Do you really think he has no temper? If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was still useful, I would have destroyed her with a hot hand. I was wrong. Never again. Please let me go." Li Linger's face turned pale. Her inner defenses completely collapsed, and she cried and begged for mercy, not daring to have any more thoughts. "Chick, those who know what's good for them are good for them. If you dare to threaten me again, you'll suffer the consequences." Yi Chuan's expression was very cold, believing that several lessons in succession should make Li Linger honest for a while. Originally, he wanted to take her directly to the great Tang dynasty, but who knew that the cold pool behind him had undergone a strange change, and the water began to boil up, becoming deep red in color, like a terrifying pool of blood. What happened? Li Linger looked at the change in the cold pool and revealed a puzzled expression. She had been here more than once and had never seen anything like this happen. "Unico, what's the situation?" Yi Chen similarly didn't know what had happened and could only ask the system in his mind. "There is a hidden phoenix essence blood underneath the cold pool, which has erupted due to the weakening of the power of the cold pool. The host obtains a new quest, refining the phoenix essence blood under the cold pool, rewarded with a god-level secret treasury in Yang Blood Sea, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and true demon blood pill X100. Ha ha, it's true that no one can stop luck when it comes." Yi Chuan laughed out loud. The phoenix had the ability to be reborn in nirvana. If he refined its essence blood, he would surely benefit a lot, whether it is to quench the impurities of the flesh or to enhance the cultivation level. It has a remarkable efficacy. And more importantly, the rewards of the mission are simply earning a lot of money. Looking at the excited Yi Chen, Li Linger was a bit unsure, so she carefully asked, "What exactly is in the cold pool that makes you so happy? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Wait for me honestly on the shore for a while, and don't think of escaping, or there will be serious consequences." Yi Chuan didn't bother to answer Zhao Qianling's question, and without saying a word, he zipped into the cold pool and began to refine the power of the phoenix essence blood. The berserk energy continuously quenched the flesh, removing impurities from the body and tapping into one's potential, and at the same time are constantly improving their own cultivation. Chapter 30, The Sea of Yin and Yang Blood. Half a month to break through to the 7th level of the realm. A month to break through to the 9th level of the 10,000 Laws realm. 49 days later, his cultivation had directly reached the 1st level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, and his flesh was even covered with a faint divine radiance. The host completes the task of refining the phoenix essence blood, rewarding the yin-yang blood sea, 3 consecutive levels of realm advancement, and the true demon blood pill, sea of yin and yang blood, refined by fusing the blood of endless gods and demons. It contains endless blood chi and can absorb the blood of other living beings. True demon blood pill, the taker's chi and blood become furious, and his strength soars within an hour, with no realm restriction and without any side effects. The 2nd level of the Tian Yuan realm. Tian Yuan realm triple. The 4th level of the Tian Yuan realm. Yi Chuan couldn't wait for the divine grade secret treasury Yang Blood Sea, and his divine mind probed into it to discover monstrous blood chi. After recognizing the master, steeply flying his own body, at all times emitting rich blood chi, inducing the dragon elephant Jintian art to operate automatically, making the physical body stronger at all times. Ha ha, it's so anticlimactic. Yi Chen laughed up to the sky. With the yin-yang blood sea, his dragon elephant heaven suppressing technique would surely skyrocket, and becoming a saint in the flesh would be a piece of cake. Becoming an emperor in the flesh was even more imminent, and sweeping across the entire human emperor realm would not be a problem at that time. Li Linger witnessed Yi Chen's changes during this period of time. Her heart was incomparably shocked. Climbing from the golden body realm to the Tian Yuan realm in a short period of time was too perverse. There seems to be someone over there. Go check it out. The 6th princess has disappeared, and anyone who is suspected cannot be spared. It must be found as soon as possible, or if His Majesty blames us, none of us can afford it. Just then, a few voices came from not far away. Yi Chuan smiled slightly after noticing it, guessing that he was here to look for Li Linger, so he said indifferently, "Chick, do you need me to teach you how to do it?" Li Linger subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that she would experience the previous encounter again, which was simply unbearable. But since her little life was still cupped in Yi Chen's hands, she could only softly say, "Is there anything you command?" Yi Chuan revealed a cold smile, surrounded by a terrifying killing intent, and said indifferently, "Nothing much, it's just that your great Tang imperial family is looking for you, so it's just as well that I'm accompanying you back. I can't miss your wedding day. Yi Yun, long time no see." The killing intent around her caused Li Linger to tremble in fear and asked with a trembling voice, "What deep hatred do you have with Yi Yun?" Looking at Yi Chuan's behavior, he knew that the hatred between the two sides was not ordinary, or else they would definitely not be like this. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Under your imperial dynasty's strongest men to find you. You take me back with you by the way, so that you can wait for Yi Yun to come and pick up your pro. This young man will make Yi Yun pay a heavy price in full view of everyone. If you perform well during the period, this young man will naturally lift the restraints in your divine soul. Don't play some useless tricks. The restriction in your divine soul can't be lifted even by a quasi-emperor powerhouse. You'll die if I die. Try it if you don't believe me." With Li Linger as a hostage, Yi Chuan wasn't at all afraid of what the powerhouses of the great Tang imperial family would do to him, unless he truly disregarded the former's death. Yes, Li Linger naturally didn't dare to say anything more and immediately agreed. A man under the roof has to bow his head. As for Yi Chuan's claim that no quasi-emperor powerhouse could break the restrictions in her divine soul, she was more or less unconvinced. To be on the safe side, it's better to wait until we get back to the palace. It didn't take long for a dozen or so people to arrive at the edge of the cold pool, and the old man at the head of the group was at the transition realm cultivation. The moment he saw Li Linger, he burst into old tears and said excitedly, "Your Highness, the old slave has finally found you. Having disappeared for so many days with no news, It's made His Majesty so anxious that he sent a large number of strong men around to look for you. Your Highness, what has happened in this period of time? Has she encountered any danger? At the same time, a message was sent to the people in the vicinity to avoid any further accidents to Li Linger. Li Linger mused, her mind quickly thinking about how to answer. And during that time, she even subconsciously glanced at Yi Chen. The old man in the lead noticed that something was wrong, and his eyes immediately went cold as the powerful aura of the transition realm enveloped Yi Chen. Kid, did you kidnap our princess? Tell me the truth, or your 9 clans will be destroyed. The guy in the district's Tian Yuan realm, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. If he didn't know what to do, there was no harm in killing him. Chapter 31, Half-Sane Powerhouse. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed at the words, and the killing intent that had disappeared reappeared as he said coldly, Old man, with you still wanting to exterminate my 9 clans, you're thinking too highly of yourself. The 9-dragon demon sword appeared in his hand and chopped off one of the opponent's arms in a swift manner, and blood immediately gushed out. Speak out of turn again, and I'll have your life next time. The crowd's bodies trembled. They didn't expect Yi Chuan's strength to be so terrifying. Just at the 4th level of the Tian Yuan realm, he was able to seriously injure the old man across 2 large realms. It was just too unbelievable. Ah, together, kill this kid for me. Losing an arm, the old man wailed in pain and almost lost his mind, ordering the dozen or so of his peers to surround Yi Chen. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Li Linger hurriedly stopped the crowd that wanted to strike and chided, All of you, back off. This gentleman is my savior. You must not be rude, or this princess will never be lenient. She was aware of how terrifying Yi Chen's strength was, and the person in front of her was purely an act of death. If she angered the other party further, she was expected to be tortured again. Subordinate obeyed. The dozen or so people quickly retreated upon hearing this, a huge sigh of relief in their hearts. Anyone with a clear eye could see how powerful Yi Chen was, so naturally none of them wanted to go to their deaths. But the old man who had broken off his arm was obviously a bit unwilling and wanted to say something else. Li Linger surfaced with terrible anger, directly interrupting the old man's words and said coldly, There's nothing but, do you want to disobey this princess's orders? The encounter during this period of time had already made her very unhappy, and this guy still had to bump into the muzzle of the gun, really not knowing how to die. The old man shuddered at his words, not knowing why Li Linger was so angry. He quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. My subordinate knows of his sins. Please forgive your highness. Poof. Yi Chen smiled disdainfully and put away the 9-dragon demon sword. It's impossible to keep a low profile. If the people in front of us don't know how to die, then let them be. With the supreme divine warrior in hand, it could almost be said that there was no enemy under a saint, and these people in front of him were simply unbeatable. Suddenly a middle-aged man in red armor flew over. His body coalesced with a dense fury, and he looked like someone who had experienced countless killings. Looking at the unharmed Li Linger, he was relieved. Your Highness, it's good that you're alright. My subordinate is really worried to death. Li Linger was one of the most favored princesses, bearing the Ice Phoenix divine body, with a superb talent, and loved by His Majesty. What's more, it also has a marriage contract with the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and it looks like it is close to the wedding day. But suddenly it disappeared, which can make the people anxious. If anything happened, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Commander Wang Li, it's fine that you're here. There's nothing big about me. Li Linger answered softly. The person in front of her was a half-sane powerhouse. Even if she was a princess, she more or less had to give the other side a few points. Wang Li nodded and looked at the old man with the broken arm. His complexion instantly became gloomy as he forced himself to hold back his anger and asked, Who is so bold as to dare injure this commander's men? God's thoughts swept around the circle. All of them did not find any other strong end, just a Tian Yuan realm Yi Chen. He directly ignored it. This, the old man with the broken arm stammered up, lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of offending Li Linger. When the time comes, he won't have any good fruit to eat. Just say what you have directly. This commander will do it for you. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Li shouted angrily. Yi Chen shook his head and said with a smile, There's no need to ask. It's this young man who did it. I'll take whatever I want. There was nothing to fear as much as a half-sane powerhouse, and he didn't put it on his mind at all. If you hurt my subordinates, take your life to pay for it. Wang Li's gaze became stern at his words, and he walked straight towards Yi Chen, wanting to see what means a guy from the district Tian Yuan realm had to chop off the arm of a ferrying realm powerhouse. The aura of a half-sane powerhouse erupted out, and the entire cave became oppressive. as if the battle was imminent. Commander Wang Li, be at ease. Li Linger was very speechless and hurriedly stood in front of Yi Chen. In his heart, he sighed that Yi Chen was really too arrogant. He actually didn't even put the half-saint powerhouses in his eyes. Could the strength be really powerful to such an extent? Truly an impenetrable man. She didn't want the two to break out into conflict. Why is your highness protecting an outsider? Wang Li was very puzzled. Li Linger was so helpless inside that she didn't even know how to explain. After a moment's thought, a reason is now made up. It says that when she was out traveling, she was surrounded by unknown powerhouses, and two of her sisters pulled the enemy down with them in order to protect themselves. She was lucky to escape, but she was seriously injured. When his life was on the line, he was saved by Yi Chen in front of him, and then he healed his wounds until now. Commander Wang Li, for the sake of this princess, don't bother with this gentleman anymore. Wang Li's expression eased up at those words, collected his own aura, cupped his fists and saluted Yi Chen. Thank you for saving the princess's life. I am grateful. Compared to Li Linger's safety, an arm of his own subordinate was nothing. So naturally, he would not count on it anymore. Chapter 32, The King's Wrath. Yi Chuan had been planning to make a move. Who would have thought that Wang Li would suddenly go soft, causing him to go up and down? Oh, no harm done. After thinking about it for a while, he let this guy go for the time being. After all, he had to go back with Li Linger later. Doing too much was more or less a bit bad. This princess is tired. Take me back. Wang Li didn't dare to delay, and immediately arranged for the manpower outside the cave to prepare the seat and respectfully invited Li Linger to go up. Seeing how high the latter's status was, come on, go back with me. Li Linger was afraid that Yi Chen would mess up again, so she invited her to join her in her seat. Wang Li said with a solemn expression as his eyes flashed with essence. Your Highness, you mustn't. You have a noble status. If you are with another man, you will surely attract gossip from others. Li Linger was about to get married to the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land soon, and it was naturally inappropriate for a lone man and woman to stay together with another man right now. If someone who is interested knows about this, they will certainly make a big fuss about it, and then it may cause a bigger misunderstanding. This gentleman is my savior. There's nothing to it. There's no need for Commander Wang Li to say more. Just take us back. Li Linger waved her hand. Her expression was very calm, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. Wang Li wanted to say something, but seeing Li Linger's resolute attitude, he retreated to the side and allowed Yi Chen to get into the princess's seat. Oh, that's more like it. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't be polite and walked up calmly. I really don't know how these people will feel one day when they know that they slept with their princess. A bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth when he thought of this. Entering the seat, Yi Duan's eyes lit up, finally realizing what it meant to be luxurious. It could be said that it had everything inside, as if it was a small palace, decorated with all sorts of gold and glittering magical or treasured artifacts. A small spirit-gathering formation was engraved in the center, absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi at all times. There were powerful defense formations engraved around the area, so even if they encountered a saintly powerhouse, they would be able to withstand them for a while. Outside, there were also 18 void-shattering realm powerhouses carrying the seat, ensuring that there wouldn't be any bumps during the flight. The row was not ordinary. As time passed, more and more people gathered, and in half a day's time, several tens of thousands of people had gathered, with the lowest cultivation level being at the Imperial Sky Realm. All of them were strong people who had come to search for Li Linger, and when they got the news that she was safe and sound, they rushed over without stopping, escorting her safely back to the palace. Yi Chuan vaguely also felt a powerful aura that was hidden in the void without showing itself. If there were no surprises, it should be a saintly powerhouse, secretly protecting Li Linger's safety, showing how much importance the Great Tang dynasty placed on this princess. TSK, worthy of being a princess of an imperial dynasty. Such treatment is really not something that ordinary people can compare to. Yi Duan couldn't help but praise it after reading it. Pity, even with such characters, they still become their slaves. Li Linger was silent, only wanting to return to her own territory as soon as possible to see if there was a way to lift the prohibition in her divine soul so that she could get rid of this demon in front of her. Boring. Seeing that Li Linger didn't say anything, Yi Chen simply went to cultivate, striving to break through to the shattered void realm earlier. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The group arrived in the imperial city. Yi Dust felt the clamor outside and woke up, ready to go down for a good stroll. Then he quietly stepped down from the seat, and transmitted his voice to Li Linger as he was leaving. Chick, instruct your people to never follow me. If not, how far apart? I'll let you die without a burial place, and the imperial city is your turf. You can cover this young man well. Otherwise don't blame me for what happened. Ha ha ha. By the time Li Linger reacted, Yi Chen had already disappeared into the sea of people. She froze for a moment. Is this guy that confident? Originally thought that Yi Chuan would return to the palace with himself. With himself as a hostage. No one can take him what? But now it was just gone. And it did take her by surprise. Was he really not afraid that someone could lift the restraints in his soul? Princess, what exactly is that person's origin? Do you need me to kill him? Just then an old voice entered her ears. It was the sage powerhouse that had been hiding in the shadows. He had long since discovered that something was wrong between the two. But considering Li Linger's safety, he hadn't dared to make a sudden move. Elder warrior, don't act rashly. My life is pinched in his hands. Wait to find my father before renegotiating this matter. Li Linger hurriedly opened her mouth to stop, fearing that this would provoke Yi Chen, and then her previous patience would be ruined. Ha! The old war veteran in the void let out a cry of alarm, not expecting things to be so serious, and decisively manifested his form, bringing Li Linger back to the palace quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived in a prosperous palace, the floor covered with spirit stones and the walls covered with colorful star obsidian crystals. Even the 9 pillars supporting the palace were cast from Xian Tian immortal gold, carved with lifelike patterns of divine dragons. The upper dragon chair is sitting on the imperial lord of the great Tang dynasty, Li Qingfeng. The expression is not angry. The body has the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. However, the moment he saw Li Linger, his previous image was gone, and he instead said with a doting face, "Good daughter, it's good that you're back safely. Father has been worried to death during this period. If it wasn't for the trivialities, he would have moved to look for you personally." Li Linger had 5 older brothers above her, all of whom had been practicing outside all year round, joining different forces. Just this one daughter around, naturally very love. Woohoo! Li Linger could no longer control her emotions and cried out in Li Qingfeng's arms, venting her grievances. "Father, I've been robbed of my yuanin, and the other party has even planted an outlawed prohibition in my mind that can kill me at any time." Li Qingfeng's face changed greatly when he heard this. The killing intent in his body rushed up, and the sturdy palace became shaky and could collapse at any time. What? What on earth would dare to do that? This emperor must exterminate his 9 clans. Never thought anyone would be so bold as to treat their daughter like that. Are you using yourself as a decoration? Or is there a bottom line of ignoring the great Tang dynasty? Either one was unacceptable to him. Thinking of this body, the killing intent on Li Qingfeng's body became even more terrifying. The entire palace collapsed as a result, and the aura of a Saint Emperor level shot straight up above the 9 heavens, and the entire imperial city could feel the wordless rage. All the people in the palace were kneeling on the ground and shivering, not understanding what had happened that could make their majesty so angry. Meanwhile the entire imperial city was in commotion. That aura seems to be emanating from his majesty. Oh my god. Which guy who is not afraid of death dares to mess with that one? When a king is angry, there are millions of corpses. Countless people were talking, all speculating about what had happened that could make the master of the great Tang dynasty so enraged. Ha! Yi Chen in the crowd laughed lightly, did not put this matter in the eyes of the slightest. Self-centered skulking up. Chapter 33 Old Royal Ancestor. Li Linger looked at her furious father, and an extra stream of warmth flowed through her heart. But there were more important things to do at the moment, so she reminded in a low voice, "Father, calm down for a moment and see if you can lift the restraints in my daughter's divine soul, or else I'll still be subject to them." Such a big movement of the whole imperial city can be felt. If there is no accident, Yi Duan surely detected. In case the launch of the forbidden system to torment their own words. Qingfeng Li reacted to his words and slightly calmed his inner rage. He then hurriedly checked up on his daughter's situation. Under the divine sense of the Saint Emperor level, he saw Li Linger's divine soul clearly, finding a mass of red power in the center, extending countless densely packed threads, entwined with its divine soul. What a complicated prohibition. Qingfeng Li's brows furrowed. He wasn't even sure he could lift it, but he still had to try. The divine sense carefully entered Li Linger's divine soul and slowly extracted those extended threads, not daring to be careless throughout the process. Together, 2 courses, thousands of channels. It took 3 whole days. Qingfeng Li expended a lot of divine sense power to finally extract all the threads, and when he extinguished the red light mass again, he could completely lift this restriction. Right now, you need to recover properly to avoid any accidents in the meantime. Father, are you sure? Li Linger was very nervous, her heart in her throat. Qingfeng Li touched her head and comforted her. Don't worry, my good daughter. There's definitely nothing wrong with it. When I adjust my state, I'll help you lift the ban. Don't look at the surface to say easy. In fact, it has long been sweating. Li Linger Divine Soul Ban complexity. He still saw it for the first time. Just the threads that extended out were so troublesome. Who knew what else was in that mass of red light? If anything went wrong, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Father, I believe you. Li Linger let out a sigh of relief when she heard this. It seemed that Yi Chuan had exaggerated a bit earlier. A Saint Emperor powerhouse would be able to lift the ban. It was just that it would take a great deal of mental effort. But before she could be happy for long, the red light cluster in her divine soul trembled, continuously devouring her divine soul power and extending more threads. Ah! The intense pain caused Li Linger to scream out, rolling all over the ground in pain. Father, can't. The other party has unleashed a prohibition. Daughter can't bear it anymore. The words just fainted straight away. Li Qingfeng's face changed drastically and he hurriedly probed his divine sense into Li Linger's mind and found a scene that made him furious. The red light cluster directly devoured 10% of the latter's divine soul, extending out several times the number of threads as before. Now it seemed that trying to lift the prohibition was impossible, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely cause Li Linger to be harmed. Damned fellow, if you fall into the hands of this emperor, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Suffering the most cruel torture in the world, Li Qingfeng's forehead veins rippled, losing the majesty of the emperor of old. When he thought of his daughter's miserable appearance, endless anger once again enveloped the entire imperial city. Even crazier than before, those who didn't know thought he had gone off the deep end. Qingfeng, what's wrong? Just then, an old man wearing a golden robe appeared out of thin air, waving his hand and striking out a power to pacify Li Qingfeng's rioting power, avoiding it from spreading to the rest of the palace. Qingfeng Li's expression was joyful when he saw the visitor, and he didn't know how excited he was inside. Old ancestor, you've come at the right time. Quickly take a look at the prohibition in Linger's divine soul. It's just too vicious. Even I'm incapable of doing anything about it. The golden-robed old man was none other than the founder of the great Tang dynasty, Li Shiming, with an unfathomable cultivation that was considered a top-notch powerhouse amongst the quasi-emperors. If even the other party was unable to lift the ban, then there was even less to say about the others. Li Shiming's eyes flashed with an exquisite light that seemed to have the sun, moon, and stars rotating. A little uncertain. The royal family of the great Tang dynasty is now flourishing. Even those holy places have to give a few points of thin face. Actually, someone dares to assassinate a member of the royal family? Thinking of this, the terrifying divine sense penetrated through the body and scanned Li Linger's divine soul, the silk threads entwined in it constantly contracting. In the blink of an eye, they all returned to the red light cluster, a curtain of light rising up on the surface, resisting Li Shiming's powerful divine sense. What a vicious prohibition! It's fused with the divine soul. If we forcefully break it open, Linger will surely die. Li Shiming observed for a long time and couldn't help but shake his head. The red light mass was rooted into Li Linger's divine soul. One glory and one loss. Even if he was a quasi-imperial powerhouse, there was nothing he could do about it. How is that possible? Old ancestor, is there really no way? Li Shiming was a bit unable to accept that the prohibition was actually helpless even for a quasi-emperor. So how was he supposed to save Li Linger? Li Shiming color a little gloomy. A time are the same, do not know what to say. Think half a day after slowly said, to unring the bell. The only way for today's solution is to find the person who set up the restraint for Linger and force him to take the initiative to unring it. I just don't know how strong the other side is. Right now this is the only way. But the person who can set up this kind of prohibition, I think the strength is definitely very powerful. I'm afraid to find the estimate is not so easy. This, Qingfeng Li was a bit dumbfounded. The enemy's origin and appearance. He hadn't even had the time to ask himself, which made him remorseful. Li Linger was unconscious now, so she couldn't even ask about it. Your Majesty, royal ancestor. The war elder behind the two men walked out with an apprehensive expression, as if he was walking on thin ice. The old slave should have seen the other party. That person wouldn't be fine with the district Tian Yuan realm cultivator that returned to the imperial city with the princess. The old slave's original intention was to kill this son. But the princess said that her life was pinched in its hands, so I didn't dare to act rashly. Li Shiming revealed a shocked expression. What did you say? It was simply heavenly to think that a restriction set up by the heavenly Yuan realm could render a quasi-emperor powerhouse helpless. The war elder's divine body trembled. Even as a saintly powerhouse, he couldn't withstand Li Shiming's intimidating pressure, truly afraid that the other party would vent his anger on himself. Thinking of this, he hastily explained. That's what Her Highness said. The specifics are unclear to the old slave. Li Shiming fell into silence at his words. If Li Linger's prohibition was really set up by a fellow of the Tian Yuan realm, it would be too terrifying. Once such a character grew up, I'm afraid that he could sweep across the entire human emperor realm. Chapter 34, 300 Dragon Elephant Power. Qingfeng Li couldn't care less. Since he knew that the person was in the imperial city, he would dig up the ground to find the other party. I don't believe that a mere Tian Yuan realm fellow could still make any waves in the imperial city. Elder warrior, draw out this person's appearance. This emperor will send 200,000 forbidden troops to assist you, and you must find the other party. One thing though, don't hurt his life or my daughter will die. Got it? After saying that, he threw out a golden token, the very credentials for mobilizing the forbidden army. Old slave understands. The war elder took the token and immediately took action, quickly finding the leader of the forbidden army, and also producing tens of thousands of Yi Chen's portraits to hand over to the other party. Search for this person's trail with all your might and capture the other alive at all costs. This is His Majesty's order. The leader of the forbidden army didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly summoned the generals under his command, ordering all of them to lead their troops to disperse throughout the entire imperial city, searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts. For a time, the entire imperial city was in commotion, and there were figures of forbidden soldiers everywhere, constantly weaving in and out of the streets and alleys, seemingly searching for someone. Ordinary people see even legs on, for fear of involving themselves. First, His Majesty became furious and sent out a large number of forbidden troops. What the hell happened? Many people gossiped, wanting to find out what was going on, but unfortunately they could never find out anything useful. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, he was in the inn at the corner of the imperial city, cultivating peacefully, completely unaware of what was happening outside. After half a month of cultivation, the realm had broken through to the 7th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. The Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing technique also skyrocketed under the Yin-Yang Blood Seas augmentation, and the number of condensed Taiku Dragon Elephants reached 300. Yi Chuan estimated that with the power of his physical body, it was not a big deal to defeat the average powerhouse of the transitional realm, but he still needed to practice it to know exactly how it would be. Knock knock. Just then there was a tight knock at the door. The people inside opened the door for me. We are the Imperial Forbidden Army. We are ordered by His Majesty to search for a felon, and those who don't cooperate will be killed without pardon. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. It was very clear that it was coming at him. Some time ago, when there was a disturbance in the forbidden system he had planted, he immediately cast a secret sensing method and learned what happened behind the scenes through Yi Linger. First, Li Linger suffered a backlash and fainted. Then came the old royal ancestors. There was also the end where Qingfeng Li sent out 200,000 forbidden troops and had Elder War lead a team all over the city to arrest himself. Originally, I did not intend to pay any attention to it, but people have come to the door, so wouldn't it be unreasonable for me not to show it? Bang! The forbidden soldiers outside the door waited a little impatiently and forced the door of the room to break down and rushed in to inspect it. A dozen forbidden soldiers surrounded them, sneaking around and not opening the door. Is there something unseemly going on? The leader didn't even look at Yi Chen's appearance clearly before coming with such a sentence, which showed how domineering the forbidden army acted. If it were an ordinary person, he might not dare to say anything more. Unfortunately, today's luck was a bit bad, and he had provoked Yi Duan. Oh, what business is it of yours what this young man does? Does your family live by the ocean? Pipe that wide? Yi Chen's continuous beat of words disliked the several forbidden soldiers, and for a while, they didn't know how to retort. The leader was a black-faced man with a horrible scar on his face, trembling with anger, viciously saying, "Brat, you seek death." After becoming the Imperial Forbidden Army, which one of them was not courteous when everyone saw them, and naturally could not tolerate Yi Chen's provocation, the muscles of his body tensed up, and with the power of his physical body, he punched with such explosive power that the tables and chairs in the room rose up in disarray. Boss is mighty. This kid, a fellow who cultivates the power of the physical body, is really rare. Yi Chuan was slightly surprised that this guy could cultivate his physical body to a level comparable to the 10,000 laws realm. It seemed that he did put in a lot of effort. It's not so easy to break all the laws with one force. The black-faced big man was very flattered and had a smug expression on his face, thinking that Yi Chen was still sensible. But the arrow had to be sent, and the punch that was thrown could not be retracted. Kid, I count you as a bit insightful, but if you dare to insult our forbidden army, you must be taught a good lesson today, or else how can we still mix when word gets out? If you can withstand my punch and not die, then I'll let you go today. Yi Chen shook his head. These people in front of him were really stupid and cute. Clearly all of them had come to look for themselves, and not a single one of them recognized themselves. It was a bit too funny. Slowly stretching out a finger, he directly flicked the black-faced big man out in front of the crowd's shocked gazes. Bang! The walls all smashed out a big hole, fell down hard on top of the street, causing many people passers-by to watch. It seems to be the Imperial Forbidden Army, who's so bold as to provoke them. Don't want to live? It's the first time I've seen the Forbidden Army in such a sorry state. I really want to see what kind of person made the move. The surrounding people were talking and pointing at the black-faced big man who fell down, and there was a hint of gloating in their tone. The black-faced man's face darkened even more at his words. Feeling that he had lost face, he immediately spilled his anger on the onlookers. All get the hell out of here. The Imperial Forbidden Army is on business. Idle people evade, or I'll take you all back together. Who knew that just as the words fell out of his mouth, those companions of his own fell down from the upper floors and smashed hard on top of the street. A few even died tragically on the spot. Their torsos split apart, their brains splattered out, and blood flowed all over the place. Yi Chuan leapt down from the face and crushed another person's head with a raw stomp. The screams could be heard within 1,000 meters. He, what royal forbidden army? 2 or 3 cats and dogs. Still want to bully this young man? Really don't know how to die. The words just fell and came to 2 more forbidden soldiers. The palm of his hand gently scratched. The 2 men's heads were separated. There was no time to react. The system detects that the host's killing intent is growing, and he has been given a new mission, which is divided into 3 stages. Kill 10,000 Imperial Forbidden Troops, rewarded with 1 level of realm advancement. Kill 30,000 Imperial Forbidden Troops, rewarded with a realm upgrade of 2 levels. Kill 100,000 Forbidden Soldiers, rewarded with a 3-level realm upgrade and the immortal art of the Great Desolate Prisoner's Finger. Unico, what a power! Yi Duan gave a big praise. Even the immortal arts were taken out for rewards. It seems that today is going to be another killing spree. Thinking of this, he revealed a cruel smile. At this moment, the black-faced big man, who was still stupidly frozen in place until Yi Chuan slowly walked towards him, instantly woke up and hurriedly fled towards the distance. No way to run. Yi Chuan waved his hand and struck out a powerful spiritual force. Those forbidden soldiers lying on the ground instantly turned into countless pieces of flesh. Blood splattered on the surrounding people. He then chased after the black-faced man and came behind him in the twinkling of an eye. His palm lightly touched the other party, and immediately his torso exploded. 300 Taiku dragon elephants in his body, equivalent to 30 million pounds of divine power. Even a small mountain Yi Chuan could easily smash. The black-faced man naturally could not withstand such power. Chapter 35, Escape? Do you deserve it? The bloody tactics startled the onlookers, and a few transitional plateau realm powerhouses' eyes flickered as they carefully surveyed the Yi Chen in front of them. Killing a forbidden soldier in plain sight. It's a slap in the face of the royal family. It's the first time anyone has dared to do that. Oh my god, what is this teenager? I'm afraid the royal family won't stop. It's not a matter of concern. There were quite a few people who were afraid that they would be implicated in this and hurriedly left this place of wrongdoing. After all, no one knew what would happen later on. Yi Chuan ignored the comments of the passers-by as the heaven-slaying devil technique and the yin-yang blood sea operated at the same time, absorbing the energy and blood spilled by the dead forbidden soldiers. Mosquitoes are meat even if they are small, and he is well aware of the principle that less is more, so he naturally won't waste it for nothing. A devil's advocate? Aren't you afraid of causing a siege from many forces? The crowd of onlookers revealed a look of clarity, guessing that Yi Chen's conflict with the Forbidden Army erupted because of the discovery of his cultivation of the devil's power to devour blood. If it wasn't, it definitely wouldn't be so. Anyone who knew that the devil's strong cultivation progressed at a rapid pace, all relying on cruelty or some special means, and didn't know how many forces they had made blood feuds with. Basically, when they heard that a strong demonic path had appeared somewhere, there would immediately be forces that would voluntarily organize strong people to go and besiege them. It was very reasonable for the Forbidden Army to step in and exterminate the people of the Devil's Way. However, most of the people in the Devil's Way who generally come out to train alone will not be too high profile, and those who are so unbridled as Yi Duan are definitely few and far between. Ha! Yi Dus smiled. So what if the Devil's Way is not Devil's Way? Just do things to follow your heart. Then he left the place idly, as if nothing had ever happened. Unbeknownst to the black-faced big man, before he died, he passed on the news of this place, and in a few moments of effort, thousands of forbidden soldiers surrounded Yi Duan. Kid, killing my royal forbidden army. Where else do you want to escape to? Obediently tie your hands and surrender. Perhaps it will allow you to die a painful death. The one who opened his mouth to speak was a powerful person of the transitional realm. Even in the Forbidden Army, he was considered a number one person. His status was very high. The passers-by on the sidelines saw this and retreated. After all, no one was willing to form a bond with the Forbidden Army, and there were even famous half-saint powerhouses who smiled and gestured. Escape? Are you worthy? Yi Chuan turned his head to look at that transitional succession realm powerhouse. The golden light around his body was bright and uncertain. His terrifying defense power was a sight to behold, and he was ready to strike at any time, just to test their own physical strength. Whether they are able to defeat the ferrying realm powerhouse, the person in front of them is undoubtedly the best test object. That's him, quickly informed the several generals. A few of us are no match. People should never take it lightly. At the critical moment, the old man with the broken arm flew over and hastily alerted the surrounding forbidden soldiers. Don't look at Yi Chuan's cultivation as Tian Yuan realm, but there is a terrifying devil's sword in his hand, chopping off his own arm in a single glance. Thousands of forbidden troops might not really be enough for the other party to kill. The many sniffing forbidden soldiers took out their portraits and carefully compared them, realizing that the Yi Chin in front of them was the person they had been searching for more than 10 days. One's blood boiled. If they could catch each other, they would definitely be honored by His Majesty. As for the broken-armed old man's reminder, it simply fell on deaf ears. A milquetoast brat. Is that enough to make you so scared? You don't dare to make a move. So let me handle it. Just don't grab the credit later. The first ferrying realm powerhouse revealed a disdainful expression, truly not understanding what a Tian Yuan realm fellow had to be afraid of. Kid, gird your loins. This person stretched out his palm and invoked the power of heaven and earth around him, transforming into a large golden palm that grabbed towards Yi Chen. In their hearts, they all began to fantasize about what reward they would receive for capturing the person His Majesty wanted. A transition realm powerhouse. Yi Chuan was not soft at all, and with the power of his physical body, he crashed through the golden palm and rushed towards the transitional succession realm powerhouse with unabated might. Not good. That transitional succession realm powerhouse's face changed greatly. Sensing a strong life and death crisis, he fully condensed his spiritual power to cover his body, wanting to block Yi Chen's charge. Bang! Ka-ching! Boom! Unfortunately, it was still too underestimating Yi Chen's strength. The defense that was condensed was almost useless, and it all shattered the moment it collided. The whole person is even directly flying out horizontally, crashed a large number of buildings before stopping. Many innocent people have been affected. Can be described as very unlucky. Ahem. How is that possible? That transition realm powerhouse wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and forced himself to endure the pain as he climbed out of the ruins, looking very wretched and looking at Yi Chen in a gloomy manner. It was truly unimaginable that a heavenly Yuan realm cultivator's flesh was actually so powerful that his flesh was comparable to that of a transition realm powerhouse. That's terrible. If one day the flesh became a saint, it would be even more heaven-defying. You guys quickly set up a combined power formation and join forces to delay the enemy for a while. The old man with the broken arm commanded the forbidden army in the field to form a formation, preparing to use himself as the lead to fight Yi Chen and wait for more strong forbidden army members to come to support him. Just in case you don't get that chance. Yi Chuan sneered and instantly rushed into the thousands of forbidden soldiers and began to rampage up left and right, beheading hundreds of forbidden soldiers in a matter of minutes. The killing god body went completely berserk, constantly increasing his power, including his own fleshly power, and killing with even greater ease. Last time, I spared your life, but unfortunately, you are still so thoughtless, so this young man will send you to your death. Yi Chuan silently came behind the old man with a broken arm, and while he didn't react, he tore off the other arm alive. Ah, help me! The old man with the broken arm screamed miserably and hurriedly called out for help towards the previous transition realm powerhouse. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't give him a chance at all. His palm landed on top of his head and Raleigh pulled out the vertebrae together. A transition realm powerhouse fell just like that. The cruelty caused the Imperial Forbidden Army to take a few steps back, not daring to face Yi Chen, the Fatalist. Boy, I finally found you. Fortunately, at this time, a large number of forbidden troops rushed over one after another, forming a closed circle around Yi Chen, and there were even several half-sane powerhouses. Ha. The more that come, the better. Yi Chuan rose up into the air and came above 10,000 meters in the sky. Looking at the large number of forbidden troops that had rushed in, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. If there are no surprises, the mission may be completed soon. Don't let him escape. You and the others set up a combined attack formation to blockade this side of the world. A few half-saint powerhouses thought that Yi Chen was trying to escape, and chased after him with a single horse, casting a great divine ability to kill, shattering a large amount of space with a terrifying and incomparable sound. Chapter 36 Kill. 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 Don't worry, if I don't behead all of you today, this young man will definitely not leave. The extinction of several half-saints. Yi Chuan certainly did not dare to underestimate it. The nine-dragon demon sword appeared, exuding a terrifying demonic aura that annihilated the power of several people. That demonic weapon is very terrifying. Be careful and don't fall into the other party's path. Several half-saints erupted with all their might, battling with Yi Chen to buy time for the arriving forbidden army to set up a combined attack formation. 100 changes of empty shadows. Yi Chuan would not wait foolishly. His hands strangled, converging the energy spilled out from the broken space, splitting out hundreds of avatars toward the different directions of the forbidden army to kill over. Each of the transformation god has 1/10 of the body's power. To deal with some of the strength of the weak is still not a problem. Kill, kill, kill. For a time, the shouting and killing rushed to the sky, disrupting the formation of the forbidden army, making it impossible for them to set up a combined formation. Surround those incarnations with all your might. Don't give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. A strong man detached himself from the scene and commanded the forbidden army to fight so that he could stabilize the formation as soon as possible and set up a formation to blockade heaven and earth. Otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to catch Yi Chen. Ha ha, underestimating this young man too much. Suddenly there was a lesser half-saint. Yi Chuan felt the pressure greatly reduced, holding the nine-dragon demon sword to execute the great emperor's divine ability heaven-breaking chop, and the terrifying demonic light penetrated through the space. Instantly, he heavily injured the 6 half-saint powerhouses in front of him. This son's strength is too terrifying. We must fight for our lives. The 6 half-saint powerhouses didn't hesitate to burn part of their lifespan and forcefully raise their power to the peak, saying that they had to hold Yi Chen back for whatever reason? Ha ha, not playing with you guys. Empty Shadow 100 transformations wasn't as simple as just taking on an avatar, but more importantly, the main body could switch with any of the doppelgangers at will. Yi Chuan randomly switched into an alter ego, and the power of the nine-dragon demon sword exploded, killing thousands of forbidden soldiers in seconds, scattering the land with broken limbs. The formation that was about to be set up was once again marred, and many of the forbidden soldiers were a bit scared. Yi Chen was simply too ferocious. It was not something they could place at all, and a few half-saint powerhouses could not yet help. If this continues, I'm afraid that all 200,000 gene troops will come for nothing. We must find a better way. Inform the war elder that enemy tracks have been found. According to the current trend, they didn't have absolute certainty of capturing Yi Chen alive, so they had to invite someone stronger to come and sit on the ground. Ha ha, it's useless for anyone to come. Yi Chuan wasn't the least bit panicked when he was in the middle of a killing spree. So what if he was a saintly powerhouse? After killing the many forbidden soldiers, the heaven-slaying demon technique operated on its own, crazily absorbing the overflowing energy from the surroundings, and protecting the cultivation level from climbing up. 8th level of the Tian Yuan realm, breaking through the realm as well as the increase in the killing god body. Yi Chen's strength became even more terrifying, and all the half-saint powerhouses could not suppress him when they joined forces. The many forbidden troops were unable to form a combined formation, and even more so, they were unable to pose a threat to Yi Chuan, and it didn't take long for the death toll to reach tens of thousands. The cultivation level came to the 9th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Host kills 10,000 Imperial Forbidden troops, rewarded with 1 level of realm advancement. Void shattering realm 1. Feeling the power coming from within his body, Yi Chen became even more maniacal, and the power of his divine ability increased by a few percent once again. At the same time, more forbidden troops poured into the battlefield. Almost the entire force was present, and there were over a dozen half-saint powerhouses alone. Their breath was majestic, standing like a mountain on the battlefield. The number of transition realm powerhouses had even reached hundreds, and these people were emitting a powerful pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. When they entered the battlefield, they immediately launched a siege on Yi Chen, taking the appropriate countermeasures and began to decimate those avatars. Catch him while you can, a famous half-saint powerhouse shouted, his voice exploding like thunder on the battlefield. With a flash of his body, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Yi Chen, holding a long silver-colored lance. The body of the lance shone with a dazzling light. The divine might within his body shot straight up into the clouds, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. In the blink of an eye, the silver lance came across the sky, carrying an endless might that was almost on the verge of being comparable to a saint's full force strike, so it could be seen how terrifying this person was. The powerful force, as if it was a surging sea wave, ruthlessly impacted Yichuan, forcing him to take several steps back. Numerous powerhouses took the opportunity to explode their full power, and various attacks were as fierce as a raging storm. The fight shattered the space in a 100-mile radius, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Under such a powerful attack, Yichuan could hardly save the day even if he was holding the 9-dragon demon sword. Meanwhile, spatial turbulence erupted everywhere, forming a terrifying vortex in cracks. It contained a terrifying energy, and if you slightly touched it, your flesh would be instantly torn into pieces and turned into nothingness. Many forbidden soldiers died tragically under this terrifying force, his body exploding in the air as blood and flesh flew horribly. It's good that the combination formation is about to be completed. Then we will be able to suppress Yichuan and complete the mission given by His Majesty. Gathering the power of 200,000 forbidden troops, each one of them was an expert above the Imperial Sky Realm. All united together, they definitely possessed the ability to slaughter saints. If it wasn't for the sake of capturing Yichen alive, the 200,000 forbidden troops would definitely not have been so passive. And with the current loss of more than 20,000 people, the cost was not generally heavy. Yichuan knew the power of the combined attack formation and did not dare to relax at all times, decisively taking out a true demon blood pill to take. Boom! The power in his body instantly skyrocketed many times, and with the blessing of the slaying god body, Yichuan's strength was greatly enhanced. The invincible heavy pupils shot out several destructive forces, tearing apart the surrounding space and forming a powerful energy field. The power of destruction was like a torrent that rushed towards the surrounding forbidden troops, trapping them temporarily and delaying them for some time. Immediately afterward, the underworld fire blazed up, forming a sea of fire. The fire of the underworld was like a poisonous snake, rapidly spreading through the 100,000 or so forbidden troops. No matter what kind of power the forbidden soldiers used to resist, they were unable to extinguish these ethereal fires. Help! A miserable cry came out from the sea of fire, and many forbidden soldiers were engulfed in flames, their bodies turned into ashes. However, despite suffering such heavy losses, the forbidden army still clenched their teeth and resisted tenaciously, determined to suppress Yi Chen and not let him have the slightest chance to turn around. Void-shattering realm 2. Without realizing it, Yi Chuan's realm had once again risen by one level. The host kills 30,000 Imperial Guards, rewarded with a 2-level upgrade in realm. Void-shattering realm triple. Void-shattering realm triple. Seeing that the situation was not right, the dozen or so strong men sensed that Yi Chuan's power was getting stronger and stronger, and they absolutely could not allow it to continue. Even uniting hundreds of transition realm powerhouses, he catalyzed a powerful divine ability called the 8 Dragons Locking Demons. The 8 golden dragons manifested out of thin air, spitting out terrifying Gangjin power from their mouths, punching each one into 1,000 holes, and the blood couldn't stop flowing. Obviously it's been hit hard. Chapter 37, The Might of the 10,000 Soul Streamer. Hundreds of forbidden army powerhouses multiplied their attack, maneuvering the 8 golden dragons to twine towards Yi Chen, each of which emitted a powerful sealing force, as if they were going to distort the entire space. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. I'm not a vegetarian. His eyes snapped open and he exploded his Reincarnation immortal demon pupils with all his might, summoning the Reincarnation heavenly plate shadow that surrounded him with an endless mysterious aura. The Reincarnation heavenly disc and the 8 golden dragons clashed together fiercely, and for a time, the heavens and earth changed color and the wind and clouds surged. Both sides were at a stalemate in power, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. What a terrifying strength! One person fighting 200,000 forbidden troops alone and killing tens of thousands more, against all odds. What exactly is this son's origin? The crowd murmured, very curious about Yi Chen's identity. At this moment, Yi Surround's killing intent around his body turned blood red as he indifferently looked at the surrounding forbidden army. The killing has only just begun, and the next moment is the exciting one. Taking advantage of the many powerhouses being held back by the Reincarnation heavenly disc, he quickly took out the 10,000 soul streamer. With his hands clenched and his mouth chanting, a mysterious rune flew out from the 10,000 soul streamer and disappeared into the surrounding void. As Yi Chuan performed, the 10,000 soul streamer emitted a bizarre light, instantly sucking in all the remnant souls of those who died on the battlefield. Those remnant souls were quickly refined within the 10,000 soul streamer and became part of it, finally successfully advancing to a lower-grade Saint artifact. The power was qualitatively improved, more than several times more powerful than before. Yichen gently waved the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, and more than 100,000 souls surged out like a tidal wave. They fluttered and hovered in the air, forming an eerie and terrifying purgatory, with countless yin chi constantly flowing, making people's bones creepy. Those spirits were like ghosts, easily burrowing into the bodies of the Imperial Forbidden Army, crazily devouring the flesh and blood of these people, corrupting their spiritual energy as well as their divine souls. The strength of the Imperial Prohibition Army was drastically weakened, their bodies gradually dried up, their spiritual energy was severely lost, and their souls were greatly traumatized. If there is no strong strength, it is very difficult to force these souls out of the body, so that they have to suffer a large number of tortures to die a miserable death. In less than half an hour, someone in the Imperial Prohibition Army began to wail, clearly unable to withstand the blood brought by the 10,000 souls. It didn't take long for the forbidden soldiers to die one by one. The screams were endless. There are some powerful forbidden armies, and it's useless to destroy those spirits, because the souls that died would all be reborn within the 10,000 soul streamer. The power would become weaker, but it would still be fine to continue to fight against each other, and it takes a period of warming up to recover as before, belonging to the narrow sense of immortality. It didn't take long for the previously fallen souls to rush out once again, and together with the underworld flame, they inflicted a great deal of heavy damage on the Imperial Forbidden Army. When the crowd saw the terrifying scene in front of them, they all revealed shock, truly afraid that those spirits would rush towards them. Heavens, what a terrifying divine weapon! The souls inside seem endless. Without much effort, tens of thousands of forbidden soldiers fell again, and the corpses below piled up like mountains, and Yi Duan killed until countless people were chilled. 4th level of the Void-Shattering Realm. 5th level of the Void-Shattering Realm. The heaven-slaying demon technique worked madly as his cultivation and longevity continued to rise. The increase of the killing god body was even at an astonishing level, and at any cost, Yi Chuan had the confidence to fight with a saintly powerhouse. The half-saint powerhouses and transition realm powerhouses that had surrounded them had all suffered heavy injuries and were almost about to hold on. At this time in the palace, the war veteran received a message from the Forbidden Army. Don't dare to slack off in any way. Notify Qingfeng Li quickly. Your Majesty, we've found that guy, but it's slightly tricky, and the Forbidden Army is in the middle of a bitter battle with him. To avoid any mishaps, the old slave is prepared to personally take action. Absolutely foolproof. In fact, he was very apprehensive inwardly. 200,000 forbidden troops hadn't taken down a Tianyuan realm guy. It was really a bit too humiliating. Qingfeng Li was a bit shocked. He didn't expect a Tianyuan realm guy to be so hard to catch. It was really out of his expectation. Looking at the unconscious Li Linger, his expression gradually became gloomy, and he said in a cold tone, "This emperor will personally make a move to see what kind of god this kid is?" Seeing that it was about to be the wedding day with Yi Yun, I was afraid that it would be a bit hard to justify if they were unable to lift the restriction again. Ahem. Just then, Li Linger awoke, also heard the conversation between the two. There was undisguised fear in his eyes. "Father, the other side is ruthless. If we force the words, I'm afraid that my daughter will really perish." The prohibition in the main divine soul was too terrifying. The last time it almost cost her half her life. And if it happened again, the outcome was not really easy to say. "Don't worry, daughter, I'll take care of things from behind." This emperor doesn't believe that this kid really isn't afraid of death? When Qingfeng Li saw the weak Li Linger, his fists couldn't help but clench up, and he said that he would help to lift the restrictions in his soul. Bullying or not, so much for the lure. Whatever it took he was willing to pay. After comforting Li Ling with a few words, he left the palace with the war elder. The two of them were extremely fast, and in the twinkling of an eye, they crossed half of the imperial city and arrived at the location where the many forbidden soldiers were. How? Qingfeng Li looked at the corpses all over the ground. His pupils couldn't help but contract. It was just too shocking. It was like an inferno on earth. Underworld skybreaker chop. Yi Chen did not notice the arrival of the two men in the slightest, and was still charging and killing, with all kinds of powerful means coming out, beating the Imperial Forbidden Army into retreat. Every now and then a large number of corpses fell down. 200,000 Forbidden Army loss is about to exceed half. Boom. See this scene. Qingfeng Li's terrifying pressure was released. The souls in the 10,000 soul streamer retreated as if they were birds of prey. Overwhelm the fire of the underworld with a wave of your hand. Raising his hand crumbled the Reincarnation heavenly disc. Put. Several divine abilities were broken one after another, and Yi Chen suffered a severe backlash, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as his body staggered in the air. The surviving forbidden soldiers bowed and saluted. "See, Your Majesty." Those half-saint powerhouses and the transition realm saw this and stopped striking, retreating one after another. "I'll go." His Majesty himself, worthy of being a sacred emperor powerhouse, he heavily injured that siren in a single glance. The crowd below stirred. No one expected that the Imperial Lord of the Great Tang would actually take action himself. It was just too unbelievable. The end is near. The crowd had the same thought in mind. Qingfeng ignored the comments of the bystanders and walked forward step by step. The Saint Emperor level aura was like an ancient divine mountain, crushing a large amount of space and suppressing it towards Yi Chen. "Kid, you have big guts. No matter who comes today, they won't be able to save you. If you tie your hands, perhaps this emperor can let you die a painful death." Know what? The person in front of him not only took his daughter's innocence and planted an evil forbidden system, but also killed so many forbidden soldiers under his command. The killing intent and anger in his body reached its peak at the thought of this, and he was almost about to burst out uncontrollably. Chapter 38 Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. The pressure at the Saint Emperor level caused the golden light on Yi Chen's body to dim a few points, and his body bent down unconsciously. But his expression remained calm, and he said in a cloudy manner, "Your daughter's death can be in my hands. If she takes another step forward, she will die. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'm sure you've all seen this young man's prohibition. I'm afraid that if I had the ability to lift it, I wouldn't have to go to such great lengths. With Li Linger as a hostage in hand, what was there to be afraid of?" Li Qingfeng sniffed his anger, and fused together with the killing intent led to the color change of heaven and earth. Many people were so scared that they directly knelt on the ground, unable to withstand this monstrous anger. "Kid, this emperor doesn't accept threats from anyone. I'll give you a choice. That's to untie my daughter's restraints and give you a way out, or else you'll stay here today." The surviving forbidden soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. The person in front of him actually dared to harm the princess and seemed to have planted some kind of terrifying prohibition. No wonder His Majesty sent 200,000 forbidden troops. The crowd finally realized the cause and effect. No one is afraid of anything. "Oh, this young man is even less likely to accept threats. I'll also give you a choice. Disappear in front of my eyes within 10 breaths, or your daughter will surely die." Yi Chuan laughed coldly. If the other party didn't care if Li Linger died or lived, they would have already struck out at themselves. There was no need to talk so much nonsense. Li Qingfen's expression was uncertain. Originally he wanted to force Yi Chen to be soft and lift the restraint in Yi Linger's soul, but now it seemed that the other party did not eat this. The mood became heavy at the thought. But for the sake of his daughter, he had to grit his teeth and say, "Kid, there's always room for negotiation in everything. As long as you're willing to lift my daughter's restraints, this emperor can promise you anything. Heavenly materials, divine weapons and machines. My great Tang dynasty has everything. Just ask for whatever you want. Even this emperor can make a heavenly Tao oath that he will absolutely not seek trouble from you afterward. How about that? Hard does not work. Can only come to soft. Believe that their own open conditions no one can resist. Get out. This young man doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you. Go back and tell Li Linger to think about what this young man has said, and if he messes with me again, all consequences will be taken care of." 10, 9, 8. Yi Chuan didn't care about Qingfeng Li's identity and told him to get lost in front of everyone, showing no mercy at all. Hiss. The people around them sucked in a breath of cold air at the words. Someone actually dared to chastise the master of the great Tang dynasty in public. It's too crazy. You. Qingfeng Li almost exploded with anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. He hated to kill Yi Chen by 1,000 cuts. However, thinking of his daughter's life, he could only forcefully endure the boundless anger in his heart and left this place with a flash of his figure. The battle old man's face was unsightly. He didn't expect it to end like this. I'm afraid that after today, the face of the great Tang dynasty would be disgraced. The thought of this took its anger out on the Forbidden Army. Bunch of crap things, all of them. Get back to me. The surviving Forbidden Army lowered their heads, not daring to say a word more. Their 200,000 Forbidden Army could not help a teenager, and they did not know how much ridicule they would be subjected to if they spread the word. Did this young man let you go? Yi Chen let out a cold cry. His aura exploded violently, and the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand rose up and hovered over the many forbidden soldiers. A black stream of air gushed out from it, forming a huge vortex and flowing out a large amount of yin qi. In the next moment, densely packed souls flew out from it, and these souls had distorted faces. emitting a strong sense of resentment and killing intent. At the same time, two mysterious forces surged out of Yi Chen's eyes, and the powerful immortal and demon power surged, summoning the Reincarnation heavenly disc once again. The might was even more powerful than before, and the mere aura emitted was suffocating, as hundreds of thousands of divine demonic shadows rushed out, roaring with various weapons in hand. They rushed towards the remaining forbidden troops, and together with the spirits of the 10,000 soul streamer, they formed a momentum of annihilation for the ages. Shasta! Shouts and screams were intertwined and echoed throughout the entire heaven and earth. The forbidden soldiers were horrified to realize that they and the others were simply unable to withstand the hundreds of thousands of divine and demonic shadows and souls of imminence. In just a few moments of effort, 50,000 to 60,000 forbidden soldiers fell in a pool of blood, their bodies falling like rain. The host kills 100,000 forbidden soldiers, rewarded with a 3-level realm upgrade in the immortal art of the Great Desolate Prisoner's Finger. The Great Wasteland Prisoner of Heaven Finger, a finger prisoner of heaven and earth. Immortals and demons frightened by God's destruction. 6th level of the Void Shattering Realm. The 7th level of the Void Shattering Realm. The 8th level of the Void Shattering Realm. What a lunatic! The War Elder did not even expect Yi Chen to be so ferocious. There was no thought of sparing the Forbidden Army. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted? Spiritual energy gushed out from his body, and his battle intent instantly climbed to the peak as a long blade appeared in his hand, cutting through 100 miles of sky and annihilating countless divine and demonic shadows and souls. Run away! The forbidden soldiers who managed to survive rolled and crawled to flee the scene, fearing that they would die here if they were a second too late. Yi Chen was just too terrifying. Kid, our Imperial Lord is magnanimous enough to let you go. What more do you want? The War Elder took the lead and blocked the front of the Forbidden Army, giving them a chance to escape and avoid all of them dying at the hands of Yi Chen. Ridiculous! Yi Duan snorted at the words, raising his hand to execute the immortal technique Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. A terrifying divine light immediately flowed between his fingers. It instantly drew out the power of heaven and earth in a circle of 100,000 meters and condensed into a huge finger in the air. Kill! As Yi Chen let out a roar, the huge finger blasted down with a power that destroyed the sky and the earth. It was as if space was going to be torn apart and turned into nothingness at this moment. The war veteran felt an unprecedented life and death crisis surging through his heart. His eyes widened in horror as he desperately tried to dodge the fatal blow. However, all around the space are completely suppressed, so that he is difficult to move. As if the body is trapped by invisible shackles, cannot move half a step. At the critical moment, he burned a large amount of his lifespan before he could barely break free from his bonds, but it was impossible to dodge, so he could only explode all his strength to meet that huge finger. Put! The moment they collided, they violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The huge finger was like a mountain of ancient gods, containing the power of 10,000 million even. Even if he was a saintly powerhouse, it would be difficult for him to resist. Chapter 3988, 800,000 pounds of divine power. So what if it's a saintly powerhouse? Yi Chen revealed a disdainful smile as the 9-dragon demon sword released 910,000 meters of demonic light, indiscriminately attacking the fleeing forbidden soldiers, almost none of whom were able to be spared. The sky rained with blood, mixed with countless broken flesh as well as broken limbs, turning 100 miles in a radius into a Shura field, devouring the lives of all the forbidden soldiers. Not good. Seeing that the situation was not good, the war old man burned more lifespan to erupt with more power, lifting the huge finger above him alive and quickly casting a secret technique to escape. Count on you to run fast. Yi Chen did not continue to pursue. The most important thing right now was to improve his strength. The 10,000 soul streamer blew gusts of ghastly winds, sweeping the souls of all the dead forbidden soldiers. The heaven-slaying demon technique crazily absorbed the surrounding power, and his longevity and cultivation increased extremely rapidly. 9th level of the Void Shattering Realm. Transition Realm 1. When he broke through the Transition Realm, the sky steeply gave birth to a vision, and a large amount of thunderclouds converged, containing powerful thunder power. Thunderbolt? What exactly is this sun's realm? Looking at the scale of the thunderclouds, it should be a lightning tribulation that has just broken through the Transition Realm. No way! The onlooker powerhouses revealed expressions of disbelief. Kill 200,000 forbidden soldiers, defeating a saintly powerhouse. Such terrifying strength, yet the realm had just reached the Transition Realm? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid no one would really believe it. This person should have used some sort of heaven-defying means to force his power up, otherwise it would have been impossible. no matter what means. It means that this person is not to be messed with. Don't mess with it. Instruct all the rabbits in the clan not to go out these days, or else bumping into this bogeyman is a death sentence. Boom. At this time, the thunderclouds had accumulated enough power and violently descended a thick purple thunderbolt containing a terrifying destructive power, ruthlessly splitting on Yi Chen. This was the thunder tribulation that the transition realm needed to go through, and every time one broke through a small realm, there would be an additional thunder tribulation that was very terrifying. Ordinary cultivators faced with a thunderbolt had to deal with it carefully, and a little inattention could lead to death. But Yi Chuan's flesh was too strong. The thunderbolt fell on him, only a wisp of blue smoke emerged. Not even a bit of skin rubbed through. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. A thunderbolt was painless, almost making one not feel a thing. It's no fun. Thieving God, are you tickling this young man? The thunderclouds seemed to have understood Yi Chen's words, and instantly the power of thunder became violent, wanting to land an even more powerful thunderbolt. Unfortunately, it still didn't split down, because everything in the world was under the operation of the heavenly Tao, and anything must abide by the rules. Even the thunderbolt was not immune. At the first level of the transition realm, only one thunderbolt could land. The converging thunderclouds seemed to have a sense of consciousness as they unwillingly dispersed. Transition realm second level. Who knew that in a moment's effort, Yi Chen had broken through another layer of the realm. The thunderclouds that had just dispersed converged once again, and the violent power kept rolling over, descending two powerful thunderbolts one after another, wanting to cause Yi Chen to die here. Bang! Bang! However, it was still useless to Yi Chuan, and the two thunderbolts struck on top of the body, making the sound of metal clashing. Oh, too weak, Yi Duan sneered. Next, suddenly rushing into the thunder, the Nine Dragons' demonic sword erupted with a large amount of demonic light, tearing through the thunderclouds, and instantly the sky returned to calm. Pervert! Those who saw the scene were shocked and didn't know what to say, and the same thought surfaced in their hearts coincidentally. Everyone else is crossing the thunderbolt. Yi Chuan was good, destroying the thunderclouds alive and solving the problem at the source. It was really heaven-defying, raising several realms one after another. Leaf Dust was very satisfied. However, instead of leaving there, he urged the yin-yang blood sea to manifest above his head, crazily absorbing the blood spilled by the 200,000 forbidden troops. Wow! Countless blood turned into rivers and entered the yin-yang blood sea, transforming into incomparably pure blood chi that fed back into Yi Chen's body. The dragon elephant heaven suppressing technique operated uncontrollably, at a speed that was 100 times 1,000 times greater than before, and a swift ancient dragon elephant rapidly coalesced. 303 heads, 315 heads, 400 heads, 500 heads, 600 heads, 700 heads. Only after the number reached 888 heads did the speed slowly drop and return to its previous state. Hanging breath. If we condense more than 100 more heads, we will be able to achieve sainthood in the flesh. The sudden change confused Yi Duan. The physical body had undergone a radical change, and being burdened with 88,800,000 pounds of divine power, it could almost crush any half-saint powerhouse. So much for that. When we meet that Yi Yin guy, we might be able to beat him with our physical strength alone. At that time, when he personally reclaimed his supreme sword bone and properly humiliated the other party, thinking about it was physically and mentally soothing. Just then, fluctuations appeared in the space next to him, and a golden-robed old man appeared, none other than the old ancestor of the royal family, asking with a puzzled expression, defeating a sage powerhouse by crossing several realms, having chi and blood in your body like a sea, your fleshly body power is incomparably powerful, and your cultivation can still rise so quickly. What exactly is your identity? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have dared to imagine that a junior could be so heaven-defying. The 10,000 soul streamer, the reincarnation heavenly disc, the underworld flame, and so on, each of them was terrifyingly incomparable. There was also that devilish sword. Even as a quasi-imperial powerhouse he felt a hint of palpitations. It's really unimaginable. How can one person have so many means? Especially the way Yi Chen raised his cultivation level. He couldn't tell anything about it even after observing it secretly for a long time. If this trend continues, I'm afraid that the human emperor realm will have to change its name, in favor of the great Tang royal family and their feud. In the future, when Yi Chuan grows up, I'm afraid that they will be the first to fall into bad luck. The thought of this killing intent involuntarily surfaced. When the aura of a quasi-emperor level was unleashed, Yi Chuan couldn't even withstand it and took a few steps back. so it could be imagined how terrifying the old imperial ancestor was. The visitor is a quasi-emperor 9 heavens powerhouse, bearing the body of a golden dragon, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the great emperor realm. The degree of danger is 5 stars. The host must deal with it carefully to avoid falling into each other's hands. Yi Dus looked a little moved. No wonder the great Tang imperial family was so famous and powerful than the Liang imperial dynasty. It turned out that there was such a terrifyingly strong person sitting in the town. However, it is still impossible to scare him. The big deal is to use the quasi-emperor cultivation experience card. By then the deer is not yet known. No comment. If senior wants to kill me, just go ahead and do it. But you have to think clearly about the consequences. At that time, this young man dares to guarantee that the entire imperial city will be destroyed. It's just so ho-hum. The quasi-imperial powerhouse came with the same lack of face. And if he couldn't fight, he would fight to the end. And he had enough backbone anyway. This statement scared countless people. Looking at Yi Chuan's demeanor, he didn't look like he was exaggerating, in case the two really broke out into conflict. I'm afraid that the first ones to be unlucky would be them. God forbid. Never fight. Many began to pray. Chapter 40, The Wedding Day. You threatened me? The royal family's old ancestor's power kept surging, his eyes staring at Yi Chen with a deadly stare. Not understanding where a junior could have such a big backbone? It's not a threat to talk about. The late generation is just being honest. Yi Chen's demeanor was calm, and his gaze met it frankly, full of provocation. Good. Yes. Guts. The old royal ancestor clapped his hands and didn't dare to act rashly. In case Yi Chen really hid some terrifying means, then the hard-earned imperial city would be ruined. It's always been like this. Yi Chen was not humble, not affected in the slightest by the other party's quasi-emperor's pressure. Junior, I won't make things difficult for you today, but things should never go too far. After the old royal ancestor dropped a sentence, he disappeared between heaven and earth, and no one could tell how the other party left, including Yi Chen. This was the terror of a quasi-emperor powerhouse. What a cow! After the old royal ancestor left, many powerful people gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Not even a quasi-imperial powerhouse is in his eyes. I'm afraid there aren't many in the entire human emperor realm. It's really a fierce mess. Yi Chen smiled as if nothing had happened and returned to the imperial city once again. And many people fell to the ground in fear on the spot. The body slightly trembled, inwardly really scared, really afraid of this killing god in front of them, by hand to slaughter them. Yi Chuan didn't have the time to pay attention to these people, and circled around to find a place to land again, and continued to cultivate, striving to raise his strength a little bit more. In the middle of the palace, seeing the gloomy Li Qingfeng, Li Linger guessed how things would end up, and in order not to let the latter worry, she forced a smile. Father, it's no big deal. That guy was rushing towards Yi Yun and even said that he would take the initiative to lift the restraints in my divine soul after resolving the grudge between the two. In the meantime, don't look for him again. Nowadays, she could only hope that Yi Chuan would keep his promise and spare herself when he left, or else she would really have to live in the shadows for the rest of her life. What? This guy has a grudge against Yi Yun? When Qingfeng Li found out about this, his face became even more ugly. Yi Yun was equipped with an innate sword body and supreme sword bone, and at only the 6th level of the half-saint realm, he was capable of battling saintly powerhouses, and his future achievement as a great emperor powerhouse was a nail in the coffin. The heavenly sword Holy Land naturally wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to him, and there were bound to be a lot of strong people following on the big wedding day, so trying to kill the other party was simply impossible. In this way Yi Chen would definitely be in danger. Li Linger's life would be seriously threatened. It was simply a dilemma for him. Alas, I blame father for being useless. Thinking of this, Li Qingfeng faced helpless, wanting to be the lord of the great Tang dynasty, control the vast territory of hundreds of millions of people. Actually, even their own daughters are not well protected. Your Majesty, something big is going on. Just then, War Elder rushed in covered in blood, recounting the news that all the forbidden troops were dead, wanting to see what Qingfeng Li should do about it. This kid is bullying people too much. Li Qingfeng's face changed drastically when he heard this. His heart was filled with monstrous anger. Being defeated on a teenager one after another made him about to break down. Li Linger's body even trembled, knowing that Yi Chen's character was overbearing and ferocious, but she never thought that it would be so ferocious. Raw slaughter of 200,000 forbidden troops. Every one of them was above the realm of the sky. What a concept. It's almost too much to think about. Father, I'm sorry, it's all my daughter's fault. If it wasn't for... Li Linger lowered her head and sobbed. Everything was only caused by himself. causing the Great Tang dynasty to suffer heavy losses. Good girl. It's not your fault. Get some rest first. Li Qingfeng tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and pacify his daughter, avoiding being unable to think straight because of this matter. Your Majesty, what should be done? War Elder asked cautiously. If Yi Chen was allowed to act recklessly, I'm afraid that the entire imperial city would be on edge. Don't make any moves for the time being. Wait for my daughter's wedding. I believe things have a solution. At this point in time, we can only take one step at a time. The soldiers come to stop the water to cover the earth. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of Li Linger and Yi Yun's wedding. The imperial city was decorated with lights and colors, and there were noisy scenes everywhere, celebrating the marriage between the Great Tang dynasty and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. The palace was even more lively. Many powerful clans and forces have come over to congratulate, and even some holy places have sent people over to show their intentions. As the imperial lord of Great Tang, Qingfeng Li naturally could not lose his manners and greeted the crowd with a big smile. Quite a few people wanted to leave a good impression in their hearts and directly kissed their asses to their faces. The marriage between the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and the Great Tang dynasty is simply a powerful combination, and the influence will definitely be furthered in the future. That's natural. Yi Yun is endowed with an innate sword body and supreme sword bone. He will definitely become a great emperor powerhouse in the future, and it's not impossible for him to even break through to the legendary supreme realm. Li Linger isn't bad at all as well. Possessing the Ice Phoenix divine body, she can also become a mighty powerhouse in the future. The two of them can be described as a match made in heaven. All sorts of compliments are coming in. Don't look at the surface. Li Qingfeng was smiling, but in fact, his heart had long been worried because he didn't know what would happen later. Suddenly a familiar aura caught his attention, and only after a closer look did he realize that it was Yi Chuan, and the anger in his heart pranced up, itching to kill this guy immediately. Imperial Lord Qingfeng, what happened? The people noticed that Li Qingfeng's face did not look right, and they all looked at each other, not understanding what could have made the other party so angry. Qingfeng Li sniffed and realized that he had lost his temper, let out a long breath and slowly explained. Sorry, fellow Taoists, this emperor didn't control his power in a moment of excitement. Please forgive me. After all, today was the big day, and there were many powerful people coming to watch the ceremony, so he didn't want people to look at the Great Tang imperial family as a joke. Understood. Understood. The surrounding guests were very sensible. Even if they knew that things weren't as simple as they thought, they didn't continue to pursue the matter. Ha! Yi Chuan and the crowd let out a light laugh, not putting Qingfeng Li in his eyes at all, but directly walking towards the depths of the palace. Qingfeng Li's brows furrowed as he greeted the many guests and left the scene. In the twinkling of an eye, he chased after them and said with a face full of anger, Kid, you've gone too far. Aren't you really afraid that this emperor will kill you despite everything? There is a deep hatred between the two people. Yi Duan still entered the palace as if it were nothing. It is really crazy without bounds. Do you really think the palace is your home? Chapter 41 Reincarnation of the Demon God. The ears are going to be calloused. Can you change the words to listen to? What does this young man alone have to be afraid of? In the face of Qingfeng Li's threat, Yi Chen was indifferent. If he really dared to be reckless, why would he have to wait until now? One is not a 3-year-old. How can one be bluffed so easily? Qingfeng Li snorted coldly. If his eyes could kill, I guess Yi Chen wouldn't know how many times he had died. Kid, what the hell do you want? Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the angry Li Qingfeng with a meaningful smile. Let's see if we can get you a grandchild sooner. Ha ha ha. Don't ever follow me or. After saying this, his figure transformed into a stream of light and went straight to Li Linger's place. The guards on the road who wanted to block the way all flew out horizontally, and they were not his enemy at all. Qingfeng Li wanted to raise his voice to the sky, but thinking of the many guests outside, he could only hold back for the time being. Thinking that today was his daughter's wedding day, he hurriedly chased after her, saying that he wouldn't let Yi Chen have his way. Kid, stop right there, or don't blame this emperor for being impolite. If this matter leaked out, outsiders wouldn't know what to think of the Great Tang dynasty and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and I'm afraid that they would not be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Old man, quickly get out of my way. Do you want your daughter to die? Yi Chuan was not spoiled at all. The 9-dragon demon sword appeared in his hand. His attitude was very resolute, absolutely not making any concessions. Li Qingfeng's face turned red, and he could barely speak his angry words. Father, bring him in with you. I have something important I want to tell you. When the two of them were at a standstill, Li Linger's ghostly voice came from the room. seemingly mixed with complex emotions. What the hell? I wouldn't want to be around this old guy. Yi Chen snorted, not wanting Qingfeng Li to get in the way. As Li Qingfeng was Li Linger's father, he naturally knew his daughter's character and must have his own reasons for saying so. Thinking of this, surrounded by a horrible killing intent, wiped out all the palace maids and guards in the vicinity, saving them from leaking out what happened here. Old man, you're pretty tough. Yi Chuan's mouth twitched, seeing out that Li Qingfeng was also a ruthless master. Several hundred palace maid guards were killed when he said so. Brat, get in there for me. If you don't know what's good for you, this emperor doesn't mind breaking the net with you. Try it if you don't believe me. Li Qingfeng looked very determined and forcefully pulled Yi Chen into Li Linger's room to see what his daughter actually wanted to say. A fish dying in a net doesn't always break. Old man, let go or don't blame me for not being polite. Yi Chuan didn't have any good face to give him. His fleshly body power exploded, and he broke free from the bondage with a hard look, tidying up his messy clothes with a bland expression. Just as the two of them were at cross swords, Li Linger stood out and said in a very sultry manner, "I'm pregnant." The eyes had been on Yi Chen, wanting to see how this ruthless man would behave. Bang! Yi Chuan almost stood unsteadily when he heard this, knocking over the table and chair next to him, and his whole body's eyes were wide open. The news was like a bolt from the blue. Being a father? Being a father? I can't believe it's true. Ha ha, congratulations to the host on becoming a father. Go go go. This young man isn't even ready for this. One hit at a time. Leaf Dust was a bit confused. That easy? Qingfeng Li was even more hard-controlled in place. His head could be described as a blank. Just now, Yi Duan had said that he would let himself hold his grandson earlier, but he didn't expect that it would come true so soon. Brat! I'm going to kill you. Qingfeng Li couldn't accept the extinguishing fact. His eyes spewed out a terrible rage, itching to eat Yi Chen alive. After something like this happened, how could one still join forces with the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? You can't tell the person to buy one and get one free, can you? It was estimated that when Yi Yun knew the truth of the matter, the two forces would completely turn their backs on each other, as no man could endure having green grass growing on his head. Father? No, the child can't lose its father. Li Linger did not hesitate to block in front of Yi Chen. At first, when she learned that she was pregnant with Yi Chen's bloodline, she felt like the sky was falling, but feeling the faint fluctuation of life within his body, his mind gradually changed, and there was even a hint of anticipation. Aha! This emperor doesn't care. You guys are on your own. Li Qingfeng looked at his daughter, who had a resolute attitude. His heart softened again, and he simply left the room directly, letting the two of them resolve this matter on their own. No way? Is this chick really in love with me? Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders, very puzzled inwardly. By all rights, Li Linger should have hated herself, like dying to make herself pay or something like that. But now they are desperately defending themselves, which is surprising. Don't you have anything you want to say? Li Linger looked back at Yi Chen, wanting to know what his attitude was like. Leaf Dust wanted to say something. The two just fell into silence. Not knowing how long it had been, Yi Chuan took the lead in breaking the silence, slowly placing his palm on Li Linger's stomach, carefully feeling the faint fluctuations of life inside. A touch finally came to his frozen heart. Either way, it's your own bloodline. God actually is the reincarnation of the devil god. Your bloodline future potential is unimaginable. What heaven's pride and talent compared to it even counts as a fart. Reincarnation of the demon god? Yi Chuan heard the words of the system. The whole person was confused. How did he become the reincarnation of a demon god in a good cause? It was a bit too coincidental. It probably means that a powerful person at the level of a demon god retains part of his original source from his life and is reincarnated as your descendant by chance. How powerful is a demon god level powerhouse? An existence that can destroy countless human emperor realms with the blow of a breath. Host, you really picked up a great bargain and got a demon godson for nothing. I believe that after coming out of the world and absorbing the retained origin power, it won't take long to become a powerful party, and it will be a piece of cake to shake the heavens and the worlds in the future. Had. Looks like this young man is still pretty good. Yi Chen secretly became complacent in his heart. However, it was soon worried that the reincarnation of a demon god could retain part of its original source in life. Would it also preserve its complete memory? The host's worry is entirely superfluous. Reincarnation is not that simple. Even a demon god level powerhouse can't possibly retain the memories of his life. Not everyone has a system after all. Phew, then this young man is relieved. Leaf Dust let out a sigh of relief at his words. It's okay to raise a son. I am afraid that when I raise a big father, when it grows up, then destroy myself, then there is really no place to talk about it. Chapter 42, Slipping Away. Li Linger looked at the frothing Yi Chen. Her face was very complicated. The two of them definitely counted as a sinful relationship. The other man took her innocence alive. And 3 times she's been put through the ringer. Now it's even pregnant with someone else's child on their wedding day. In the future, I really do not know how to face the man in front of me. Silent for a long time, finally gathered the courage to ask, I want to know your name? Anymore, it was the father of the child in her womb. She had to ask, or how would she explain it later? Ugh, women are trouble. Yi Chuan sniffed back, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It seems that he doesn't want to be responsible for it. Inwardly there are really 10,000 grass mud horses running. Surname Yi, single name Adust. After hesitating for a moment, he still told Li Linger his name. Last name Yi? Li Linger froze for a moment when she heard this. It was too much of a coincidence. So she asked suspiciously, what's your relationship with Yi Yun? Or what kind of hatred is there really? Qingfeng Li was just outside the room, eavesdropping on the movements inside. He was also very curious about Yi Chuan's identity. After all, knowing one's enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. As soon as he heard Yi Yun's name, Yi Chen's complexion went cold, and his killing intent unconsciously flowed out. Chick, there's no need to inquire about this. It won't take long for you guys to find out. I'll waste that guy in front of countless people today. It's just as well that you don't have to marry. So raise my son properly. Ha ha ha. At the end of his words, Yi Duan laughed wantonly. Ding, get a new quest. The system has detected that Li Linger, the mother body, is too weak to allow the reincarnation of the demon god to be born smoothly, and needs the host to help stabilize its origin. Quest reward realm upgrade 3 levels in a row. Chaotic Heavenly Elemental Elixir times 1000. Heavenly Demon Blood God Elixir times 1000. Unico, what's the situation? It was just the right time to be happy. And the system violently poured a pot of cold water down. It was simply too up. The reincarnation of the demon god is too terrifying. It will constantly absorb the power of the mother body. And according to Li Linger's cultivation level, she won't be able to support it for too long. If you want to solve this situation, you need to have external help, such as the Supreme Divine Sword 9 Dragon Demon Sword, or extracting part of the Yin Yang Blood Sea's blood chi to warm up your bloodline offspring. The 2 elixirs rewarded by the quest can both provide sustenance to the reincarnation of the demon god, who can have a strong cultivation level when he comes out of the world. Asterisk is giving people a headache before they're even born. Yi Chen was really particularly speechless. The 9 Dragon Demon Sword was one of his most powerful cards at the moment. If he did not have this Supreme Divine Soldier, it would be much harder to deal with Yi Yun. Thinking of this internal struggle, his face clouded up, and he was considering the gains and losses between the two. At this time, Li Linger's face was also very complicated, considering how the two should get along in the future. However, the woman's mind was relatively simpler, thinking that since Yi Chen was the father of her own child, she didn't want him to have any accidents, so she softly advised him, you mustn't be impulsive. Today the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground has definitely come with many powerful people. It's simply impossible for you to kill Yi Yun. Moreover, Yi Yun is also the son of the Northern Liang King of the Liang Imperial Dynasty, so his power is likewise not to be underestimated. So I'm sure there are quite a few strong people coming. The implication was that Yi Chen was alone and was simply unable to fight against a powerful force. This young man has his own way. Just watch later. Yi Chen did not want to discuss this with Li Linger. After pondering for a long time, he still took out the 9 Dragon Demon Sword, and the terrifying demonic aura overflowed out, instantly startling Li Qingfeng outside the room. He hastily urged his own power to suppress the demonic aura that was dispersing outwardly, avoiding the guests in the palace from noticing the abnormality. Kid, what the hell do you want? Qingfeng Li came into the room and stared at Yi Chen dead in the face. He didn't want any accidents to happen to his daughter. Yi Chuan shook his head and said without any good humor, old man, what's the point of worrying blindly? Even if this young man is ferocious, he might hurt his own child. The power of his eyes flickered continuously, and powerful immortal and demon power surged forth to eliminate the mark within the 9 Dragons Demon Sword, carefully striking into Li Linger's body to guard his unborn child. Immediately after that, the Yin Yang Blood Sea emerged, and Yi Chuan, at great cost, drew out a large amount of blood chi and condensed it into a thumb-sized bead. The blood bead entered Li Linger's brow, so that it could support the growth of the fetus in the womb and gain great benefits itself. Humph, count on your kid to have some conscience. Qingfeng Li, being a Saint Emperor powerhouse, could perceive how heaven-defying these two items were. Either one of them could cause a bloody storm when taken out. Leaf Dust is willing to take out to their own daughter, indicating that the heart is still good. The future may not be unable to be together. Yi Duan was too lazy to explain so much. Let them think whatever they want. For the sake of the child, as long as they don't make an enemy of themselves, everything is fine. The host completes the mission, rewarded with 3 consecutive levels of Realm Ascension. Chaotic Heavenly Yuan Dan times 1000. Heavenly Demon Blood God Dan times 1000. Chaos Tian Yuan Dan, containing a trace of Chaos Chi. Heavenly Demon Blood God Pill, containing a drop of the Heavenly Demon's original essence blood. The 3rd level of the Transition Realm. The 4th level of the Transition Realm. 5th level of the Transition Realm. Qingfeng Li looked confused. Leaf Dust obviously couldn't do anything, but the blink of an eye. Just from the 2nd level of the Transition Realm to the 5th level of the Transition Realm. The speed is unimaginable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it was real. Pervert. Only after a long time did Qingfeng Li spit out 2 words. Thunderclouds converged above the palace, and the sound was very loud, causing a large number of powerful people to pay attention. What a trouble! Yi Chuan was a bit impatient. The thunderbolt was loud every time and could not cause any harm to him, but it still came to split himself a few times. Thinking of this directly flew out. In the crowd's surprised eyes rushed into the thunderclouds. Raw dry shattered the so-called thunderbolt, in the twinkling of an eye and returned to the distance. Fierce. Too fierce. Some people can't help but give a thumbs up. Even many women committed nymphomania and said with a face of adoration, "I like such a man so much. What a bully." Who was that guy? The guests who came for a while were talking, and were very interested in Yi Chen's identity, but unfortunately, they were in the way of being in the palace, so it was inconvenient to inquire about these things. Yi Chuan, who had returned to the middle of the room, ignored the shocked expressions of Li Qingfeng's father and daughter and took out the 2 types of pills rewarded by the system. The power of Immortal and Demon was utilized to the extreme, simply melting out the energies in it and sealing them into Li Linger's body one by one. In this way, no one can take out these pills, and in the future, they can better help the fetus in the abdomen grow. Do it all. After Yi Chen thought about it, he disarmed Li Linger's band with his hand, otherwise it was more or less untenable. Hey, slip away. Taking advantage of the fact that the father and daughter were not paying attention, they left the place silently to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. As for the child in Li Linger's womb, he was not worried at all. With the Great Tang Dynasty as his backing, he believed that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 43, The Lure of the Supreme Divine Armor. Let the kid get away. By the time Qingfeng Li reacted, everything was already too late. Yi Chen had long disappeared without a trace, and the divine sense of a Saint Emperor level could not detect any fluctuation. Li Linger felt the extra few in her body, and immediately revealed an incredulous look, unable to believe that this was all true. The 2000 sealed pills, all of which contained majestic and incomparable energy, also formed a strong connection with the fetus in the abdomen, so no one could forcefully remove them. The blood bead in the center of her brow was flowing out pure chi and blood at all times, constantly refining her fleshly body. Even more astonishing was the 9-dragon demon sword, which was actually rumored to be a supreme divine weapon that contained endless divine might. The fact that Yi Chen had left these things behind showed that he cared very much about the child in his belly, causing an extra sense of anticipation in her heart, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously revealed a shallow smile. What are you laughing at, daughter? What day is it today, haven't you forgotten? If the Heavenly Sword Holy Land knows about this, I'm afraid it won't stop. Qingfeng Li was very helpless. Li Linger actually laughed even in this situation. You should know that you still have to marry Yi Yun later. How should you explain the child in your belly at that time? Father, I believe Yi Chen will solve this matter. Don't worry too much. Just wait at ease for the rest. I believe Yi Chen will be famous throughout the human emperor realm after today. Li Qingfeng revealed an indignant look, not expecting his daughter's elbow to turn outward. Her attitude switch was really big. Humph. I don't believe he's capable of that, even if he was in the transition realm. So what? What could he do with more means? Could he shake the entire Heavenly Sword Holy Land? Father, listen to me. Li Linger was afraid that Li Qingfeng wouldn't believe her, so she told the truth about the situation inside her body. Ha? Supreme Divine Soldier? Impossible. If this kid possesses a Supreme Divine weapon, then this emperor will go eat. Qingfeng Li didn't believe it at all, and his divine sense probed into Li Linger's body to check. Currently, the 9-dragon demon sword belonged to the ownerless state, and the supreme aura that was faintly emanating from it directly extinguished a strand of his divine sense. Put. Qingfeng Li suffered a backlash and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, looking horrified. Heavens, what kind of god is this kid? Knowing that the devil sword in Yi Chuan's hand was not simple, he did not dare to think of it as a supreme divine weapon. It was important to know that in the human emperor realms countless millions of years, a total of 3 supreme powerhouses had only appeared, creating the 3 top forces of the Heavenly God Hall, the Heavenly Demon Hall, and the Heavenly Demon Hall respectively. A big reason why the 3 top forces could stand for countless thousands of years without falling was the divine weapons left behind by the supreme powerhouses, which were capable of exerting ghostly power. From this, it could be seen how precious the supreme divine soldier was, and Yi Chuan just gave it to Li Linger, with an unbelievably large amount of handiwork. No wonder it has been emboldened. I think there must be unknown cards. Perhaps it can destroy the entire Great Tang dynasty? Cannot help but shiver at the thought of this. No wonder the quasi-imperial level of the old ancestors do not dare to act rashly. Vision is simply poisonous to the extreme. Now that things were beyond control, Qingfeng Li didn't dare to delay and quickly told the old royal ancestor about the matter so that he could come and arrange for Li Linger's subsequent affairs. Not long after, the old royal ancestor, Li Shiming, appeared in the room out of thin air and was the first to check up on the situation within Li Linger's body. Appalling. Supreme Divine Soldier. Beads containing endless blood qi, and 2,000 precious elixir essences. Li Shiming revealed a look of disbelief. However, those things were all bound to the fetus in his abdomen, and once they were forcibly removed they would be destroyed immediately. And even if he was a quasi-emperor realm 9th level powerhouse there was nothing he could do about it. Old ancestor. The child inside Spirit's body must be left behind. With so many heavenly splendor treasures, its future achievements are unimaginable. Not to mention the supreme divine warrior. It's just that the heavenly sword Holy Land side can't be easy to deal with. To put it mildly, these innate conditions did not require Yi Linger to marry into the heavenly sword Holy Land at all. When the child in her womb is born, under full cultivation, she will definitely be able to lead the Great Tang dynasty to unprecedented prosperity. And even dominate the human emperor realm is not impossible. The pros and cons of this are clear. This matter must be carefully considered. After all, it concerns the future direction of the Great Tang dynasty. Let's see if there is a way to have the best of both worlds. Li Shiming mused. For a while, I didn't know what to choose. After all, at this point in time, if one were to withdraw from the marriage, one would have to completely tear their face off with the heavenly sword Holy Land. If not handled well, the 2 powers could potentially go straight to war. But let Li Linger married over with a big belly. I'm afraid the ending of the knot is not much better. It really gives people a headache. After a series of events, Li Linger had long been in love with Yi Chen and naturally was not willing to marry Yi Yun again. Now, seeing that Li Shiming was in such a difficult situation, he followed suit and offered advice. Yi Duan once said that he would waste that fellow Yi Yun today, and today our 2 families are destined to not be able to complete the grand wedding on time. When the time comes for the old ancestor to find a suitable excuse, I'm sure the heavenly sword Holy Land won't be able to say anything. Will it? Getting along with Yi Duan for so many days, it is very clear that the other party is a person who says what he does, and it is impossible for Yi Yun to marry her today. Li Shiming's eyes lit up when he heard this. If it was really as Li Linger had said, he would be able to maneuver around it and back out of the marriage contract with the heavenly sword Holy Land at that time. Although this will also be a bad time for both sides, it is better than completely tearing up the face. Well, just do what Spirit said. For that guy to possess a supreme divine soldier, he must have a very deep foundation and even have a powerful Tao protector behind him, so we really don't need to worry. Several people's opinions have been unified. Just need to wait for Yi Duan to make a move. If you can kill Yi Yun is the best. Ha ha ha. Qingfeng Li laughed openly. The anger that he had squeezed before was swept away, and he felt that Yi Chen was still very obedient. As for the 200,000 forbidden troops, compared to the supreme divine warrior, it was nothing compared to a fart, and there was nothing to be heartbroken about when they died. Li Shiming, old as he was quite calm. Looking at the excited Li Qingfeng, he could not help but shake his head. Don't get too happy yet. You go outside and continue to deal with the guests that are coming. Who knows if things will change later. There's also the matter of Linger's pregnancy. Later on I'll cast a secret technique to help her hide her aura, so that no strong person will notice it. With the supreme divine soldier at stake, everything needed to be done with caution, to ensure that there could not be any accidents. Chapter 44 is finally here. Not far from the imperial city, a luxurious seat made of divine gold and Xian iron slowly flew in, with the iconic flag of the heavenly sword Holy Land hanging above it. The seat emitted a dazzling light that made it impossible to ignore its existence, and the nine-headed red sky tiger of the void-shattering realm was used as a pulling cart. The red sky tiger was considered a powerful party even in the demon race, but now it had been reduced to amount of the human race. From this, the depth of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land was truly amazing. Thousands of elite disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land flew with their swords to open the way in front, each exuding a stern sword intent as if they were trying to pierce the sky. The sword intent coalesced together to form an earth-shattering aura, allowing people to feel the majesty and dominance of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Standing on the rear seat was a young man dressed in white robes and carrying a long sword. The face was very resolute, exuding an unrivaled arrogance, and the eyes were as sharp as eagles, as if they could see everything. A terrifying sword intent was vaguely revealed on his body, causing the surrounding space to distort. This person was today's protagonist, Yi Yun, the holy son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. There was also another identity, that of the second son of the Northern Liang King of the Liang Imperial Dynasty. Behind the seat followed 100,000 soldiers and generals, each exuding a murderous aura that made one feel shivering at a glance. It was none other than the Black Armor Army of the Northern Liang King. In order to have face on his son's wedding day, he drew all the elites from the Black Armor Army, each above the Imperial air boundary, no worse than the Imperial Forbidden Army of the Great Tang Dynasty. It's coming, it's coming. The people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land are here. That sacred son Yi Yun, he's really graceful, and he's definitely a match made in heaven with the princess. That's natural. Yi Yun is an innate sword body and also possesses the supreme sword bone. He will surely become a great emperor powerhouse in the future. That's the Black Armor Army of the Northern Liang King. It's equally very powerful, and together it's estimated to be able to suppress sage powerhouses. The crowd was talking, unaware that there were several unknown powerhouses hidden in the void, all of which were specialized in protecting Yi Yun. Yi Yun had the hope of proving to be a great emperor in the future, and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land had spent countless efforts on him, so it was natural to properly protect his safety, especially in today's situation. There was no telling how many forces would be attracted to the situation, and in case any of the old guys did not speak of martial virtues and sent out a powerhouse above the saint level, it would definitely threaten Yi Yun's safety. Above the city walls, Yi Chen stood on the city wall, looking at the massive receiving party in the distance. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, outlining an icy smile. Finally, my good second brother. As his words fell, an intense killing intent gradually rose from his body. A cold aura that had almost turned into substance filled the air, making the surrounding air seem to become a few points colder. The few people who were closer to Yi Chuan were immediately enveloped by this coldness, and they could not help but tremble and show a look of horror. Little brother, what's going on with you? One of them stammered and asked, his eyes filled with fear. Today is the big day between the Great Tang Dynasty and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, so you mustn't mess around. Otherwise you'll surely incur the trouble of killing yourself. Another person also rushed to persuade, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. That's right, do not act impulsively, anything can wait until after today. Someone else chimed in. Several people were still good-hearted, and they discouraged Yi Chun from being impulsive, so as not to get into trouble with the killers. However, Leaf Dust didn't appreciate it at all. Glancing back at them coldly, the indifference to the extreme caused the hearts of several people to tremble violently, no longer daring to say more than half a word. Immediately afterward, as the crowd watched in amazement, with a movement of his body, Yi Chuan unexpectedly flew directly up in the air, stopping the Heavenly Sword Holy Land disciple who was walking at the front. Stop, you won't get through today. The crowd revealed incredulous looks. They really didn't know where Yi Chen got the courage to actually dare to stop the people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and even exuded strong killing intent. This guy's crazy, right? Is it going to challenge the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land were furious. They didn't expect that someone would actually dare to look for trouble at this time. They hadn't looked down on them too much. What man? Are you tired of living? Daring to stop my Heavenly Sword Holy Land seat? There were a few disciples who were hot-tempered, and without saying a word, they sent their swords to kill Yi Chen, and their powerful sword chi vibrated in the air with a terrifying power. Yi Chen gently shook his head. The few guys in front of him were all at the Tian Yuan realm and could not do any harm to him at all. Solely, he stood still and let those sword chi fall on him. A few people couldn't help but laugh when they saw Yi Chuan frozen in place. Ha ha, thought he had much skill. Didn't expect to be scared silly so soon. Really don't know how to die. A cruel smile appeared on his face, wanting to see the scene of this fellow being split into pieces. And in the meantime, showing off the majesty of the heavenly sword Holy Land. Bang! 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 Then there was no scene of blood and flesh flying, only the sound of metal clashing, and Yi Chen stood unharmed above the void. Not good. Retreat quickly. A few people realized the seriousness of the matter, knowing that they were no match for Yi Chen, and hurriedly retreated towards the back so that they could rejoin their fellow disciples. Late. Yi Duan would not show any mercy, snapping his fingers and shooting out a few channels of spiritual energy, decapitating a few people on the spot, their bodies falling from the air. With a disdainful smile on his face, he looked at the remaining people of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get lost. Today this young man's target is not you. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, you don't mind being sent on your way together." The people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land burst into a rage at the words. Killing their people and telling them to get lost was undoubtedly a naked provocation that no one else could endure. Kid, you're too rampant. A mere 5th level of the transition realm, and you want to provoke our Heavenly Sword Holy Land. You really don't know how to die. Let's see me come and behead you to avenge my several senior brothers. A ferrying realm powerhouse shot out in indignation. His long sword chopped out, and the powerful sword chi broke through the space in front of him, arriving in front of Yi Chen in the twinkling of an eye. The speed is so fast that it's hard to see. It's a bit interesting, but unfortunately it's still too weak. Yi Chuan turned a blind eye to the incoming sword chi as his physical body power exploded, shattering the surrounding space and easily annihilating the opponent's attack. How is that possible? That transition realm powerhouse's mouth was wide open, a bit unable to believe that what was in front of him was real. Both of them were clearly at the 5th level of the transition realm, but there was such a huge difference in strength. Die! As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen rushed over with his physical strength and gave this person into a roiling blood mist, and those who saw this scene were shocked beyond measure. The enemy is too strong. Quickly form the Big Dipper Earth Sword formation and join forces to exterminate this person. The faces of the people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land changed drastically. Yi Chen's strength was far beyond their expectations. He could actually kill a transitional succession realm powerhouse in seconds. Chapter 45, 10,000 Souls Melting. Yi Duan had no intention of stopping, wanting to see what the people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land could get up to, and just waited in place. During this time, his eyes had been on Yi Yun's side. I'm afraid that the other party had not recognized him until now. Otherwise it would be impossible to be so calm. Not far behind, in the luxurious seat of the car, Yi Yun's brows furrowed. His eyes fell on Yi Chen's figure, and there was always a feeling of familiarity, but the distance was too far, and he could not confirm his identity for a while. He had wanted to go there personally to find out what was going on, but the strong man hidden in the shadows stopped him, believing that Yi Chen couldn't afford to make any waves. Sacred son, be at ease. It's a trivial matter. Just leave it to the disciples under the door, or else people should say that we have no one in the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. That fellow's cultivation is merely at the transition realm, just a bit stronger in terms of physical strength. Nothing to worry about. Yi Yun nodded at his words, knowing the power of the Big Dipper sword formation. It was absolutely fine to deal with a fellow in the transitional succession realm. Thinking of this simply closed his eyes to recuperate, urging the 9-headed red sky tiger to continue to rush. Now first received Li Linger is the most important. A few moments of work. The people of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land then set up a sword formation, and all of a sudden, the scenery around them changed, pulling Yi Chen into a separate space. Inside the space, countless sword chi were derived. The number reached millions. Each one had the power to open mountains and break rivers, densely and crazily chopping towards Yi Chen. Kid, if you dare to underestimate our Heavenly Sword Holy Land, I'll let you experience the pain of 10,000 swords piercing your heart today. The crowd was very confident in the sword formation formed, that it was a saintly powerhouse that could fight with it. A mere sword formation. I'm afraid it can't even break this young man's defense. Yi Chuan activated his innate divine ability, Indestructible Golden Body, and together with the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique, he directly resisted the impact of countless sword chi. The sword chi impacted on the golden light and was instantly shattered by the powerful force, and he didn't suffer a single injury throughout the process. No way! The first few disciples were so shocked that they could hardly speak. They were more than aware of the power of the sword formation, but they couldn't even break Yi Chen's defense. The future is too anticlimactic, isn't it? How does that make them play? Can't sit around and wait. The people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land decided to use the most powerful attack means of the sword formation, and all of them worked in unison, injecting the spiritual energy in their bodies into the sword formation in a continuous stream. In an instant, Countless swords she gathered together and condensed in the air to form a huge yin-yang divine sword. The divine sword emitted a palpitating aura, as if it was forged from the purest sword intent in heaven and earth. The body of the sword flickered with black and white light, representing the power of yin and yang. The entire space was enveloped by a terrifying sword intent, as if the air, sun, moon and stars were trembling for it, and with unparalleled might, it slashed towards Yichen. The system obtains a new quest to break the sword formation and behead 1,000 people, rewarded with a realm upgrade of 1 level and the Emperor's weapon, the 7-star Dragon Sword. Tun-chan, this is a benefit for me. Yi Chuan saw that the task was not the least bit difficult and was instantly overjoyed. It seemed that the generation system was purely and simply delivering imperial artifacts to himself. Must drop. This system is understanding. The host lost the 9 Dragons magic sword. Naturally you have to give you some spiritual compensation. Ha ha, just like you. Yi Chen laughed out loud, and his laughter resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth, as if proclaiming his invincibility and self-confidence. Now that 990 ancient dragon elephants had been condensed within his body, his physical strength had reached a terrifying realm that could be comparable to that of a saintly powerhouse. Moreover, his innate divine ability, the undying golden body, was even more powerful. A hint of disdain flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes. With his current strength, it was easy as pie to crack this sword formation. A dazzling golden light emanated from his body, like a golden sun rising and illuminating the entire space. 99 million pounds of divine power surged, causing space to twist and distort as if it couldn't withstand his terrifying power. A booming fist smashed into the yin-yang divine sword. Wherever the fist force passed, the void shattered and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! There was a loud, deafening bang. The yin-yang divine sword was instantly shattered into countless fragments, and the space evolved by the sword formation was constantly shattering, and was about to completely collapse. The disciples of the heavenly sword Holy Land didn't dare to be slow, injecting spiritual power at all costs to stabilize the sword formation. But unfortunately, it still didn't help. The sword formation continued to collapse and crumble, and in the end, the disciples of the heavenly sword Holy Land flew out horizontally, spewing out large amounts of blood from their mouths, having suffered a severe backlash. Take a life. Take advantage of your illness. Yi Chuan offered the 10,000 soul streamer, and hundreds of thousands of souls impacted out, and there were even quite a few at the half-saint level. The disciples of the heavenly sword Holy Land were unable to resist, and one by one, they fell from the air, losing all their vitality in the blink of an eye, and their souls were brought into the 10,000 soul streamer, becoming one of the members inside. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with 1 level of realm advancement and the Emperor's weapon, the 7-star Dragon Sword. 7-star Dragon Sword, Great Emperor level dragon bone as the foundation, refining 7 huge stars to form 6th level of the transition realm. Boom! Thunderclouds converged in the sky, but before they could take shape, Yi Chuan rushed up and crushed the soon-to-be-formed Thunderbolt alive. Pervert! Yi Chen's anticlimactic move caused a burst of gasps. It was the first time he had seen someone cross the threshold like this. Yi Chen looked very calm. The matter of destroying the Thunderbolt had been done once in the Imperial Palace. It had long been a breeze. Naturally it was not a big deal. Damn it! Killing thousands of elite disciples of my heavenly sword Holy Land. No one can save you today. A green-clothed old man stepped out of the void, carrying 3 divine swords on his back, his eyes staring deathly at Yi Chen, his heart burning with endless fury. Originally, he wanted to let his disciples experience more battles so that they could hone their hearts, but who knew that in the twinkling of an eye, thousands of people had all fallen into Yi Duan's hands. It didn't even give him time to react, and the thought of it made him remorseful as he pressed his large hand through the air, and countless forces of heaven and earth converged to form a powerful sealing force. This person seems to be Lu Sanjian, possessing a cultivation of the 9th level of the Sage Realm, an elder of the heavenly sword Holy Land. It seems like that kid is in danger. Some people exclaimed in shock, recognizing the old man's origin, and absolutely Yi Chen must be in dire straits. Sculpture. Yi Chen offered the 10,000 soul streamer and hundreds of thousands of souls flew out. All souls melt. The 3 most powerful souls flew out and began to fuse the surrounding souls, their illusory bodies quickly becoming solid and transforming into terrifying souls. Each soul possessed a power that surpassed that of an ordinary saint, waving their hands and striking out a terrifying power of death, breaking Lu Sanjian's divine ability and killing towards the other party in the process. What a terrifying tactic! Lu Sanjian didn't dare to be careless, and battled with the 3 spirits with all his might. The space around him constantly ruptured, and the powerful aftershocks of power almost made it impossible to open one's eyes. Lu Sanjian was afraid of spreading to innocent people. Then the great Tang dynasty side cannot be accounted for. Towards the force dragged the three souls towards the sky. The two sides fought and retreated, and for a while no one could do anything to each other. And those who were lucky enough to see the scene could be said to have their hearts pounding. Chapter 46, Brothers Meet, Share Their Eyes. Looking at the welcoming party that was getting closer and closer, Yi Duan coldly warned and said with killing intent, Yi Yun, don't hide at the back. This young man is coming for you today. It's impossible for you to stay out of it. It can't be so long that you didn't recognize who I am. Then this young man would really be too disappointed. The fact that Yi Yun did not recognize him was also within expectation, as the two had met just once, or when they plucked out their own supreme bones at the age of 16. It's very mocking to think about. The family is so cold-blooded and heartless. Yi Yun's eyes exuded a terrifying sword intent, breaking through all the illusions to finally see Yi Chen's true body, and immediately exuded a shocked look. You are Yi Chuan? I didn't think the two would meet here. As the second son of the Yi family, he naturally knew what had happened to the Yi family. A terrifying killing intent appeared in Yi Chen's eyes, and his voice said coldly, Oh, I didn't expect you to remember me. What an honor for this young man. Are you still used to using the supreme sword bone? But it's time to return things to their rightful owners today. After saying that, he took the initiative to fly over. Thinking of the pain of gouging out his bones before, endless killing intent grew within him, and he was finally able to take revenge today. It can be described as a brother meeting a brother. The two seem to know each other, as if both surnamed Yi. They can't be related, right? The onlookers were a little unsure, very curious about the relationship between the two. The fire of gossip in their hearts burned brightly. This saint's son doesn't understand what you mean by that. At this time, Yi Yun looked very gloomy. Of course, he would not admit that he had seized the matter of Yi Chen's supreme sword bone, otherwise how could he still mix in the future? Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not. Yi Chuan also did not talk nonsense. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the back of the other party, and his fist was like a meteorite that ruthlessly smashed over. The space within a radius of 10,000 meters instantly collapsed. Imitating the power contained therein was frightening. One sword flying fairy. Facing Yi Chen's attack, Yi Yun was startled and quickly reacted. The long sword behind his back flew out like lightning and chopped out with a powerful sword chi. The sword chi flowed with a palpitating aura, as if it was able to cut through everything, and collided with Yi Chuan's fist with an earth-shattering roar. Boom! The aftermath of the two forces spread outward like a tidal wave, and it was unknown how far it impacted out, and the surrounding space was twisted and distorted as a result. Both sides couldn't help but take a step back from each other. A sort of tie. Yi Yun's expression became very grave. Half a year ago when the Yi family brought news, Yi Chen was still in the royal sky realm. How much time had passed before he became in the transition realm? It was unbelievable. If he hadn't practiced a special technique, it would definitely be impossible for him to achieve this level of success. Yi Chuan, you must have cultivated some evil technique, otherwise how did your realm rise so fast? This saint's son will get rid of the evil today. The long sword in his hand swings like a dragon out of the sea. Each swing was overpowering sword intent, and a large amount of sword intent intertwined into a huge sword net in the air, trapping Yi Chen in it and forming an impenetrable cage. Good one to get rid of the devil. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen's laughter revealed a hint of sadness. Not wanting to talk nonsense with Yi Yun anymore, his body shook violently, and the undying golden body on his body was catalyzed to the extreme at this moment, emitting a dazzling light. With the imperishable golden body, Yi Chuan's power was greatly enhanced, and every step could crush the void, causing the entire space to tremble. Ignoring the surrounding overpowering sword intent, he hardened and broke through the cage, killing Yi Yun with all his might. And at once, both sides were in a fierce battle. After Yi Chen was hurt, his aura grew stronger and stronger, as if he was a ferocious beast that made people shudder. Yi Yun felt an unprecedented pressure and had to go all out, barely resisting Yi Chen's attacks, but as time passed it still lost ground and suffered considerable injuries. If it wasn't for the fact that so many people were watching, they would have called out the strong people hidden in the void to exterminate this guy Yi Chen. Yi Chuan's heart was soothed beyond measure, and he nonchalantly mocked. It's simply delusional to think that goods like you still want to get rid of demons and defend the way. Kill. He wouldn't hold back. His eyes flashed with an icy cold light, and with a flip of his right hand, the 7-star dragon sword appeared in his hand. The divine sword was glittering with bright starlight throughout its body, with the pattern of a divine dragon inscribed on top of the sword, and 7 brightly glittering gemstones inlaid at the hilt. The 7-star dragon sword was held in his hand, and a vast power erupted out as the surrounding void was shaken to the point of trembling slightly. Deveri took a deep breath, operating the spiritual energy in his body, and continuously injected it into the 7-star dragon sword. The sword began to tremble violently, emitting a crisp chirping sound as if it was cheering. At the same time, the 7 jewels of the sword hilt bloomed with dazzling light, echoing the divine dragon pattern above the sword. Yi Chuan gathered the strength of his entire body and swung his sword. Shasta! A brilliant sword light was released, vaguely emitting a low dragon's roar, carrying an unrivaled might and slashing straight at Yi Yun. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and chaos surged forth. How can it be so strong? Yi Yun was shocked in his heart. That sword light made him feel an unprecedented pressure. Not daring to be any slower, he immediately cast his own innate divine ability, 10,000 swords returning. In an instant, the long sword in Yi Yun's hand seemed to be given life as if it was emitting a burst of sword sounds. Immediately afterward, thousands of sword chi shot out from the sword, accompanied by a palpitating sword intent, distorting the void wherever it passed. Each sword chi contained endless power, instantly drowning out the terrifying sword light. The two forces were constantly canceling out, neither side taking advantage. Second young master, we're here to help you. All Black Armor Army listen to the order. Set up a combined attack formation. The 100,000 Black Armored Army rushed over and immediately set up a formation, condensing a terrifying black armored god of war, revealing endless divine might, with power that could be said to be endlessly close to the Saint King level. The leader of the generals, who glanced at Yi Chen, revealed a different look and bellowed. The king has ordered to kill Yi Chuan on sight. Yes, we will kill the thieves at any cost. The 100,000 black armored troops responded in unison. Oh, I'm a thief. What about your king? How ridiculous. Yi Chen sniffed with a chilling expression on his face. As the saying goes, a tiger can't eat its own. But Yi Maniac's approach really chilled his heart. In that case, don't blame yourself for being ruthless. I believe that 100,000 Black Armor Army all falling here would definitely make Yi Maniac's heart ache for a long time. The system detects that the host has a strong desire to kill, and obtains a new mission to kill 100,000 Black Armor Army, rewarding the realm with a 1-level upgrade and the divine artifact Void Soul Chasing Bow. Yi Yun snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, "You, the guy who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, have nothing to do with our Yi family? Don't presume to return to the family one day, destroying the Yi family, destroying the ancestral hall as well as harming his mother. No matter which one of these things was enough to make Yi Chuan die several times. It was only right to kill him now." Chapter 47, Shin Demon Sword Technique vs Underworld Heaven Breaking Chop. Ha ha ha, laughing at this young man. Go back and let you draw my blood and pluck out my bones and gouge out my eyes? Yi Yun, are you sick in the head or am I? Yi Chen was really angry and laughed. This guy really dared to think, is there a need for one to go back to such a family? Yi Yun instantly did not know how to retort up, because what Yi Yun said was the truth. Who else could not possibly return to the family again? However, with so many people present, it was impossible to admit that the Yi family had done such a thing, so he said with great righteousness, "Coincidence? The Yi family is honorable. How could they do such a thing? On the contrary, it's you, Yi Chen, who disregarded the bloodline kinship, injured our mother, slaughtered tens of thousands of clansmen to destroy them, and destroyed the family shrine. It's simply not justifiable. Today, this saint's son will act for the heavens and kill you to clear the way for the Yi family. Today, no matter what, he had to kill Yi Chen. Otherwise, if he gave it some more time, he still didn't know to what extent he had grown." A famous void-shattering realm fellow guessed Yi Yun's origin from the conversation between the two. "I know, that guy is the 4th son of the Northern Liang King. Yi Duan and Yi Yun are biological brothers. This son slaughtered tens of thousands of clansmen half a year ago, destroying all the spirit cards of the entire ancestral hall, and the aftermath of the great battle reduced the entire Northern Liang city to rubble. He even almost killed his old man. If not for the return of the Yi family's quasi-emperor at the critical moment." The man's body trembled as he said something. Who doesn't know that the king of Northern Liang's on? Yi Chuan can do so. It can be seen how powerful the strength is. Many of the uninformed cultivators even revealed incredulous looks, unable to believe that this was true. Heavens, it's too ruthless. Even slaughtering your own family, it's simply genocidal. Deceiving a teacher and destroying an ancestor is even more heavenly. I'm afraid the son has fallen into the devil's path. Such a person shouldn't live in the world. That's it. Lord Saint's son killed him. Some people watched the fun and shouted loudly, wanting Yi Yun to make a great show of killing Yi Chen, seeking death. You are even less worthy of living in the world. When Yi Chen heard those people's words, killing intent continued to emerge, and his divine thoughts firmly locked onto them. The destructive power of the heavy pupil erupted, and several hundred people exploded on the spot, turning into a pile of mutilated limbs and broken arms, with blood splattering onto an unknown number of people. Hiss! Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. He was glad that he hadn't talked about leaf dust, or you'll end up like all those people. It's called woe is me. Even his own family to destroy the ruthless people, prefer to provoke people? Really, the old lifestar hang too long life. Yi Chen, you are cruel and heartless. You do deserve to die. Father expelling you from the family was the right choice. Yi Chuan shouted, his eyes revealing a dense killing intent, followed by his hands pinching and executing a great emperor-level divine ability, the devil suppressing sword technique. The divine sword hovered in the air, inscribing a complex pattern that gradually formed a mysterious pattern. The pattern exuded an endless pressure, as if it could suppress all living beings, and gathered the aura of heaven and earth for hundreds of miles around. The mysterious pattern, after absorbing enough of the power of the heavens and earth, suddenly blazed with immortal light, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes, suppressing it towards Yi Chen. Yi Chuan's face became grave. Yi Yun's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. With his innate sword body and supreme sword bone, his strength could definitely be comparable to that of an average saint powerhouse. Under the suppression of the mysterious pattern, it felt as if his body was being pressed down by a divine mountain, unable to move. At the same time, the light emanating from the mysterious pattern enveloped everything around him, forming an enclosed space from which he could not escape. Poof! Yi Chen naturally would not sit back and wait for death. Yi Yun was simply delusional in wanting to suppress himself, and the spiritual energy in his body was continuously injected into the 7-star dragon sword. At that moment, the 7-star dragon sword radiated a dazzling light, like a bright star catching a strand of extraterrestrial star power. Taking advantage of this, he used his full power divine ability, Underworld Skybreaker Slash. This sword contained endless power and might, as if it was able to break open the heavens and earth and cut through all restraints. In a split second, a cold light flashed for miles. The two divine abilities collided together, setting off shocking waves, and the blinding light made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. The click, click, accompanied by a crisp sound. Several cracks could be seen starting to appear in the mysterious pattern, which was the power of an imperial artifact. Yi Yun's face changed slightly. Yi Chuan's strength was far beyond his imagination. It was clearly the 6th level of the transition realm, but he was able to force himself to such a degree. It was really unimaginable, especially the divine sword in his hand. It gave him a palpitating feeling, and he was about to say something. Who knew that the cracks on the mysterious pattern, like a spider's web, quickly spread out and exploded into countless fragments in the blink of an eye, and the terrifying force blasted the two of them flying backwards. Yi Chuan had the indestructible golden body to protect his body and did not suffer any damage. On the contrary, Yi Yun was in a bit of a mess. His entire body was gray and his clothes had become disheveled. Compared to his previous image, it was a world of difference. Yi Chen's strength is too terrifying. Lord Saint's son is not even his opponent. That's right, there is a realm difference between the two of them. I really don't know how they did it. The crowd murmured as their eyes fell on Yi Yun. One must know that he was the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land. His physique and talent were all at the demonic level, but he was even unable to defeat Yi Yun, who was one great realm lower than him. Yi Yun smiled with a gloomy expression, doing his best to show that he had indeed lost an adult, and looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of killing intent. The Black Armor Army is under orders to kill Yi Duan and clean up for the Yi family. Yes, second young master. The Black Armor Army had wanted to see who was stronger of the two, but it turned out that Yi Yun suffered a big loss, which was really out of their expectation. Upon receiving the order, he then manipulated the Black Armored God of War with all his might to kill Yi Chen. A shocking power erupted from his hands and feet, crushing countless spaces and instantly knocking Yi Duan 10,000 meters away, and the golden light on his body dimmed by a few points. The Black Armored War God multiplied his attack, his palms surrounded with terrifying power, ripping through countless spaces alive, not giving Yi Yun any chance to react. Chapter 48 Beheading 100,000 Black Armor Armies. Ahem. A little bit of skill, but it's a shame you're all going to die today. Yi Chuan is not a vegetarian. The figure steeply disappeared in place, easily dodged the attack of the black-armored god of war, and obediently hidden in space. Well, where did it go? The black-armored god of war instantly lost his target. The strong man who was in charge of the black armor army seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reminded Yi Yun. Be careful. Second young master. I'm afraid Yi Chen is targeting you. Yi Yun was startled at the words and condensed a powerful defense outside his body to avoid being attacked by Yi Chen's sneak attack later. Space briefly fell silent. The crowd was unable to find Yi Chen's trail no matter how much their divine thoughts probed. And the black-armored army kept leaning together, hiding behind the black-armored god of war. The commander of the black-armored army powerhouse was just about to make a move when he felt a coldness behind his back. And before he could react, a divine sword penetrated his skull. Yi Chuan's figure gradually manifested, revealing a look of disdain. Oh, smarty pants. Then Temperance drew the 7-star dragon sword. Blood flowed down the sword god. A half-saint powerhouse died in his hands like this, not even having the chance to resist. Yi Chen, you deserve to die. Yi Yun was incomparably angry, knowing that the black armor army could all be his father's personal soldiers, claiming to be the Yi family's heritage. He didn't expect that a half-saint powerhouse would die so soon. With that thought in mind, he shouted into the void. Several old ancestors, please also take action to exterminate this brat. I'm afraid that disciple is not his opponent, and I don't want to make a sacrifice that doesn't matter. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land's hidden powerhouses could be more than just Lu Sanjian. They just wouldn't make a move until they were in a moment of life and death crisis. Yi Yun, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, you have to have the courage to stand alone. There are some things you have to go through. Otherwise, if you keep living under our shelter, you will never be able to become truly strong. An old voice slowly came out, but unfortunately, no one could detect the other party's trace, so it was obvious how terrifying the owner of the voice's strength was. Yi Yun's heart sank. It seemed that wanting to ask those few people to make a move was impossible. Things could only go one step at a time. Yi Yun, this young man knows that there are quite a few old men in the dark protecting you, but if they dare to make a move, I can guarantee that you'll die even faster. If you don't believe me, you can try. Keep your life for now. Ha ha ha. Yi just didn't care at all. The death of a half-saint powerhouse was nothing. Slaughtering 100,000 black armor army was his ultimate goal. As for Yi Yun, he would put it aside, and it would not be too late to slowly liquidate it later, so that he would know what it means to be desperate. Thinking of this, heavy pupil power erupted. The underworld flame surged out, instantly flooding the entire black armor army, and the cohesive black armor war god could not react at all. Ah, it hurts. Second young master, help! I don't want to die. 100,000 black armored troops screamed in agony amidst the roaring flames, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of them were burned to ashes. Those soldiers who managed to survive didn't fare so well, and they realized to their horror that no matter what means they used, they couldn't extinguish the flames on their bodies. Faced with such a desperate situation, a few half-saint powerhouses in the black armor army decided not to sit back and wait for death, gritting their teeth and saying, either way, it's a death. Let's fight him. So a few people took the lead in burning their own lifespan and injecting their power into the black armored war god, and the rest of the black armored army soldiers followed suit when they saw this. For a time, a large amount of life force continuously poured into the body of the black armored war god, causing its eyes to glow with a dazzling light. The black armored god of war looked like he was coming to life at this moment, waving the square sky painting halberd in his hand with a destructive aura as he suppressed towards Yi Chen. The terrifying power was as heavy as a mountain, and the space shattered in succession with crisp cracking sounds. It's useless no matter how much you struggle. Send you all on your way together. A cold smile spread across the corners of Yi Chen's mouth as he pulled out 3 true demon blood pills from his pocket and swallowed them without hesitation. As the elixir entered the abdomen, the majestic power immediately dissolved in the body, as if it was a raging torrent, crazily flushing the divine body and meridians, and the strength soared intermittently. The skin began to turn red, the muscles bulged and the veins rippled as if they were about to explode. Yi Chuan gritted his teeth and persevered, forcing his physical strength to step into the sage tier. The powerful laws of force surrounded his body, and his body radiated a dazzling light, as bright and dazzling as the blazing sun. The realm is also forcibly elevated to the half-saint level in the hands of the 7-star dragon sword is even more divine light. The sword body vaguely has the emperor power flow. Manhwa flowed out of the emperor's power is too weak. No one can feel it. Otherwise it would have long caused the attention of countless people. The Yi Chuan gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and swung it with great force, and a terrifying sword chi roared out, heading straight for that black-armored war god. Wherever the sword chi passed, space was like papier-mâché and was instantly torn apart, colliding with the black-giving armor war god's square heavenly painted halberd. Boom! At once, the divine light shone for thousands of miles, and the horrifying aftershocks of power spread out, and the 100,000 forbidden troops bore the brunt of it, with half of them dying on the spot, turning into flying ash under the underworld flame. When the dazzling divine light dispersed, Yi Chen stood unharmed in the void, looking at the black-armored army that had survived. The black armor army is nothing more than that. The divine sword in his hand swung, and 7 pillars of light shot up into the sky, crushing through without mercy, killing the remaining black-armored army, as much as they could. Without the support of the power of the 100,000 black armor army, the previously cohesive black armor battle began to slowly dissipate. No way! No way! Yi Chen, what demonic technique did you use? Blood kept dripping from the corner of Yi Yun's mouth, but he was still unwilling to believe that the scene in front of him was real. There were 100,000 elite black-armored troops, and the cohesive black-armored war god was almost comparable to a saintly 9th-grade powerhouse, comparable to the Lu Sanjian who had appeared before. Yi Chuan was too lazy to pay attention to this fellow, frantically running his gongfu to absorb the energy spilling out from the surroundings. But the further the realm went, the more difficult it was to raise it. He was able to reach the 7th level of the transition realm. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky converged, and 7 raging thunderbolts fell at the same time, ruthlessly splitting on Yi Chen's body. Bang! 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 Crisp impacts rang out, and there was nothing more than a few more trails of blue smoke on his body, not causing any substantial damage. The host completes the task of killing 100,000 black armor army, rewarded with 1 level up in realm and a divine weapon. The Void Soul Chasing Bow. Void Chasing Bow locks the breath of the enemy and can kill them across endless space. The 8th level of the transition realm. Thunderclouds converged in the sky. Humph! A mere thunder tribulation dares to act recklessly. This time Yi Chen was very domineering and blasted his fist into the sky. It instantly shattered a space the size of 100 miles and swallowed the thunderbolt that had yet to take shape. The onlookers looked frozen in place and muttered, "A tough guy is a tough guy. The way of crossing the threshold is all different. It's just too scary." The thoughts in the hearts of the crowd were much the same, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Yi Chen. Chapter 49. Love is a light, so green that you are in a panic. Deep in the palace, Li Shiming's divine sense spanned an endless distance and witnessed Yi Chen's performance with his own eyes, and he was very shocked inside. What a scary kid. It's a good thing I didn't flip out with it, or else the fate of the great Tang dynasty is really hard to say. To be able to possess such heaven-defying means, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as it appeared. Who knows what other terrifying means were hidden? After doing this, Yi Chen's gaze fell on Yi Yun, releasing a terrifying killing intent to envelop the other party as he said with an icy expression, "I'm afraid so many people don't know that the hallowed saint's son has taken my supreme sword bone. The pain of gouging out my bones is still fresh in my mind, and I will definitely make you pay it back 100 times over today." Ha ha ha. Once a scene in the mind constantly surfaced, that kind of pain, I'm afraid no one can understand. If not for his own access to the system, I'm afraid that a lifetime cannot avenge. Yi Duan laughed maniacally, constantly venting the emotions in his heart. The onlookers looked at each other in disbelief, not realizing that there was such a secret story between the two of them, and it caused quite a stir. No wonder Yi Chen turned against the family. I guess he was treated unfairly. Yes, I'm afraid I would have done just as much in my place. In this case, it seems that the Yi family has brought this upon themselves, and where there's a cause, there's a consequence. A good number of people accused Yi Yun, taking away one's own brother's supreme sword bone, really worse than a beast, and so on and so forth and so forth. One is harder to hear than the other. Yi Duan, don't talk nonsense. This saint's son was born with a supreme sword bone. It's not what you said at all. Yi Yun was furious to the extreme. I'm afraid that after today, his reputation would be in tatters and would even affect his future status in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. The truth isn't really that important. Yi Chen shook his head, not wanting to continue with the nonsense. The law of force appeared and the surrounding space instantly became heavy, suppressing Yi Yun to death. Ah! Drive me! Yi Yun roared up in unwillingness, burning 3,000 years of lifespan and activating his innate divine ability 10,000 swords returning, and immediately countless sword lights flew out, breaking Yi Chen's suppression. It's still something, but unfortunately it's still not much use. Yi Chuan inwardly sneered. and with his physical body spanning space, he blocked in front of Yi Yun in the blink of an eye, smashing him backward by 10,000 meters with a single punch. Blood stained his white shirt, and the divine sword in his hand trembled continuously, almost on the verge of being unable to hold it, having suffered a serious injury. Yi Yun raised his head and glanced at the void, realizing that those few had no intention of making a move yet. He could not help but curse. A few old guys, how stubborn. Do you have to wait until you're about to die before you strike? A few of the Tao protectors were very powerful, just too rigid, and almost every time they appeared, it was when he was teetering on the edge of life and death. The beauty of it is that you can't rely too much on them to sharpen your mind, or you'll lose the original purpose. Although the intention was good, Yi Yun disliked it very much. For example, right now, anyone with a clear eye could see that they were not Yi Chen's opponent, and they were all unwilling to help, causing themselves to burn 3,000 years of life. It's so hopeless when you think about it. Aha! If the old man behind you doesn't make a move, I'm afraid you're going to die in my hands. Yi Yun was very puzzled in his heart and wondered what the Heavenly Sword Holy Land powerhouse was up to. Yi Yun had fallen to such a state, but he was still calm? As it is, then you can't blame him for being rude. Oof! Yi Yun didn't even know how to retort, and after thinking for a moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Imperial City at breakneck speed. Lord Father-in-law, there is a thief running amok here. Please suppress this person. It was believed that with the relationship of Li Linger, his future father-in-law would definitely make a move, and his strength at the Saint Emperor level would definitely be able to crush Yi Chen. Love is a light, so green that you'll panic. Yi Chen revealed a playful smile. If Yi Yun knew that Li Linger was pregnant with his child, what kind of wonderful expression would he have? However, for the time being, it couldn't be said. After all, the reincarnation of the demon god was too appalling. In case the guys who had the heart learned about it, I'm afraid that he would go to any lengths to obliterate the fetus in Li Linger's womb. At no time should the sinister nature of human nature be underestimated. Just when Yi Yun was less than 1,000 miles away from the Imperial City, Yi Chen followed him at some point and grabbed one of his legs and threw it out towards the back. Ah! I'm not happy about it. Yi Yun roared and did his best to resist, but his entire body still smashed into the ground several hundred meters below, and a deep pit was formed. Crawling out of it in a sorry state, his white clothes were covered with dust, and his appearance was no better than that of a beggar. Yi Yun almost collapsed. Originally today was his wedding day. It was supposed to be a big celebration. Who knew that something like this had happened? Yi Yun had wanted to continue to make a move. Who knew that the 10,000 soul streamer suddenly shattered the space and flew back, and the souls inside it had weakened by a few points upon closer inspection. If there were no surprises, it would be that Lu Sanjian had killed the 3 major soul spirits, and the hundreds of thousands of souls had returned to warm up within the 10,000 soul streamer. Things went as expected, as Lu Sanjian followed closely, looking at the 10,000 soul streamer in Yi Chen's hand, revealing a greedy expression. Kid, give me that holy artifact and this saint may be able to spare you from death. It was only after personally experiencing the power of the 3 great spirits that he realized the power of the 10,000 soul streamer. The manipulation of the district's transition realm was against saints. If it fell into his hands, wouldn't it be able to exert an even more terrifying power? If you want to hit my 10,000 soul streamer, let's make you one of them. Old man. Yi Duan's eyes narrowed. It just so happened that obliterating the 100,000 forbidden troops before had allowed him to increase his strength several times again. So perhaps it wouldn't be a problem to decapitate the Sage 9 Lu Sanjian. Endless killing intent went straight to the clouds, and his pupils became blood red, looking without a trace of emotion, as if he was a crazy killing machine. In a split second, Yi Duan raised his power to the extreme. The 7-star dragon sword in his hand erupted with a terrifying aura, and the sword body flashed with a bright light like a dazzling star, making it impossible to look directly at it. Constantly gathering the power of the stars in heaven and earth, it eventually formed a huge divine dragon, its scales glittering with cold light and its whiskers fluttering in the wind, exuding unrivaled majesty. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar came out, releasing a terrifying imperial might that caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and impacted towards Lu Sanjian's position. An imperial artifact? How is that possible? Lu Sanjian's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he not expect that the divine sword in Yi Chen's hand would be an imperial artifact? A strong life and death crisis instantly surged to his heart, causing him to feel an unprecedented fear, and he quickly took out an ancient shield and blocked it in front of his body. The spiritual energy in his body was madly injected into the shield, hoping to withstand the divine dragon's onslaught. Chapter 50, Sword Saint of Grass and Wood. Next. Bang. The divine dragon then ruthlessly impacted on top of the shield, and a horrifying aftershock of power swept across 100 miles in a radius. Even Yi Yun couldn't withstand the force and was shocked backward continuously, the injuries in his body getting a few points heavier. How is that possible? Where did Yi Chen get the Imperial artifact from? An incomparable shock surfaced on Yi Yun's face. Those who possessed Imperial artifacts were either Holy Land forces or hidden Imperial clans, and they were very precious. Not just anyone could wear them. As the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land himself, he wasn't even qualified to bring out an Imperial artifact. A mere Imperial artifact is nothing. Yi Chen revealed a contemptuous smile. If the 9-dragon demon sword didn't stay in Li Linger's body, I'm afraid that it would be much easier to behead Lu Sanjian, and it wouldn't take so much effort at all. Taking advantage of the short period of time, he offered the 10,000 soul streamer to collect the souls of the 100,000 forbidden soldiers, and with the endless flow of Yin Qi, he advanced to become a medium-grade sacred artifact. At this time, Lu Sanjian was still trying his best to place. The veins on his forehead were almost bursting out, so he could imagine how much effort he was putting in. Ka-ching! Just then, a crisp sound came from the shield, and a tiny crack appeared on its surface. Immediately afterward, the crack spread out rapidly, covering the entire shield like a spider's web before completely shattering into countless pieces. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Lu Sanjian, and his entire body flew out backwards like a cannonball, his body shattering countless spaces. The broken space was like a sharp blade, crazily tearing his flesh, and in the blink of an eye his body was covered with dense cracks. Lu Sanjian endured the severe pain and exploded his body's power with all his might, shaking the surrounding space into nothingness before he was able to get rid of the tearing of the spatial force. However, his face was as pale as paper, and his breath had become extremely withered as he stared dead ahead at Yi Chen, his heart filled with fear and shock. It never occurred to him that his hallowed Saint 9th-level powerhouse would be forced to the present state by a cultivator of the transition realm, and I'm afraid that no one would believe it even if he said it out loud. Lu Sanjian didn't dare to imagine that if he let Yi Chen continue to grow, he would become a great danger in the future. Senior uncle. This brat is too evil. His methods are endless and he also possesses an emperor weapon. Disciple is no match for him. Such a character must be stifled before it's too late, or else he will pose a threat to our heavenly sword Holy Land. The only way at the moment was to invite a few strong men from the depths of the hidden space to exterminate Yi Yun in a swift manner. Poof. Old man. This young man will send you on your way first. Leaf Dust snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he took out the divine artifact Void Soul Chasing Bow, which was pitch black in color and flickered with a mysterious light, as if it contained an endless amount of power. Yi Chuan gripped the bow tightly, feeling its cold touch, then mobilized his entire body and slowly pulled the bowstring apart. As the bowstring was stretched, a powerful energy gathered in the bow, forming a black arrow. The black arrow had no solidity, yet it emitted a palpitating pressure, and the space around it distorted. Yi Chuan injected his killing intent into the arrow, making it more and more terrifying as he took a deep breath and violently loosened the bowstring. The arrow shot out like lightning, instantly concealing itself in space, leaving no traces behind, and no one could detect a single breath. Whoosh! Lu Sanjian's face changed greatly. Knowing that he could not resist that black arrow, he hurriedly shuttled through space to escape, and in the twinkling of an eye, he did not know how far he had escaped. It's useless to flee to the ends of the earth. Yi Chuan wasn't worried at all. A target locked by the Void Soul Chasing Bow couldn't escape no matter what. Junior, be a man and leave a line. Right at this moment, a voice filled with majesty suddenly came out from the void, as if it was a thunderous explosion, deafening. Immediately afterward, an old man in a gray robe slowly walked out of the void, surrounded by a domineering and unparalleled sword intent, as if he could chop the sun, moon, and stars. The mighty Saint Emperor's might erupted as he looked at Yi Chen with a gloomy face, a cold light flashing in his eyes, only to see him gently raise his hand. A powerful sword chi instantly shot out, shattering the black arrow in the blink of an eye. Lu Sanjian's hanging heart was finally released, and he said with palpitations, "Senior uncle, if you don't make a move again, my disciple will really die in this kid's hands. The other party killed thousands of our disciples. We absolutely can't let him go on." But before he could finish, Lu Jiuzhou interrupted him and said very coldly, "The weak and the strong are unchanging for ages. There's nothing to say. Those disciples died, so they died. Big deal. Retrain them. Cultivation to his realm." So many things had long been looked down upon, and would not care at all about the deaths and lives of ordinary disciples. Lu Sanjian was suddenly speechless. The onlookers stirred and recognized the visitor. This person is the Grass and Wood Sword Saint of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Lu Jojo. A superpower at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Just one step away from breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Rumor has it that every blade of grass and every tree can be a sword. The lower can break mountains and rivers. The upper can cut the sun, moon and stars. Lu Jiuzu is almost no enemy among the same class. Terrifying as it is, I'm afraid Yi Chen is in danger. The difference between the two is too great. Even if Yi Chuan possesses an imperial artifact, he can't utilize his full power without enough strength. And he's simply not a match for Lu Jojo. The crowd murmured, all feeling sorry for Yi Chen. Is such a demonic character about to fall here? Yi Yun in the distance was equally relieved. The backer behind the backer finally made a move. Otherwise he had been on tenterhooks and was really afraid that Yi Chuan would decapitate himself with a sword. Thinking of which he hurriedly flew to the side of Lu Jojo. Elder ancestor, today is my wedding day. Please kill this brat quickly, or you will delay the hour. As he said this his eyes flicked back and forth, unconsciously looking towards the 7-star dragon sword in Yi Chen's hand, fantasizing about how nice it would be to have an imperial artifact in his possession. Oof, I don't need you to say how this seed acts. Lu Jojo's complexion coldened. Yi Yun's talent potential was unlimited, but according to today's cultivation, he was still far from being qualified to order himself. If not for the fact that there were so many people watching, I would have given him a good lesson. Disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, old ancestor. Yi Yun's body trembled at the words and immediately realized the mistake. He was always a junior no matter what. He shouldn't talk to Lu Jojo like this. What's more, the other party's talent and strength were very terrifying, and his character was notoriously overbearing, so there would be no good fruit to eat if he were to provoke him. Seeing Yi Yun's proper attitude, Lu Jojo gently nodded his head. Then his gaze fell on Yi Chen's body and said faintly, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to hand over the imperial artifact and this seat will spare you from death. 2 is death. You have 3 breaths to think about it. Although he didn't care about the deaths of the disciples under his door, but an emperor's weapon was different. If he could possess it, his strength would definitely be raised by several notches. Chapter 51, 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Ha! This young man chooses the 3rd one, and that's for you to die. Yi Chen revealed a disdainful smile, having just learned about this person from a passerby. Of course he would not continue to be a big shot and simply show his cards and stop pretending. Unity's son, use the Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience card. The host consumes the Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience card and randomly gains the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Yi Chuan felt a palpitatingly terrifying energy filling his body as if it were a volcano, instantly raising his cultivation to the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Boom! With a loud bang, his entire body's aura violently erupted, and the pressure of the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm was like the might of the heavens, weighing people down. On the opposite side, Lu Jojo, despite being a powerful person at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, was forced to resist with all his might in front of this powerful aura. The powerful aura spread in all directions like ripples, quickly spreading to half of the imperial city. Countless cultivators shivered when they felt this terrifying aura, and some of the weaker ones even directly fell to their knees, not daring to get up. Unico, finally giving it a go for once. As long as the great emperor powerhouses don't come out of the world, with my cultivation at the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, won't I be able to run rampant? Ha ha ha. Leaf Dust laughed out loud. Not good. A cry of alarm came from the void, and it was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land's Quasi-Emperor powerhouse, who instantly moved beside Lu Jojo and the others without saying a word. The black-robed old man did not dare to have any delay, waving his hand to tear the void in front of him, attempting to take Lu Jojo and the others with him to escape from this place. A cold smile spread out from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he mocked. It's ridiculous to think of saving people when you're already struggling to protect yourself. Say it. The 7-star dragon sword in his hand swung violently, and a powerful sword light instantly crossed space and sped towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's face changed drastically, and he tried his best to dodge, but the sword light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him, only to hear a pfft sound. The black-robed old man screamed miserably. An arm was chopped off by the sword light. Blood splattered in all directions. Ah! The face of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's Quasi-Emperor powerhouse changed drastically as he looked at his broken arm incredulously, his heart filled with shock and fear. Never in a million years did he think that he would suffer such a serious injury from just a single glance. There was also the question of what kind of means Yi Chen had used to be able to forcefully elevate to the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, which was simply off the charts. Fellow Daoist, be at ease. Yi Chen directly interrupted the other party's next words. Rest easy, my ass. You're all going to die today. What's the point? Within his eyes, endless immortal and demonic power surged forth, as if he had transformed into the Lord of Immortals and Demons, controlling the cycle of life and death of all things in the world. With a thought, he summoned the gigantic Reincarnation heavenly disc, which was almost on the verge of turning into substance, countless times more powerful than the one he had summoned before. The Reincarnation heavenly plate was suspended in the air, flashing with a strange light, containing endless mysteries that distorted even space and time. The power of reincarnation filled the air, and millions of divine and demonic silhouettes manifested in the Reincarnation heavenly disc, their figures appearing and disappearing as if they had traveled from another world. Each god and devil shadow emitted a terrifying pressure that suffocated people, seemingly turning this heaven and earth into an ancient battlefield. Li Shiming's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. The Reincarnation heavenly plate in the sky, emanating power that made even he feel a huge threat. The means are so terrible, it's really hard to imagine. Finally, he understood why Yi Chen dared to say the words of destroying the entire imperial city, and now there didn't seem to be any suspicion of exaggeration. If the Reincarnation heavenly plate crashed down, I'm afraid that the entire imperial city would be reduced to rubble, and no one would be spared except for himself. At this moment, Yi Chuan leapt and flew above the Reincarnation heavenly plate, and the powerful killing intent emanating from his body combined with the power of reincarnation to form a unique power. Behind them, there were even a few million god-devil shadows on standby, and anyone who looked at them had their legs go weak. The face of the paramount emperor powerhouse from the heavenly sword Holy Land was very ugly. The power of the Reincarnation heavenly disc was just too terrifying. With his strength he really couldn't block it. Looking at the scared and dumbfounded Yi Yun, he asked in a good-natured manner, "Is this guy really from your Yi family?" Obviously not having any background, favoring every means to shock the heavens, it really made him incomprehensible. Old ancestor. Yi Chuan turned against the family and cannot be considered a member of the Yi family. Yi Yun didn't even know what to say, and stammered to hold out this sentence, which was quite reasonable. Your Yi family is so powerful, there will be times for you to cry in the future. The heavenly sword Holy Land's quasi-emperor powerhouse had laughed bitterly. They didn't know what to say. They really didn't know why the Yi family forced such a demon out of the family. Yi Yun, let you try true despair today. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen didn't want to listen to the two men's nonsense. With a wave of his hand, several million god demons impacted over. Kill, kill, kill. The sound of charging and killing continued to ring out. The face of the heavenly sword Holy Land's quasi-emperor powerhouse changed drastically, originally wanting to delay for a while longer. But who knew that Yi Chen wouldn't give a chance at all? It's now a matter of fighting to the death. All of a sudden, the origin in his body surged. In a flash, the broken arm quickly grew out and was restored as before. Immediately afterward, he cast a divine ability to send a few people thousands of miles away to face the millions of god-devil shadows alone, sacrificing his own divine weapon, the Nine-Sun Sacred Sword. He swung his sword hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, and countless crimson sword chi shot out, exterminating the divine and demonic shadows that rushed in front of him. Taking advantage of the brief opportunity, the paramount emperor powerhouse from the heavenly sword Holy Land loudly reminded, "Quickly return to the heavenly sword Holy Land. I'll hold off the enemy, or else all of them will die here." A battle at the level of a quasi-emperor was not something that a few people could participate in at all. The slightest mishap would result in the destruction of their form and spirit, and sending a few people away from Lu Jiuzhou was the best option. As soon as the words fell, countless divine and demonic shadows once again impacted over, and he had to concentrate on dealing with them, or else he would most likely be planted in this place. No one gets away. Yi Chuan shouted as a powerful aura erupted from his body, quickly pulling open the void soul-chasing bow, the bowstring flickering with a mysterious light. Two black arrows appeared at the same time, exuding a palpitating aura, shooting out as if they were lightning going. Lu Jiuzhou and Lu Sanjian didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced through their skulls. Terrifying destructive power erupted from the arrow, instantly blowing the two men's bodies into pieces. Blood and meat froth flew in the air. Even their Yuanshin was not spared, and was directly worn out. If you dare to take a single step you will surely die. Yi Chuan, on the other hand, held the void soul-chasing bow and stood proudly in the void, his eyes cold and indifferent, his divine thoughts firmly locking onto Yi Yun who was trying to escape. Chapter 52 Desperate Yi Yun. Yi Dust. You Yi Yun was so scared that his face turned blue, his body trembled continuously, and he did not dare to make any movements at all. Even a Saint Emperor Realm 9 powerhouse couldn't escape being killed in seconds, so wouldn't he be even worse? You, bring it to me. Yi Chuan reached out and grabbed Yi Yun directly in front of him through the air. The eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Remember how you treated me back then? A cruel picture emerged in his mind, remembering the scene when he was tortured by Yi Yun. Each of the 4 limbs was pierced by a divine soldier and fixed above the ground, enduring endless pain every moment. The whole process lasted 3 whole days. The blood dyed the ground red. And finally Yi Yun even brutally plucked out his supreme bone. Memories surged like a tidal wave, causing Yi Chen's killing intent to intensify. No matter what, Yi Yun would definitely die today. Yi Yun didn't want to die and immediately threatened in a stern voice. I told you not to mess around, or else the Heavenly Sword Holy Land won't let you go. You're not the only one who owns an imperial artifact. Thinking that Yi Chen was able to exert such a terrifying power, all with the help of the might of an imperial artifact, he definitely didn't dare to make an enemy of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Heavenly Sword Holy Land? What is that thing? It's also worthy of being put in this young man's eyes. If you dare to make this young man unhappy, even if there is a great emperor powerhouse in attendance, this young man will still be able to overthrow him. Yi Chuan revealed a contemptuous smile and playfully looked at Yi Yun, who was showing fear. When he recaptured the Supreme Sword Bone to complete the mission, he would be able to obtain the Great Emperor Cultivation Experience card. What would a great emperor have to fear then? It wasn't even impossible to exterminate the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. The words just fell. Yi Chuan's eyes flickered with an icy cold light, like 2 bright stars, and he stared at Yi Yun with a deathly intent in his eyes. Today is your end. The voice was cold and merciless, as if it was a demon from hell, making people shudder. Boom! The aura of the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm was like the might of the heavens, causing the surrounding air to become frozen as if time had stopped flowing. Put! Yi Yun was simply unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. His face instantly turned pale and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The body was constantly trembling, as if it would collapse at any moment. Ah! Yi Yun let out a miserable scream, feeling his soul trembling under the pressure. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get out of the bondage. The eyes revealed despair and fear, never imagining that he would face such a desperate situation. If Yi Chen really wanted to kill him, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have a single chance to resist. Yi Chen, please let me go. Yi Yun finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. I'm your second brother. Ah, we have a blood relationship. You can't do this to me or you'll be condemned by countless people. Ha ha. Yi Chuan laughed out loud at the words, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and his laughter echoed throughout the space. Contempt and disdain flashed in his eyes, and a mocking smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Trying to morally kidnap yourself is a bit naive, isn't it? This young man even destroyed the family shrine. Killing one more of you is nothing. What others think is none of my business. No matter what you say, it's hard to escape death today. To tell you the truth, even after you die, you'll have to endure never-ending torture. Yi Chen's tone was cold and firm. In this world the strong are honored, as long as the strength is strong enough to do anything is right, because those who dare to oppose are dead. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chuan condensed 108 spirit locking spikes, each of which was filled with a powerful killing intent and emitted a palpitating aura. Like a group of ferocious vipers, they drilled into Yi Yun's body one after another. Ah! Yi Yun's agonizing howl resounded through the clouds as if it could penetrate one's soul, but his body was nailed by the spirit-locking nail and he was unable to move. In the face of such an absolute gap in strength, there was no way to resist, and the killing intent contained in the spirit-locking nail continued to destroy everything within his body. Watching with his own eyes as the meridians, dantian, spiritual energy, and divine soul continued to dissipate, the already desperate emotions were even more infinitely amplified. Yi Chen, I was wrong. Please let me go. All things are negotiable. I can talk to Lord Father and have you return to the family. How about forgetting everything that happened before? Yi Yun was unwilling to die like this and forced himself to endure the pain coming from his body and continued to beg for mercy, hoping to impress Yi Chen with the Yi family. Unbeknownst to him, these words caused Yi Chen's face to become even colder, and the encircling killing intent around his body formed substance, slicing through the nearby space. Ha ha! What a delusion! I've heard that Yi Maniac has re-established his mansion elsewhere. When there's time, this young man will go and take a look, and in the meantime, exterminate it all over again. Yi Chen's maniacal laughter swept through the air, and monstrous killing intent swept through everything, sending shivers down one's spine. Ancestor, help me! Yi Yun was very desperate when he heard this. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so ruthless that he could leave everything behind, and could only put his only hope in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's quasi-emperor powerhouses. Junior! Stop it! The Heavenly Sword Holy Land shouted angrily, and the intrinsic divine warrior in his hand exploded to come, forming 9 rounds of blazing suns, releasing endless flames. The sky in a radius of 100,000 miles became red, and the people in the Imperial City all felt the blazing heat and hastened to run their power to resist it. Millions of god and devil shadows bore the brunt of the flames, and one by one, they dissipated into the air, unable to withstand the power of the 9 rounds of sunsplitting. Break it for me. The Heavenly Sword Sect's quasi-emperor powerhouse defied all odds, wanting to break the Reincarnation heavenly plate so that he could rescue Yi Yun, who was being tortured. Boom! The collision of the two forces was like a thunderbolt resounding through the heavens and earth, deafening and spreading terror in all directions. There was a white blur in front of everyone's eyes, and the intense light made it impossible to see straight, and immediately afterward, the heaven-destroying power swept over them like a raging torrent. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed and turned into pieces, and space seemed to shatter into countless pieces, turning into a chaos that caused one's heart to palpitate. The terrifying power made countless people look at it with fear and trepidation. Crazy! A quasi-emperor powerhouse is actually blowing up his divine weapons. Someone shouted in horror. Someone with a palpitating heart stuffed his chest and said thankfully, "It's fortunate that such a power didn't erupt in the Imperial City. Otherwise the consequences would really be unimaginable. Yi Chen is too heaven-defying. I really don't know what the Northern Liang King was thinking, forcing such a demon out of the family. I'm afraid I'm going to cry in the toilet after today." Someone mumbled up, very confused inside. The blinding light dissipated. The crowd saw an even more shocking scene, only to see that the Reincarnation heavenly disc was unharmed, deadening the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's quasi-emperor powerhouse. With each rotation of the Reincarnation heavenly disc, it released a terrifying power of reincarnation, beating that Paragon Emperor to the point where he was spitting out blood and his physical body was close to collapsing. Chapter 53, Sainthood in the Flesh. A quasi-emperor powerhouse is nothing more than that. Let's send you on your way first. Without any nonsense, Yi Chuan directly took out the void soul-chasing bow and pulled the bowstring with great force, and the terrifying black arrow instantly condensed, emitting a palpitating aura. Bang! With a loud bang, this arrow shot towards the other party at an astonishing speed, so powerful that even a quasi-emperor powerhouse would have trouble resisting it. In the blink of an eye, the body of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's quasi-emperor powerhouse was struck by the arrow and directly exploded into a sky full of blood mist. Not only that, even the Yuan Shin became fragmented, floating in the surrounding space. Ferocious! A happy event has turned into a white event. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land is losing face. I'm afraid it won't let up. So what can be done? Even a quasi-emperor powerhouse died at the hands of Yi Chen. Who can do anything to him? Not necessarily. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Sword Holy Land has a great emperor powerhouse in attendance. If he were to make a move, I'm afraid Yi Chen would have a hard time escaping death. Who knows if the rumors are true or not? After all, strong people who have reached the level of a great emperor basically go to break into the immortal path, unwilling to stay in the human emperor realm. The onlookers kept talking, curious about what Yi Chen would do next. Yi Chen didn't have the time to pay attention to the people watching around him, and hurriedly sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer to quickly inhale the Yuanshin fragment of that Paragon Emperor into it. In passing, he collected the Yuanshin fragments of the 2 people who had died earlier, and under the mysterious power of the 10,000 soul streamer, the Yuanshin fragments of these 3 people gradually converged together and reverted back to their original appearance. All 3 genjutsu were able to exert most of their pre-life strength, and they could also achieve a state of exhaustion and immortality that would give anyone a headache if they encountered it. With the addition of these 3 powerful genjutsu, the 10,000 soul streamer advanced twice in succession and was successfully promoted to a quasi-imperial artifact. At this moment, the yin-chi flowing from the 10,000 soul streamer became more and more terrifying, as if it was capable of devouring everything in the world. At the same time, both the heaven-slaying demon technique and the yin-yang blood sea in Yi Chen's body began to operate crazily. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the transition realm. At this moment, the sky was densely covered with thunderclouds, and their might was several times more powerful than before. The berserk power of thunder continuously flowed, causing people to feel a sense of fear. The thunderbolt seemed to have learned from its previous lesson and understood that it was not easy to pose a threat to Yi Chen. It simply fused the 9 thunderbolts together. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud sound came out. and the power of the thunderbolt instantly increased by more than 100 times, carrying a terrifying heavenly might down. Sculpture. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth as he gently pulled open the void soul-chasing bow, which instantly coalesced into a black arrow that easily broke the power of the thunder tribulation, and along the way, even the thunderclouds in the sky were destroyed along with it. However, this is far from over. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to break through the realm once again, reaching the first level of the semi-saint realm, which instantly attracted more thunderclouds, presenting a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. Before the thunder tribulation had even descended, one could feel the terrifying destructive power. This was the 2-9 heavenly tribulation that one needed to cross to break through the half-saint, and its power was far from being comparable to the thunder tribulation of the transitional realm. Boom! As a terrifying thunderbolt fell, space was shattering, so one could imagine how terrifying its power was. It's just never-ending. Leaf Dust had an impatient look on his face. With a wave of his hands, he maneuvered the Reincarnation heavenly disc and met the thunderbolt that kept falling. The thunderbolt and the Reincarnation heavenly disc collided together, emitting a deafening roar, and the falling thunder dissipated on the spot, not having any effect at all. The Reincarnation heavenly plate went forward, wearing down the thunderbolt that was still building up its strength in a raw manner. The whole process was very easy. After all, he was now at the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. The crowd stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief, secretly marveling. What kind of monster is this guy? Perverted awe. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Crossing the thunderbolt is a dangerous thing. Cultivators usually make sufficient preparations. Despite the several or still 9 deaths, how could it be as easy as Yi Chen to be able to forcefully raise one's cultivation to the level of a quasi-emperor, and also break through several realms consecutively in a single day? How on earth did one do that? There must be a shocking secret hidden in his body, and he has practiced some kind of powerful demonic technique. When the crowd saw Yi Chen's means, they were shocked and envious inside, wishing they could take his place. Half-Saint Realm 1. Not bad. Yi Chuan felt the power in his body and estimated that without relying on his physical strength and the 7-star dragon sword, he could fight with a saintly powerhouse. The next step is to impact the 3rd layer of the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique, condensing the power of 1,000 dragon elephants to achieve the true meaning of fleshly body sainthood. Previously, it was with the help of the 9-whip divine pill that he had forcefully raised his physical strength to the level of a saint, and naturally, it wasn't as strong as the power possessed by a true breakthrough. At this moment, the yin-yang blood sea devoured the blood of the 3 powerhouses of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and it operated crazily within the body. In just a moment's effort, the number of condensed Taiku dragon elephants reached 996. 999 heads, 1,000 heads. The Taiku dragon elephants seemed to have reached a limit, merging into the various orifices of his entire body as the color of his blood gradually transformed into gold. The strength of the fleshly body reached 100 million pounds, and the mass production caused a qualitative change, reaching the level of the fleshly body becoming a saint and deriving its own laws of force. The strength had increased by an unknown number of times, and a single punch could shatter space within a range of 10,000 meters. And with his physical strength, he could definitely sweep through a crowd of saintly powerhouses. Ha ha, this feels so wonderful. Leaf Dust laughed out loud in joy for a long time before he slowly calmed down. Please, kill me. Right at this moment, Yi Yun's weak voice came over. The 108 spirit-locking nails had tortured him to the point where he was down to his last breath. His eyes had lost their bright light, and he had lost his courage for life. Oh, it's not so easy for you to die. Forget how you tortured this young man in the first place? Let's help you remember today. Yi Chen revealed a cold smile. He wouldn't let Yi Yun die easily, otherwise wouldn't it be too cheap for him? Thinking of this catalyzed the heavy pupil. The right eye gushed out the power of creation, helping it to continuously recover from its injuries, and in the twinkling of an eye, it became alive and well. Yi Yun was very puzzled. There was no figuring out Yi Duan's intentions. Is it to release yourself? Who knew that just when he thought of this, intense pain came from his body, and his body was immediately soaked all over, and his body kept rolling over. Ah, demons! He finally understood what Yi Chen intended to do. Recovering from one's injuries is meant to be a constant torment, and the thought of it sends a constant shiver up the body. Chapter 54 Heaven-Shattering Sword Technique. Oof, this young man is the devil. What about you? Yi Chuan snorted coldly and broke open Yi Yun's chest, revealing the bones inside. Among them was a bone shaped like a small sword, emitting a stern sword intent. This was his supreme sword bone, which contained endless sword intent, vaguely breaking the heavens. It was a pity that Yi Yun had not utilized the power of the Supreme Sword Bone as it should be. If he was able to fully stimulate it, then his strength would be increased by at least 1 to 2 notches. Yi Chuan gently hooked his finger, and the Supreme Sword Bone immediately jumped with excitement, as if it had found its master, and returned to its own body of its own accord. Clang! With the return of the Supreme Sword Bone, a powerful sword intent instantly erupted from Yi Chuan's body, like an invisible sword chi that rushed straight into the sky. This sword intent was so strong that it was almost on the verge of forming a sword Dao Law. It seemed that Yi Yun hadn't spent a lot of effort on the Supreme Sword Bone, but now it was all cheaper for himself. After warming it up for a while, he could refine the Supreme Sword Bone into an intrinsic divine soldier and reach the realm of human sword unity. The host completes the mission to recapture the Supreme Bone, rewarding the realm with 3 consecutive levels of ascension, 1 Great Emperor Cultivation Experience card, and the Forbidden Divine Aptitude, the sword skill of the Heavenly Chopper. Xingtian Sword Technique, all 3,000 avenues can be swords. Beheading people, beheading demons, beheading immortals, beheading devils, endless living beings, kill all the heavens to take the power of extinction, and sacrifice the forbidden devil sword, which can extinguish all living beings and cut down the supreme heavenly path. Half Saint Realm 2, Half Saint Realm Triple, Half Saint Realm 4. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through another triple realm, and the crowd looked dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what kind of freak Yi Chen was. What kind of devil's work? With this effect? It's almost too much to ask, but no one dares to ask unless they don't want to live anymore. Unity's son, what the hell is this power of extinguishing life? Yi Chuan was very puzzled inwardly. The introduction in front of the sky-splitting sword technique was very understandable. That is, one could borrow and defend or control the power of the 3,000 Great Tao, and explode into an astonishing power. But what the so-called power of extinguishing life was, left one puzzled. All living things are nurtured by heaven and earth and contain a trace of special power in their bodies, and the moment they fall they will form the power of extinction. After absorbing the power of extinguishing life, the sky-splitting sword technique will gradually form a forbidden demonic sword that possesses the power of ghosts and gods. The supreme sword bone in the host's body can just be used as a sword embryo, and once it succeeds in condensing the magic sword, it will surely amaze the world and cry the ghosts and gods. The system's output will be of high quality. The host can rest assured, worthy of being a forbidden divine ability. It's just fierce. Yi Chuan listened to his heart and soul. His gaze fell on the onlookers, really wanting to take these people to test it first, to see what the so-called power of extinguishing life actually was. Oh my god, it's not even going to kill us, is it? We've got nothing against him. There's no reason for that, is there? It's better to stay away. Many people were hairy from Yi Chen's gaze, and cold sweat ran down their foreheads. Wouldn't it be bad luck to get GA'd just for watching the fun? The crowd carefully retreated backward, keeping their heads down and not saying a word for fear of attracting the attention of Yi Chen, the god of murder. This young man is a kind man, as to make you all so afraid? Yi Chuan saw the crowd's behavior and shrugged helplessly. It wasn't like he was killing people on sight. Was this necessary? Slaying 200,000 Imperial Forbidden Troops, 100,000 Black Armored Troops, and thousands of disciples from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Even quasi-imperial powerhouses were blasted to death. You call that kindness? Ghosts don't believe it. Thinking of this, the crowd's hearts were chilled. They were in a dilemma. They were really afraid that Yi Yun would directly kill over, and then it was estimated that none of them would survive. A few of the more resourceful guys, who had quicker reaction speeds, hurriedly picked up the conversation and furiously patted Yi Yun on the back. Your Excellency's divine might is overwhelming. The little people are of low strength and dare not get too close. Yes, and I beg your pardon. Countless people frantically nodded their heads in agreement, fearing that they would make Yi Chen a little unhappy. It's no fun, so get the hell away from me. Yi Chen impatiently waved his hand, signaling these people to get out of the way, so as not to affect his great mood. At this moment, Yi Yun was suspended in the void, with a large amount of blood flowing out of his chest wound, looking very weak and about to fail to hold on. His eyes were filled with endless resentment, and he said unwillingly, Yi Chuan, you took away my supreme sword bone. I curse you not to die a good death. Even if I become a ghost I won't let you go. It was supposed to be a big day, but it ended up like this. Anyone else would be upset. Oh, your supreme bone? Ridiculous. Even as a ghost. It's not your turn to seek revenge on me. Yi Chen laughed coldly. It was obviously Yi Yun who took his supreme bone. Now he started to turn black and white. I really don't know where he got the face. It seems that he has not been tortured enough. So let him taste other tortures and see how long he can keep his mouth shut. In the blink of an eye, they helped Yi Yun recover from his injuries once again. Various means were used in turn, and the screams reached countless ears. Countless tortures were added to his body. Yi Yun completely collapsed and cried, "Yi Chen, please, give me a pain in the ass." Right now he just wanted to die quickly and end this never-ending torture. Ha ha, my good second brother. It's not so easy to die. Yi Chen laughed out loud, but the hatred in his heart still had not been completely vented. Wanting to continue to torment this fellow Yi Yun, detecting hatred in the host's heart, obtaining a new mission to extract Yi Yun's divine soul, retain his sanity and send it to the 10,000 soul streamer to be tortured for eternity. Reward for realm ascension by 1 level. Heavenly Fate Concentration Elixir X 100. Ha ha, Unico, I like this mission. Yi Chuan laughed maniacally, simply coinciding with his thoughts that the 10,000 soul streamer could ensure that the souls inside would not die or be destroyed. Retaining Yi Yun's sanity would allow him to be constantly tormented, unable to die even if he wanted to, and endure billions of years of suffering. At this moment, Yi Yun was very desperate, never imagining that one day even death was a luxury. It was really too ironic. Thinking of this, eyes dead staring at Yi Chuan, resentment said, "Yi Chuan, wind and water turn. Sooner or later one day you will end up worse than me. Lord Father will avenge me later." When Yi Chuan heard Yi Yun mention his father, his expression immediately turned cold, and when he thought of the pain he had suffered before, he said with murderous intent, I heard that the Yi family has been re-established. It's just as well that I'm going to exterminate it once more. Let's see what that old guy Yi maniac can do to me. Ha ha. Detecting the host's killing intent, obtaining a new mission to take revenge on his father Yi maniac, return Yi Yun's corpse, and exterminate the newly established Yi family. Quest reward realm upgrade level 2. Divine grade technique, soul splitting technique. You have really gone crazy. Yi Yun was trembling with anger, not daring to imagine just how crazy Yi Chen was, actually wanting to exterminate the Yi family once more. So what? Leaf Dust snorted. The system gives so much. It must destroy the Yi family once more. Even if nothing is given, it should be exterminated just the same, and there will definitely not be any softness. Chapter 55 Incarnation of the Great Emperor. I'm the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. As long as you dare to kill me you will surely die, and will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. To tell you the truth, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land has a great Emperor powerhouse in attendance. Even if you're against the heavens it's hard to escape death. At this point in time, Yi Yun completely went out on a limb, intending to die a tough death to avoid disgracing the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and the Yi family. Yi Chen steadily revealed a disdainful smile and said blandly, "Heavenly Sword Holy Land, if there's time this young man wouldn't mind going for a walk. Let's see if they can do anything about me." With the Great Emperor Cultivation Experience card, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land had nothing to fear, and if he dared to actively provoke himself, he wouldn't mind making this power disappear from the human Emperor realm. Then kill me and see if you can handle the pursuit of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? How dare you? Yi Yun's face was pale, blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth, and he was bleeding from multiple wounds on his body, but he still forced himself to endure the pain on his body and stared angrily at Yi Chen. Yi Chuan stood in place, his hands clasping his chest, a mocking look on his face as he sneered, "Agitation will do nothing for me. There's no way it's going to free you." After saying that, a black flag appeared in his hand, with dense runes drawn on it, emitting a bizarre aura. It was none other than the quasi-imperial artifact, the 10,000 soul streamer. Yi Chen threw out the 10,000 soul streamer, and in an instant, the streamer grew bigger against the wind, becoming tens of thousands of meters in size. The runes on the flag flashed, and a large amount of chi gushed out from the flag, forming an eerie stream. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, and countless souls loomed in them, emitting mournful screams. Immediately after, a black light fell from the 10,000 soul streamer, directly enveloping Yi Yun's entire body and suppressing his divine soul. Ah, what the hell do you want? Yi Yun panicked when he sensed that his divine soul was out of control and seemed to be flying out of his body. Nothing, it's just to extract your divine soul and imprison it in this young man's 10,000 soul streamer, suffering the pain of 10,000 souls devouring your heart at all times. This divine weapon of this young man can make you immortal, and you can't even die if you want to. Ha ha. Yi Chuan revealed a cruel smile, then manipulated the black light to rawly extract Yi Yun's divine soul, and collected the latter's corpse in the process. After all, there was a great use for it next. Yi Chen, I won't let you have your way. Yi Yun's divine soul desperately struggled up, wanting to get rid of the black light binding it, but the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great to even qualify for resistance. Thinking of the horror of the 10,000 soul streamer, he burned his divine soul, the fire of his soul spreading, preferring self-destruction to entering it. Humph. By all means. Yi Chen snorted coldly and extinguished the burning soul fire with a wave of his hand, causing Yi Yun's intentions to fall through. I'm not happy about it. Yi Yun's despairing voice echoed continuously in the air, filled with endless resentment. Right at this critical moment, a powerful imperial might erupted within Yi Yun's divine soul, and a terrifying sword intent broke through the sky, breaking the divine ability of the 10,000 soul streamer. Immediately afterward, a hazy figure manifested as if it was a deity walking from the ancient times, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura that protected Yi Yun's weak divine soul. Hiss! The cultivators in the imperial city all sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at the hazy figure, their bodies trembling slightly. A great emperor powerhouse? No, it seems to be a great emperor incarnation. Even the avatars have strength comparable to the level of a great emperor. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for Yi Chen to retreat in one piece. The crowd didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. It seemed that the rumor that the Heavenly Sword Holy Land was really sitting on a great emperor powerhouse was true, and had also left a means inside Yi Yun's body, which should want to save his life at a critical moment. It was estimated that Yi Yun himself didn't even know about this. Otherwise he would have already taken it out against Yi Chen, and he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable situation. At this time, the great emperor's incarnation exuded a powerful imperial might, with space constantly distorting and divine might that could shine through the ages. The eyes were as cold as ice, as if they had seen through the illusion and impermanence of everything in the world. Next, the eyes erupted with a terrifying divine light and shot towards Yi Chen. Space instantly ripped apart and turned into a piece of nothingness. So one could imagine how much power it contained. Host, be careful. The other party is an avatar condensed by a great emperor. The strength is comparable to a great emperor realm first level powerhouse. Must not be taken lightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. An incarnation is so terrifying. It's really off the charts. Yi Chuan cursed in his heart. He had thought that his 9th level cultivation at the quasi-emperor realm was strong enough, but he still had a feeling of being overwhelmed when facing this great emperor incarnation. The attack of the great emperor's incarnation was getting closer and closer, and the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to crush him. If he couldn't resist it, he would surely suffer an unimaginable heavy injury. Yi Chen took a deep breath and fully activated the undying golden body, and brilliant golden light erupted from his body, as dazzling as a golden sun. Bang! A loud sound came out, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. 10,000 miles of space instantly collapsed into a chaotic nothingness. The golden light on Yi Chen's body all shattered apart, and his entire body was sent flying out, smashing into the depths of the shattered space like a cannonball. Luckily, he didn't suffer too much damage, and in his heart, he secretly celebrated and stabilized himself in the twinkling of an eye, raising his hand to retrieve his 10,000 soul streamer, so as to save himself from being damaged in the upcoming battle. Looking at the large amount of shattered space around him, his heart could be described as very shocked, realizing that there was a huge gap between the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm and a great emperor. Just one incarnation made him feel a huge pressure, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to cope with it. More importantly, Yi Yun's divine soul had fallen into the hands of the other party, and he had to find a way to get it back, or else he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. I am the Divine Wind Sword Emperor. Who are you? Why did you kill my disciples? A majestic voice came out, followed by the great emperor incarnation stepping into the space to reach out and arrived in front of Yi Chen. The terrifying pressure made Yi Chen feel as if he was carrying a mountain of swidden gods on his body, and he was almost on the verge of losing his breath. But he still said forcefully, "This young man kills whenever he wants. He doesn't need a reason. What can you do to me?" After saying that, he once again activated his undying golden body to counteract the pressure of the great emperor's incarnation. "Junior, you seek death." The great emperor incarnation sniffed with rage, and the power of the great Tao suppressed everything, blocking off the surrounding void space and cutting off Yi Chen's path of retreat. Yi Chuan was not afraid in the slightest. He decisively took out the void soul-chasing bow. The spiritual energy in his body surged into it, and the condensed black arrows broke through the suppression of the great emperor's incarnation. Terrifying power swept through everything. If not for the fact that both of them had entered the depths of space, I'm afraid that the Imperial City would have to be severely affected, and even destroyed might be possible. Chapter 56, Space Devouring. Yi Chen, it's really too heaven-defying. I wonder if I can survive under the Great Emperor's incarnation. Who knows? Seeing the powerful force overflowing from the depths of space in the Imperial City, guessing that Yi Chen must be fighting with the Great Emperor incarnation, the inner shock was beyond words. I wish I could have been there. Some people secretly sighed that their own strength was not enough, or else they would definitely follow them in to see the unprecedented battle between the two sides. The person next to him shook his head and said with unrelenting sarcasm, "Don't want to die. A battle at the level of a great emperor. I'm afraid that even a hint of power residue can destroy you. If it wasn't for the two of them entering the depths of space to fight, I'm afraid our little lives would be over." A good number of people nodded frantically in agreement. Looking at the slowly healing space outside the Imperial City, he let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yi Chen and the Great Emperor incarnation would suddenly kill and come back, and then it would be the ones who suffered. Right at this moment, in the depths of that endless void of space, Yi Chen and the Great Emperor incarnation were engaged in a thrilling battle. The two of them were like two burning meteors, shuttling through the void at breakneck speeds, their terrifying power sweeping through everything around them. During that time, there was an unlucky half-saint powerhouse that was traveling through space to catch up, but he coincidentally encountered them. In just an instant, it was caught up in it and turned into flying ash in the blink of an eye. Not even a bit of residue left behind. Yi Chuan suddenly sensed a special power surging into his body, heading straight for the supreme sword bone, causing his body to jolt. Is this the power of extinction? The words just fell. That special power then merged into the supreme sword bone, and instantly, the sword intent became a few points more severe, almost as if it was about to break out of the body. The host guessed correctly. That's the power of extinction formed by the fall of that half-saint powerhouse, and the sky-splitting sword technique will absorb it on its own. The power of extinguishing life cannot exist for a long period of time, and will soon dissipate if it is not absorbed. When a certain amount of the power of extinguishing life is accumulated, the supreme sword bone will be able to transform into a supreme devil sword. Understood. Yi Chuan unconsciously smiled. He was really looking forward to the moment when the magic sword was formed. It seemed that he had to kill more people to obtain more power of extinguishing life if he had nothing else to do. Junior, how dare you get distracted fighting this emperor? Looking for death. The great emperor incarnate let out a deep cry, his eyes revealing endless killing intent as a sharp divine sword coalesced in front of him one by one. The body of the sword flashed with a palpitating cold light, and a powerful sword intent flowed from the blade as if it was capable of tearing everything apart. The great emperor incarnation held the divine sword, and immediately the surrounding void space began to tremble as a powerful aura erupted from his body, echoing with the divine sword and enveloping the entire space. The sword chi crisscrossed the area, covering a range of 10,000 miles in size, like a huge sword formation, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Yi Chuan cursed in his heart as it seemed that he had still underestimated the strength of the great emperor's incarnation. So fierce? After saying that, he immediately mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy and injected it into his eyes with all his might, erupting a terrifying immortal demon power. Next, the reincarnation heavenly plate slowly emerged, and it was faintly visible that the top was engraved with complex runes and patterns, and a large amount of reincarnation power gushed out every time it was turned. 10 million divine and demonic shadows evolved, holding various weapons and clad in battle armor, with a majestic aura that seemed to be able to suppress the 10,000 realms. The god and devil silhouettes roared angrily as they rushed towards those sword chi. In this moment, void space was filled with intense energy fluctuations, and the power of both sides set off terrifying energies. Don't ever let me down. Yi Chuan's face was gloomy as he muttered, not having any certainty in his heart. After all, that was a great emperor incarnation. It wasn't so easy to resist it. Out of your depth. The great emperor incarnate snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The 10 million divine demonic shadows were very powerful. It could be said that the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm couldn't cope with them, but it would be a bit of a fool's errand to want to threaten an existence at the level of a great emperor. The terrifying sword chi swept through like a meat grinder, and the 10 million divine and demonic shadows were instantly churned into countless fragments, as fragile as papier-mâché, dissipating most of them in the blink of an eye. Yi Chuan's face changed slightly. He did not expect the great emperor incarnation to be so terrifyingly strong, easily dissolving the impact of the millions of divine and demonic shadows. Kid, let's see what else you have up your sleeve. The great emperor avatar stood proudly in the void, looking at Yi Chen with eyes full of mockery, not thinking that it could pose any threat to him. So what if it's a great emperor incarnation? Don't think too highly of yourself. Kill! Yi Dust shouted angrily. He hadn't reached the point of being at the end of his rope. Otherwise, using the Great Emperor Cultivation Experience card, it would have been easy to decapitate the Great Emperor Incarnation. However, that was his most powerful card. Yi Chuan was not willing to consume it easily, wanting to see if with his current strength and means, he would be able to forcefully fight against the Great Emperor Incarnation or even say, decapitate it? Thinking of this, he manipulated the Reincarnation Heavenly Plate with all his might to suppress it, emitting a dazzling light and colliding with that terrifying sword chi. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Terrifying fluctuations swept across the four directions, and the void space began to tremble violently. This power was like the descent of doom, making people's hearts tremble with fear. Yi Chuan and the Great Emperor Incarnation were both sent flying some distance away. The two looked at each other with a look of gravity in their eyes. Good boy. This emperor will remember you. The Great Emperor Incarnate possessed an independent mind and saw through Yi Chen's state with a single glance. His heart could be considered very surprised. Obviously, he was at the half-saint realm, but he had forced his strength to the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, and he was still able to battle with himself to such an extent that it was truly unimaginable. If one day he's certified as a great emperor, I'm afraid that the main body will not be able to help the other party even if he personally takes action. Thinking of this, eyes surfaced cold killing intent. Today said anything to wipe out Yi Duan here. The wind moves the 9 heavens. Accompanied by a roar from the great emperor's incarnation, he went all out to execute the divine ability he had comprehended, preparing to use it to exterminate his enemy. In a split second, the black void of space, there was a bright flash of light. The great emperor incarnation's comprehension of the great Tao of the sword was directly across this void, like a spiritual dragon. All the surrounding power was swallowed by the great Tao of swords, gradually condensing 9 green divine swords. In terms of the divine sword, it exuded a palpitating aura and contained a terrifying and incomparable power, as if it was capable of destroying everything in the world. Immediately after, countless hurricane blades were generated out of thin air, intertwining and rotating with each other, forming a huge storm. Under the storm's rampage, the void space was stirred into a chaotic mess, and the 9 green divine swords carried godless might as they chopped towards Yi Chen. It's not that easy to kill this young man. Naturally, Yi Chen would not sit back and wait for death, and exerted the secret technique in the divine actions of the 10,000 realms, spatial devouring with all his might. Hoo-hoo! Tens of thousands of miles of spatial power immediately converged, forming 9 black holes the size of mountains that swallowed the 9 divine swords that flew in. The black hole contained terrifying spatial power that crazily wore down the power of the 9 divine swords, and at once the two forces were caught in a stalemate. Chapter 57 Great Emperor Incarnation explodes on itself. The face of the Great Emperor Incarnate was filled with shock, because the spatial means Yi Chen had executed was too heaven-defying, and it was obvious that he felt the power of the 9 divine swords weakening. If it continued, the divine swords would definitely dissipate completely. Thinking of this instantly detonated the power in the 9 divine swords. Boom! A series of deafening explosions rang out, and the terrifying energy fluctuations even tore through the surrounding void space. Both of them were sent flying by the powerful impact, directly flying out of the void space and into the outside sky. The body of the great emperor's incarnation became a few points dimmer, caused by the consumption of a large amount of power, and there was an obvious weakening of his strength. At the same time, Yi Chuan's innate divine ability, the indestructible golden body, shattered in the explosion, and multiple hideous and horrifying wounds appeared on his flesh, and blood continued to flow out like a spring. Nevertheless, the battle between the two still didn't stop. A fierce exchange unfolded in the firmament, with each collision triggering huge energy fluctuations that spread outward like ripples, spreading out for an unknown distance. Fortunately, the two were in the vault of the sky, separated from the ground by a great distance, otherwise it would have sent countless living beings into a panic. "The kid, bind your hands and this emperor will let you die a painful death." The great emperor incarnation raised his hand and waved it, and the roaring wind in the sky turned into thousands of sword rains, shooting towards Yi Chen, so dense that it was impossible to avoid it. Thinking quite beautifully, "This young man will behead you today." A cold smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face as he fully activated his indestructible golden body and resisted the attack of thousands of sword rains in a raw manner. Immediately afterward, he split into hundreds of doppelgangers to divert the attention of the great emperor's incarnation, and his main body executed the art of empty concealment to hide in the void. Then he unexpectedly recaptured Yi Yun's divine soul and quickly sent it into the 10,000 soul streamer to refine it, avoiding any other changes later on. The host completes the task of extracting Yi Yun's divine soul, retaining his sanity and sending it to the 10,000 soul streamer to be tortured for eternity. Reward for realm ascension by 1 level. Heavenly Fate Concentration Elixir X 100. Heaven's Destiny Concentration Pill. Enhanced the power of the Divine Soul. Half Saint Realm 5. Damn it! The great Emperor Incarnate cursed angrily, his heart filled with rage, never expecting that he would be tricked by a tiny junior. Even the safety of the disciples under his door could not be guaranteed. If this matter was spread out, where would his face be? His complexion went cold at the thought. His figure instantly appeared in front of each one. His eyes flickered with anger as he reached out and wanted to seize the 10,000 soul streamer and rescue Yi Yun, who was trapped in it. Who's afraid than speed? Yi Chen's voice revealed incomparable confidence, followed by his figure similarly disappearing in place, blending into the surrounding void. The great emperor's intentions fell flat and his brows couldn't help but furrow as his divine sense frantically probed out in an attempt to find Yi Chen's trail. But he found nothing. The surrounding atmosphere disappeared into thin air. It seemed to have never appeared in general. The heart was suddenly alert. Do not want to gutter overboard. Go to hell. If I behead your incarnation today, I'll behead your main body in the next day. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth as he secretly gripped the void soul-chasing arrow in his hand, which he hadn't used before for fear of accidentally destroying Yi Yun's divine soul. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body. The powerful spiritual energy of the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm was continuously injected into the void soul-chasing arrow. The pitch-black arrows gradually coalesced, emitting a palpitating aura. Whoosh! With a sharp cracking sound, the void soul-chasing arrow shot out like lightning. In an instant, space exploded and earth-shattering power gushed out from the arrow, clearly destroying everything in front of him. No good. The moment the arrow was shot, the great Emperor Incarnate immediately sensed the danger, and a strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Realizing that this arrow was by no means unusual, without hesitation, he turned around and fled, running 10,000 miles away in the blink of an eye in an attempt to avoid the fatal blow. However, he soon realized that no matter how much he ran away, the arrow was always in hot pursuit, seemingly alive. The Emperor doesn't believe in following me all the time. Unbelieving. The great Emperor Incarnation changed multiple positions one after another in an attempt to get rid of the arrows, but they were all to no avail. The great Emperor Incarnate was shocked in his heart and had to stop, mobilizing a large amount of heaven and earth power, using the great Tao as a sword, trying to destroy that arrow. However, when he was about to display his divine ability, he only heard a pff sound, and the arrow pierced through his body like lightning. The great Emperor Incarnation suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow. His body became a few shades darker, and his breath began to be disorganized. Before he could regain his senses, a sea of black fire suddenly surged around him, containing an endless power of the underworld, completely drowning him in it. In the sea of fire, a black flame continuously burned the body of the great Emperor's incarnation, causing it to feel great pain. Ah! This Emperor wants you dead! The great Emperor Incarnation roared, his voice deafening. Strongly enduring the pain of his injury, he forcefully pulled out the black arrow stuck in his body, his eyes full of killing intent, staring dead at Yi Chen in the distance. Kid, this Emperor absolutely can't let you grow up. No matter how great the cost, he will kill you. At that moment, a terrifying Emperor's might flowed out, and the fire of the great Tao burned around his body. His strength stormed by an unknown amount. Kill! Yi Chuan's eyes were as cold as frost, his killing intent surging like a tidal wave. Holding the void soul-chasing bow in his hand, he shot 3 arrows in succession. The great Emperor Incarnation burned the power within his body, and his aura became even more powerful, emitting a terrifying pressure that made the entire heaven and earth tremble. Waving the divine sword in his hand, he chopped out a shocking swordlight that was as bright and dazzling as the Milky Way above the 9 heavens, illuminating the entire sky. The power of the two sides collided together, triggering a world-shattering roar as the surrounding area turned into a chaos, with countless cracks in space spreading into the distance. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough. Yi Chen showed no mercy at all and continued to pull the void soul-chasing bow, preparing to completely exterminate the great Emperor Incarnation in front of him without giving him a chance to counterattack. Ha ha! The great Emperor Incarnation laughed crazily, the power within his body instantly raging, and without hesitation, he chose to blow himself up, the dazzling light making the entire human Emperor realm visible. Pretty tough. Yi Chuan cursed and urged his indestructible golden body defense with all his might, and at the same time, he tore through space and performed the art of space jump to escape. Next, the monstrous destructive power came, tearing through countless thousands of miles of space, and Yi Duan in the depths of space was severely affected. But the terrifying force caused him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. It was good that he teleported out at the critical moment. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 58 Angry Divine Windsword Emperor. An earth-shattering roar emanated from the firmament, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. A black crack appeared above the sky like a hideous beast opening its bloody mouth. The crack rapidly expanded, covering countless thousands of miles of sky in the blink of an eye. An endless darkness surged out of the crack, devouring all the light around it. The bright sky instantly became pitch black, as if the end had come. The sudden change plunged the entire human emperor realm into panic and chaos. Countless living beings looked at the black hole in the sky in horror, their bodies trembling involuntarily, feeling an irresistible pressure that pressed down on them, making them almost breathless. Is the sky falling? A fearful thought welled up in his heart, causing the beings of the human emperor realm to surge with this thought. Looking at the bottomless black hole, their hearts were filled with fear. But fortunately, the black hole did not continue to expand in the black hole, and the suffocating pressure gradually dissipated. So the beings of the human emperor realm finally breathed a sigh of relief. Eastwick, Heavenly Sword Holy Land. A few disciples who were inspecting suddenly realized that thousands of soul lamps had shattered in the great hall and exclaimed, "Ah, what's the situation? How did so many disciples suddenly fall?" Whoever looked up to find that the saintly Saint Emperor powerhouses had not been spared, and even the souls and other souls of Saint Sons and Quasi-Emperor powerhouses had shattered apart. How is it possible that even Lord Saint Sun and a Quasi-Emperor powerhouse have fallen? A few people were scared white, rolling and crawling well to notify the senior management of the sect to deal with this matter. It didn't take long for the powerhouses above the Saint realm of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land to converge, and every face looked unsightly, even vaguely worried. As a senior member of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, of course, he was clear about the fact that the Holy Sun Yi Yun had a great emperor's incarnation inside his body, but even so, he couldn't escape the fate of falling, so he could imagine how terrifying the enemy's strength was. Ugh, it's better to go and ask the Divine Wind Ancestor to see what to do next with this matter. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land sighed and turned to leave the council hall, heading to the Divine Wind Sword Emperor's place of retreat. In the Burial Sword Heavenly Mountain, there existed millions of long swords, emitting a terrifying sword intent that almost tore through the void in general. The endless sword intent formed a terrifying storm, and if one did not have the strength of a saint, they would not be able to enter the center. And the Divine Wind Sword Emperor was in closed-door cultivation, surrounded by terrifying power, every ounce of which was suffocating. The Emperor's might that flowed out unconsciously caused space to distort, so one could imagine just how terrifying the strength of a great Emperor powerhouse was. But originally all was well, but the Divine Wind Sword Emperor's face changed violently. Next, a mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and his breath weakened a few points. Immediately after, an additional memory appeared in his mind, the very one that was transmitted back when the incarnation fell. The Divine Wind Sword Emperor closed his eyes and began to carefully comb through this memory. A moment later, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and a terrifying imperial might instantly rose up to the sky, sweeping across the entire Burial Sword Heavenly Mountain as if it were a volcanic eruption. The millions of divine swords sensed this powerful aura and let out crisp wails. The Divine Wind Sword Emperor left the sword intent storm and stood on the top of the Burial Sword Heavenly Mountain, his gaze falling into the distance as he said coldly, "Humph, if you dare to kill my avatar, even if you escape to the ends of the earth you will surely die." Incarnations were just as important to great emperors as the original divine weapons, both of which were sacrificed and refined with great effort, containing a portion of the great emperor's power and will. If the avatar fell, the body would suffer a certain amount of backlash, and naturally the Divine Wind Sword Emperor couldn't tolerate such a thing, especially if the other party was only at the half-saint realm, forcing him to such a degree. The sword would be disgraced if it was spread out. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land arrived outside of the Burial Sword Heavenly Mountain, and when he saw the Divine Wind Sword Emperor on top of the mountain, a cold sweat ran down his face. At a glance, he knew that the Divine Wind Sword Emperor was in a bad mood. He was really afraid that going to disturb now would make the other party unhappy, but thinking of the purpose of his coming, he could only say with a hard head, "Old ancestor, disciple Wang Huatu seeks an audience." Who let things get too serious? With the fall of the Saint Sun and the death of a quasi-emperor powerhouse as well as two powerhouses above the Saint realm. Come here. This emperor knows why you've come. And to tell you the truth, my incarnation has likewise fallen. The Divine Wind Sword Emperor was clear in his mind about the purpose of Wang Huatu's visit here, and said it without any concealment so that he could be mentally prepared. Ha! Could the enemy be a great emperor powerhouse? Just stepped into the burial sword heavenly mountain. Wang Huatu heard, the whole person like a thunderbolt froze in place, full of unbelief. How did not expect the great emperor Incarnation will fall? No! The divine wind sword emperor shook his head. No way. Old ancestor. Your incarnation's strength is comparable to the first level of the great Empress realm. If not for a great Empress powerhouse's strike, who would be able to deal with you? Wang Huatu smiled with an even more shocked expression, not believing that someone could do such a thing, knowing that great emperors were invincible existences. Even if it was an incarnation, it wasn't that easy to kill, let alone the one who struck was not a great emperor powerhouse. After the divine wind sword emperor pondered for a while, he told the matter truthfully. After all, Yi Yan's divine soul was still in Yi Chen's hands, and it had to be snatched back, and at that time, a secret method would be performed to help him remodel his physical body. It's a junior of the half-saint realm, who doesn't know what means he used to raise his strength to the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, and forced my incarnation to self-destruct by virtue of various means. Despite that, it didn't even manage to kill that brat and let him escape out with serious injuries. This son is too demonic. Send out the disciples under the sect to search for the other party's traces with all their might, and immediately send out a strong person above the saint realm to hunt him down after he is found. He must be snuffed out before it's too late. It was believed that the power of the incarnation's self-detonation would definitely be able to seriously injure Yi Chen, and he must currently be hiding somewhere to heal his wounds, so it was a good time to execute the other party. Yes, old ancestor, the heavenly sword Holy Land will definitely make every effort to find this person. Concerning the rise and fall of the heavenly sword Holy Land, Wang Huatu naturally didn't dare to be careless. No matter what, he had to completely exterminate the threat, and he would not hesitate to pay whatever price he had to pay. This emperor has made tracking spells and distributed them to his disciples to make it easier to track down the enemy. At the same time, the divine wind sword emperor took out a large amount of materials and began to create a large number of tracking type spells, which recorded Yi Chen's appearance and aura. Don't look at the low grade of these magic weapons, but they were all handcrafted by great emperor powerhouses and possessed magical tracking abilities. As long as it was within 10,000 miles of the target it would glow. The heavenly sword Holy Land had over 100,000 disciples. Finding someone was still very easy. Of course, Wang Huatu was clear about the function of these magic weapons and patted his chest to assure him. With the help of the spell crafted by the old ancestor, it's useless no matter where the enemy is hiding. I believe it won't be long before there's news of this person. The heavenly sword Holy Land will definitely capture the other party and hand them over to the old ancestor for disposition at that time. That said, but the mind is still very worried. After all, that was a figure that could even destroy the avatars of great emperors. And even if he himself only had a half-saint realm cultivation, who could guarantee that the other party didn't have other hidden means? Chapter 59, Give Yourself to Me? The divine wind sword emperor could see Wang Huatu's concern and couldn't help but shake his head as he said in a deep voice, all caution is paramount. That brat's methods are endless. If you really can't cope, inform this emperor in time. I will personally take action then. No matter how heaven-defying they are, they can't escape death. With these words from the divine wind sword emperor, Wang Huatu was instantly relieved, and then without a moment's delay, he collected those magic weapons and left the burial sword heavenly mountain, gathering all the disciples in the sect to gather. No matter what realm a disciple was in, he had to carry a tracking spell to go out. Once a target person was found, they must immediately report to the surrounding powerhouses, or return to the heavenly sword Holy Land and tell those above the holy realm of the Holy Land. Definitely don't take any action without authorization so as not to frighten the snakes. In a split second, more than 100,000 disciples left the Holy Land one after another, scattering in different directions, carefully searching every piece of land, striving to find the target person earlier. What the hell happened? A brat who wants all of us to go out and look for it? After leaving the heavenly sword Holy Land, many disciples whispered. There was a thieving fellow who said cautiously, "Hush, I heard that this person killed Lord Saint's son, and even the quasi-emperor level ancestors fell." When these words came out, many disciples were shocked. Seriously, today is not the Holy Son's wedding day. How could we possibly encounter such a thing? 80% of it is true. Otherwise how could it be possible to send out such a big battle? Even the disciples of the innate realm have been sent out. It didn't take long for the news to spread amongst the many disciples, each with a sad face. No one was willing to face the ruthless man who had killed even the quasi-emperors. However, the order given by the Holy Lord was something that had to be accomplished. and the crowd could only pray that they would not encounter Yi Chen. In the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Wanhua too pondered for a long time and prepared to head to the Great Tang Dynasty to find out about Yi Chen. There might be some unexpected gains. Raising his hand, he ripped the space in front of him and drilled into it, and in a few moments of effort, he arrived within the Great Tang Dynasty, flying all the way towards the Imperial City, during which he recklessly released the Quasi-Emperor realm's pressure, suppressing countless people from lifting their heads. At this time in the palace, Li Shiming sensed that a powerful aura was rapidly approaching in the distance, and with a flash of his figure, he left the palace and flew towards the other party. Nowadays, Li Linger was a top priority, and absolutely no accidents could occur for fear that a strong person would notice her abnormality, which would surely lead to a lot of trouble at that time. The two of them met outside the palace like this, and Li Shiming's expression was more or less unsatisfactory after seeing that it was someone from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. After all, today was the day of the marriage between the two families, and it could be very embarrassing for something like this to happen. Wanhua too didn't beat around the bush and opened the door to indicate his intentions, hoping to obtain some information about Yi Chen. Li Shiming was relieved in his heart and told what he knew truthfully. Anyway, so many people in the Imperial City knew that there was no need to hide it. Thank you for informing me, fellow Daoist. This seat will not be disturbed. Wanhua too sniffed without any nonsense and tore the space to leave this place, heading to the North Liangyi family to find out what happened, to see if what Li Shiming said was true. Liang Imperial Dynasty, a mountain range. A woman was encountering dozens of red-robed men, and those men were very powerful as the blood-devouring aura filled the air between their strikes. The woman retreated again and again, but still suffered a considerable injury. A mouthful of blood was spat out in front of her chest, and she was about to reach a precarious point. Just then, a crack appeared in the sky steeply, and a silhouette fell down from it like a cannonball, smashing 5 or 6 red-robed men to death on the spot. With blood splattered out for an unknown distance, the silhouette that flew out was none other than Yi Chen, affected by the self-explosion of the Great Emperor's incarnation and teleported to an unknown location. Who knew that just coming out of the void space, just smashed a few people to death? More or less embarrassed, can only laugh awkwardly. Sorry for the pangs, you guys go ahead and pretend this young man doesn't exist. The power of the self-explosion of the Great Emperor's incarnation was truly terrifying, and even if he had teleported away in time, he had all suffered serious injuries. Coupled with the fact that the Quasi-Emperor cultivation experience card time was up, there was no way to suppress the injuries in his body, and he would not be able to use his cultivation in a short period of time. Strongly endure the pain and stood up, signaling the crowd to continue, too lazy to care about so many idle matters. Whether the woman is dead or alive has little to do with himself, but the weak red-robed man refused to stop, and when he looked at the blood-drenched Yi Chen, he guessed that he was seriously injured and revealed a grim smile. Kid, killing someone from our bloodshed holy land and still wanting to retreat in one piece is simply delusional. Seeing that the blood chi in your body is thick, it's just right to give it to Lord Saint's son to devour, just to make up for our loss. Blame it on your bad luck to have met us. Ha ha. Several people sang in unison, not placing Yi Chen in their eyes, preparing to capture him back together and perhaps get a more generous reward. The Bloodbath Sanctuary? So it's someone from the Devil's Way. This is the first time I've seen it, but it's you guys who have the bad luck, not me. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Originally he wanted to let these guys off the hook, but unfortunately they had to seek their own death, so it was not his fault. Seeing that Yi Chen was full of energy, the woman guessed that his strength must be unfathomable, so she softly asked for help. I wonder if your excellency can save my life, and I will definitely thank you afterwards. She was at the 9th level of the Shattered Void Realm cultivation, and she was unable to face the many powerhouses of the Bloodshed Holy Land, and she couldn't even escape even if she wanted to, so she could only pin her hopes on the man in front of her. Yi Chuan sniffed and turned back to look at the woman, carefully sizing her up. Her face was picturesque and clear, her body was graceful, and she was dressed in a plain and elegant dress, as if she had stepped out of a painting. It gives a sense of awesomeness. Yi Chen's eyes lit up and he was immediately interested. It's not a proper hero saving the day script. When the king's dominance is revealed, beautiful women throw themselves at him. The thought brought a smile to the corners of his mouth. But it's useless to just fantasize. It's better to be practical. So he opened the door. Heavy thanks? In the flesh? The woman froze in place at the words. Yi Chen's direct words caught her off guard. And for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Only after a while did she come back to her senses and said in a euphemistic tone, Sir, don't joke. My youngest daughter has a marriage contract. and this time she came out to look for my fiancé. But it's a pity that she encountered the people from the Bloodshed Sect. If it were usual, if Yi Chen dared to talk like this, she would definitely raise her sword and kill her. Nay, if he wanted to get through the crisis now, he still needed to rely on the other party's help. So naturally he couldn't say too much. Chapter 60 Linglong Immortal Body. Host, this woman has a Linglong Immortal Body, with unlimited potential in the future, and can also help you improve your strength. Take it quickly. Don't cheapen it. Before Yi Chuan could speak, the system couldn't wait to jump out and kept encouraging him to take this woman. It was really breathless. Toon-chan, it feels like you're in a monkey's hurry. As a good system, shouldn't you be a little more reserved? Being reserved? My ass. This system is for your own good, but you still don't appreciate it. So don't blame me for not being polite. Yi Chuan was startled at the words, really afraid that the system would mess things up for him, and quickly said in a good voice, Unico, you have to calm down. Being a human. No, being a system must be a bit more calm and not so grumpy. It's late. The host obtains a new quest to gain the heart of the woman in front of him, rewarded with 3 levels of Realm Ascension, 3 turns of Heavenly Yuan Dan X 100, 6 turns of Heavenly Dan X 100, 9 turns of Heavenly Yuan Dan X 100, and Immortal Level Technique Linglong Daelu Ocean. What should your excellency do with so many rewards? Yi Dust's mouth was wide open, daring to be so nonchalant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That scared the out of me. It must be charged. Toon-chan, please be more unkind to me in the future. This young man likes you like that. Do so. It's almost like forcing yourself to be a bully. But who let the system give too much? Can't say no, and don't want to say no. The host should not misinterpret the meaning of the mission. You have to gain the woman's heart, not dominate her. Otherwise you can't complete the mission. If it wasn't harder, you'd still be floating. Cut. Piece of cake. This young man believes in love over time. Yi Chuan was filled with disdain and felt that it was better to keep it simple and rough. There was no need to make it so troublesome. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to lean towards the woman's side and said in a cloudy manner, Chick, it doesn't matter if you have a fiancé. This young man can go and exterminate him. There's no need to have any burden on your heart. Being my woman will never be a loss. The woman's eyebrows frowned up. Yi Chen's approach was really out of her expectation every step of the way. His heavenly thoughts were inscrutable. What was said was even more disgusting to the extreme. If not for the critical situation now, he would have turned away long ago. Hey, kid, too arrogant, right? Almost dead and still thinking of picking up girls. To tell you the truth, this woman is a must-have for our holy son, and all others will step aside. The people from the Blood Fiend Holy Land couldn't stand to watch. Yi Chen was actually picking up a girl in front of himself and the others. He was simply unselfish. What kind of a cat or dog is your saint's son? And he deserves to be compared to this young man. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. Go, get out of the way. Don't disturb this young man's lovemaking. Yi Chen glanced back at the group of people from the Bloodshed Holy Land, revealing an impatient expression. Among the dozens of people, there was just one transition realm on 5 void-shattering realms. Even if they were seriously injured, they could easily exterminate them. So naturally, they would not put it in their eyes. Kid, you seek death. Quite a mouthful. Let's see what you've got. There was a void-shattering realm fellow who couldn't stand to see Yi Chen being so arrogant and killed him without saying a word. This person's back emerges a huge blood wolf shadow. Open bloody mouth looks very fierce. The front claws exuded a rich blood-devouring aura, cutting through a piece of space. So one could imagine how powerful it was. If you want to die, then I'll make it happen. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth as he instantly unleashed a terrifying killing intent that wore down the blood wolf void when the opponent was about to come. The void-shattering realm powerhouse spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at Yi Chuan in horror. Having broken his blood wolf shadow in a single glance, his strength must be incomparably terrifying. If he rushed up to them, he would surely die. And with this thought, he prepared to flee back to the Bloodshed Holy Land's camp. Who knew that just as he turned around, a palm ran through his body, and his fresh heart was still beating. Humph, want to run? Yi Chuan sneered and crushed the heart in his hand, splattering blood all over the ground. That void-shattering realm powerhouse stared with wide eyes, his face filled with unwillingness and despair. How could he not expect that he would be killed so easily? When the people from the Bloodshed Holy Land saw this scene, they all turned white with fear and retreated, secretly thankful in their hearts that they hadn't impulsively stepped forward just now, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chuan simply cleaned the blood on his hand. His gaze fell on the woman again, and said with a bad smile, "How's that for consideration, chica? The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, so the two of us are still quite compatible. Of course if you don't want to, then this young man can only use force. I'm not one to talk. Rites of passage. Agree even if you don't. He doesn't have that much time to waste. The saying goes that day after day breeds fondness." The woman's face went cold at the words. She was counting on Yi Chuan to save her, but the other party had also started hitting on her, and was ready to use strong-arm tactics. It was really unlucky, but considering the situation at hand, it was better to fall into the hands of Yi Dust than to fall into the hands of the bloodshed Holy Land, so he agreed for the time being. "This girl's fiancé is not so good to be with. If you have the skill to kill him, I don't mind marrying you." The situation forced him to pretend to agree to Yi Chuan and wait for the aftermath to think of a way to get out of the situation, or else if he fell into the hands of the bloodshed Holy Land, I'm afraid that the result would be even more tragic. "Ha ha, waiting for your words. This young man will first exterminate the people of the bloodshed Holy Land, and then go and exterminate your fiancé." Leaf Dust laughed out loud. Looking at the crowd from the bloodshed Holy Land was like looking at a group of dead people. "Have you thought about how you're going to die?" It was believed that slaughtering this group of people would restore some of their injuries. It was simply a 2-for-1 deal. "Fellow Daoist, we are the people of the bloodshed Holy Land. Making enemies of us will not end well. If you turn around and leave now, this seat can guarantee that today's matter will not be blamed. How about it?" The face of the bloodshed Holy Land's transition realm powerhouse was very ugly. Yi Chuan was able to kill a void-shattering realm powerhouse in seconds while he was in a state of serious injury. His strength was definitely very terrifying. If they were to go up against each other rashly, their own group of people would not necessarily be opponents, and there was even a possibility that the whole army would be wiped out. There was no choice but to bring out the forces behind them, hoping to make the other party know what to do. Otherwise the outcome was not really easy to say. "Not good. Dare to bully the woman this young man has his eye on. No matter who you are, all of you will die today." Yi Chen sniffed with disdain. What bloodshed Holy Land or not, it didn't have any deterrent effect on him. The words just fell. Dodging to the crowd of the blood fiend Holy Land, he shattered space with a single punch and blasted 5 or 6 people to death, with their broken limbs crashing away for an unknown distance. Chapter 61. What's mine is mine. What's not mine is destroyed. Such a bloody tactic caused the crowd from the bloodshed Holy Land to physically tremble and immediately gather around that transition realm powerhouse. Who made him the strongest amongst those present? Protector Chen Feng. What should we do now? This sun is too strong. I'm afraid we're no match. Why don't we run away first and catch the woman later? I'm sure the Holy Sun won't blame us. Chen Feng did not expect Yi Chen to be so rampant, killing several more people on his side in the blink of an eye. As the protector of the bloodshed Holy Land, he naturally could not tolerate it. Go together. This person is heavily injured. Even if he was originally strong, he definitely won't be able to hold out for long. The Linglong Immortal Body is very important to the Saint Sun, and the woman in front of him must be captured back. After saying that, he went ahead and killed them. If he escaped just like that, he would definitely be severely punished when he returned to the bloodshed Holy Land. In that case, it might as well be a fight to the death. The blood-colored long knife was in his hand, and 100 meters of blade light chopped down across the sky. The space in front of them all split in two. The woman stared nervously at the battle between the two sides, praying that they would come to a defeat. Then she could take advantage of the opportunity to get away later. A mere transition realm and still want to kill me? You really don't know how to die. Yi Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. His fingers flicked to shatter a large amount of space, devouring the 100 meters of blade light that chopped at him. The scene in front of them immediately stunned the Bloodfiend Sect disciples who wanted to make a move, and they froze in place. No good. Escape. Chen Feng's face changed drastically. His own full-force strike had failed to help Yi Chen in the slightest, so what else was there to say? Turning around, he fled towards the distance. Even if he returned to the bloodshed Holy Land to be punished, it was still better than dying here. Did this young man let you escape? Just then, an icy voice rang out. Chen Feng's face changed drastically as he directly burned his lifespan, wanting to escape from this place despite everything. However, before he could escape far, a silhouette appeared in front of him. The person who came was none other than Yi Chuan, who raised his hand and blasted out a fist. It was as if a mountain of ancient gods had fallen, carrying a terrifying force of 1,000,000 pounds, directly shattering countless spaces around them. Chen Feng's face revealed a look of horror as his body instantly fixed in place, unable to break free no matter how much strength he erupted. Bang! As the sound came, Chen Feng's entire body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and even his bones were shattered by the terrifying fist force, turning into slag. The surrounding broken space. Along the way nearby dozens of bloodshed sect people all involved in which constantly tearing their flesh. Ah! Help! I don't want to die. One time, echoing with all sorts of mournful screams. In a matter of moments, dozens of bloodshed sect's disciples had all fallen, and none of them were spared. Dismembered limbs and broken arms were spilled all over the place. Looking very bloody, Yi Chuan operated the yin-yang blood sea, unashamedly absorbing the blood of several people. And the killing sky demon technique of depraving longevity and cultivation caused the injuries in his body to recover a few points. Vomit. The woman nearly threw up at the sight. A twinge of fear grew within. I'm afraid Yi Chen's strength was even more terrifying than she had imagined. It also seems to practice devilish techniques, which can devour the blood of living beings. So much for that. It's simply impossible to get out of it later. Chick, there's no need for that. Yi Dust shrugged his shoulders, not feeling anything in the slightest, not just killing dozens of people. A small scene one. I really don't know why this woman reacted so greatly. If she saw the scene of her blood killing hundreds of thousands of people, she would probably be scared to death on the spot. The woman's face was white. She didn't even know what to say. After all, it was the first time she had seen such a cruel picture. Yi Chuan looked at the woman's expression and guessed that there must be a powerful strength behind her, and that she usually didn't come out to practice much. Otherwise she definitely wouldn't be like this. Of course this wasn't something he had to worry about. Completing the task issued by the system was the most important thing. So he opened the door and asked, "Now you can tell me the identity of your fiancé, so that this young man can go and destroy him, so that you don't have to keep thinking about it." The woman's face changed at the words, and she struggled inwardly. Yi Chuan's strength was so terrifying. If she were to reveal the news of her fiancé, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shaking his head at the thought, he said with a firm expression, "Don't even think about it. I won't let you hurt him." Ha ha, host. It seems that it's far from easy for you to complete the tasks issued by this system. The system gloated at his words. Unico, don't be too complacent. The outcome is not yet known. Yi Duan replied without a good mood. Then his gaze fell on the woman, killing intent unconsciously flowing out as he said faintly, "Chick, I advise you to keep your promise or you'll end up miserable. This young man is not a decent man." Raising his hand sealed the woman's entire body cultivation. Eyes kept surveying her petite body. "What do you want?" The woman instantly panicked, tears welling up in her eyes, and she looked like she was in a pitiful state. "Oh, what can a lone man and woman do? Tell me the identity of your fiancé, and this young man can let you off the hook for now. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." Yi Chuan coldly laughed, said words want to back out cannot be so easy. He is not what mercy of the Lord. Then you kill me. The woman looked at Yi Chen with a firm expression. If she really lost her innocence, it would be better to die. Host, let's see what you'll do. If this woman dies, the mission won't be accomplished. The reward is very generous. Tun Chan, why does this young man think you're getting worse and worse? Yi Chuan could not help but have a headache. This woman was a bit different from Li Linger, preferring to die herself rather than reveal her fiancé's identity. So much for that. It's really kind of hard to complete the system. It's all for the host to learn. You dumped the pot on me, didn't you? Yi Chuan was inwardly speechless to the extreme. Dare I say that the system even knows how to dump pots? I really don't know what it will evolve into in the future. Ha ha, poof. With a cold snort, Yi Chen stopped paying attention to the system. Looking at the soft and hard woman, he lost his patience. If you don't do it until you're forced to do it, then this young man will fulfill you. Softening doesn't work with me. What's mine is mine, and what's not mine is destroyed. After saying that, he struck out a spiritual power, imprisoning the woman's ability to move. Stop. I don't want it. Please kill me. The woman's delicate body trembled, her eyes filled with fear. Yi Chen's ruthlessness was far beyond imagination. Tears involuntarily flowed down his face at the thought, wishing someone would come to his rescue. It's not that easy to die, and if I can't have your heart, I'll have your person too. Yi Chuan heard the words not to be moved. Who let this woman do not know what to do? It is better to be more direct. As for whether it can complete the system's task, then wait for a later time to say. Chapter 62, Dusty Memories. Save lives. The woman struggled desperately, but the pressure did nothing. Yi Chuan touched his nose and said wistfully, "Little girl, the more you resist, the more excited this young man will be." Ha ha, who knew that just then? A sharp voice came from the distance. "Kid, Let go of our princess or I'll kill your 9 clans. In a flash, an old man who was neither male nor female quickly flew in, his entire body emanating a feminine holy might, giving off a very unpleasant feeling. Yuna Kong, come and save me. The woman seemed to see a savior. The original despairing eyes turned into excitement. If the other party came a little later, I'm afraid that I would really lose my body to Yichen. Princess, don't worry. With my old slave here, I will definitely not let outsiders harm you. Yuna Kong responded indifferently, his complexion not changing too much. He was a Sage Realm 4th level powerhouse. Yichen was only at the Half-Saint Realm, and with the disparity in strength between the two sides, it was impossible for the latter to turn up any waves. Mud, dare to disturb this young man's good deed. Damn it, you can't do that yourself. So you're jealous, aren't you? Sage powerhouse, no big deal. Eat my punch. Yichen looked at Yuna Kong in front of him and revealed a touch of contempt, not believing that an old eunuch could do anything about himself, not wanting to talk more nonsense with it. The laws of force surrounded the top of his fist and then fiercely blasted out. The power of fear caused the surrounding mountains and rivers to instantly crumble, and the earth began to sink continuously. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Yuna Kong did not flinch, quickly executing the Big Dipper's child's technique. He condensed a layer of sturdy and incomparable astral shield outside his body. Bang! The collision of the two produced a terrifying impact, forcing both sides back some distance. A hint of surprise flashed in Yuna Kong's eyes, not expecting Yichen's physical strength to reach a level comparable to that of a saintly powerhouse. What a strong physical body! I really underestimated you. The words just fell. Yuna Kong then raised his hand and dozens of black poison darts flew out like lightning, immediately hiding in space, making it difficult to detect their traces. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly as he pressed on with no intention of dodging, allowing these poisonous darts to fall on him one after another. Shasta! A crisp metallic clang rang out. The surrounding space was shattered by the impact, and Yichen still stood proudly in place with desire, as if nothing had happened. A mere poison dart can't even break this young man's defense. After saying that, he waved his hand and rolled up the dozens of poisonous darts, and with a forceful pinch, he turned them all into pieces. With a cloudy face, a touch of redness appeared on Yuna Kong's pale face. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled slightly, obviously suffering from a not-so-small backlash. Eyes full of shock and doubt, staring dead at Yichen, muttering, "How is it possible? How is this possible?" Those poisonous darts were refined from special materials, and their sharpness could easily pierce through a saint's protective spiritual energy. However, this young man in front of him had actually blocked all the poisonous darts with the strength of his physical body, and he was unharmed. It's just unbelievable. Yi Chuan's gaze was cold as he grabbed the woman's neck and lifted her up nonchalantly. Nothing is impossible. If you don't want your princess to die, get the hell away from me immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind a hot hand. Honestly, Yuna Kong's power, however, was exceptionally overbearing, and the dozens of poisonous darts were not only extremely fast, but also contained terrifying power, aggravating his injuries by a few points. Right now, the powerful divine weapons such as the Void Soul Chasing Bow and the 10,000 Soul Streamer were temporarily incapable of being activated due to the injuries within their bodies being too severe. Continuing to fight against Yuna Kong, he would definitely fall into a disadvantage, and if he used the Great Emperor Cultivation Experience card, it had the feeling of killing a chicken with a bull's knife, so he had no choice but to come up with this next plan. Yuna Kong's face was very ugly as he sniffed and threatened in a stern voice, "If you dare to touch a single hair on the princess's head, my Liang Imperial Dynasty will definitely do everything in its power to hunt you down, and there will be no place for you at the ends of the earth." Originally, he had thought that taking down Yichen would be very simple, but who knew that things were far beyond his expectations, leading to the current dilemma. It's no use threatening me. You have 3 breaths to get the hell out of here or suffer the consequences. Yichen waved his hand carelessly, not taking Yuna Kong's words to heart at all. A mere Liang Imperial Dynasty could not scare himself. Yuna Kong was trembling with anger, his grim gaze staring at Yi Chuan with a death glare, itching to kill him by 1,000 cuts. 3, 2, Yi Chuan didn't have much patience. His palm slightly exerted force and pinched the woman's face red. "Okay, I'm going." Hong Gong's face changed again and again, fearing that Yichen was really a ruthless killer, and it would be too late to say anything then, and with that thought, he dashed away from the place. Yi Chuan sneered, knowing that this guy would definitely not go far, perhaps hiding in the shadows and preparing for a sneak attack. As a precautionary measure, One must always be on guard and not give the other side an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. It wouldn't be too late to destroy this guy after all the injuries were recovered. The woman saw this and fell into despair again. Unable to imagine that even a saintly powerhouse could not help Yi Chen, a feeling of powerlessness arose within her. Forcing back the pain of suffocation, he asked with difficulty, "Who the hell are you?" At this point in time, perhaps by figuring out where Yi Chen came from, things could still have a silver lining. Yi Chuan slowly loosened the woman's neck, but instead of answering the question, he said with a bad smile, "Gee, another princess? Chick, this young man doesn't know your name yet?" Not long ago, he had just pushed down a princess of the great Tang dynasty, and now there was another princess of the Liang dynasty. It had to be said that it was very coincidental, and it seemed that he was destined to have a relationship with the princess. The woman sniffed the car and fell silent. Originally did not want to disclose it, fearful of thus provoking Yi Chen, so she truthfully said it. Zhao Qianyue, the ninth princess of the Liang imperial dynasty. Yi Chen's body trembled at the words, and many memories surfaced in his mind, all of which were information about Zhao Qianyue. The Liang royal family sought his talent and was ready to marry the Yi family. They had been engaged in a doll's marriage since they were young, and the two of them used to come and go often before they were 9 years old. Unfortunately, when he had an accident at the age of 9 and lost his aura of genius, the royal family deliberately alienated themselves and prevented Zhao Qianyue from interacting with them. Since then, the two have never seen each other again, and under the sadness of leaf dust dusted off his memories, unwilling to think of this past. If Zhao Qianyue hadn't said her name, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to recall it until now. No wonder he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with her before. Yi Chuan's face became complicated, never imagining that the two would meet in this way. After so many years since the incident, I wonder if Zhao Qianyue still remembers herself, and the fiancé the other guy was talking about. Was it himself or someone else? Dusty memories continue to affect him, not even knowing how to face the woman in front of him. Chapter 63, Dog Blood Drama. I go. This system lost count. I didn't realize that you, the host, had such a love history. It's really surprising. The system spied Yi Chuan's thoughts and immediately spat out, secretly sighing that the plot was too bloody. So much for that. Yi Chen might just be able to complete the task easily, which made it very unhappy. Tuanzi, go aside. This young man is in the middle of inciting feelings. Why do you come out to interrupt? Yi Chuan was very speechless, originally still a little sad. The system's so messed up. The previous emotions instantly dissipated most of the time. After all, it was just a memory of the original. There was no point in dwelling on it too much. He wasn't a deeply emotional person. A woman will only affect the speed at which she draws her sword. Of course, life is not without women to spice up. After all, the previous life bachelor to the age of 30, have the opportunity to come to the other world, does not embrace the right and left, is not too sorry for their own. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan's heart was enlightened. No longer entangled in all the things that happened in the past, people still live in the present is better. Who knows what Zhao Qianyue has become after all these years? Have you moved on? Or maybe the Liang royal family is looking for other men for them? However, Yi Chuan was still upset and asked tentatively, Chick, the fiancé you're talking about couldn't be Yi Chuan, right? If Zhao Qianyue answered that it was herself, then everything would be fine. And based on the other party's previous behavior of preferring to die to protect him, it wasn't that she couldn't accept this woman. After all, no matter what, the two of them were considered childhood friends, and there was a formal marriage contract, so marrying her was not a bad idea. On the contrary, that would be the equivalent of cuckolding yourself. The consequences can be serious. Zhao Qianyue froze for a moment and blurted out, how did you know? She hadn't told outsiders about her engagement, and the only ones who knew about it were the royal family and the Yi family's handful of people. But the man in front of me was so unbelievable. However, he soon regretted what he had just said, which was equivalent to admitting this matter. In case the other party really went to find Yi Chen's trouble, what should be done? Ha ha, you error, take a good look at who I am. Hearing Zhao Qianyue's answer, Yi Chen was still very happy in his heart, which meant that the other party hadn't forgotten about him. As it is, solely, he stopped pretending and prepared to identify himself so that he could complete the task issued by the system and obtain a generous reward. Unfortunately, the heavens did not cooperate. Zhao Qianyue carefully sized up Yi Chen and gently shook her head. I don't know you. We're not that close. Please don't call me Moon. When he said this, the doubt in his eyes became even more intense. He really didn't know what Yi Chen was mad about. The change in attitude before and after was too big. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the whole thing? Yi Chen shrugged helplessly, not even knowing what to say for a moment, but for the sake of the task issued by the system, it was patiently explained. This young man is Yi Chuan, your fiancé. Understand? I even touched your ass when you were a kid. Afraid that Zhao Qianyue wouldn't believe him. He even told a stream of impressive things from his childhood to prove that he wasn't lying. I don't believe it. But no matter how Yi Chen explained, Zhao Qianyue was unwilling to believe it, because Yi Chen had changed too much. Even if his temperament had become different, even his personality was vastly different from before. The tactics were even more ferocious, practicing devilish techniques, and not too long ago thinking of forcing herself. She naturally didn't want to believe that such a person was her fiancé. Ha ha ha, life is not as good as it should be. Bumps and bruises are the norm. It seems like it's not so easy for the host to get rewards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't play like that, do you? Yi Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. The plot was too dog-blooded. Dogged couldn't be more dogged. Which shameless one arranged the plot? I really want to chop him with a sword. The author is trembling. Just then Zhao Qianyue added another cut, saying with a firm expression, no matter what you say, I won't believe it. Yi Chen isn't someone like you at all. Yi Chuan was so angry that he almost spat out blood and shattered the mountain in front of him with one punch, wishing to directly use force on Zhao Qianyue to save him from making so much trouble. But thinking about the relationship between the two, he gave up on that for the time being and said viciously, wait for me, chick. This young man has a way to prove his identity. I believe the Yi family won't lie to you. Anyway, there was still a trip to the newly established Yi family, so he brought this chick along with him, and let's see what she has to say then. Zhao Qianyue turned her head away, not wanting to argue much because it was pointless. Just then a group of people flew over. It was none other than the powerhouses of the bloodshed Holy Land, who had received Chen Feng's summons not long ago and had rushed over without stopping. At the head of the group was an elder, possessing a half-saint realm cultivation, who quickly detected the aura of the two Yi dusters. In a flash, a group of people then arrived in front of Yi Chen, the many disciples of the bloodshed Holy Land. Seeing the ragged and tattered surroundings, nonchalantly questioned, Brat, have you seen our protector Chen Feng? The words just fell. He saw Zhao Qianyue next to him and immediately revealed a delighted expression. That woman is the 9th princess of the Liang imperial dynasty. Catching her and handing her over to Lord Saint's son will surely result in a generous reward. Yi Chen didn't even look at this group of people squarely before saying impatiently, I'll give you two choices, either roll or die. How dare you hit on his woman? You really don't know what you're doing. The killing intent in his body involuntarily flowed out, and the temperature around him instantly dropped a few points, making people shiver. Kid, are you tired of living? Do you know who we are and dare to talk to us like that? The disciples of the Blood Fiends sect were furious at the words, and immediately jumped out a few people to strike at Yi Chen. Strong spiritual energy erupted, and the weakest in strength were at the Golden Body realm. Yi Chuan stood blandly in place, letting the attacks of several people hit him. The aftermath of the collision's power stirred up countless sands and dusts, and no one else could see clearly what was happening inside. What's the situation? The elders of the bloodshed Holy Lands released their powerful divine thoughts, wanting to probe the situation they're in, but who knew that they would encounter a terrifying scene? The divine idea was instantly destroyed by a terrifying force, causing him to suffer a light backlash, and he instantly realized that Yi Chen's strength was unfathomable. Not good. You guys run away. The few people who made the move sniffed their faces and looked at each other up, noticing any danger at all. So they opened their mouths and said, Elder, this. Who knew that before the words were even finished? The bodies of several people suddenly exploded into a roiling mist of blood. The bloodshed Holy Land crowd was shocked. The several people who had made the move were not weak, and they died in such an unexplained manner? Chapter 64 is too weak. Since you want to die, then all of you can stay. Yi Dust's figure stepped out from the sand and dust, exuding a terrifying aura, and his eyes flickered with icy killing intent, just like a killing god descending into the world. Yi Chuan idly walked towards the bloodshed Holy Land crowd, his pace seemingly slow, but it gave off an irresistible feeling. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the bloodshed Holy Land crowd, as if it was about to devour them in the next second. The faces of the elders of the Blood Fiend Holy Land became extremely ugly, never imagining that Yi Chen would be so ruthless, beheading several of their disciples without mercy. Go together and kill him. An elder roared angrily. As one of the leading forces of the Devil Dao, how could the bloodshed Holy Land endure such humiliation? All of them exerted their most powerful aptitudes, preparing to put Yi Chen to death. Fury Moon Chop, Blood God Palm. One time, the spiritual energy from the countless avatar outbursts was like brilliant and colorful rays of light intertwining in the air, forming a huge net and trapping Yi Chen within it. Yi Chen smiled faintly as a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. His figure flickered and turned into a trail of residual shadows. His speed was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. The Dragon Elephant Heaven suppressing technique had been cultivated to the third layer, and the strength of his physical body was comparable to that of a saintly powerhouse. And even if he had been seriously injured before, it was still not something that these people could deal with. Yi Chuan ignored the power of the surrounding avatars and arrived in front of the two in the twinkling of an eye, blowing their heads off alive. Before the others could react, another dozen or so people had their flesh shattered and their blood blended into the broken ground. Kid, don't try to be mean. The bloodshed Holy Land Elder was furious, his body's spiritual energy continuously surging like a shocking wave, and a palpitating blood tiger surfaced in front of him. Opening his fangs, the smell of blood filled the air. The blood tiger lunged towards Yi Chen with a terrifying killing intent and pressure, its teeth and claws flailing, and the space almost broke apart. Bloodshed Holy Land disciples backed up in succession, afraid of being involved in the fight between the two such people. After all, their strength is too much difference. A carelessness is easy to die tragically on the spot. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Yi Chuan's complexion did not fluctuate in the slightest, and with a flash of his body, he instantly arrived in front of the blood tiger. Broken. Spitting out a word lightly from his mouth, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and 10,000 pounds of divine power converged on his fist, fiercely smashing it against the pouncing blood tiger. With a loud bang, the blood tiger was instantly smashed into countless pieces by Yi Chuan's fist, and the powerful aftermath of power exploded. Sweeping around like a storm, the bloodshed elder's body flew backwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. His face as pale as paper as he fell to the ground and panted with difficulty, his eyes filled with fear. The disciples of the bloodshed Holy Land were even more miserable, as the terrifying power continued to tear their flesh, and limbs and broken arms flew horizontally. Ah! A mournful scream echoed in the air. Blood dyed the entire sky red, and there was a rain of blood, with a lot of broken flesh and blood splattering onto that elder. No way! The bloodshed Holy Land elder's face turned even paler. Originally he thought it was very easy for him to take on Yi Chen. Who knew that he was left alone in the blink of an eye? It's no fun. It's too weak. Right at this moment, Yi Chuan suddenly appeared in front of the bloodshed Holy Land elder, and his powerful physical strength seemed to be able to crush the entire heaven and earth. The entire person was like a mountain of ancient gods, heavy and lofty, pressing down on the latter who could barely breathe. Fight! The bloodshed Holy Land elder clenched his teeth. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he decided to fight to the death, frantically burning his own lifespan to forcefully raise his strength. With the burning of his longevity, his breath instantly skyrocketed, hardening his strength to around the 7th or 8th level of the half-saint realm, barely escaping Yi Chen's suppression. Still too weak. Yi Chen shook his head, gently flexed his finger, and flicked out a terrifying force that instantly struck the bloodshed Holy Land elder's body. Put! The bloodshed Holy Land's elder let out a muffled grunt as his body crashed into a mountain peak behind him, and countless boulders rolled down, crushing him to death. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Unwilling to do so, the bloodshed Holy Land elder violently let out a roar, his eyes becoming scarlet as if he had lost his mind. But his power was even stronger than just now, only to see the bloodshed Holy Land elder's hands dancing. A streak of blood-colored light shot out from his hands, intertwining to form a huge net. The blood-colored light rays were very sharp and could easily pierce through the protective spiritual energy, and they also contained a chilly blood fury power. Leaf Dust saw this. The figure disappeared in a flash. Next moment, then he appeared behind the bloodshed Holy Land elder and kicked the other party in the back. Bang! The bloodshed Holy Land elder was caught off guard and was kicked forward by Yi Chuan, landing heavily on the ground. The cohesive blood net breaking without attack. Play along and see if you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Yi Chuan revealed a playful smile. Anyway, the other party was a fish on the chopping board and could not turn over any waves at all. Kid, even if you die today, this elder will definitely not let you live well. My bloodshed Holy Land's secret method is not a vegetarian. The bloodshed Holy Land elder's face twisted up as he forced himself to stand up through the pain, his hands constantly waving and nodding complex heart symbols. All of a sudden, the blood of the dead people rose up and kept converging towards him, and once it was all devoured, his strength would be able to skyrocket once more. A bit of skill, but unfortunately it's of no use to this young man. Leaf Dust mocked. The yin and yang blood sea in his body operated, and immediately the blood in the air reversed its direction and fused towards his body, recovering from his injuries while condensing quite a few heads of ancient dragon elephants. After doing so, 2 to 3% of the injuries suffered earlier were recovered. Under the operation of the heaven-slaying demon technique, the cultivation level was also growing. The bloodshed Holy Land's elder's eyes widened as a look of despair appeared on his face, and his body trembled involuntarily. I'm not happy about it. Thinking of this, eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. The spiritual energy in his body flowed up against the current, pulling the surrounding bloodbane power to quickly converge, turning into a huge blood-colored vortex. Bang! There was a loud bang. The bloodshed Holy Land elder's physical body exploded, and the power of destruction merged with the blood-colored vortex, instantly drowning Yi Chen, almost comparable to the full force of a saintly powerhouse. The earth shook violently, several mountains collapsed, and countless spaces shattered, forming a black crack that crazily devoured all the surrounding matter. It's bad luck to be dead and have to drag me into it. Zhao Qianyue, who was far away, saw the scene and thought that Yi Chen must be in dire straits, and even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be any better off and couldn't possibly care about himself anymore. If his cultivation hadn't been sealed, there might have been a chance of survival, but now he could only wait helplessly for death to come. Don't worry, you can't die. This young man's methods are not something you can imagine. Just as the aftershocks of the powerful force spread to Zhao Qianyue's side, Yi Chuan's figure suddenly appeared, his entire body emitting a brilliant golden light, helping her block everything. Chapter 65, Killing Unicorn in Seconds. Zhao Qianyue's eyes flashed with a strange look as she looked at Yi Chen's back, suddenly having a familiar stranger feeling. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, could it really be him? No way. He's not like that. The fawn was more or less touched. If it were true, how would she live with herself? Yi Chuan turned back to Zhao Qianyue and said without a trace of anger, Chick, what's the muttering about? I told you a long time ago that I'm your fiancé, but you don't believe me, so I have no choice but to take you on a trip to the Yi family. Speaking with a cold look on his face, a strong killing intent unconsciously flowed out, and his gaze fell in the distance. Of course you have to be mentally prepared. Wherever this young man passes through is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, reborn in blood from endless killing. Every time he thought of what he had experienced in the Yi family, Yi Chuan couldn't control his killing intent, and the two sides were bound to be in an undying situation. Zhao Qianyu looked at Yi Chen with surprise at his words. Why was the mention of the Yi family so hateful that he couldn't even hide his killing intent? I was about to open my mouth and ask, who knew there would be a sudden change? Unicorn suddenly killed out of the broken space. Junior, die for me. Holding a duster in his hand, the divine light continuously flowed, transforming into a supreme divine weapon that exploded towards Yi Duan with a speed that made it impossible to capture. But Yi Chuan was caught off guard. His chest was directly penetrated, and the blood could not stop flowing down. The injuries, which had just recovered quite a bit, returned to their previous state. Leaf Dust was enraged. A stern killing intent rose to the sky, Raleigh pulling out the duster from his chest and turning back to stare at Eunuch Hong in death. Old eunuch, you seek death. Even the great emperor himself can't save you today. Originally, he wanted to let the guy live for a while longer, but the other party did not know how to do a sneak attack, so wouldn't he be too sorry if he didn't kill him? Kid, still talking big at the end of your life. You really think you're a great emperor powerhouse? Eunuch Hong smiled sinisterly, not taking Yi Chen's words to heart in the slightest, not realizing that a great disaster was already on the horizon. This young man has even killed quasi-emperor powerhouses, let alone you, a sage realm fellow. Let me show you my methods today. Yi Chuan took out the void soul-chasing bow and instantly burned 10,000 years of longevity to condense a terrifying blood arrow, firmly locking onto the opponent's aura. Eunuch Hong, who was still laughing a second ago, panicked in the blink of an eye. The instant the blood arrow appeared made the cold hairs on his entire body stand up, and a strong crisis surfaced within him. Without hesitation, he rushed into the shattered space, trying to avoid the sharpness of this arrow, even going so far as to burn his longevity to boost his speed. Whoosh! Unfortunately, it was of no use at all. The blood arrow shot out violently, and the space in front of him instantly turned into a chaos, destroyed beyond destruction. Next, then a scream came from the depths of space. It didn't take long for the blood arrows to bring back the dying Eunuch Hong, and with his rapidly dissipating vitality and shattered Yuanshen, it was clear that he wasn't far from death. How is that possible? Zhao Qianyue was incomparably shocked inside. A saint was killed just like that? The tactics are unbelievable. Humph. just in time to take you to recover from your injuries. Yi Chuan looked at the dying eunuch Hong, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Collecting souls with the soul streamer, operating the yin-yang blood sea to devour blood. The large hole in his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the killing sky demon technique plundered longevity and cultivation. Suffice it to say that almost everything that could be utilized was utilized, and the whole thing ran smoothly. In just a few moments of effort, Yi Chen had broken through to the 6th level of the half-saint realm, and had recovered most of his injuries, so he could almost exert his full strength. If he came across another one like Eunuch Hong, he wouldn't even need to burn his lifespan to solve the problem. Zhao Qianyu watched Eunuch Hong die a horrible death, but her expression didn't fluctuate much, as if it didn't have much to do with her. Yi Duan was a bit puzzled at the sight and asked curiously, "Chick, this guy is your man. Don't you want to say something? If I'm not mistaken, there must be a story there." "None of your business." Zhao Qianyu twisted her head away, clearly not wanting to say anything more. "If you don't want to talk about it, just go." Yi Chen shook his head and didn't bother to pursue the matter further, so he took Zhao Qianyu and left the mountain range, heading to the land of the 13 northern Liang states. He had heard in the Great Tang dynasty that Yi Maniac had gathered the scattered members of the Yi family to establish a new Yi family in the deserted state realm, and now everything was getting back on track. How can you justify not going to make a scene yourself? It was just the right time to give Yi Yan's corpse to Yi Maniac and see what expression his cheap father would have. Asterisk. After flying for a while, Yi Chuan stopped, realizing a serious problem, which was that he didn't even know which region he was currently in. So how could he travel to the desolate state? Think about it all, feel shame. At least the strength is comparable to a saint. Actually do not even recognize the road. I'm afraid to say that no one will believe. After some contemplation, he set his eyes on Zhao Qianyu. "Chick, which way should we go in the direction of the wasteland state? At least it is the princess of the Liang dynasty. I think it must know its own territory more clearly. Pointing away should not be a big problem. Why is the Yi family traveling to the desolate state if they aren't in the northern Liang city of the Qing state? If you really are my fiancé, how could you not even know this?" Zhao Qianling revealed a puzzled expression, not understanding why Yi Chen would make such a lowly mistake. After all, it was a random person who could know things about the other party. "Chick, you're off the grid at your house, aren't you? This young man half a year ago destroyed the North Liang City Yi family, slaughtered tens of thousands of clansmen against the family. Such a big thing no one told you? I don't know how you're a princess." Yi Chuan was all speechless. He himself could hear rumors about the Yi family even in the Detang dynasty. Zhao Qianyu, as the princess of the Liang dynasty, actually knew nothing about it. "Ha?" Zhao Qianyu froze in place at the words, not knowing anything about the outside world due to special reasons. Not clear that something so big had happened. No way. He's not like that. What kind of things happen to make a person do that? She really can't imagine. Nor do they want to believe it. Don't believe it, do you? You'll believe it when you get there. Just point me in the right direction first. Yi Chuan didn't have the patience to explain so much and urged Zhao Qianyu to point the way, saving him from wasting too much time. Aha! Zhao Qianyu didn't want to argue too much with Yi Duan. After all, yes or no? Wait until you get to the desolate state and it will all be clear. Followed by a general talk about the direction. The two people just rolled around for half a month, during which time they killed a lot of unknowing cultivators, and finally came to the boundaries of the deserted state. Chapter 66 Ruthlessness? Yi Chuan brought Zhao Qianyu to a place called Tianyuan City, preparing to poke around the Yi family's situation today, and it wouldn't be too late to go over there when he was ready. After all, Yi Tianhe was a quasi-emperor powerhouse, and he couldn't help the other party with the 10,000 soul streamer alone. There was only one great emperor cultivation experience card, and he didn't want to use it so easily. The two of them found an inn to settle in, and the characters of the three religions gossiped about the recent events. There was no doubt that Yi Duan was the target of all, destroying the Yi family and destroying the ancestral hall to abolish Yi Kong, and later killing the quasi-imperial powerhouse of the Heavenly Sword sacred ground against the incarnation of the Divine Wind Sword Emperor. Everything was shocking beyond measure, and the deeds almost spread throughout the human emperor realm. And for a time, the scenery was limitless, without anyone being able to match it. Yi Duan is really ruthless. Before and after the abolition of Yi and Yi Kong, two people. That is his own brother. That's nothing. A ruthless person who even destroys his own family shrine when he says so won't care about that at all. The king of Northern Liang is probably going to cry to death. Such a demonic counter out of the Yi family to become an enemy. It is estimated that his intestines are going to be repentant. A large number of people murmured. After all, the human emperor realm hadn't had such a large melon in a long time. It was definitely enough to eat for a long time. Shoo, keep your voices down. This is Northern Liang. In case the Black Armor Army hears, they'll all have to eat their words then. Seeing that the scene was becoming more and more chaotic, the innkeeper immediately voiced a reminder to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Hey, don't be afraid, boss, we've got it covered. That said, the crowd was still a lot more restrained. Who let this place belong to ye maniacs' territory? In case it reached the other party's ears, the consequences could be imagined. Zhao Qianyu's face was very complicated after hearing the words of the crowd. It was unbelievable that her fiancé would do such a thing. The eyes slowly fell on Yi Chen, and his heart couldn't help but begin to shake. Could everything be true? Yi Chuan sensed Zhao Qianyu's abnormality and couldn't help but say with a smile, "How's it going, little girl? This young man didn't lie to you." I believe she already had a judgment in her mind. After all, so many people couldn't possibly lie to her together. Could they? Zhao Qianyu opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. After all, the series of events was just too great of a shock to her. Ha, that woman is quite pretty. Come over and drink with my lord. Right at this moment, a famous void-shattering realm man noticed Zhao Qianyu's presence, and with an obscene look in his eyes, he hooked his finger towards her. Yi Chen sniffed with a cold smile, and a terrifying killing intent covered the entire inn. The tables and chairs inside instantly shattered. What do you want, kid? I am. Before the big man finished speaking, his entire body flew up uncontrollably. No matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail. Next, the man exploded underneath, splattering several nearby people with blood. Ah! Miserable screams traveled out an unknown distance. The intense pain caused the big man's face to twist up, his eyes revealing endless fear. Yi Chuan slowly walked to the big man, stepped on his face and said coldly, "Trouble comes out of the mouth. Understand? What's your grade? Is this young man's woman something you can think about?" As soon as the words fell, he stomped his head alive, and his brain matter flowed all over the place, which could be described as a double-header. The bloody and cold methods scared the crowd to the point that they were trembling, not daring to breathe, and even losing the courage to escape. A void-shattering realm powerhouse actually had no resistance in Yi Chuan's hands. It was simply too terrifying. Don't be afraid. This young man is still very kind. Now you have one question. Answer it and you can leave. Yi Dust bashfully clapped his palms, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a harmless appearance of a human animal. Just feel free to ask whatever questions you have. My lord, we will definitely know everything and will definitely not hide anything. The crowd hurriedly patted their chests in reassurance at the words, wanting to leave this inn quickly, not wanting to stay for a second. Where is the newly established Yi family? Yi Chuan smiled faintly and opened the door to ask about it. He thought that this group of people should not dare to hide it. After all, their lives were held in their own hands. Town and country. The truth was as expected. The crowd scrambled to answer, even delineating the specific directions, fearing that Yi Chen would be dissatisfied in any way. Get lost, all of you. After getting the desired news, Yi Chen let those people leave, without any grievances. He was too lazy to kill them. The crowd dispersed in a swarm, hating that they had grown 2 less legs, and in a flash the inn became empty, leaving behind the owner who wanted to cry without tears. Yi Chuan glanced at this guy, but thinking about it, he was indeed quite pathetic, so he left the inn with Zhao Qianyue and wandered around Tianyuan City. Get out of the way, all of you, and stand back from the idlers. Who knows that before going out much farther, he came across a group of black armored army, almost hundreds of people, brutally expelling the passers-by on the street. Seems to have some urgent matters. The passers-by dared to be angry and dared not to say anything. They all moved towards hiding to both sides of the road. Who let the reputation of the Black Armor Army lay there? Offending them was equivalent to offending the king of Northern Liang, and no one was willing to do so. Zhao Qianyue's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of dissimilarity as she looked towards Yi Chen at her side and said softly, "If what you say is true, there should be no reason for the Black Armor Army not to recognize you. Right? The Black Armor Army is Yi Maniac's personal army, so it can definitely prove Yi Duan's identity. Whether it is true or not will be known later." Oh, that's not necessarily true. Yi Chen shook his head. Most of the Black Armor Army had been fighting for years and basically had never seen themselves. It was normal that they could not recognize them. Who is that kid? So arrogant? Why don't you hide away? Are you tired of living? Daring to stand in the way of the Black Armor Army? Unknown passers-by cast puzzled glances. Keep your voice down. Don't mess with him or you'll die without knowing how. Those who had come out of the inn, knowing how terrifying Yi Chen was, hurriedly reminded their companions not to pussyfoot around to avoid incurring the trouble of killing them. Seek death. Kill him. Seeing that someone dared to block the road, the black-armored army in the lead instantly became furious and ordered his men to kill Yi Chen. A few black-armored soldiers rushed over without saying a word. The weapons in their hands exuded a murderous aura, and at a glance, they knew that they were stained with the blood of many people. Yi Chen shook his head and gently lifted his hand. Space shook up, breaking a few people into pieces, not even able to send out a scream. The black-armored army in the lead's anger rose. It was unimaginable that someone would dare to blatantly kill their people. It was really rampant. Kid, what are you? Captain. That seems to be the fourth young master. A black-armored army recognized Yi Duan and immediately turned pale. Who in the human emperor realm did not know the latter's mighty reputation? And now it has come to them. I really don't know if it's bad luck or good luck. Chapter 67, The Shadow of a Man in the Name of a Tree. Don't blindly recognize the young master. This young master has nothing to do with the Yi family. It's your bad luck to meet me. Have you thought about how to die? Yi Chuan revealed a playful smile. His cold killing intent swept over the hundreds of black-armored soldiers, and he could take their lives with a single thought. The difference in strength between the two sides was so vast that it was simply irreparable. After the black-armored army felt Yi Chen's killing intent, their legs softened and almost fainted in fear, and they all revealed a look of horror. Captain, what should we do? I don't want to die. A few hundred spirit stones a month. There's no need to play with your life. Yi Chuan's battle record could have long been rumored. Killing 200,000 forbidden troops of the Great Tang Imperial family, and people didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Killed another 100,000 Black Armor Army elites. Even the second youngest master Yi Kong died miserably in the hands of the other party. And after that, he hardened the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, killed the quasi-imperial powerhouses, and also hardened himself with the Great Emperor Reincarnation. Regardless of what heaven-defying means Yi Chen used, he could not hide the fact that the demon was a demon, and it was estimated that a single finger would be able to whisk them all to their deaths. And the two sides were simply not on the same level. There's no way out. Wait for death. The head of the Black Armor Army inner eyes show the color of despair. What else is there to say at this point? Both sides, either you die or I die. No doubt about it. It's definitely them that die. The only thing that can be done right now is for the word to get out so that others can be prepared. Thinking of this hastily took out the communication token to notify the other Black Armor Army about Yi Duan's news. Quite self-aware. Then let you all die a painful death and be reincarnated in a good life in your next life. Yi Duan sneered. The Black Armored Army was Yi Maniac's personal soldiers. Since he had encountered them, he naturally would not let them go. Waving his hand and striking out a spiritual force, hundreds of people all flew in blood and flesh, and none of them were able to be spared. Oh my god. Yi Chen has killed back again. It's crazy. Beilang City is a lesson from the past. Don't ever get close to this guy. Rumor has it that Yi Duan also killed 20 of the Great Tang's forbidden troops and splashed the Imperial City with blood. It's definitely a god of killing descending to the world. Wherever it passes through there's a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. We'd better leave the desolate state quickly. The onlookers were scared half to death, and the timid ones even peed, praying that Yi Chen, the bogeyman, would hurry up and leave. Are you really Yi Chuan? At this time, Zhao Qianyue had mixed feelings within her heart, still a bit unable to believe that the man in front of her was her fiancé. Do I have to lie to you? To tell you the truth, if it weren't for our relationship, this young man would have forced you out long ago. There's no need to waste so much time. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. If Zhao Qianyue didn't believe it by now, then he really had no choice. But Zhao Qianyue's eyes moistened up and sobbed. But why did you do that to me? The truth that surfaced made it difficult for her to accept for a while, especially since the two had just met. What happened? Yi Chen was very cold and ruthless. She couldn't believe how much the other had changed. Endless thoughts inside. All cannot find a place to vent. All do not know how to face all this? Ugh. Women are trouble. Leaf Dust sighed. Looking at the pathetic Zhao Qianyue, crying and wailing was really a headache. Woohoo! Who told you to bully me? Who knew that Zhao Qianyue was getting sadder and sadder as she cried more and more, and suddenly jumped into his arms and let out a loud cry, frantically venting her aggression. Will you stop crying? It's upsetting me. Yi Chen spread his hands helplessly. It's easy to die violently when you show your love in public. After some contemplation, Yi Chuan took Zhao Qianyue to leave Tianyuan City. Otherwise so many people looking at strange embarrassed. After all, face is still very important. Good thing we didn't mess with him. A few days ago there were disciples from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land who even came to look for him. I just don't know if the two sides will run into each other? Don't worry so much. Just leave us alone and hope this bogeyman doesn't turn back. The shadow of a man, the name of a tree. Yi Duan's ferocity was well known. He didn't know how many people's blood was on his hands, and Beilang City was destroyed in his hands. If they were to get upset and destroy Tianyuan City, then wouldn't they be dead? At this time, Yi Duan, finding a secluded place, he set up a complicated prohibition to avoid any other people from disturbing him. Judging from his previous life's experience, right now was the time when this chick's psychological defenses were the weakest, so he could take advantage of the situation. Things were as expected. It didn't take long for the two to be naked and sleepless day and night. Yi Chen had wanted to continue, but he noticed that someone had hit the boundary, and his divine mind probed out to find quite a few people. Humph, this young to see who bade my good thing? With a face of displeasure, Yi Chen left the boundary in a huff. Then they saw dozens of people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, discussing something in a low voice. Yi Chuan, it must be nearby. Look hard. I've already notified the old ancestor. I believe it won't take long for him to arrive. Yi Chuan sniffed a disdainful look. He himself had even slaughtered the quasi-imperial powerhouses of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, not to mention these caramels in front of him. Heavenly Sword Holy Land, you guys move so swiftly, finding my trail so quickly. I really underestimated you guys, but if you dare to disturb this young man's business, you'll die no matter how heavenly your means are. Every time there was a critical moment, someone came along to spoil things, and of course he couldn't tolerate it. You are Yi Duan. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land immediately looked at each other and froze as they looked at the tracking spells in their hands. A few of them originally did not want to startle the snakes, who knew that the other party suddenly appeared in front of them. It was really unlucky. I'm afraid that they couldn't even escape. Thinking of this, he hurriedly transmitted a message to the other fellow disciples to see if there was an old ancestor level in the vicinity to see if he could save them. You're not just looking for me, so if there's anything you want to say, just say it. You won't get a chance later. Yi Chuan easily seized their tracking artifacts and understood what was going on after some research. No wonder these guys were able to find themselves, so they had such a brilliant means. If there are no surprises, it must be the handiwork of the Divine Wind Sword Emperor, otherwise how could it be so subtle? So it seems, in the future, the trouble from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land would continue to grow, and perhaps it was possible that the Divine Wind Emperor would personally strike. To be on the safe side, the Great Emperor Cultivation Experience card had to be preserved, or else if they encountered a Great Emperor powerhouse, they really didn't know how to deal with it. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land were trembling. The strongest of them was only at the Heavenly Yuan realm, and they were simply no match for Yi Chen, wanting this to delay some time, but Yi Chuan didn't even give them a chance to continue, directly offering the 10,000 soul streamer. A large number of souls flew out. In the blink of an eye, they were all exterminated, leaving a pile of white bones underground, which looked very scary, like purgatory. Chapter 68, Killing all beings without turning back. Unbearable. After doing this, Yi Chen stretched his back. Yi Qianyu heard the commotion outside and walked out. After seeing the corpses on the ground, her complexion became complicated again, obviously somewhat uncomfortable. Looking at the cold-looking Yi Chen in front of him, he couldn't help but say, "You've changed so much. What have you been through all these years?" It was impossible to imagine what could make a man so hard-hearted that he could kill hundreds of people without even blinking. It is even rumored that Yi Duan slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people before and after. I really don't know how bloody that kind of scene should be. A hint of a playful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he said in a cloudy manner, "Nothing big. It is to draw off the bloodline, pluck out the supreme sword bone, and gouge out the eyes. If this young man is not a little more ruthless, I'm afraid you won't even see me." Then everything that happened to him after the age of 9 was told without avoidance. Anyway, Zhao Qianyue is considered her own woman. There is nothing to hide. What a heart! Zhao Qianyue looked at the calm Yi Chen and felt an inexplicable heartache within her heart. No wonder he would do such a treacherous thing. So everything was forced upon him. It doesn't matter. It's all in the past. What's more, this young man's heart will be even harder. Yi Chuan's seemingly flat tone contained endless killing intent, and the nearby space crystallized red ice crystals. And under the sunlight, it was like a terrifying sea of blood. Zhao Qianyue sniffed and wanted to speak, not knowing what to say, and was silent for a long time before she softly advised, "I don't want you to continue killing like this, otherwise the future path will be very difficult." and even the entire human emperor realm won't be able to accommodate you. After a period of time together, had long since figured out Wei Chen's character, almost killing at the drop of a hat, and would not say anything more at all. There were also all sorts of almost magical means, and in the future, they would surely attract many powerful enemies, and that was something she didn't want to see. What's there to be afraid of? This young man has said that he will be reborn in blood from endless killing, even if he is the enemy of the entire world. Kill all beings and never look back. Yi Chuan's expression was cold and incomparable. The firmness revealed by his eyes was unshakable, and the killing intent that surrounded his body was a few points more prevalent, and space trembled for it. Available. Looking at Yi Chen, who had a resolute attitude, Zhao Qianyue bit her lip and didn't know what to say. Chick, if you can't accept it, you can leave at any time, but don't ever try to change this young man, because you don't have that ability. Yi Chuan waved his hand to unlock Zhao Qianyue's cultivation. Whether she went or stayed depended on her will. He wouldn't change anything for a person. Zhao Qianyue, who had regained her freedom, didn't have the slightest hint of happiness on her face. Instead, she was inwardly caught in a struggle. Is it possible to come to terms with the man you've missed all your life? Who has become what he is today? With whom to face what lies ahead? Host, what the hell are you doing? In case this woman really runs away, it'll be even harder to complete the mission then. Hearing the system's words, Yi Chuan said confidently, Tuzi, do you know what it means to want to escape? This chick definitely can't escape me. Just wait for you. The tragic encounters paved the way. Coupled with a firm attitude, I believe that it is not difficult to cause Zhao Qianyue's empathy, and if there are no accidents, it will soon be able to complete the task issued by the system. Things were pretty much as he expected, Zhao Qianyue said firmly after struggling internally for a while. Yi Chuan, no matter what you become, I will face it with you, at the risk of being an enemy of the world. The beauty of the eyes is exuding a strange obsession, as if anything can be left behind. Ha ha, waiting for you to say this. Following this young man won't make you suffer. Rising is just a matter of time. Yi Chen laughed up to the sky. Everything was within his grasp. Willing to gamble, willing to lose. The host obtains the heart of Zhao Qianyue, rewarded with realm ascension of 3 levels. 3 turn Tianyuan Dan X 100. 6 turn Tianyuan Dan X 100. 9 turn Tianyuan Dan X 100. Immortal level technique Linglong Dalaocean. 3 turns Heavenly Yuan Pill, enhances the cultivation of the Sage Realm, deepens the sense of law, and has a high chance of breaking through to the Sage Realm when taken at the 9th level of the Half-Saint Realm. 6 turns of Heavenly Yuan Pill, enhance the cultivation of the Holy King Realm and deepen the sense of law. 9 turns of Heavenly Yuan Pill, enhance the cultivation level of the Holy Emperor Realm and deepen the sense of law. Linglong Dalaocean, the inheritance of the immortal world of great powers of the Gong method. After practicing thoroughly stimulate the potential of the Linglong Immortal Body, cultivation by leaps and bounds in a single day, can become the secret of the immortal way. The 7th level of the Half-Saint Realm, the 8th level of the Half-Saint Realm, 9th level of the Half-Saint Realm. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the triple realm, and looking at Zhao Qianyue, he froze in place in disbelief. Yi Chen, how did your realm break through so fast? When a cultivator reaches the Half-Saint Realm, every breakthrough in a small realm requires a long period of precipitation, and even if the talent is superb, it can't be done without 10 or 8 years. Like Yi Chen breaking through 3 minor realms in the blink of an eye, it was simply unprecedented and unparalleled, so heaven-defying that it couldn't be more heaven-defying. I have a special physique, just get used to it more. Leaf Dust shrugged. At least he is the man with the system. What's wrong with a faster upgrade? What's wrong with a little more tact? What's wrong with hanging harder than a blue star coming in? Well, I'll try to keep up with you and try not to hold you back. Zhao Qianxian nodded, although she knew that Yi Chen was hiding something. The smart woman didn't need to ask too much. What she had to do right now was to narrow the gap between the two sides. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly at the words, and he found that he gradually liked Zhao Qianyue a little bit, and her daring love and hate character really made it hard to refuse. Thinking of this, he was prepared to just obtain Linglong Dalaocean to her. If properly cultivated, the future achievements are absolutely unlimited. There's no need to be presumptuous. The Linglong Immortal Body has unlimited potential. I'll pass on a technique to you later. It will definitely allow you to soar. The system produces a good product. What's more, Linglong Great Luo Heaven was almost tailor-made for Zhao Qianyue, and it was believed that she would be able to transform her body soon after cultivation. There was no doubt about that. Zhao Qianyue looked puzzled and whispered, "It won't be like the kind of technique you cultivate, right?" If it was really a technique that plundered cultivation and devoured blood or something like that, then she really couldn't accept it. You'll see in a minute. Yi Chuan didn't want to explain more. His finger pointed to Zhao Qianyue's inner heart, consuming a large amount of divine thoughts and passing on the Linglong Great Luo Heaven to her. This immortal grade technique recorded many divine abilities and secret arts. The amount of information was so huge that it took a whole day to instill them all into Zhao Qianyue's mind. Ooh, tired of this young man. At this time, Yi Chuan's body was drenched in sweat. Inheriting a gongfu had almost exhausted him, and his divine thoughts were almost exhausted. Chapter 69 Golden Rain Sword Saint. Host, you're so insidious. You still retain a part of the content without passing it on. Are you afraid that this woman will betray you? Yi Dust was too lazy to argue with the system, and said very frankly, doing things to keep a hand. Maybe it can come in handy at the critical moment. It's called saving for a rainy day. No one can guarantee what will happen in the future. Linglong Dala Tian's final content. It is not too late to hand over Zhao Qianyue later to avoid any changes. Besides, the gongfu in front of it was enough to allow it to cultivate to a very good level, and it wouldn't affect anything at all. What a subtle technique, Zhao Qianyue muttered, her eyes glittering with excitement and thrill. The kung fu seemed to open a door to an unknown world, immersing her in it and making her unable to extricate herself from it. Trying to run the gong method, the auras in a 100-mile radius converged towards him as if summoned. Zhao Qianyue's body was like a huge vortex, greedily devouring the surrounding aura, which continued to flow through her body, nourishing her meridians and dantian. It didn't take long for Zhao Qianyue's delicate body to suddenly quake as a faint immortal light emanated from her body, as if she had become one with her surroundings. After only a few hours, his cultivation had taken a qualitative leap and he had successfully broken through to the first level of the transition realm. Dark clouds gradually emerged in the sky, and a terrifying pressure enveloped everything around them. Immediately following, a thick thunderbolt descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck towards Zhao Qianyue. Boom! A huge sound came from the ground, and the ground trembled slightly. Zhao Qianyue opened her eyes and glanced at the thunderbolt, then paid no more attention to it and continued to immerse herself in her cultivation, clearly confident in her own strength. Immortal light filled the surface of his body, as if he were a sponge absorbing all the powerful energy contained in the thunderbolt, transforming it into pure power and continuously raising his cultivation level. Worthy of being an immortal level technique, it really is something. Yi Chuan was very satisfied with the situation. Just cultivating had such an obvious effect, stimulating the potential of many Linglong immortal bodies. Host, there's a Sage 6 guy approaching from the east. It's probably a strong person from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. It's just as well that this young man is going to meet him. Yi Chen gave Zhao Qianyue a greeting and flew towards the east, crossing a distance of 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye and bumping into the saintly powerhouse head-on. The saintly powerhouse of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land said arrogantly when he saw Yi Chen take the initiative to send himself to the door. This seat is the Golden Rain Sword Saint of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Boy, if you dare to kill our holy son, you won't be able to escape even if the sky ends. Seeing as your strength is not bad, as long as you obediently tie your hands, this saint guarantees that he can let you die a painful death. I really don't understand what kind of heaven-defying means a half-saint realm 9th level used to force a great emperor incarnation to self-detonate. If he could get it, wouldn't. When he thought of this, his eyes used to appear greedy. Where did come from? Practicing swords or practicing silly right? Even the incarnation of the divine wind sword emperor cannot help this young, let alone you a small saint. Really do not think of yourself. Yi Chuan was very speechless. Did this guy not know his own means and just ran over to die? Kid, don't bluff. You're only relying on external forces to get this far. It's impossible to scare me. What's more, the destructive power generated by the great emperor incarnation's self-detonation will surely cause irreversible damage to you, so it's simply impossible to make any more waves. The Golden Rain Sword Saint snorted coldly. Although he didn't believe that Yi Chen could still erupt that kind of terrifying power, he didn't dare to take it lightly and decided to test the opponent's strength first. The Golden Rain Sword Saint waved his large hand, and 99 divine swords flashing with cold light instantly surfaced in front of him, each of them emitting a palpitating aura and containing incomparably terrifying sword intent. Waving his hands, he comprehended the laws of the sword and surged out, echoing with the 99 divine swords, quickly forming a powerful sword formation that enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. In the center of the sword formation, countless golden sword chi shot out like a torrential rain, sweeping towards Yi Chuan at an astonishingly fast speed. Golden sword chi whistled through the air, bringing up bursts of sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sounds, intertwining together to form a dense sword net. Ha ha, to tell you the truth, this young man's injuries have recovered as good as new. Killing you is as easy as a slap in the face. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose. A disdainful smile surfaced on his face. His eyes filled with contempt, completely not putting the Golden Rain Sword Saint in his eyes. Anyway, there was nothing to do idly. Take this guy to test his own strength. The indestructible golden body was catalyzed, and his body emitted a dazzling and eye-catching light, as bright and dazzling as the sun. Yi Chuan's entire body soared up, and his palms contained a terrifying divine power that contained the momentum of a mountain and sea, instantly tearing a huge opening in the sword net. Countless sword chi fell on Yi Chen's body like rain, but they could only make a crisp and pleasant metallic clashing sound, unable to cause the slightest damage to him. Break! Accompanied by a roar, Yi Chuan's body was permeated with the law of force, and his strength was once again increased to crumble a large number of golden sword chi alive. How is this possible? The Golden Rain Sword Saint stared at what was happening in front of him with wide eyes and a face full of shock, never expecting that Yi Chen's strength would be so powerful. Knowing that unusual means could not shake Yi Chen in the slightest, he fused the 99 divine swords into one, and a golden giant sword quickly took shape, releasing an unparalleled pressure. The Golden Rain Sword Saint gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and fully mobilized the power of heaven and earth around him, chopping out a 10,000-meter-long, overpowering sword chi, and the space in front of him cracked in response to the sound, presenting a straight rift. Yi Chuan saw this but was unperturbed and executed the immortal art Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. Now that his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the half-saint realm, he was powerful to an unimaginable level. Just see the sky. An immense and incomparable finger appeared out of nowhere, standing in the air like a pillar in the sky. The whole body shone with a dazzling light and exuded a palpitating aura. In a split second, the giant finger and the 10,000-meter sword chi ruthlessly clashed together. A heaven-destroying force erupted out, forming a huge shockwave that swept out in all directions. Wherever they passed, whether it was mountains, rivers or forests, they were flattened and turned into ruins, and the nearby space also became fragmented. What kind of divine power is this? The Golden Rain Sword Saint flew backward 1,000 meters, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face full of unbelief. Yi Chuan, at the 9th level of the half-saint realm, was able to fight hard against himself and still had the upper hand. It was simply too heaven-defying. 6th level of the sage realm. It doesn't seem like much. Don't bother playing with you. Go to hell. Yi Chuan took out the imperial artifact 7-star dragon sword, and spiritual energy poured into it in a steady stream, and the sky manifested 7-star shadows that smashed towards the Golden Rain Sword Saint. Chapter 70, Spirit Devouring Demon Ants. Ah, I can't believe you're really this strong. The Golden Rain Sword Saint was filled with a face full of unwillingness and anger. His own hallowed Saint Mo sad that he would be forced into such a field by a half-saint realm cultivator. Even if Yi Chuan's means were heavenly, he would have to fight to the end. In an instant, a raging, overpowering and unparalleled sword intent gushed out from the Golden Rain Sword Saint's body, as if it was about to tear apart the entire void. Gripping the immense and incomparable sword in his hand, his body was like electricity as he surged towards the 7 bright stars in the sky, executing his innate divine ability, the 3 swords of heaven splitting. The first style of the dragon takes to the 9 heavens. The Golden Rain Sword Saint swung out the huge sword in his hand, and the majestic sword chi instantly coalesced, like a mighty and majestic dragon rising up in the air, and whistling straight toward the clouds. The strong force contained was incomparably powerful, easily impacting the 2-star silhouettes into countless fragments. In the second style, Heavenly Dipper breaks the void. The Golden Rain Sword Saint's sword intent swept across the surroundings like a raging wind, mobilizing a large amount of heaven and earth's power and gathering it into a palpitatingly terrifying sword dipper, rawly crushing 3-star void shadows. The star fragments that flew around for a while spread out in all directions, causing the space in a 100-mile radius to turn into a chaos. Old man, there's still something there, but that alone isn't enough. Yi Chen shook his head, not feeling the slightest bit surprised. At least he was a sage powerhouse. How could he not have some means? Gently waving the 7-star dragon sword in his hand, the 2-star silhouettes spun up at a rapid speed, as if they were 2 ravenous beasts, crazily devouring all the energy around them. In the blink of an eye, the original illusory star silhouette even became more and more solid and heavy, as if it had really descended from the distant starry sky to this land. Next moment, the 2 stars were pulled by an invisible force and suddenly merged into one, accompanied by huge energy fluctuations. Space was like being kneaded by an invisible hand, constantly twisting and distorting, and at any time it could completely collapse and break. Yi Chen steadily hovered in midair, condescendingly looking down at the Golden Rain Sword Saint below, his eyes cold and indifferent. Have any means trapped though, or you won't have a chance later. Manipulating the huge star in the sky, with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth toward the Golden Rain Sword Saint's suppression. The Golden Rain Sword Saint's face was very ugly, and all the spiritual energy in his body gushed out, even burning not much longevity to raise his power to the peak. The golden giant sword in his hand glittered as he executed the last of the 3 swords of heaven splitting Shen Kuan Ichop. Terrifying sword intent rushed into the firmament. The law of the sword surrounded the head, giving a feeling that it could destroy everything in the world. In this moment, the power it exerted was infinitely close to that of a Saint King powerhouse, and the terrifying sword light swept out, vaguely having the power to tear apart heaven and earth. Boom! The collision of the 2 forces produced heaven-destroying energy, and the huge star and sword light impacted each other, both annihilating between heaven and earth. Old man, it's useless to struggle. Let's send you on your way. Yi Chuan relied on the power of the indestructible golden body to resist the destructive force coming from the surroundings, and his figure was hidden in space, making it impossible for anyone to detect any traces. Silently approaching the Golden Rain Sword Saint, the 7-star dragon sword flashed with divine light, ready to kill him with a single blow. No good. Escape. The Golden Rain Sword Saint knew that he would die if he continued, and offered the holy sword in his hand to throw it at Yi Chuan, choosing to explode himself without hesitation. Bang! The huge impact caused Yi Chen to take a few steps back, taking this opportunity to hastily tear through space and drill in. No way to escape. Yi Chuan shouted. The invincible heavy pupil broke through the delusion, firmly locking the Golden Rain Sword Saint, and executed the divine walking 10,000 boundaries to chase after him, a few breaths blocking in front of the other party. Even if you die, this saint will drag you along. The Golden Rain Sword Saint's face revealed a look of madness, and he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life as his body's power began to storm, and a terrifying power brewed up. Humph! If you want to blow yourself up, this young man won't agree. Yi Chen naturally would not give the Golden Rain Sword Saint a chance, waving the 7-star dragon sword in his hand, instantly splitting him in half down the center. The Golden Rain Sword Saint's weak Yuanshan transformed into a stream of light toward flying away, wanting to fight for a ray of life for himself. But Yi Chuan had anticipated everything and offered the 10,000 soul streamer in advance, easily taking the other party's Yuan Shin into it. It didn't take long for Yi Chuan to come out of the void space. His cultivation obviously refined a lot after killing a saint. The great commotion drew the attention of many powerful people nearby. What a terrifying power fluctuation. I'm afraid it's a Saint Realm powerhouse fighting. Quickly go and take a look. It's hard to come across the battles of this sealed powerhouse. Perhaps it will allow me to ask for a little more comprehension. Many cultivators above the void-shattering realm quickly flew towards the place where the two were fighting, wanting to observe the overwhelmingly rare great battle. But when they arrived, there was nothing to be seen but 1,000 holes in space and sinking earth. Ugh! It's late. I really don't know how it turned out. Many cultivators looked at each other, could not think of rushing or missed. The heart cannot help but be very remorseful. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen had long since left and rushed to Jinbei City with Zhao Qianyue. A few days later the two arrived outside a desert. A terrifying storm was seen inside, connecting heaven and earth, revealing a tyrannical aura everywhere, seemingly devouring everyone who entered. Yi Chuan was very curious, and his divine thoughts probed into it. Who knew that there was a special power inside that blocked the divine thoughts from penetrating into it, making it impossible to see the situation inside clearly? What is this place? After Zhao Qianyue scrutinized for a while, she said with a grave expression, "This is the Mad Ant Sandland, where terrifying storms coalesce all year round, and billions of spirit-devouring demon ants even survive in it. Any living being that enters it will be attacked by the spirit-devouring demon ants, and if there are enough of them, saintly powerhouses will have to flee. If you really can't, take a detour." The desert in front of him was a perilous place with a fierce reputation, and few were willing to enter it. The Liang royal family had sent strong men to exterminate the spirit-devouring demon ants among them many times, but they were never very effective, mainly because their ability to reproduce was too terrifying. As long as some of them don't die out, they will slowly build up in size again. For a long time, the Liang imperial dynasty just didn't bother, letting it develop to the point where it was now, a few points more dangerous than ever. Interesting. There's no need to make a detour. Just go right in. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Billions of spirit-devouring demon ants. If all of them were killed, then he would definitely take off. You're not going in there, are you? When Zhao Qianyue saw Yi Chen's demeanor, she was all of a sudden speechless, wondering if this guy was crazy. It's hard to know what to say when he's stuck headfirst in a place that other people avoid. Chapter 71 Heavenly Tribulation Tempering the Flesh. Naturally, Yi Chuan didn't want to explain too much and instructed Zhao Qianyue to stay where she was and cultivate. The 7-star dragon sword was temporarily left for her to defend herself, believing that even if she encountered a saintly powerhouse she would be able to resist for a while, without any worries. He activated his indestructible golden body and rushed in without hesitation, going 1,000 miles deeper in a matter of moments. A fist-sized spirit-devouring demon ant appeared before his eyes. Their bodies were as black as ink, as if they came from the dark abyss. Their wings were full of sharp barbs of the terrifying existence, and their sharp teeth were flashing with a palpitating cold light, densely gathered together. A rough estimate is that there are thousands of them. When the spirit-devouring demon ants sensed the aura emanating from Yi Chuan's body, it was as if they were driven by an invisible force, and with total disregard for life and death, they madly rushed towards this side. They opened their bloody mouths, revealing their hideous fangs, and tore into the protective golden light around him. Yi Chuan didn't want to waste any time and destroyed the group of spirit-devouring demon ants with a single punch, and the heaven-slaying demon technique and the yin-yang blood sea operated at the same time, continuously absorbing the surrounding blood energy. Perhaps compared to the ordinary cultivator is too poor, but the victory in the amount of large tube full. What's more, one could obtain a large amount of the power of extinction and sacrifice one supreme sword bone, and might be able to coalesce the forbidden demon sword. Ha ha, what a treasure for me! Yi Duan laughed up to the sky. The saying that a mosquito is meat even if it is small is really very close to today's situation. The 10,000 soul streamer in his hand was raised high, and in an instant, the sky became incomparably gloomy, as if it was shrouded in endless darkness. Dense overcast clouds rolled in like a raging torrent, quickly filling the entire space. The gloomy clouds contained powerful soul power fluctuations as if they were greedy beasts, devouring the weak souls of those spirit-devouring demon ants around them. At the same time several powerful figures came out from the 10,000 soul streamer, precisely the souls of powerful people above the saint realm, and together with Yi Chuan, they carried out a massacre against the spirit-devouring demon ants. All sorts of dazzling divine spells sprang up, containing heaven-destroying and earth-destroying power, harvesting the life of a single spirit-devouring demon ant. During this frantic killing, the heaven-killing devil technique always maintained a high-speed operation, crazily plundering the energy spilled from the death of the spirit-devouring demon ants. As time passed, Yi Chen's strength increased at an astonishing rate. In just 3 days, he managed to break through to the first level of the sage realm. Rumble, accompanied by loud noises. The clear sky was instantly covered by thick thunderclouds. As if the thunderclouds possessed life, they continued to tumble and gather, creating a palpitating scene. If one wanted to become a true saintly powerhouse, one had to withstand the baptism of 7749 divine thunderbolts. Each divine thunderbolt contained endless power, and its power was more than 10 times stronger compared to when he had broken through the half-saint realm before. Faced with such a saint-level heavenly tribulation, countless spirit-devouring demon ants panicked and fled in all directions, having a deep fear of the lightning tribulation within their hearts. What can a mere thunderbolt do to me? Yi Chen revealed a confident smile, undaunted by the divine thunder that fell from the sky, and his protective golden light easily blocked it. Rumor has it that the heavenly tribulation is also a creation. Let's see if we can absorb the power in it. Yi Chuan pondered for a while, and then took the initiative to withdraw his innate divine ability, the undying golden body. Immediately afterward, he reached out his hand and introduced all of those divine thunderbolts that were like scaly dragons into his body. At the same time, Yi Chen fully operated the dragon elephant heaven suppressing technique, using the divine thunder energy to quench his chi, blood and flesh. If a bystander was present at this moment and witnessed this shocking scene, I'm afraid they would all be so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. After all, this method of hardening oneself against the heavenly tribulation and cultivating with the help of its destructive power was really too rare. In a moment's time, 20 to 30 divine thunderbolts entered the body, and the terrifying destructive power stimulated the yin-yang blood sea to run wildly. Spewing endless blood chi, Yi Chen took the opportunity to condense a large number of swift dragon elephants and integrate them into his orifices. Not enough. Yi Chuan was still not satisfied and decisively rushed into the thunderclouds, ready to give himself some strong medicine. The thundercloud seemed to be stimulated and blasted the rest of the divine thunder on Yi Chen at the same time, the destructive power forcing him back a distance. Put! Yi Chuan violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, knowing that he had underestimated the saint's heavenly rank and had suffered a considerable injury. However, he also became a saintly powerhouse, comprehending the powerful law of killing, and his entire strength increased more than tenfold. Yi Chen looked at the thundercloud that was about to dissipate and made a crazy move. Flashing to the center of the thundercloud, turning the laws of killing into chains, he imprisoned a portion of the thundercloud and forcefully pulled it into his body. The berserk power traveled across the meridians in Dantian, and if it wasn't for the cultivation of the dragon elephant heaven suppressing technique, I'm afraid that it really wouldn't be able to hold up. At this time, Zhao Qianyue, who was outside the desert, was very worried inwardly, fearing that there would be some kind of accident in Yi Chen's crossing, but when she thought of her own strength, she restrained herself. Shi Yuki, why are you here? Just then, a crack appeared in the space and a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out, looking at the dazed Zhao Qianyue with a puzzled look in his eyes. Zhao Qianyue's expression became somewhat unnatural after seeing this person, and after a moment of silence, she still saluted. Uncle Wang, it's nothing, I was just passing by. The person who came was none other than Prince and Zhao Hang of the Liang Imperial Dynasty, with the cultivation of the Saint King realm, and was extremely powerful. It had always been against her and Yi Chen, so naturally, she didn't want to say anything more with it. Zhao Hong didn't press on with his words. Instead he calmly said, coming to find you, eunuch Hong has fallen. That's enough to show that it's not safe out there. Now go back with me and save your father from worrying. Zhao Qianyue was endowed with a Linglong divine body and possessed amazing talent. She might be able to become a female emperor in the future. The Liang Imperial Dynasty naturally attached great importance to her, not wanting any accidents to happen to her. Uncle Wang, can I not go back? Zhao Qianyue shook her head. It was hard to find Yi Chen. Naturally she didn't want to go back to Liang Dynasty, otherwise she didn't know when she would see him next time. No, hearts are evil. Your strength is still too weak. In case of any danger I have no way to give my royal brother an explanation. Zhao Heng's attitude was very resolute, leaving no room for bargaining. If he hadn't detected something unusual about the wild sand ant ground, it would have been impossible to encounter Zhao Qianyue, so he had to bring her back even if he tied her up. Well, I'll go back with you. Zhao Qianyue revealed a look of reluctance, knowing Zhao Heng's strength. Even with the 7-star dragon sword left behind by Yi Chuan, he couldn't help the other party, and there was a feeling of powerlessness within her heart when she thought of this. After a long period of silence, he left a message on the 7-star dragon sword, and then hit the depths of the wild ant sand with all his might, hoping that Yi Chen would come looking for himself after seeing it. Chapter 72, The Ant Queen Comes Out. Shi Yuki, what are you doing? Zhao Heng's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance as he released his powerful divine sense, trying to find the location of the 7-star dragon sword. Uncle Wang, don't waste your efforts. The mad ant sand can isolate divine sense probing. It's not that easy to find it. Zhao Qianyue didn't shake her head. Unwilling to reveal anything, she had hidden the 7-star dragon sword's aura, and in the wild ant sand, it could be as difficult as heaven for outsiders to find it. Zhao Heng's face was a bit ugly when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do with Zhao Qianyue. Seeing that he probed the nearby circle, seeing that there was nothing to be found, he left the place decisively to avoid any other accidents. It wasn't long after the two left. The people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land came to this place, and the chasing clan in their hands lit up. That brat is hiding in the middle of the mad ant sand. Quickly inform the old ancestors. A few of us stay away, in case the other party comes out from inside and finds us. I'm afraid we'll all die here. That's right. Rumor has it that the Golden Rain ancestors all died in the hands of the other party. The Holy Lord has warned us that we must act with caution, and report back immediately if there's any situation. A few Heavenly Sword Holy Land disciples briefly discussed the matter and immediately sent 2 of them to notify the nearby powerhouses so that they could send the news back faster and send more powerhouses to surround Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even know the slightest thing about what was happening outside, and was still refining the power of the heavenly tribulation with all his might. 10 days later the number of Taiku dragon elephants in his body reached more than 2,000. His physical strength was infinitely close to that of a Saint King powerhouse, and his strength had changed drastically. The thick blood chi gushed out and turned into an ocean, instantly attracting countless spirit-devouring demon ants. Ha ha, good coming. Yi Chuan looked at the densely packed spirit-devouring demon ants around him. His heart was excited, and he decisively urged his indestructible golden body to rush into the ant colony. Ignoring the ant swarm's tearing, he launched a frantic killing spree, exterminating tens of thousands of spirit-devouring demon ants in a matter of moments. His eyes erupted with the light of immortal demons. The Reincarnation heavenly plate manifested, its terrifying aura spreading out for an unknown distance, as millions of god-devil shadows killed out. mercilessly harvesting the lives of the spirit-devouring demon ants. Tens of millions of spirit-devouring demon ants fell in half a day's time, and the densely packed corpses piled up into mountains, and the blood turned into rivers in the middle of the desert. The heaven-slaying demon technique and the yin-yang blood sea were on fire, crazily devouring everything from the spirit demon ants. His cultivation had broken through to the second level of the half-saint realm. His number of swift dragon elephants had reached 2,500, and his fleshly strength was comparable to that of even a true Saint King powerhouse. Abominable human beings, slaughtering tens of millions of my tribe's children after Ben. Such blood feuds are absolutely unforgivable. A furious cry came from beneath the desert, setting off a terrifying energy fluctuation. The sound of the roar was like a sharp sword piercing through the sky, and its sharpness was creepy, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. But Yi Chuan was caught off guard. His soul was harmed, and suddenly the light of essence outside his body became bright and uncertain, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Get your ass out here. Yi Chuan's face became grave, and he hurriedly took out a few sacred soul pills and swallowed them into his stomach to recover from the injuries brought about by his divine soul, sacrificing the 10,000 soul streamer to guard his sight from any further harm from the demonic sound. His divine sense probed towards the ground, wanting to see what exactly was doing the strange things. No good. In the next second Yi Chuan's face turned white. The divine sense he released annihilated, and himself suffered some backlash. Instantly the earth began to tremble violently, and accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a spirit-devouring demon ant of jaw-droppingly huge size flew out violently from the ground. The immense and incomparable body was 10,000 meters long, just like a moving mountain, bringing an endless sense of oppression. The spirit-devouring demon ants surrounded a terrifying demonic aura all over their bodies, and the intensity was simply beyond imagination. Sharp fangs shone coldly and could easily pierce through any object, and the barb-filled wings on his back were equally powerful. With a casual wave, it could easily cut through a large area of space, leaving behind a shocking crack. Judging from the powerful aura emitted, the strength was definitely comparable to a Saint Emperor level existence. The host obtains a new quest to kill the queen of the spirit-devouring demon ants, rewarded with a level up in realm and the immortal art 5 elements divine seal. Ant Queen? Yi Chuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was a big guy hidden underground, and for some reason Zhao Qianyue didn't mention it. Has it never been there before? Today, no matter what, this Empress will definitely kill you here to vent her heart's hatred. The Ant Queen's was creepy like it came from the 9 hells, and her hideous eyes were dead set on Yi Chen in front of her, swinging his massive wings violently. Shasta, two dark as ink demonic lights suddenly erupted out, transforming into 2 roaring dragons that tore straight through the void, traversing the entire heaven and earth. Wherever the black dragon passed by, everything was destroyed, and the millions of powerful god and demon shadows could not even let out a single miserable scream before they had already gone up in smoke. In the meantime, the Ant Queen opened her bloody mouth, her sharp fangs flashing with a cold light as she bit down hard on top of the Reincarnation heavenly disc. Bang! The Reincarnation heavenly plate shattered at that sound, turning into countless fragments that scattered and splattered in all directions, and the terrifying aftermath of the power spread out in all directions like ocean waves, causing the entire piece of mad ant sand to tremble. Trying to kill me is overthinking it. Griffins are griffins after all. Let's show you what this young man can do. Yi Chuan knows that his current strength is not enough to fight against the Ant Queen, and if he wants to kill the other party, he has to move for real. Reciting an incantation softly under his breath, a large amount of spiritual energy was injected into the 10,000 soul streamer, and a powerful aura gushed out from it. Immediately after, a terrifying figure slowly emerged. It was the quasi-emperor level soul within the 10,000 soul streamer, exuding endless sword intent, causing the air around it to tremble. That quasi-emperor soul stretched out its finger and gently pointed it toward the void, and countless yin-chi converged like a tidal wave, quickly condensing into a large black sword. The body of the sword was filled with demonic and shadowy aura, as well as bizarre runes flowing through it. Kill! The quasi-emperor's soul was holding a big black sword. The speed was as fast as a shooting star crossing the sky, and the might was as fierce as a thunderclap, arriving in front of the Ant Queen in the blink of an eye. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, the Ant Queen felt an unprecedented threat and opened her bloody mouth, attempting to fend off the blow with her sharp fangs. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. There was just a crunch. The fangs of the Ant Queen were cut off hard, and blood splattered in all directions, dyeing the entire ground. Die! The quasi-emperor's soul's face was expressionless as the black greatsword erupted with countless channels of yin qi, tearing the Ant Queen's body apart viciously as blood flowed continuously. Chapter 73, Strength Rises. Obtaining the 5 Elements Divine Seal. Ah, it's actually a quasi-emperor level soul? The Ant Queen screamed in pain, her eyes showing a flash of fear, unable to imagine how Yi Chen had refined the soul of a quasi-emperor powerhouse. It was truly unbelievable to it. The quasi-emperor's soul looked cold, and a terrifying sword intent surrounded his body, merging into the black greatsword and killing the Ant Queen in one fell swoop, crushing even his Yuan Shen together. The host completes the task of killing the Ant Queen, rewarded with a realm upgrade of 2 levels and the Immortal Art 5 Elements Divine Seal. 5 Elements Divine Seal, based on the power of the 5 elements. Different divine seals are condensed, containing powerful might and mysteries. The 5 elements are united and can suppress all things in the world. Sage Realm Triple. Sage Realm 4. Yi Chen didn't hesitate to devour everything from the Ant Queen. Then the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said in a cloudy manner, "It's your bad luck to meet this young man. If you stayed honest and didn't come out, you might still be able to save your life. It's a pity." In itself, the Mad Ant Sand has the effect of blocking divine sense, and with the Ant Queen hiding underground, I'm afraid that a quasi-emperor powerhouse wouldn't be able to discover it. The Ant Queen would never have died by her own hands if she hadn't been a deadbeat. The surrounding spirit-devouring demon ants became berserk when they saw the queen die, and each one of them rushed towards the prospective Yi Chuan without a care in the world. After coming before him, he did not hesitate to explode himself, wanting to kill Yi Chen in this way. Looks like this young man can save a great deal of effort. Yi Chuan couldn't help but be a little surprised, originally thinking that after killing the queen, the gathered spirit-devouring demon ants would flee in all directions, and it would then take more time to exterminate them. Who knew that the situation was the opposite? After the queen died, the many spirit-devouring demon ants launched a suicidal attack. In this way, there was no need to go through a great deal of trouble. Just activate the undying golden body defense and let the spirit-devouring demon ants self-detonate. Bang bang bang. At that moment, the wild ants and sand rattled continuously, and the power of the spirit-devouring demon ants' self-detonation impacted the golden light outside of Yi Chuan's body over and over again, and there was a tendency for the water to drip through the stone. Unbeknownst to him, this was just the right way to fulfill leaf dust. The heaven-slaying demon technique in yin-yang blood sea operated to the extreme, crazily plundering everything around them, and the Mad Ant Sandland was transformed into a cultivation ground. After a few days, there were hardly any spirit-devouring demon ants to be seen in the desert, and Yi Chuan's strength had even changed drastically. The power of extinction formed by the fall of hundreds of millions of spirit-devouring demon ants caused the supreme sword bone in the body to completely transform into black, and the forbidden demon sword took initial shape. The number of Taiku dragon elephants reached 4,000, and their physical strength could easily crush an average Saint King powerhouse. His cultivation was even at the 6th level of the Saint realm, and his Yuanshan and the laws of killing were terrifyingly incomparable, not at all comparable to ordinary Saint powerhouses. If it was coupled with the void soul-chasing air, it could almost be said that there was no enemy under a Saint Emperor. The 10,000 soul streamer collected the faint souls of billions of spirit-devouring demon ants, and its grade was infinitely close to that of a true Emperor's artifact, and it wasn't a problem to deal with ordinary quasi-Emperor powerhouses if it was fully activated. Yi Chuan gazed into the distance and said with a cold expression, "Yi family, this young man is here. Prepare for the baptism of death." Wearing with today's means, destroying the Yi family wasn't too difficult at all. Passing through the wild ant sands would not be far from Jinbei City. Thinking of this inwardly was a bit impatient, but before leaving, he had to bring Zhao Qianyue with him. After some contemplation he flew away towards the way he came. Who knew that when he was about to leave the Mad Ant Sand, he sensed the presence of the 7-star dragon sword not far away, which caused his face to change. Yi Chuan hurriedly flew towards the location of the 7-star dragon sword and found that the sword had a prohibition to hide its breath. If it wasn't for relying on telepathy for this imperial weapon, I'm afraid that ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect its existence. Well, what the hell is going on? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly found the message left behind by Zhao Qianyue, and after reading it, he understood everything. Zhao Qianyue was burdened with a Linglong immortal body, and was held in high hopes by the royal family, so it could be said that she had grown up in captivity from a young age, as if she was a canary in a cage. The only time he went out a few times, or with his childhood self, at that time, his 3 kinds of heaven-defying physique, can be said to be shocking. The royal family will naturally not interfere too much. However, when he lost his genius aura, The royal family directly turned their backs on him and did not allow Zhao Qianyue to continue to have contact with himself, thus delaying a great future. Unbeknownst to him, as time passed, Zhao Qianyue became deeply in love with herself, almost to the point of being unable to extricate herself. Endless thoughts haunted her. Finally could not help but sneak out. Encountered the people of the bloodshed Holy Land. After being encountered by himself, a series of things happened. Zhao Qianyue left a sentence at the end. Yi Chuan, when you have enough power, I hope you can take me away from the Liang dynasty and live the life you want. Yi Chuan fell into deep thought after reading it and muttered, it's really fateful. It seems that this young man will take some time to go to the Liang dynasty. Honestly, after reading the message left behind by Zhao Qianyue, his inner goodwill towards her increased quite a bit. After he was ready to deal with the Yi family's affairs, he was going to go to the Liang imperial dynasty to take a walk and bring Zhao Qianyue out. Yi Chuan, I've finally found you. Suffer death. Just then, a roar resounded throughout the mad ant sand. A red figure flew in at extreme speed, and the tyrannical pressure made people a little uncomfortable. In a flash, an old man dressed in a bright red robe stared at Yi Chen dead on, his eyes revealing a terrifying majesty and killing intent. Without hesitation, he swung the divine sword in his hand, instantly igniting a blazing flame, as if a ferocious fire dragon was rising into the air. The incomparably high temperature made the surrounding air begin to twist and distort, as if it could be ignited and turned into ashes at any time. Along with the red-robed old man's movements, the divine sword burning with flames, carrying a terrifying power slashed down fiercely, causing the void to burn wherever it passed. So one could imagine how terrifying the power was. It's the guys from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land again. You guys really are a bit of a shadowy soul. It seems that you really won't remember until you're killed to the point where your blood flows. When Yi Chen saw the costumes worn by the visitors, he immediately understood what was going on. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land had that kind of tracking artifact, and it was indeed much easier to find one's own trail. A total of not even much time. Encountered 3 waves of people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. It was really amazing not to be able to win. Must let them know their own power. Even if this guy was a Saint King cultivation, that wasn't enough to look at. Drawing out the 7-star dragon sword to meet it, pulling the surrounding star power to converge in the sword. Yi Chen shouted, and the 7-star dragon sword erupted with astonishing star divine power, colliding with the red-robed old man's flame divine sword. Boom! The two forces seemed to be incompatible, and the power that erupted was terrifying, causing each side to retreat a long distance. Interesting, keep you company. Yi Chuan revealed a contemptuous smile when he saw this. He hadn't even used any divine abilities, and he was able to fight hard against the red-robed old man, who was a powerhouse at the 7th level of the Saint King realm. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to test his strength, whether he was able to strike down and decapitate a Saint King powerhouse. Chapter 74, 2 Saint King Powerhouses. How did you turn into the 6th level of the Saint realm? The red-robed old man looked shocked. The Divine Wind Sword Emperor had clearly said that Yi Chuan's cultivation was at the half-saint realm, but it was unbelievable that he had reached the 6th level of saint in just a short period of time. Yi Chen ignored the red-robed old man's question and was even stingy in giving even a single glance. Then he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to cast the Immortal Art 5 Elements Divine Seal, and with a flash of light in his hand, the Fire God Seal suddenly appeared. In an instant, with Yi Chuan as the center, the area within a radius of 100 miles was instantly turned into a sea of incomparably hot fire, and its might was as if it was going to burn the sky to the ground, causing one's heart to palpitate. In the face of such an appalling scene, the red-robed old man's face changed dramatically, quickly transported the power of the whole body, outside the body of an impenetrable shield, dead against the overwhelming swept-away flames. For a while, the two sides were at a stalemate, but it didn't take long. The red-robed old man then sweated profusely. The endless flames seemed to be engulfing him. If it wasn't for the fact that he practiced the sword Tao of fire, I'm afraid that he really wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Kid, this seed admits that I underestimated you, but I'm not the only strong person from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land who has come, so I will definitely die today. The words just fell. Another figure flew in from the distance, also a Saint King realm powerhouse, holding a big yellow ancient sword, giving off a lofty and heavy feeling. The visitor looked at the deflated red-robed old man and said playfully, "Ha ha, Senior Brother Firecloud, it's a bit too humiliating for a saint realm to force you to such a level." The red-robed old man showed a helpless face and kindly reminded, "Senior Brother Chen Jian, what a time to stop sneering here. This kid's strength is unfathomable. We mustn't take it lightly." The two usually fought quite a bit, but they were still on good terms. and they didn't want the other to lose out in their carelessness. Firecloud's senior brother, don't worry. Don't you still believe in my strength? A mere 6th level of the Sage Realm. Wanting to suppress is a breeze. Chen Jian responded casually, his eyes revealing his contempt and disdain for Yi Chen, convinced that he could easily suppress the other party. Flipping his hand over the ancient and simple great sword, unrivaled might erupted out and slashed towards Yi Chen. Wherever the terrifying sword light descended, the space was actually like fragile glass, breaking apart with crisp cracking sounds. Humph! What are you? Yi Duan snorted at the words. Before the fight, he started to pretend. Really think that he can just take it? Facing this person's attack, he immediately executed the Earth God Seal, and both forces contained the power of 10,000 pounds, colliding to produce a terrifying destructive force. Both sides took a few steps backward, neither of them taking advantage of the situation. Chen Jian's face became grave. Yi Chen's strength was indeed beyond expectation. The 6th level of the Sage Realm was able to be equal to him, the 9th level of the Saint King Realm. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I really couldn't believe it was real. Yang God Transformation. The red-robed old man shouted, taking this opportunity to execute his innate divine ability. The entire person transformed into a round of blazing sun, and his strength skyrocketed by several levels, forcibly devouring the flames in a 100-mile radius. He infused the contained power into the sword, shattering the Fire God Seal in a raw manner. After doing so, he immediately came to Chen Jian's side and said in a deep voice, Senior brother, Yi Chen's methods are endless. The two of us will stall him first and wait for the master to descend before we can be safe. Good. Chen Jian nodded at his words. From the exchange of hands just now, it was known that Yi Chen's strength was terrifying and not at all like what the Divine Windsword Emperor had said, so there was inevitably some scorn in his heart. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land attached great importance to Yi Chen, and also sent a Saint Emperor powerhouse. It would not be long before he came. At that time to take down the pair to absolutely no problem. Ha ha, it looks like you guys still have help. I just don't know if I can wait until he gets here. Yi Chuan laughed out loud. Even if a Saint Emperor powerhouse came in person he couldn't help himself. At least if he couldn't beat him he could still escape. There would definitely be no problem. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Dare to offend our Heavenly Sword Holy Land. No matter what you can't escape death. Sword lock heaven and earth. The two Saint King Realm powerhouses exuded a palpitatingly terrifying sword intent that spread outwards in a steady stream, spawning thousands of overwhelming sword chi in the blink of an eye. Countless sword chi intertwined and entwined with each other, condensing into a huge cage that tightly blocked the surrounding space, preventing anyone from escaping from it. Try it then. Yi Chen, however, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of contempt, and the spiritual energy of his entire body seemed to be ignited, rushing and surging wildly. Shasta. The power of the 5 elements within a radius of 1,000 miles converged towards Yi Chen as if they were summoned by some mysterious call. The power of the 5 elements quickly condensed and took shape in the air, transforming into 5 brilliant and dazzling divine seals. Each divine seal emitted a distinctly different but equally powerful and incomparable aura, representing the extreme power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Immediately after that, only Yi Chen lightly drank 5 elements in one. The 5 divine seals began to rotate rapidly, intermingling and fusing with each other in a mysterious and unfathomable manner, gradually merging into one, turning into a lofty and heavy multicolored mountain peak. The mountain peak not only glittered with dazzling light all over, but also faintly revealed a trace of profound yin and yang qi. Yi Chuan's eyes condensed, and his arm swung violently to manipulate the colorful mountain peaks towards those two people as they sped towards them, just like a meteorite that fell from the sky, carrying an unparalleled might. The void shattered, countless black cracks spread out like spider webs, and the entire space became fragmented. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Chen Jian and Firecloud were appalled in their hearts, and could clearly feel the terrifying suppressive force coming from the colorful mountain peak. The two men's bodies trembled involuntarily, as if they were tightly bound by an invisible force and plunged into a bottomless quagmire. Both of them were Saint King powerhouses, so they naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, and they exerted their most powerful divine abilities with all their might. Fiery Cloud softly shouted under his breath, "Divine fire burns the sky." The long sword in his hand suddenly burst into flames, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a fire dragon of enormous size. The fire dragon flared its teeth and claws, surging up into the air with an aggressive air, rushing straight towards that colorful divine peak. Roar! Who knew that in a single glance, the fire dragon was defeated? simply unable to withstand the suppression of the colorful mountain peaks, and its body almost collapsed. Firecloud gritted his teeth and spared no effort in sacrificing his longevity to restore the power of the fire dragon, temporarily carrying Yi Chen's suppression. Unbeknownst to him, the horrifying aftermath of power had long since swept across 1,000 miles in a radius, merging with the storm of the Mad Ant Sandy to form an even more terrifying impact. Chen Jian's face changed slightly when he saw this, and he bellowed out defiantly. The earth cracks and the sky crumbles. Immediately after that, the ancient and simple great sword instantly swelled to 1,000 meters long, emitting a palpitating aura. Chen Jian used all his strength and wielded his huge sword to slash down fiercely towards Yi Chen, as if he wanted to cut off this heaven and earth with a single stroke of the sword. This strike contained endless power, and if it struck its target, it was feared that even the mountains and the earth would crumble for it. Chapter 75, Meteorite Shield. Ha ha, you want to deal with this young man with just this skill? Facing the siege of the two Saint Kings, Yi Chuan had a disdainful look on his face as he gripped the 7-star dragon sword with both hands, and his aura erupted violently as he executed the spectral heaven-breaking slash. In an instant, the terrifying blade light cut across the heavens and earth, as if it was going to tear the entire heaven and earth apart, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the enemy's divine ability. Damn it, why is it so difficult? Chen Jian cursed. Yi Chen's burst of strength was more terrifying than once. I'm afraid that both of them would not be opponents at this rate. Explode. Just then, Yi Chuan's mind moved and instantly detonated the 5-colored mountain, and the forces of the 5 elements were mutually exclusive, creating a wonderful reaction between each other. The power of destruction was like a roaring dragon, rushing toward the clouds with teeth and claws, and wherever it passed, the void shattered and space distorted. The fire cloud that was in the center of the power, it was simply too late to dodge and was impacted by this terrifying force. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Firecloud's body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, his breath becoming extremely shriveled. Senior Firecloud, are you alright? Chen Jian dashed to Firecloud's side and hurriedly channeled spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Otherwise it would be even harder for one person to deal with Yi Chen later. Suffer death. Yi Chuan would not give them a chance, and executed the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, pulling in a large amount of heaven and earth power to condense a huge finger. The fingers were like pillars in the sky, firmly locking onto the breath of the two Chen Jian, suppressing the space in all directions, leaving them nowhere to escape. Shield come. In the nick of time, Chen Jian's eyes widened in anger and hissed and growled. In a flash, only to see a dazzling light cut through the sky, like a meteor speeding to fixed eyes to see the original as a shield. Endless divine light flowed out, blocking the power of the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger in a raw manner. So it was evident that the defense was not trivial. Kid, it won't be that easy to kill us. When our master arrives, that's when you die. Chen Jian let out a long sigh of relief. The shield was his innate holy weapon, the meteorite star shield, which possessed unparalleled defensive power. Refined by the meteorite from the sky, the texture is exceptionally strong. Coupled with Chen Jian himself to the Saint King realm of the 9th level of the realm, the two complement each other. The defense is very powerful. Even the average Saint Emperor realm powerhouse could withstand it for a long time. Originally, the meteorite shield was placed outside of the Sand Ant Berserk lands, aiming to guard the security of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. However, at this moment, with his own life at stake, Chen Jian naturally did not hesitate and summoned the meteorite star shield back on the spur of the moment. A turtle shell. Let's see how this young man breaks it. Yi Chen didn't care at all. The 7-star dragon sword in his hand came out of his hand and transformed into a 10,000 meter-sized divine dragon, surrounded by 7 small stars. Roar! The divine dragon roared as 7 small stars slammed in towards the meteorite shield, the strong and incomparable power causing the shattered space to tremble. Not good. A strong crisis of life and death surfaced within Chen Jian, and he desperately channeled majestic spiritual energy towards the meteorite star shield, and in the blink of an eye, the giant shield rapidly expanded to 10,000 meters in size. Bam! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the first bright and dazzling star hit the meteorite star shield hard with a thunderous force. In an instant, smoke and dust rolled out and covered the sky. The rock-solid meteorite shield also trembled violently under this powerful impact, as if it couldn't withstand the force of the red-robed old man witnessed this scene. His face instantly became as white as paper, full of fear, leaving bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead. The shivering body is an indication that the heart is filled with endless fear, and his voice trembled as he asked, "Senior, brother, what exactly should we do now?" There was a strong concern in his words. He didn't want to die here. Master Emperor, don't be alarmed. My meteorite star shield is incredibly hard. It's impossible for the other party to break through it. It can definitely and protect us all. There's also the fact that the master has learned of the news here and is expected to arrive soon, so we mustn't disorganize ourselves. Chen Jian frowned tightly, but he still comforted Fire Cloud to avoid any accidents later. At the same time, his hands rapidly flipped, constantly changing hand seals and magic techniques. The meteorite shield suspended in the air seemed to have sensed the master's call, and crazily drew on the majestic energy contained in the surrounding wild ants and sand. As time passed, the surface of the meteorite shield gradually glowed with a layer of dazzling light, coalescing into an impenetrable shield that firmly protected the two of them. This young man just can't believe it can't be broken. Yi Chuan didn't believe in evil, manipulating the remaining 6 stars to crash down one after another. The terrifying destructive power shook back the meteorite god shield, but it didn't cause any damage to the two Qinjian. Yi Chuan couldn't help but be a little surprised, so he leapt to the top of the divine dragon's head. His entire body's spiritual energy poured into his body, and a terrifying aura kept brewing out, slamming towards the meteorite star shield. He wanted to see how the District Saint weapon could resist the attack of the Emperor weapon, and was bound to kill 2 Saint King powerhouses in one fell swoop. Ah! Chen Jian let out a furious roar, his voice filled with unwillingness as he stared dead ahead at the divine dragon that was emitting a terrifying pressure. It was clear in his heart that if he could not resist this powerful force, then the two of them would surely perish. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen, and Chen Jian's heart was caught in a fierce struggle. Every second was as long as a century, and he had to choose between life and death. In the end, after some agonizing thought, it was decided to sacrifice an entire 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange for that ray of life. Chen Jian bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, while his hands quickly formed a seal, and a mysterious and powerful energy surged out from his body and converged on top of the meteorite star shield in his hands. After the incomparably bright meteorite shield absorbed this energy, it erupted with unprecedented divine light spreading out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the divine light then covered a range of thousands of miles, forming a spectacular scene. If there were outsiders present at this time, witnessing this scene would certainly be stunned and dumbfounded. As soon as Chen Jian had finished everything, the divine dragon impacted on top of the shield, and the moment the two collided, a dazzling and incomparable white light was produced, causing one to briefly lose their light, and even their divine souls trembled. Ka-ching, ka-ching, a crisp sound came out. The meteorite shield had a few more cracks. Obviously it couldn't hold on for long. Once it shattered, both of them would definitely die. Chapter 76, Sacrificing 300,000 Years of Longevity. Junior, don't be wild. Just in the nick of time, the wind and clouds changed above the sky. A huge space crack suddenly appeared, and a famous Saint Emperor powerhouse flew out. The visitor's gaze was as cold as electricity, and when he saw that the two Qinjian men were in danger, a terrifying sword intent surged within his body, and the space around him was transformed into a chaos. 2 fingers together swung violently forward. In an instant, countless brilliant and dazzling sword lights appeared, each capable of cutting through mountains and rivers and shattering the void. The 10,000-meter-sized divine dragon was clearly a bit overwhelmed in the face of such a powerful attack, and its hard-scale armor continued to shatter. It didn't take long before the divine dragon completely collapsed and turned into the 7-star dragon sword flying back into Yi Chuan's hands, thus showing how powerful the Saint Emperor powerhouse was. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Chen Jian and the two of them hurriedly saluted respectfully. The person who came was named Star Sword Saint, with a cultivation of the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm, and also the teacher of the two of them. His strength was very terrifying, and even in the human Emperor realm, he had a great reputation. A Saint Emperor realm powerhouse? Humph! This heavenly sword Holy Land is really willing to shed blood. After this young master takes care of all the trivial matters, he will definitely make your so-called Holy Land completely disappear from the world and sever your inheritance. Yi Chuan's face was gloomy to the extreme, staring at the Star River Sword Saint with a deadly stare, the killing intent in his eyes continuously gushing out. Even if he had to pay some price, he would have to completely decapitate a few people, so that the heavenly sword sacred ground would know the price of messing with him. It just so happens that this period of killing plundered the lifespan of tens of millions of years long, when the opportunity to sacrifice 300,000 years of lifespan. In a flash, Yi Chuan's body burned with the fire of life around him, and his strength began to soar crazily, reaching a level comparable to the Saint Emperor realm in the blink of an eye. Light flickered in the center of his palm, condensing one of the 5 elements divine seals, the Earth Divine Seal, and the surrounding forces of the heavens and earth surged towards the Earth Divine Seal as if they were being pulled by some sort of pull. A terrifying gravity was released, and the space was twisted to the point of deformation and was infinitely compressed, forming a terrifying field. The two Saint Emperor powerhouses were grimacing, feeling like they were carrying several huge mountains on their bodies, and every step they took was under tremendous pressure. Master, what should we do? The two men struggled as hard as they could, but unfortunately, those who had no use for them could only fall their eyes on the Star Sword Saint. Damn it, where in the world did this kid get so much longevity to burn? The Star Sword Saint was very shocked. As a Saint Emperor powerhouse, he could tell at a glance that Yi Chen was sacrificing his longevity to forcefully increase his strength. Most cultivators would use this tactic, but there was one thing that he couldn't understand. Saint powerhouses only had a lifespan of around 10,000 years. Even if they were all sacrificed, they wouldn't be able to reach the level of a Saint Emperor. It seemed that the Divine Wind Sword Emperor's guess was wrong, and Yi Chen was far more terrifying than imagined. Even the Great Emperor's self-detonation didn't help the other party. Who knew if there were any other means hidden, in case another quasi-emperor level power erupted? I'm afraid that a few of them wouldn't be enough. Thinking of this, his face became grave as the purple divine sword emerged, pulling in the power of the stars and protecting the two Qinjian. At the same time, it rushed up to the sky and slashed towards the Earth God Seal, and the two powerful forces continuously cancelled out, counting evenly. Yi Chen was not the slightest bit surprised. After all, the other party was at the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm. If he did not even have this strength, it would be a bit unreasonable. 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Nothing more than that. Take another blow from me. Underworld Skybreaker slash. Accompanied by a furious roar, the power in his body surged. Endless killing intent converged on top of the 7-star dragon sword, and a strong emperor's might surged out, immediately causing a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly. Shasta. The black sword chi stretched for thousands of miles and hundreds of miles across, like a fierce and hideous demonic dragon, pouncing at the several people from the heavenly sword Holy Land with teeth and claws. Damn it, it's actually an imperial artifact. The Star Sword Saint's face suddenly changed. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. No wonder Yi Chen was emboldened. The power of an imperial artifact was unimaginable. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hurriedly summoned his own innate holy weapon to hold in his hands, pouring his entire body's spiritual energy into it in a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, the sacred artifact blossomed with a dazzling and eye-catching light and met the black sword chi. Only a deafening thud came from the boom. The two overwhelming forces ruthlessly collided together, erupting into a heaven-destroying energy fluctuation. For a time, the wild sand ant ground seemed to be plunged into the middle of the doomsday. The earth shook violently, and the yellow sand rolled and filled the four directions. A huge pit as deep as 10,000 miles appeared below, and a large amount of yellow sand poured into this bottomless abyss like a dike-breaking flood. The void above became shattered and devoured everything around it. The two Saint King powerhouses suffered heavy injuries, their breath falling to the extreme, trembling and hiding to the side, their eyes revealing a look of fear. If the two were not hiding in the back, I'm afraid that at this time, they all fell in the hands of Yi Duan. Thinking of this body constantly trembling up, this person's strength is too terrifying. You two escape first. My master will help you stall him for a while. That Saint Emperor powerhouse was no better. Half of his body was smashed and looked very scary. Knowing that he was not Yi Chen's opponent, and a desire to retreat developed in his heart. Okay, master teacher, be careful. Without any hesitation, the two Qinjian fled in different directions, perhaps with a greater hope of survival. Humph, trying to escape? It's simply a fool's errand. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful light smile, and with a wave of his arm, the void soul chasing bow instantly surfaced. Shasta. Two arrows as black as ink sped out like lightning, slicing through the sky with unrivaled might, shooting straight towards those two wretches. Whoosh, whoosh, two sharp, piercing air-breaking sounds rang out. Look out! The Holy Emperor powerhouse from the heavenly sword Holy Land's face changed greatly, ignoring his own injuries to block the way, wanting to save his two disciples, but the two black arrows suddenly hid in the broken space, making it impossible to detect any trace. No good. Chen Jian and Fiery Cloud panicked at the sight. Even a Saint Emperor powerhouse couldn't stop them, so wouldn't they be dead? The two of them stopped in a hurry, each casting their means of defense, hoping to block the black arrow's extinction. Who knows the next second? The black arrows then suddenly appeared and pierced through the two men's bodies, the terrifying power destroying their vitality and Yuan Shen. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by two mournful and incomparable screams, The two men fell down from midair with faces full of unwillingness. Chapter 77, Killing a Saint Emperor Powerhouse. Kid, you deserve to die. The heart of the Holy Emperor Powerhouse from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land was like a knife. His eyes erupted with endless rage as he watched his two disciples fall. With a flash of white light, the originally shattered half of his body instantly recovered as before, and with both hands of his natal holy weapon, he rushed towards Yi Chen as if he were a crazed ferocious beast. An overpowering and incomparable domineering sword intent permeated around his body, and countless sword chi crisscrossed across his body, forming a dense and impenetrable sword net. 5 elements in one. Yi Chuan was not afraid in the slightest. The 5 divine seals came out in unison to transform into a divine mountain, annihilating the opponent's countless sword chi, causing it to suffer severe backlash, which showed how powerful the power of the immortal art was. Junior, even if I have to pay a heavy price, I will still behead you today. That Saint Emperor Powerhouse's eyes were crimson as he burned his few lifetimes, preparing to fight Yi Chen to the death. The profound and obscure sword Dao method appeared, and the battle power hardened by several notches. The intrinsic sacred artifact in his hand even emitted a palpitating divine aura, releasing a heaven-destroying power as it chopped at the divine mountain transformed by the 5 elements divine seal. Bang! Countless cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the divine mountain. The next second it exploded. The deafening roar echoed throughout the space for a long time, and the horrifying power aftershock sent both of them back a long way. Old man, not playing with you, die. Yi Chuan was the first to stabilize his stance, and his entire body's strength was injected into the void soul-chasing bow, and black arrows coalesced. Attached to the terrifying laws of killing, it shone with an eerie cold light, and its power was dozens of times more powerful than the previous one. The instant it shot out, the space in front of him turned into a chaos, and the speed was even too fast to catch. An unprecedented sense of crisis surfaced in the heart of the Star Sword Saint, knowing that he would surely die if he could not block it. Ignoring the deep breath, the spiritual energy of his entire body began to run wildly, as if the entire person was transformed into a bright star, pulling in the power of countless stars. A steady stream converged on top of the tip of the sword. In an instant, the entire sword body emitted a dazzling light, like a round of bright sun hanging in the sky, and the domineering and unrivaled power formed a huge pillar of light, blasting straight towards the black arrow. In an instant, the two forces collided with a bang. The destructive force generated was like a giant nuclear bomb exploding, rushing straight into the sky with unrivaled might. The magnitude of its power was mind-boggling, instantly sinking a small half of the Mad Ant Sandy hard. Not only that, even the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land who were outside of the Wild Ant Sand were not spared, and were mercilessly swept up by this sudden berserk force. They didn't even have time to let out a single miserable scream before they flew away in ashes, not leaving even a single remnant behind. Quite a lot of hilarious to come to the onlookers of the cultivators. The same unfortunate by this calamity, have lost their lives in the Yellow Springs, can be said to have fallen 8 blood bad luck. After everything had returned to calm, only Yi Chen's figure was seen standing in the ruins, and the cultivation of the plundering few was even climbing, infinitely close to the 7th level of the Sage Realm. At the same time, the 10,000 souls streamer in his hand flickered with gusts of ghostly light, and several powerful souls merged into it, making this divine weapon become more and more terrifying and appalling. With a simple recovery, Yi Chen crossed the Wild Ant Sand and headed in the direction of Jinbei City, Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Wanghua Tu looked at the shattered soul lamp of the shattered Star Sword Saint and revealed an incredulous expression as he muttered, "How is that possible?" The Divine Wind Sword Emperor had said that Yi Chen's own realm was merely the half-saint realm, and even if he had a bit of means it would be comparable to the saint level. Originally, he thought that by sending out a Saint Emperor powerhouse and 2 Saint Emperor powerhouses, taking down the other party would be a breeze. But who knew that all 3 of them would fall? His face became ugly when he thought of this. Yi Chen had killed 6 or 7 powerhouses above the Saint realm before and after, including a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Such a large loss would not be tolerated by any other power. And after a moment of contemplation, he said coldly, "Damn Yi Chen, this holy lord will personally take action. I don't believe I can't kill you." The words just fell. Wang Huatu then came to the burial sword Heavenly Mountain, recounted his intentions with the Divine Wind Sword Emperor, and prepared to personally go in search of that fellow Yi Chen. The Divine Wind Sword Emperor murmured at his words, knowing that his previous guess was wrong, and fearing that something might happen to Wang Huatu, he took out a jade talisman. "If there are any accidents, just crush the locator jade talisman, and this emperor will arrive as fast as he can." Transition realm powerhouses had the ability to tear through space for short-distance shuttling, not to mention great emperor powerhouses. As long as they had the exact coordinates, any place could be reached very quickly. If Wanhua was unable to deal with Yi Chen, he could crush the positioning Jade Talisman, so it would be foolproof. Disciple, keep in mind, Wanhua took the positioning Jade Talisman, then tore through the air and left, then rushed towards the wild ant sand. The quasi-imperial powerhouse's speed was extremely fast. Less than half a day's time arrived at the destination. Looking at the devastated wild sand ant ground, his face became more and more gloomy. It seemed that it was not easy to kill Yi Chen, especially not knowing where the other party had run to now. After half a day of silence, he communicated with the disciples in the vicinity to track Yi Chen's whereabouts with all their might, and report up immediately if there were any traces. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. 2 days later, a disciple reported that he had seen Yi Chen seemingly heading towards Jinbei City, and had killed quite a few of their people in the meantime. Wanhua's brows furrowed after he learned the news. He really couldn't figure out what exactly Yi Chen wanted to do. We can't destroy the Yi family again, can we? Hiss, this kid is too ruthless. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air at the thought. At this time, Yi Chen arrived within Jinbei City and looked at the endless stream of forces arriving, revealing a puzzled expression. A little bit of inquiring revealed the cause of the matter, which was that his elder brother, Yi Feng, had obtained the human emperor's inheritance a few days ago and had become a Dao son of the heavenly god's palace. Yi Feng was equipped with the Tsung Tian hegemony body and the human emperor bloodline, and now that he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, his future was unlimited. Becoming a great emperor powerhouse was all but guaranteed, and if one had enough chances, one might even become a supreme powerhouse. At that time, dominating the entire human emperor realm would not be a problem, and many forces had run over to congratulate them upon hearing the news, wanting to flatter the Yi family in advance. Yi Maniac was still in the midst of his distress, having suffered the ridicule of countless forces because his 2 sons were dead and disabled, and the murderer was still his own youngest son. It could be said that the Yi family's reputation could be said to have dropped again and again, but fortunately, the eldest son fought for his reputation and obtained the human emperor's inheritance to become the Dao son of the heavenly god palace. He was so happy that he held a feast to entertain the strongest members of various forces, wanting to take this opportunity to revitalize the Yi family's reputation. The many forces were naturally very sensible and did not dare to mention those unpleasant things again, but at most they would talk about them in private. Yi Maniac is really cold-blooded enough. His son is dead and he still has a big feast. What is blood kinship in his eyes? People like that don't deserve to live. It's a pity that Yi Feng didn't come back. He couldn't find anyone even if he wanted to take revenge. Yi Chuan couldn't help but sneer after hearing the circumstances of the matter. It seemed that he had come at the right time. At that time, countless forces gathered. Under the attention of all the people, he threw out the body of Yi Yun. I think Yi Maniac color must be very wonderful. Chapter 78 Prince Zhao Heng. Hush, you don't want to die. A young man was startled when he heard Yi Chen's words and hurriedly reminded him. Although the Yi family has had a lot of scandals, it's not something we can discuss. In case this is heard by others, I'm afraid your life will be in jeopardy. Always be careful what you say, brother. At the same time is also careful to observe a circle, for fear that people who have the heart to hear to take to make an article. After all, there are countless people want to flatter the Yi family. Thanks for the reminder. I'll take care of it. Hearing the youth's kind reminder, Yi Chen was a bit stunned, not expecting to come across such a warm-hearted person these days. It was really rare. Brothers, under the Cloud Sky sect, the youth was a bit self-conscious and wanted to continue the conversation, but who knew that in the blink of an eye Yi Chen had disappeared, so he couldn't help but rub his eyes and said in confusion, "See a ghost?" A few moments later, Yi Chuan arrived near the newly established Yi family and looked at the tall gate wall as well as the fallen Black Armor army, and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. However, due to the fact that too many people had come, the Black Armored army did not notice Yi Chen in the crowd, otherwise they would probably have been shocked. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Liang Imperial Dynasty is here. All idle people get out of the way or else they will be killed without pardon. Just then, a team of silver-armored soldiers came over, very arrogantly expelling the crowd to make room for the seats behind them. The crowd all dared to be angry, scornful of the background of the one inside, and kept retreating to the side. The face of the Yi family is so big that the Liang Imperial Dynasty actually sent His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to personally congratulate them. That's natural. Yi Feng becoming a Dao son of the Heavenly God Palace can be considered a one-man wonder. Didn't you see that even some of the Holy Land forces sent strong men to attend the feast? Who would dare not give face? The Liang Imperial Dynasty is doing this. It's all in the cleanup. Zhao Heng, the crown prince of the Liang Imperial Dynasty, had a superb talent, and with the support of various resources, his cultivation had reached the half-saint realm, and he was little known in the human imperial realm. Naturally, it caused the crowd to discuss, while secretly marveling at the prestige of the Yi family today. When the several silver-armored soldiers saw Yi Chen who was blocking the way, their complexion was suddenly gloomy, and they quickly stepped forward and said coldly, daring to stand in the way of His Highness the Crown Prince, "You really don't know how to die." The long spear in his hand swung out, pointing at Yi Chen's throat, the tip of the spear flowing with a powerful force, wanting to kill him with a single blow. Poof! Yi Chuan gave a disdainful cold snort, sending several silver-armored soldiers back a good distance, with a lot of blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth. The killing intent emanating from his body invisibly affected the several silver-armored soldiers, instantly causing them to lose their minds, their eyes turning crimson. Kill! 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 A few people fell into a frenzy, killing towards the other silver-armored soldiers regardless, killing and injuring 5 or 6 people in the blink of an eye. What's the situation? Why are they killing each other? What kind of demonic magic did that kid use? Passers-by looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Commander Yen, kill them all. Crown Prince Zhao Heng's voice came out from his seat, and there was strong dissatisfaction in his tone. At least he was the crown prince of the Liang dynasty, and when something like this happened in front of everyone, it was naturally impossible to say anything about his face. Yes, Your Highness. A burly man stepped out and raised his hand to blast the few soldiers who had lost their minds, avoiding the completion of a greater turmoil. After doing so, Commander Yan's gaze fell on Yi Chen, releasing a terrifying aura that swept over as he said indifferently, "If you dare to cross our crown prince, the consequences will be very serious. Now kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and this commander can let you die a painful death." The Liang Imperial Dynasty had a powerful heritage, and aside from those holy land forces, there really wasn't much for them to be afraid of. Looking at Yi Chuan's costume, unlike the disciples of those holy land forces, naturally, he would not put it in his eyes, and it was just right to kill the other party to show the majesty of the Liang Imperial Dynasty. What's the point of posing for something that's not really taking yourself as number one? It's just ridiculous. Yi Chuan's killing intent surged within his body. Dodging to the front of Yin Commander, he grabbed the other party's neck and stiffly lifted him up. With just his physical strength, he had suppressed the half-saint realm Yin Commander to death, unable to break free no matter how powerful the outburst was. "Let me go." Yin Commander's face was suffocatingly red with fear. He did not expect that he was not a single enemy of Yi Chen at the first level of the half-saint realm, and he did not even have the ability to resist. Moment of truth. The seated driver stepped out of a handsome young man with a kingly face, exuding a kingly aura around him, with a feeling of a king on top of the world, and it was none other than the crown prince of the Liang Imperial Dynasty, Zhao Heng. "Brother, please raise your hand. The men do not know what to do. What offenses? This Highness, on behalf of the reparation, please give a few thin face." Zhao Heng's seemingly polite words had a sense of commanding. This was the majesty that came with status. Oh my God, His Royal Highness is so handsome. How nice it would be to marry him. Some of the women immediately became nymphomaniacs and could not wait to throw their arms around them. "Oh, what are you? Why is this young man giving you face? Get the hell away from me or I'll kill you together." Yi Chen mercilessly snapped the neck of Commander Yen and threw it in front of Zhao Heng in a domineering manner to see what this guy could do with himself. Hiss. God, that's vicious. The onlookers sucked in a mouthful of cool air, truly shocked by Yi Chen's actions, actually daring to ignore the Crown Prince Zhao Heng. I really don't know where they got their backbone from. Facing Zhao Heng's face did not change too much. It seemed that the dead person was insignificant to the general, and asked in a bland tone, "Brother is so ruthless. I wonder from which power. If there is an opportunity, one will certainly pay a visit." Yi Chen's strength was unfathomable, and he didn't want to rashly feud with the other party. In case he ran into any hard fighters, it wouldn't be a good idea. Chapter 79. My son has the appearance of a supreme being. Ha ha. This young man comes from the Yi family, but he has no relationship with the Yi family. Yi Chen laughed out loud at his words and pointed his finger at the newly established Yi family, leaving Zhao Heng to guess for himself. You're from the Yi family. Why hasn't this Highness seen you before? Zhao Heng looked Yi Chen up and down, revealing a puzzled expression. According to the relationship between the Liang Imperial Dynasty and the Yi family, it was impossible for him not to know if there was such a strong person. The passers-by were likewise very puzzled, not knowing if what Yi Chen said was true or not. Could it be that the Yi family still had hidden geniuses? Yi Chuan shrugged his shoulders at the words. At least this guy was considered his great uncle. It was more or less unreasonable to destroy the other party at the drop of a hat. After a few moments of contemplation, he smiled. It doesn't matter if you've seen it or not. Seeing as the two of us have a bit of a connection, this young man will spare your life this time. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Heng's face instantly clouded over. His eyebrows knitted tightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He was the crown prince of the hallowed Liang imperial dynasty. His status was incomparably honorable. But now he was humiliated like this by an unheard of kid. It was simply like slapping him hard in front of everyone. How can this shame be endured? Zhao Heng's entire body stirred with spiritual energy, clenching his fists tightly, his joints emitting a crisp ringing sound, clearly ready to strike. However, this time, suddenly a mysterious voice reached his ears. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the other party's strength is unfathomable, easily extinguishing a strand of the old slave's divine sense. Do not make an enemy of them. Hearing these words, Zhao Heng's body shook violently, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. To know, the one who had transmitted the voice to himself was a Sage Realm 9th level powerhouse, and even such an existence was afraid of Yi Chen. Zhao Hong was well aware of the stakes and forced down his inner rage, slowly withdrawing his own spiritual energy and glancing at Yi Chen not far away with complicated eyes. Brother, today's matter is my fault for being rash. Farewell. See you around. The words just fell. Then he led the silver-armored soldiers around the road, not wanting to clash with them. A voice of doubt sounded, as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. This is all endured? Someone couldn't help but cry out in disbelief, his tone filled with disbelief. I was expecting a fierce clash between the two sides, but I didn't expect the situation to end in such an unexpected way. What happened to the Crown Prince? Many faces showed disbelief and confusion. It was well known that the Crown Prince of the Liang imperial dynasty had an esteemed status and powerful strength, and had always been the center of attention. Now faced with a seemingly ordinary and unimpressive kid, why did he choose to back down? This query hangs over everyone like a fog, leaving them puzzled. Does that kid have some shocking origin? Liang dynasty as a party hegemony. The depth of its heritage naturally speaks for itself. The hall of the Crown Prince to a silent young man bowed down to soften, simply beyond everyone's imagination. Because of this, everyone became more and more curious about Yi Chen's identity. Some people said that Yi Chen was the son of some hidden family, and some people suspected that there were Holy Land forces behind him. For a while, all sorts of speculations and discussions came up. However, he was never able to find any valuable clues, as if Yi Chen's origin was like a mystery. In the face of the crowd's speculative comments, Yi Chen all turned a blind eye, but instead kindly reminded a sentence. Stay away from the Yi family if you don't want to die, or just leave Jinbei City, otherwise there's a chance that you won't even see the sun tomorrow. After saying that, he performed the art of air concealment and hid in the void, so that he could give Yi Maniac a big surprise later on. There were quite a few people who couldn't help but feel a chill behind their backs when they heard Yi Duan's words, guessing that a shocking change would definitely occur later on, and they made a prompt decision to stay away from the Yi family to avoid being involved in this storm. But most people didn't take it to heart, thinking that Yi Chen was just clowning around. The Yi family was a gathering of powerful people from many forces, who dared to cause trouble unless they didn't want to live. Among the crowd, a few people shivered up, not even daring to breathe. They were fortunate enough to have seen Yi Chen strike in the Great Tang Dynasty. That bloody and brutal scene was unforgettable for the rest of my life. Now that Yi Chen appeared here, his purpose was already self-evident, and he hurriedly sensed his companions and quickly fled Jinbei City. The news seemed to have grown wings and spread everywhere in the city, causing great panic, and many people directly chose to leave Jinbei City. Oh my god, Yi Chen has come to Jinbei City. The god of killers is here. Hurry up and roll and run, or else you risk stepping into the dust of Beilang City. Unaware of the fact that within the Yi family, the atmosphere was warm and extraordinary, and the news of Yi Duan's arrival was not yet known. The majestic huge palace stood in the center, like a sleeping beast, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. The palace was not only grand in scale, it was magnificently decorated inside, highlighting the Yi family's honorable status and powerful strength everywhere. The palace was packed with people. Almost a few thousand people gathered here, representing all the different forces, to congratulate Yi Feng on his ascension to Dao Sun of the Heavenly God Temple. Outside the palace, it was similarly a busy scene. Countless attendants, guards, and soldiers traveled through it. The entire mansion was full of vigor and vitality. as if it was proclaiming the prosperity of the Yi family to the world. As the protagonist Yi Maniac, he was even more springy and full of smiles, talking cordially with the many powerful people who had come to congratulate him. Every time he opened his mouth, he would unabashedly praise his eldest son, Yi Feng, his words filled with pride. My son has the stature of a supreme being. The phrase is like a mantra that comes out of your mouth over and over again and you never seem to get tired of it. In the face of Yi Maniac's boasting, those who had come to congratulate him chimed in with their approval. Ha ha, naturally. Young Master Yi Feng is exceptionally gifted, bearing the Tsang Tian hegemony body and the human emperor bloodline. And now that he has obtained the human emperor's inheritance, his future potential is unimaginable. That's right, young Master Yi Feng has deep fortune. He will definitely become a supreme powerhouse in the future and unify the human emperor realm. At that time, who in the human emperor realm would dare to disobey your orders? For a while, all sorts of flattery rose and fell, unceasingly. When the representatives of several powerful forces from the Holy Land heard these words, their calm, watery faces instantly sank, as if they were covered by a thick layer of haze. To be able to stand in the world to become a party of the existence of the Holy Land. All were not once born great emperor powerhouse or great emperor powerhouse personally sit in the town. How would be willing to be behind people? Angry they almost set off the table on the spot. But fear of Yi Fengzheng's reputation nowadays had to endure it. Who led it backed by one of the three major superforces, the magic heavenly divine hall. Chapter 80, Furious Yi Maniac. At this very moment, Yi Maniac was completely intoxicated by flattery. And he was oblivious to the strange looks shown by the strongest members of the several Holy Lands, still talking in a high voice. You all are really too flattering. This king really feels a bit ashamed. Then, adding falsely, the Yi family is now in a time of great need. If there our hospitality is not good, I hope that you will be able to bear with me. Unaware of the slightly raised corners of the mouth, it was simply harder to suppress than AK, and the oblivious look made many people speechless. Just as Yi Maniac was full of joy, a guard commander clad in black armor rushed in a flurry of wind and fire, fell to his knees with a thud, and opened his mouth with trepidation. Your Majesty, my subordinate has something important to report. When Yi Maniac heard these words, his face instantly turned gloomy and a nameless fire surged in his heart. Feeling that he had lost face and majesty in front of the many guests, he sternly rebuked. Many honored guests are here. What is the decency of panicking? You are punished to endure the agonizing punishment of 3,000 demonic whips and confinement for 10 years as a warning to others. The pleasant state of mind was gone, and if not for the large number of guests present, he would have surely executed the impudent black-armored guard on the spot. The black-armored guard commander had an aggrieved look on his face and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Maniac, explaining that he did not mean to offend. Mainly now that Yi Chen had appeared in Jinbei City, the news had almost spread throughout the entire Jinbei City. And the residents of the city had even fled nearly one-third of the city, making the situation very urgent. What did you say? Yi Maniac roared like a thunderbolt, shocking the eardrums of the people present, his voice becoming a bit hoarse due to his extreme anger. That rebellious son has even returned? How can he have the face to come back? A terrifying aura erupted from his body, instantly sweeping through the entire hall. Those with a slightly lower cultivation level were instantly like falling into an ice cellar. Their bodies were chilled, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The legs were even trembling, almost unsteady on their feet, and some even fainted directly to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Facing the pressure of a Saint Emperor level, they were simply powerless to resist, as if they were as small and fragile as ants. However, and that's just the beginning, Yi Maniac's emotions grew more and more agitated, and the power in his body grew more and more furious. And the pressure of the Saint Emperor level continued to climb, becoming more and more intense, as if it was going to tear the entire hall into pieces. The tables, chairs, decorations, and other items in the hall were lifted out, hitting the walls and pillars with crisp cracking sounds. The solemn hall had now become a mess, and many of the guests were affected. Nephew Zhao Hong pays his respects to Uncle Wang. A respectful greeting came from outside the palace, and a young man with an upright and imposing figure walked into the palace. The person who came was none other than Zhao Hong, the crown prince of the Liang imperial dynasty, dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, with a steady and powerful stride. Each step seemed to carry an innate nobility and confidence. I wonder what has made your old man so angry. Zhao Heng's arrival slightly calmed the anger in Yi Maniac's heart, taking a deep breath and trying to calm his agitated emotions. A moment later, he clasped his fists and saluted the many guests in the palace. You all are not to blame. It's really because my king's untalented rebellious son came to Jinbei City, and my king was so enraged for a moment that he lost his temper a bit. I'm here to apologize to you all, and I hope you'll bear with me. The crowd suddenly realized at the words and felt that G-Maniac was able to be honest in front of so many people, appearing to be quite open and honest, which made people respect him. There's no harm. The Northern Liang King is a man of nature. We can understand. The crowd said that it was nothing. After all, there were extenuating circumstances. And more importantly, Yi-Maniac was obviously angry. If he said the wrong thing, the consequences were expected to be very serious. Yi crazy gloomy color eased some, but the heart is very clear. In front of these people, although on the surface no longer dare to talk freely, but in the bottom of the heart exactly how to feel is difficult to speculate. Everyone, I'm sure you can guess that disobedient son of mine will definitely not stop this time when he returns, and will definitely cause many incidents. To avoid involving innocent people, let's end today's feast. When this matter is properly dealt with, the king will once again host a feast, and at that time, I hope that you will honor me with your presence. After all, according to Yi Chen's style of acting, it was highly likely that he had entered the Yi family. Therefore, the most important thing is to thoroughly investigate every corner of the house, even if it takes a huge amount of manpower and resources, but also be sure to pull out this hidden trouble. In that case, then we will leave first. Numerous guests are people who know what they are doing, and naturally understand that it is not appropriate to talk too much at this moment. After all, this is an internal matter of the Yi family. As an outsider, it is really inconvenient to interfere too much. Bang! Just then a body suddenly fell from the great hall. Yi-Maniac, in such a hurry to whisk people away. Could it be that you are afraid of making a fool of yourself and losing face in public? A cold and mocking voice came from the void, as if it were thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Yi Chuan, staring deathly at Yi-Maniac in front of him. With a wave of Yi Chen's hand, a bloody corpse was thrown to the ground. That corpse was none other than Yi Yun, the son who was once regarded by Yi-Maniac as the treasure of his heart, and at this moment was lifeless, with his eyes tightly closed, and a look of shock and despair still lingering on his face. See, this is the son you were so proud of, and now he died tragically under my hands. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen let out a burst of crazy laughter, which echoed throughout the hall, giving people chills. As his laughter rang out, a terrifying and extreme killing intent surged out like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping through the entire hall. The people present all felt an unprecedented pressure, and their faces changed drastically as they involuntarily retreated backward. Yi Chuan, who stood in the center, still stood quietly, his cold and merciless gaze never removing a single bit from Yi-Maniac. Yu-Ner. Accompanied by this heart-rending cry, Yi-Maniac quickly dashed to Yi Yun's corpse like a bolt of lightning. Staring at the disfigured and horrifyingly tragic body in front of him, his heart was overwhelmed with grief. With just one glance, one could clearly feel what kind of cruel and extreme torture Yi Yun had suffered before his death. In an instant, it was as if there was a blazing flame erupting from Yi-Maniac's eyes, and the endless rage seemed to burn the entire world to the ground. He gritted his teeth and exuded a strong to the extreme killing intent, as if he was an enraged lion, roaring up to the sky. "Oh rebellious son! How dare you be so audacious as to commit such a poisonous act? Today, this king will make you pay in blood and take your life." Before the words fell, he only heard Yi-Maniac fiercely and angrily shouting like a thunderous explosion, raising his hand with unparalleled might, grabbing fiercely towards Yi Chen. This palm contained an extremely terrifying power that instantly blocked the surrounding space, making it difficult for Yi Chen to escape with his wings. Chapter 81, Lice are not afraid to bite. Ha ha, just by you? What a big talker. A disdainful smile spread across the corners of Yi Chen's mouth, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. "I'll show you another good one." Without hesitation, he sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer and released Yi Yun's divine soul that was imprisoned in it to see what Yi-Maniac's reaction was. At this time, Yi Yun's divine soul was disfigured and miserable. The top of his body was densely covered with 108 soul-devouring nails, each nail deeply embedded in the bone marrow, emitting a gust of eerie coldness. Not only that, there is also the fire of the underworld tightly entwined, burning more than, all the time is not eroding its fragile god soul. "Father Sama, save me!" Yi Yun's divine soul cried out hoarsely, his voice filled with endless pain and despair. "I'm trapped in this Yi Duan's demonic streamer, suffering so much that life is worse than death. Every day, I have to endure the severe pain of billions of souls gnawing at my mind. It's simply 100 times 1,000 times more horrible than hell. Even death has become a luxury." At the end of his words, Yi Yun's divine soul was in tears. His face was filled with pleading, and he placed all his hopes on Yi Maniac. Cloud. Yi Maniac's heart was like a knife. He hurriedly withdrew the power he had struck out for fear of injuring Yi Yun's divine soul. Looking at the weird and incomparable 10,000 soul streamer, his mind quickly pondered on how to save his son. Crazy, right? Heartlessness. Mutilation of blood relatives. Heaven forbid. Such a dehumanizing act is worse than a pig or a dog. Even those in the devil's way. I'm afraid they are not as cruel and vicious as this. This son will become a great danger to my human emperor realm in the future. Yes, Yi Chen must be gotten rid of so that there will be no more trouble in the future. Many of the forces that wanted to curry favor with the Yi clan saw this and stood out to curse at Yi Chen, all of them acting with righteous indignation. As if it was hard to get rid of him without getting rid of him. Get lost if you don't want to die. Or you'll be killed without pardon. In the face of the crowd's abusive accusations, Yi Duan even looked lazy to look on. But some inflamed jumping clowns just, humph. Yi Chuan, don't be rampant. Do you really think that we are all soft persimmons that can be casually pinched? Could it be that you think you can fight against the entire human emperor realm with just your strength alone? A saintly powerhouse from one of the great powers couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and opened his mouth to rebuke. The many saint realm powerhouses present chimed in, feeling extremely dissatisfied with Yi Chen's flailing attitude. With their status and position, would they be able to tolerate a junior being so wanton and rude in front of them? Several saints spoke up, and the representatives of the forces from all sides instantly became energized, unscrupulously launching fierce verbal attacks on Yi Duan. All sorts of cynicism and bad language surged towards Yi Duan like a tidal wave. In the face of many provocative words, the corners of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint sense of contempt, and said in a light and breezy manner, "Just by your group of no-good goods, how dare you speak up here? You really don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think you can represent the entire human emperor realm? It's simply a fool's errand." There was a sharp light flashing in his eyes that seemed to penetrate the souls of those people, and in the end, Yi Chuan even said with killing intent, "What's the harm in being an enemy of the entire human emperor realm? As the saying goes, I'm not afraid to bite as many lice as I can, so I'll kill as many as come. Killing one person is killing, so is slaughtering billions of people. To me, it doesn't make much difference, so why should I care?" A few words were like a thunderbolt, shaking the entire room, causing everyone to be stunned and look at Yi Chun with disbelief. Crown Prince Zhao Heng had wanted to go forward and persuade a few words, but when he saw Yi Chen's cloudy and light-hearted behavior, a chill couldn't help but grow in his heart and muttered, "I have an intuition that I absolutely cannot provoke him, or else I will surely die without a burial place." The words just fell. Then he left the hall silently, not even taking a few attendants with him, avoiding too much action to upset Yi Chen. The crowd's gazes were all gathered on Yi Chen, and they didn't even notice Zhao Heng's small movements. Yi Maniac did not care what the crowd said. Right now he only wanted to save Yi Yun, but his divine soul was in Yi Chen's hands, so he could only hold back his anger and said, "Adverse son, this king will give you a chance to hand over Yi Yun's divine soul and I can guarantee your life. Otherwise you can't escape death even if you have heavenly powers today." Surrounding his body was a strong blade intent, with the intention of striking out at the drop of a hat, wanting to threaten Yi Chen to obediently bind his hands. "Oh, this young man is not scared. Kill me if you have the ability. It's impossible to save Yi Yun. Even if the great emperor himself comes, he can't change this fact." The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a teasing smile as he catalyzed his invincible heavy pupils, and the underworld flame suddenly appeared in front of him, the flame as black as ink, seemingly coming from the depths of hell. With a thought, the underworld flame transformed into 4 incomparably thick black chains, in the blink of an eye. It then nailed into Yi Yun's divine soul with deadly force, causing him to become in agony and his complexion to distort. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the sky, the sound of the miserable, as if the evil ghosts demanded their lives. Listening to the crowd's hairy bones, Yi Yun's mournful screams traveled 100 miles away, but anyone who heard it had their hearts and minds shaken. "Adverse son, how dare you!" Yi Maniac witnessed this scene. His eyes reddened and veins rippled on his forehead, not expecting Yi Chen to show the slightest bit of mercy. A long knife glittering with silver light suddenly appeared in his hand. The cold light above the blade was bitter and cold, radiating an endless pressure. Without hesitation, Yi Maniac swung his long sword and ruthlessly slashed at those 4 black chains with a thunderous force. Only heard click several crunching sounds. The black chain should be broken, and in the meantime, the long knife was turned around, with a stern and unparalleled momentum straight to Yi Chuan. "Shasta, Heaven-destroying power gushed out from the blade, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the great hall in front of him, which was turned into countless fragments and exploded in a matter of moments. The many guests in the hall panicked and fled in all directions, but many people were still caught up in it and suffered from the calamity of the fish. Those with weaker strength were unable to make any reaction in time before they were struck by the powerful aftershocks, spitting blood from their mouths and flying backwards. Not only that, even the people outside the palace were not spared. Many of them simply could not dodge in time, and were mercilessly swallowed by this force, killing them on the spot. Their deaths were extremely tragic. In just a few moments, thousands of people were killed, not even having the chance to struggle against them, and blood stained the Yi family's ground red. A fight so soon? Zhao Heng, who had just left the hall, his face changed greatly, not daring to have any hesitation, tearing through the space with the secretly hidden powerhouses to vanish, not willing to stay for one more second, and the silver-armored soldiers under his command were all abandoned. Chapter 82, Don't Run Away. After the berserk power dispersed, Yi Chuan still stood proudly in the void, not having suffered any damage at all. Looking at the furious Yi maniac, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi maniac, you're really ruthless, but you've underestimated this young man's strength. By gently protecting his sleeve, he clutched Ji Yun's divine soul in his hands and used the underworld flame to continuously burn it, allowing it to continue to endure endless pain. Ah, father, Don, take care about me, kill Yi Chen. The intense pain caused Yi Yun's complexion to distort beyond recognition, and his voice was filled with unwillingness and despair. Yi maniac could be said to be enraged, but he still thought of saving Yi Yun, so he forced himself to hold back his killing intent and said, Yi Chen, don't force me. This king will give you one last chance to release your brother's divine soul. All matters can be set aside, and this king also grants you permission to return to the Yi family. A fish out of water doesn't do anyone any good, does it? Originally, he had thought of suddenly striking out to decapitate Yi Chen, but unfortunately, things didn't work out as he had hoped, and he had no choice but to give in. Yi maniac, you think pretty well. Who cares about returning to the Yi family? Besides, after today, the Yi family will cease to exist. Yi Duan snorted at the words. I really don't know if Yi maniac's brain has grown bubbles, even saying such words? Good. Yes, adverse son. I'd like to see how capable you are. It's come to this. Yi maniac's face was cold. His eyes revealed endless killing intent, and the overbearing and overwhelming pressure instantly swept across the entire field, as if he wanted to tear apart this heaven and earth. The long knife in his hand bloomed with a palpitating cold light, and the nearby space collapsed inch by inch, the terrifying power sending shivers down one's spine. At the same time, bright and dazzling light shone everywhere within the Yi family residence, forming an impenetrable and overwhelming formation. Like a bronze wall, the entire mansion was tightly protected to avoid destruction in battle later. Yi Chen was not the least bit afraid and swallowed a few true demon blood pills without hesitation. In an instant, berserk and incomparable energy raged and raced through his body, hardening his cultivation realm to the Saint King level. Not only that, but the fleshly body that was already incomparably strong had also become even stronger at this moment, with power infinitely close to the Saint Emperor realm. Yi Chuan held the 7-star dragon sword, emitting dazzling starlight as he rushed towards Yi maniac with an unrelenting momentum. Curtain rises on shocking battle. P.S. The author of the book into a small dark room. 20 chapters of the time to change a small part of the content. Before the 9 whips of God Dan changed into the true demon blood Dan, the rest did not change much. Brothers have more tolerance. Boom! The two people's terrifying spiritual power collided, immediately setting off a terrifying storm that filled the entire Yi family. If not for the guardianship of the formation, it was estimated that it would turn into a ruin again. The two fought from the ground to the air, countless space destruction, never able to help each other, watching countless cultivators horrified. At this moment, Yi Chuan surrounded his body with overriding killing intent, as if he was an absolute killing god, and his spiritual energy was continuously injected into the 7-star dragon sword. In a flash, the 7-star dragon sword blossomed with dazzling light, transforming into a mighty divine dragon, surrounded by a terrifying imperial might that changed the color of heaven and earth. Roar! With a deafening dragon roar, the divine dragon rushed towards Yi maniac in a thunderous manner. Yi maniac's face was horrified beyond words, never imagining that Yi Chuan actually possessed an imperial artifact, and in his heart, he no longer dared to take it lightly, and hurriedly executed the divine ability bastard heavenly triple blade dragon bellowing 9 heavens. The law of the blade was added to his body, and the power of the sea and the earth surrounded him as he entered a state of unity with the human blade, transforming into a gigantic golden dragon that rushed up into the sky. The golden dragon exuded a power that dominated heaven and earth, colliding with the divine dragon transformed by the seven-star dragon sword, erupting with a power that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Yi Maniac catalyzed the Vajra holy body. The radiant golden light covered his entire body, resisting the aftershocks of the two forces. His body couldn't help but retreat. Oh, it's your turn next, great desolate imprisoning Skyfinger. Yi Chuan indifferently looked at the people in the middle of the Yi family. His hands continuously made seals, his mouth recited words, and the space around him began to violently distort. Suddenly, the winds and clouds above the sky changed color, and the power of the heavens and earth in a 1,000-mile radius converged to form an immense and incomparable finger. It was like a pillar in the sky, emitting a palpitating aura, and the target was none other than the Yi family below. Lord Northern Liang King, help! Seeing that the shocking giant finger was about to fall, the faces of the people among the Yi family turned pale, their eyes filled with despair and fear. They knew that if they were struck by this finger, the entire Yi family would surely be annihilated, and they were afraid that no one would be spared. Yi Chen, you've gone too far. At the critical moment, Yi Tianhe tore through space and rushed over, waving his hand to condense a defense, easily blocking the power of the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Phew, that scared me. Hurry up and leave, the Yi family really can't stay. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, feeling like they'd gone through the ghost gate. If Yi Tianhe hadn't rushed back in time, I'm afraid he would have died. Not one of them. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly, outlining an oozing cold smile, and his eyes were as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing one's soul. So what if they were quasi-emperor powerhouses? The quasi-emperor souls of the 10,000 soul streamer flew out and battled with Yi Tianhe. The impact of the terrifying power affecting the entire Jinbei city. Oh my god, that's horrible. A battle at the level of a quasi-emperor is simply not something we can withstand. For a while everyone was on their own, praying that such power would not fall on the city, or else everything would be reduced to nothing. At the same time Yi Chen's mind moved. The 10,000 soul streamer released endless yin qi again, which quickly flowed away like a black torrent, completely enveloping the entire Yi family. The dense yin qi sealed off all space, turning it into an isolated cage from the world, from which no one could break out. Damn it! Quickly join forces to break through the yin qi barrier, or we'll all die here. Several saintly powerhouses shouted, not hesitating to burn their lifespan in exchange for a powerful force, wanting to break the seal that the yin qi had transformed into. However, there was no effect at all, not to mention that the 10,000 soul streamer was not an imperial artifact, but the power exerted by the 7-star dragon sword was far from being comparable. Billions of souls impacting together, even a quasi-emperor powerhouse would have to retreat, let alone these people in front of them. Endless souls emerged and launched an indiscriminate and frantic attack on them, and in an instant, screams and cries rose up and resounded throughout the Yi family. A large number of powerful people have fallen to the ground. Under the impact of endless souls, blood and flesh melted and vitality flowed away. In just a few moments of effort, nearly half of the people were brutally poisoned and corpsed on the spot. The miserable sight made Yi Tian drink couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 83, Scary Ghost Spirit. Yi Duan, we have no grievances or enmity with you. Why do we have to drive you to extinction? The strongest of the many forces shouted frantically. No one expected Yi Chen to be so crazy, completely disregarding any consequences and wanting to kill them all together. Thinking about it all, he felt remorseful that he shouldn't have gone and meddled in the Yi family's affairs, or else he wouldn't have been reduced to the current state. Yi Chen, stop it! An angry shout rang out. Yi Tianhe's face became extremely ugly. If he came back one step later, I was afraid that the consequences would be unimaginable. In his heart, he secretly grumbled. If the strong man who came to congratulate him fell here, who else would dare to have dealings with the Yi family in the future? As soon as he thought of this, Yi Tianhe was anxious and prepared to use his underhanded means to save the surviving people among the Yi family. All elephants returned to one. Change the sky and change the earth. Countless forces of the heavens and earth quickly converged, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a brilliant and dazzling divine light. Shasta. A large portion of the void seemed to have been torn open, and an endless abyss of darkness was on display, crazily devouring everything around it. The yin qi that originally shrouded the entire Yi family suffered a huge impact at this moment. Its power weakened by several %, and the strength of the billions of souls was greatly reduced. At the same time Yi Tianhe sacrificed a copper mirror, trapping the quasi-emperor level soul, turned around and killed towards Yi Chen. sinner who deceives his master. Today I will clean up the door to set the record straight. The words just fell. He instantly moved to Yi Chen's front, and the vast origin power gushed out from his body, sweeping in all directions like a flood breaking the dike. In an instant, the space of 1,000 miles in a radius was enveloped in all of it, and any power was suppressed to death. Humph. So what if you're a quasi-emperor powerhouse? Today, I'll let you see the true power of this 10,000 soul streamer of mine. Yi Chuan's body flickered with golden light, resisting Yi Tianhe's suppression and forcefully waving the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, reciting words under his breath. More yin chi flowed out, and the scene of 1,000-mile radius was like a Shura hell, except for the trapped quasi-emperor soul. Countless souls had gathered together, intertwined and fused with each other, transforming into an eerie ghostly spirit. The ghost spirit's body was as tall as 10,000 feet, with twin horns growing on top of its head that seemed to be able to pierce the sky, and its entire body was covered with all sorts of bizarre patterns that flowed with terrifying power. The hideous and twisted face had rows of fangs as black as ink, releasing a demonic aura so intense that space was crumbling. The terrifying aura emitted by the ghost spirit just by standing there far exceeded Yi Tianhe by more than several times. Stretching out his two thick and powerful arms, he fiercely exerted his strength and hardened himself, tearing apart Yi Tianhe's suppression. Yi Chuan's entire body flashed with brilliant golden light and flew to the top of the ghost spirit's head, and the two of them connected mentally, maneuvering the latter to execute the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Shasta. The black pulse erupted like a roaring and raging black dragon, suppressing towards Yi Tianhe, and space and time were briefly stopped for a moment. Damn! What the hell is this? Yi Tianhe looked at the hideous ghost spirit, and unprecedented fear and uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if there was an incomparably sharp sword hanging over his head that could fall at any time. Yi Tianhe knew very well that he absolutely could not have any reservations, or else the abyss of death would surely await him. Die, old man! Yi Chuan's expression was incomparably cold and would not show mercy just because Yi Tianhe was his grandfather. Sinner, you're hopeless. In the nick of time, Yi Tianhe mobilized his entire body and concentrated his spirit to silently recite the mantra. In an instant, a bright and dazzling light erupted from within his body, and immediately afterward, an intrinsic divine warrior that emitted a fiery aura slowly emerged. The power of the origin surrounded above the divine soldier, echoing the sun and the sky and blending with each other, eventually condensing into a three-legged golden crow of enormous size. Woo! Accompanied by a loud and clear chirp, the three-legged golden crow lifted its wings and soared, as if a hot and dazzling blazing sun was rising, and space was melting. Opening his mouth, he sprayed terrifying sun-true flame, sweeping straight towards the black pulse released by the ghost spirit. Zila Zila! Two very different energies violently collided in the air, bursting out a terrifying aftermath of power, spreading out an unknown distance. The Jinbei city below bore the brunt of this and became shaky, and a large number of cultivators were implicated, experiencing the power of ice and fire. It's killing me! If I had known how good it would be to not want anything and just flee Jinbei city, I wouldn't have had to be on edge all the time. Alas, it is too late to say anything. Those who stayed in Jinbei city regretted it so much that they could only try to stay away from the Yi family's range to avoid getting involved. Don't panic. Jinbei city is a heavenly tetrarch that blocks the barbaric foreign races. The Yi family won't watch it be destroyed. Some people forced themselves to hold back the fear in their hearts and opened their mouths to comfort themselves, unbeknownst to Yi Tianhe at this time, trying his best to gradually be at a disadvantage, leaving beads of sweat on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. Can't hold out much longer. Old man, can you? You weren't there when this young man destroyed the Yi family last time, so I'll make it up to you today. Ha ha ha. As the two earth-shattering forces confronted each other, Yi Chuan's gaze fell above the Yi family, looking at the members of the Yi family and the powerhouses of the various forces, and he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. With a thought, the manipulating ghost spirit lifted its big foot and ruthlessly stepped down towards the Yi family, and wherever it passed, a large amount of space shattered and collapsed, turning into a chaotic nothingness. Those who don't want to die should inject their power into the formation, and there might be a chance of survival. Yi Maniac shook back the divine dragon transformed by the 7-star dragon sword at any cost and shouted towards the people in the Yi family, wanting them to work together to tide over the difficult times. Spell it out. The Yi family members and the strongest members of the various forces were naturally unwilling to sit back and wait for death, injecting all of their spiritual energy into the formation. The formation immediately bloomed with a dazzling and eye-catching light, enveloping the entire Yi family, turning into an incomparably powerful defense in an attempt to ward off the ferocious attacks of the ghost spirits. Ka-ching! Who knew that the Yi clan's pride and joy was the greatest formation? Surprisingly, it didn't even manage to last a single breath before falling apart under the ghost spirit's giant foot. With the breakage of the formation, the raging energy was like an out-of-control beast, crazily ravaging the entire Yi family. For a time, miserable howls resounded through the sky, unceasingly, and almost no one could be spared from the nightmare of death and destruction intertwined. The once vivid lives were turned into cold corpses or broken limbs, lying strewn among the ruins. Only a handful of Sage Realm powerhouses, with their profound cultivation and tenacious will, allowed their Yuanshan to escape. Without the limitation of flesh, the speed became faster, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from their original location and fled in different directions, hoping to escape one or two. It's impossible to escape. Come on in, all of you. Yi Chen summoned the 10,000 soul streamer and erupted in a burst of blinding black light, sucking all of their Yuanshan into it and becoming one of them. Chapter 84 Woji Soul Splitting Technique. After slaughtering the entire Yi family, the slaying god body increased its power by 30%, and its power was even more terrifying between strikes, suppressing Yi Tianhe and Yi Maniac to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, collecting souls, swallowing blood, and plundering longevity and cultivation could almost be said to have been accomplished in one fell swoop. With the realm reaching the 7th level of the Sage Realm, the Dragon Elephant Heaven Suppressing Technique went one step further. The number of condensed ancient dragon elephants reached 5,000, and golden chi and blood flowed like an ocean. Sinner, you have a cruel heart. Half of those killed were members of our Yi family. They are born from the same root, but they are too anxious for each other. There's no need to go so far even with the greatest hatred, is there? Yi Tianhe's face showed a look of sadness. Yi Chen had twice exterminated a large number of his clansmen, and a series of devilish methods were even more frightening. Oof, that's ridiculous. Yi Maniac bit by bit, rebellious son, and you bit by bit. Sins, do you consider me as a member of the Yi family? Asterisk 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 you homo sapiens. This young man is just too eager to exterminate you guys. Yi Duan sniffed and laughed coldly. Now you remember you're from the Yi family? You didn't tell me when you drew blood and plucked out bones and eyes? Perhaps Yi Tianhe's absence from the Yi family when it happened was no reason for him to accuse himself, much less a reason to take a shot at yourself. All enemies, no matter who it is, there is no mercy. It's no use kissing your grandpa. In the beginning, this king should have killed you. This scourge, Yi Maniac said through gritted teeth, each word filled with endless remorse, the anger in his heart blazing, almost drowning out his sanity. The second son, Yi Yun, fell and his divine soul was endlessly tortured. The third son, Yi Kong, has become a complete invalid, and the Morong family line is still unknown to be repaired. If time could be turned back, he would definitely end Yi Chen's life without hesitation, never letting this Bane have a chance to grow up and bring such a devastating blow to the Yi family. With this thought, he manipulated the golden dragon to rise up into the air, and with the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth, he rushed towards the divine dragon that was transformed by the 7-star space. The two collided fiercely in the air, erupting with dazzling light and earth-shattering loud noises, and a terrifying crack was blown out of space. Yi Maniac catalyzed his Vajra sacred body and went up against the aftermath of the power, his spiritual energy surging madly into the long blade. The dominating blade intent of heaven and earth was mixed with endless anger, turning into a terrifying red blade aura, firmly locking onto Yi Chen, wanting to completely decapitate this rebellious son. The bright and dazzling red blade awnings cut through the void and arrived. Facing such a powerful attack, the big very heart secretly flinched, and did not dare to take it lightly in the slightest. You have to know, this cheap father has a powerful cultivation of the 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm, and the full force of the strike is absolutely shocking. Thinking of it, he urged the Reincarnation Immortal and Devil Pupil, shooting out two mysterious and powerful forces. On one side, the Immortal Spirit Chi is dense and dazzling, and on the other side, the Devil's gas is rolling and churning endlessly. The two distinct yet complementary forces came together and instantly rushed into the sky as Yi Chen recited words under his breath. Summoning a huge reincarnation heavenly disk, it erupted with an ancient yet mysterious aura, the power of reincarnation pressing across the heavens and earth. Shasta. Millions of god-devil shadows appeared, stirring the surrounding space to the point where the winds and clouds changed and electricity flashed and thundered. The divine and demonic silhouettes roared in unison, displaying their respective divine aptitude stunts and colliding fiercely with the red blade. For a time, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Loud booms were endless, and the light flashed eye-catching and blinding, and it was able to wear out the power of Yi Maniac's outburst. The The 6th level of the Saint Emperor realm is nothing more than that. Even I can't take down a Saint realm. It's more or less a bit of a wasted name. Yi Chuan had a mocking look on his face, wanting to see what Yi Maniac would look like in his impotent rage. Rebel son. I don't believe this king can help you. Yi Maniac's face was becoming more and more gloomy. After only half a year or so of not seeing him, Yi Chen had grown to this point. If it continued, I'm afraid that the entire human emperor realm wouldn't be able to do anything about him. So, no matter what the cost, Yi Chen must be exterminated, or else he will never live in peace. The powerful laws of the blade surged forth, pulling the intrinsic sacred artifact to merge with itself. The human sword is one. The power of the outbreak was more than a few times stronger than before. This young man is the plunder of your Yi family. Later on, this young man will be merciful and let you enter the 10,000 soul streamer to reunite with Yi Yun and suffer for eternity. Ha ha ha. Yi crazy big stand up. I'm afraid that Yi crazy did not expect there will be today. Their own a waste to grow today's point. The host completes the mission of taking revenge on his father Yi Maniac, returning Yi Yun's corpse, and destroying the newly established Yi family. The mission rewards realm ascension by 2 levels, and the god level technique Wuji split soul, infinite soul splitting technique, split the 3 souls in 7 vampires, coalesce different Yuan Shun, faster comprehension of the laws of order of heaven and earth, 10 Yuan Shuns in unity can pass through heaven and earth, the 8th level of the Sage Realm, 9th level of the Sage Realm. That's the job done? The system's prompt made him a bit confused. He thought that he would only be considered to have completed the mission himself after exterminating Yi Maniac and Yi Tianhe, but he didn't expect this to be completed. It was a bit of a surprise, breaking through 2 small realms in a row. His strength skyrocketed once again, and even if Yi Maniac's human sword was united, he himself would be able to fight to the end. Adverse son, don't be wild. This king doesn't believe you have other means. A deafening and furious cry came out of his mouth, like thunder exploding and resounding through the 9 heavens. In an instant, an unparalleled aura erupted from his body, and his stern and unrivaled blade intent was like a surging torrent that rushed straight into the sky. As if the surrounding space could not withstand such a terrifying pressure, it began to violently distort and shatter, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. Yi Maniac's entire body transformed into an absolute divine sword, and the 3 blades of bastard heaven were unleashed one after another, each blade containing the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The void shattered. The mountains and rivers trembled, and even the vast and boundless sky was hardened and cut open. The 3 forces merged with each other, and the bright and dazzling blade light was like a roaring dragon that stretched across heaven and earth for 10,000 miles, and its might was vast enough to make all things bow down for it. Anything that dared to stand in its way would be instantly and mercilessly destroyed and reduced to pieces. You will never be able to imagine the means of this young man. Let you feel what despair is today. Yi Chuan decisively took out the void soul-chasing bow, and the spiritual energy in his body surged into it crazily, pulling the bowstring with all his might. The power of heaven and earth in a 10,000 mile radius converged, and at the same time, it also continuously absorbed the energy overflowing from the shattered space, condensing a terrifying black arrow that met the 10,000 mile long dragon of swordlight. Chapter 85, 3,000 sword paths in my hand. Boom! Accompanied by this loud and resounding sound, all the surrounding sounds were muffled by it, bursting out with countless dazzling and eye-catching rays of light. The moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and endless darkness spread rapidly, as if it was going to devour everything in the world. The terrifying energy spread crazily in all directions, and wherever it passed, space was turned into nothingness. Oh my god, this is too scary. Don't let it spread to Jinbei City. Please God protect us. The residents of Jinbei City were trembling with fear. All of them were as pale as paper, lying tightly on the ground, not daring to move in the slightest, praying that the aftermath of the terrible power would not spread to Jinbei City, or no one would survive. Luckily, what the crowd was worried about didn't happen, and a few moments later, the sky returned to calm, and Jinbei City was safe and sound. Moreover, the huge spatial crack, which rolled Yi Maniac and the others into the depths of space, would not affect anyone else anymore. Deep in space, in the blackness of nothingness, pooh, accompanied by a dull sound, Yi Maniac suddenly violently sprayed out a large mouthful of crimson blood, like a blooming blood flower blossoming in the air. The body trembled violently, and the golden light that surrounded his body became bright and uncertain, flickering faintly, as if it might go out completely at any time. In stark contrast, Yi Chen on the opposite side still maintained his amazing aura. Brilliant and dazzling golden light emanated from his body in a steady stream. illuminating the endless darkness of the surrounding nothingness like a round of dazzling blazing sun, making it impossible to look directly at him. How? How is this possible? Yi Maniac's eyes widened as he muttered under his breath, his face filled with disbelief, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. This strike that he had sent out at great cost could not even help Yi Chen. What's impossible? I will kill you today. Yi Chuan's expression was unperturbed. He was standing at the top of the ghost spirit's head, with endless Yin Qi guarding him. It was simply delusional for a mere Saint Emperor realm to want to injure him. Yi Chen, are you really going to kill me? This king has raised you for many years, expending countless efforts. Is this how you repay me? The crime of patricide. Do you know how serious it is? The whole world can't tolerate you. Yi Maniac got a little flustered and wanted to morally kidnap Yi Chen, hoping that the latter would have some scruples. Or else I'm afraid that there is a real danger of falling today. Yi Maniac. Are you particularly regretful? Honestly, today everything is your own fault. This young man will make you suffer for eternity to repay you for raising me. Every word of Yi Chen seemed to come from the nine hells, filled with endless killing intent that made people shudder. The words just fell. The thick qi and blood in his body surged out, sweeping through a side of void space, forming a golden ocean. Golden air blood. Both Yi Tianhe and Yi Maniac were shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. Yi Chen's dreadfulness simply surpassed their cognition time and time again. Die! Yi Chen's figure suddenly flickered away. In the next moment, he had appeared in front of Yi Maniac like a ghost. The speed is beyond belief. The 5,000 Taiku dragon elephants in his body hissed, and the endless qi and blood transformed into a huge dragon elephant shadow, lifting his huge palm and smashing it towards Yi Maniac. 500 million pounds of divine power erupted, which could be said to have shaken heaven and earth. The surrounding void space couldn't withstand such tremendous pressure and began to tremble violently, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Vajra is indestructible. Facing this sudden attack, Yi Maniac's entire body blazed with golden light, transforming into a sturdy and incomparable light screen. Bang! The moment the Taiku dragon giant elephant landed, it punched out a crack in the golden light curtain, and it continued to spread. Lord Father, help me! Yi Maniac knew that he was no match for the swift dragon elephant, so he hurriedly asked Yi Tianhe for help, hoping that the other party would spare a hand to help him. Wild child, I can't get away for a while. The qi and blood in Yi Chen's body is like an abyss, and the dragon elephant shadow that he transformed into was very powerful, so be careful yourself. Yi Tianhe, who was unaware of the fierce battle with the ghost spirit, simply had the heart but not the strength, and was being suppressed the entire time, with so many more injuries on his body. Humph! Yi Chen snorted coldly and said with a disdainful face, Yi Tianhe is now a clay bodhisattva who can't protect himself, so how can he have the time to care about your death or life? Today is the day you die. Be good and accept your fate. The words just fell. Then he raised the 7-star dragon sword in his hand, and performed the never-before-executed Jintian sword technique, and at once, the terrifying sword intent and cut across everything, devouring all the power that drifted in the void of space. The devil swallows all worlds. Thunder moves the 9 heavens. All 3,000 great roads could be swords, capable of transforming all kinds of sword aptitudes at will, striking out with 2 very different sword paths. In a split second, a rolling demonic aura surged up, covering the sky and the sun, and 9 demonic lights rose from the void space, surrounding Yi Maniac, who was resisting the Taiku dragon elephant. Immediately afterward, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and the winds blew furiously as a terrifying thunderstorm suddenly descended, mercilessly whipping everything. No good. Yi Maniac secretly said that it was not good. Under the attack of several terrifying forces, if he did not take the initiative to attack again, I am afraid that the only way out is to die. Break me! Accompanied by a furious shout, the spiritual energy in his body quickly surged into the long knife in his hand, shooting out countless stern and incomparable blade lights. The sword light crisscrossed into a long river, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, suppressing the 9 demonic lights and thunderstorms alive. Yi Maniac, let's see how much longer you can hold out. 3,000 sword paths are in my hands. The wrath of the burning sky. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth as he continued to cast a different sword Dao divine ability. Next, the void space suddenly burst into flames, like a ferocious beast, rising up in the air with its teeth and claws, quickly spreading out, forming a vast sea of fire that stretched for thousands of miles. The sea of fire mercilessly rolled towards Yi Maniac to condense the long river of saber qi, and the flames, thunder, demonic qi and saber qi fiercely collided. churning the surroundings into chaos. Ka-ching! A clear and ear-piercing sound rang out, as if the entire space trembled for it. It was followed by another click, this time with a more penetrating sound that made you feel fearful. Facing such a huge consumption, Yi Maniac finally couldn't support himself. His body's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and he was unable to maintain the golden light curtain around him. Bang! After a loud bang, the golden light curtain violently exploded, turning into countless tiny fragments that splashed around. Yi Maniac took the brunt of the impact, and his impenetrable Vajra sacred body could hardly withstand such a ferocious impact. In an instant, wounds appeared to surface on his body, and blood gushed out from the wounds, coloring him into a bloody man. At the same time, Yi Chen performed several divine abilities that were also not spared, gradually dissipating under the impact of countless fragments. Chapter 86 Spirit Locking Fire Chain. Ahem! Yi Maniac wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His heart could not help but feel a little powerless. He had not injured Yi Chen even with all his means. Have you figured out how to die yet? Yi Chuan's expression was cold and indifferent. There was no meaning to talk nonsense at all. The 7-star dragon sword's light flickered, and a monstrous flood of water gathered from all directions, turning into a vast ocean. The violent waves of the sea constantly washed over Yi Maniac's torso. Ah! The king is not willing to. Under the monstrous waves, Yi Maniac was like a flatboat, unable to resist at all, and could only rise up in impotent rage. Yi Chen, that's your father. Do we have to drive him to extinction? Yi Tianhe's heart was burning with anxiety. The veins on his forehead rippled, the power of his origin gushed out, and the three-legged golden crow looked like it had been enraged, and a blazing and incomparable aura filled the air, suffocating people. Spirit-locking fire chains. Accompanied by his furious cry, the power of the sun true flame that gushed out from the mouth of the three-legged golden crow increased greatly, and it was twice as powerful as before. The true fire of the sun transformed into 3 crimson chains that wrapped around the massive ghost spirit with lightning speed. The flames on top of the chain pulsed madly, constantly eroding the body of the ghost spirit, emitting bursts of ZZ sounds. Roar! The ghost spirit roared angrily, its voice resounding in the sky, trying to break free from the red chains, but the flames were naturally restraining it, and there was nothing that could be done about it in a short period of time. Yi Tianhe took advantage of this opportunity and waved his hand to release a large amount of sun true flame, evaporating the surrounding ocean water and rescuing Yi Maniac in it, slightly inputting some origin to help it recover some of its injuries. Tackled the thief. Yi Tianhe and Yi Maniac glanced at each other and teamed up to kill Yi Chen. Working in perfect harmony. Once successful, no one would be able to manipulate the 10,000 soul spirits. The ghost spirits would be no longer a threat, and they would even be able to save Yi Yun's divine soul. It was simply a 2-for-1 deal. Ha 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 ha. Want to kill me? You guys are too naive, aren't you? Yi Chen looked at the two men contemptuously, his eyes filled with disdain. The words just fell. There was a powerful aura approaching at great speed, and it was the previously trapped quasi-emperor's soul, which had broken through the endless space barriers at this time, and came to Yi Chen's side. The quasi-emperor's soul gently raised his arm, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of powerful and incomparable sword chi manifested, accompanied by a large amount of yin chi, forming a black sword rain that covered the sky. Damn! I forgot about this guy. Yi Tianhe's face was very ugly. He didn't expect another change at the critical time. The quasi-imperial soul in front of him was a heavenly sword sacred ground powerhouse. Even if he couldn't exert his peak strength, he didn't cope with it so well. If he didn't find a way to resist, I'm afraid that the Saint Emperor Realm's Yi Maniac would suffer. The way of divine fire. Shield destroys 1,000 spirits. Accompanied by a roar, Yi Tianhe's entire body erupted with 10,000 feet of fiery light, as if a blazing hot sun had descended into the world. Yi Tianhe's hands danced swiftly like phantoms, each swing releasing a large amount of sun true flame, which intertwined and entwined in the air, and eventually converged into an immense and incomparable fire shield, which stood steadily in front of the two people. The fire shield was reddish in color, carved with mysterious and complex patterns, like an ancient totem scroll. The sun true flame flowed rapidly on the surface of the fire shield, sometimes transforming into a blazing flame, sometimes condensing into crystal clear flame crystals. Right at this moment, the black sword rain descended, spreading over the sky like a locust transit. Facing such a powerful attack, Yi Tianhe stared ahead with a grave expression, pushing his fire shield with all his might to defend against the attack. A crisp impact sound rang out. Bang! 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 Countless black sword chi ruthlessly smashed on top of the fire shield, splashing up a string of sparks. The fire shield was as firm as a rock, not moving at all, and it was born to withstand the attack of the sword rain. Not only that, but it also emitted rolling waves of heat, instantly burning those black swords that came close to it into ashes. For a while, both sides were at a stalemate, with neither side able to break through the other's defenses. What should be done? Father-sama? Why don't the two of us go to the Morong family to get help? Otherwise it's impossible to take down Yi Chen. Yi Maniac had a sense of retreat in his heart, because if things continued like this, the two would most likely die at the hands of Yi Chen. The Morong family had a great emperor powerhouse in their midst and could definitely keep them alive. Yi Chen shook his head at the words and mocked. Yi Maniac, you are really not afraid of being humiliated, all the way to run to take refuge in the Morong family. Aren't you afraid of the world's shame? It seems that in the face of life and death, face and all that doesn't matter. Ha ha. Not to mention the fact that things have come to a head. There was no way the two could have escaped. Several people were fighting in the void space, and their power was incomparably chaotic, so it was impossible to travel properly. He practiced the supreme level stance God walks in all realms, possessing the world's extreme speed, and he was like a fish in water in the void space, and it was simply impossible for the two to escape. Yi Maniac's face was green and red when he heard this. Yi Chuan's words were like poisonous thorns sticking into his heart, and he simply didn't know how to retort. His own hallowed northern Liang King, who had a great reputation in the human emperor realm, was actually reduced to running to his daughter-in-law's house to take refuge. Thinking about it was extremely humiliating. Stupid. Stay in the green hills and don't be afraid of no wood. Move. Yi Tianhe was very speechless. What a time to be thinking about one's face. It was really hopelessly stupid. Yes, Lord Father. Yi Maniac's body trembled at the words, not daring to have any rebuttal. He quickly flew away towards the far side, escaping to 10,000 miles away in the twinkling of an eye. Want to escape? It's simply a fool's errand. Yi Chuan, like a ghost trailing closely behind, quickly took out the void soul-chasing bow. The bow flickered with a strange light, resonating with the void space. Yi Chuan pulled the bowstring with all his might, and the void space began to distort violently, and the overflowing power was continuously sucked into the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, an arrow containing terrifying spatial power took shape. If it wasn't for the laws of killing wrapping around the arrow like a poisonous snake, emitting a scarlet bloodlight, I'm afraid it would be difficult for anyone to detect the arrow. Go to hell. Yi Chuan released his powerful divine sense, locking onto the fleeing Yi Maniac in front of him with a deadly grip, and without hesitation, he loosened the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow containing the power of space and the law of killing, like lightning cutting through the sky, sped towards Yi Maniac at an astonishing speed. Adverse son, you bully people too much. Even if I die, I won't let you live. A strong life and death crisis surfaced within Yi Maniac and immediately stopped, his divine sense capturing the invisible arrow. Knowing that with today's strength, it was impossible to resist, he decisively sacrificed 90% of his lifespan, and the fire of life blazed up, forcing his power to a level comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. The long sword in his hand erupted with endless divine light, cutting out a shocking slash that collided with the arrow shot from the void soul-chasing bow. Chapter 87 is truly a father and son affair. Yi Maniac forcibly elevated to the level of a quasi-emperor, and the power that erupted far surpassed that of the past, as the endless divine light tore through the arrows that contained the power of space, and the residual aftermath was still powerful and unrivaled, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it ruthlessly chopped towards Yi Chen. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed as he retreated a few hundred miles in a flash of lightning and softly shouted under his breath, "Ice seals 1,000 miles." The seven-star dragon sword in his hand rose up with a large amount of cold air and quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it completely froze the void space in front of him into ice, forming an impenetrable ice barrier. The remnants of the divine light descended, ruthlessly impacting on top of the cold ice barrier, and terrifying energy fluctuations stirred around. Soon, each of the two forces dispersed. Just how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Yi Maniac's face was very ugly. Yi Chuan's methods could be said to be endless, and each time, they were beyond his expectations. Even if they were to elevate to the level of a paragon at any cost, they still wouldn't be able to do anything about the other party. Don't get involved in the battle. Go! Accompanied by a roar, the power in Yi Tianhe's body erupted like a volcano, and he swung his hands violently. The sun erupted from the fire shield, creating a sea of fire that illuminated the pitch-black void of space. The black sword rain flying all over the sky became dwarfed in the face of the blazing sun's true fire, and all of it dissipated in the blink of an eye. Yi Tianhe took the opportunity to draw back and retreat. wanting to escape the void space with Yi Maniac. Who knew that change would come out of nowhere? The quasi-emperor's soul directly burned up his soul and transformed into a black demonic sword, surrounded by a terrifying yin qi, killing Yi Tianhe with an unstoppable momentum, completely ignoring the blazing temperature of the sun true flame. It pierced through the incredibly sturdy fire shield and stabbed straight into Yi Tianhe's shoulder. Ah! Yi Tianhe's face was filled with pain. Veins rippled on his forehead, and his lips trembled slightly from the intense pain. This is crazy. Quasi-Emperor's soul-burning soul and suicide is no different. In order to kill themselves to this extent, simply too crazy. At this time, the magic sword contains raging rushed into his body to erode the meridians and internal organs. Life force bit by bit devoured. The shadow of death gradually shrouded over. Yi Tianhe forced himself to endure the severe pain. Raleigh pulled out the devil's sword and threw it out, and hastily mobilized the origin power in his body to start expelling the yin qi flowing in his body. If it had been a little later, I'm afraid that all of them would have been in danger of losing their lives. Father Sama, are you alright? Yi Maniac, who had originally fled, turned around and flew back when he saw this scene, guarding Yi Tianhe's side and defending himself with all his might against the demonic sword transformed by the quasi-emperor's soul. If it wasn't for the fact that the devil's sword had just consumed most of its power, I'm afraid that he really wouldn't be able to cope with it. After all, the strength was forcibly elevated upwards, and there was still a certain gap between it and a true quasi-emperor powerhouse. You go away and leave me alone. The power of the three-legged golden crow is too diminished. The spirit-locking fire chain can't trap the ghost spirit for much longer, and I'm afraid we'll die here once it breaks out of its trap. Yi Tianhe was furious when he saw Yi Maniac, who had folded back. The opportunity he had helped him fight for his escape had been wasted. Father Sama, I can't leave you. Yi Maniac shook his head, his tone very firm. No matter what, he was not willing to abandon Yi Tianhe and leave alone. Oh, what a father and son. It really makes this young man envious. If you can be 1/10 as good to me as this, I'm afraid that today's result will not be quite the same. Yi Maniac couldn't help but sneer, and when he thought of what Yi Maniac had done to him before, his killing intent grew stronger. Adverse son, you're not worthy. Yi Maniac's face was as cold as ice and frost as he stared at Yi Chen. At this point in time, both sides are either you die or I die. There is no room for redemption, and saying more is futile. Ha ha, don't worry. This young man won't seek your mercy. I hope you won't cry too hard later. Yi Maniac laughed maniacally and flew to the top of the ghost spirit's head, summoning the huge Reincarnation heavenly plate, releasing millions of god and devil shadows, which impacted at the two Yi Maniacs. The demonic sword transformed by the quasi-emperor's soul drew back and rushed into the ghost spirit, and the latter's power instantly skyrocketed. Roar! At this time, the ghost spirit roared up to the sky. His face became extremely twisted and hideous, and his eyes were filled with endless fury. Sharp fangs exuded a strong to extreme demonic aura. Completely forgetting the intense pain he was suffering from, he opened his mouth and bit fiercely at the chains that bound him, accompanied by a crisp snapping sound resounding all around. The incomparably sturdy chains were hardened and bitten out with a huge gaping hole. The ghost spirit stretched out his hands and yanked with all his strength. Only heard a click sound. The chain should be broken. It then swiftly ripped off the remaining two locks as it had done. Without the confinement of the chains, the ghost spirit was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, and with a flash of his body, he crossed 1,000 miles, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two of them. Yi Tianhe. Yi Maniac's body couldn't help but tremble after feeling the terrifying aura of the ghost spirit. However, in order to help Yi Tianhe protect the Dharma, he still had no choice but to charge up and buy him some more time. The laws of the strong blade surrounded him, greatly enhancing his own strength, and the long blade erupted with terrifying divine might as it chopped at the ghost spirit's twin horns. Out of your depth. Yi Chen revealed a contemptuous smile. Above the ghost spirit's fist, there was an endless surge of darkness, gathering a large amount of yin qi and instantly collapsing the long knife in Yi Maniac's hand. At the same time, thousands of soul-devouring nails emerged in mid-air, mercilessly penetrating Yi Maniac's body. Ah! A mournful wail echoed in the void as Yi Maniac's physical body and Yuan Shen both shattered apart. But as a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, how could he fall so easily? The broken Yuan Shen, however, showed tenacious vitality, as if pulled by a mysterious force, and swiftly converged together to start remodeling their original forms. Within a short while, Yi Maniac's Yuan Shen had basically recovered as before. It just looked slightly pale and powerless, obviously having suffered serious injuries, and its own strength had been greatly affected. Nevertheless, still, he righteously blocked in front of Yi Tianhe. Chapter 88, Sneak Attack by a Quasi-Emperor Powerhouse. Bring it on you. Yi Chuan would not be soft-hearted for this and ordered the ghost spirit to fly over and devour Yi Maniac's Yuanshan, retaining his sanity and refining it into the 10,000 soul streamer. At that time, placed together with Yi Yun's divine soul, letting them watch each other suffer day and night. Thinking about it was a relief. Adverse son, what do you want? Yi Maniac desperately resisted, manipulating the intrinsic sacred weapon with the power of his Yuan Shen to make a final struggle. But the gap between the two sides was too great, so there wasn't much resistance at all. Sinner, I will kill you today. Seeing that Yi Maniac was about to be devoured by the ghost spirit, Yi Tianhao was so anxious that he couldn't care less about his own injuries and began to burn his own lifespan. The blazing fire of life ignited, and the whole person was like a dazzling sun, dispelling the yin qi that had invaded his body at an astonishing speed. Golden Crow extinction. In the meantime, Yi Tian has spat out a complicated mantra, forming a connection with the innate holy weapon as the Sun True Flame emerged and condensed the three-legged Golden Crow. Compared to the previous cohesion of that Golden Crow, its breath was several times more powerful. Its body was 10,000 feet long, and its feathers flashed with a bright and dazzling light, as if it was cast in gold. The incomparably hot temperature seemed to be able to melt everything in the world, and even this void space couldn't withstand such power and began to melt. The Golden Crow opened its wings and instantly crossed the void of space, saving Yi Maniac's weak Yuanshan and firmly protecting it in its claws. At the same time, a large amount of Sun True Flame filled the air, transforming into an infinite sea of fire, rushing towards the ghost spirit and engaging it in a thrilling and exciting battle. So what if you don't care about your life? This young man will definitely not let you escape. Yi Maniac gripped the 10,000 soul streamer with both hands, the color of madness flashing in his eyes as he did his best to swing it. Shasta! Countless channels of creepy yin qi erupted out, turning into a torrent that swept towards the sea of fire from the Sun True Flame chemistry. However, how could the Sun True Flame be easily suppressed? The flame flowed out as a ferocious beast, resisting the erosion of the yin qi, and the two sides began to compete. The yin qi continuously impacted the flames, trying to extinguish them, while the flames countered the yin qi without showing any weakness, attempting to burn them out. The two diametrically opposed forces collided and intertwined with each other, triggering earth-shattering explosions. Sparks were flying. The clouds rolled in. The storm clouds stirred in the void of space. Yi Tianhe's heart was very heavy. I can't imagine that burning his lifespan to forcefully raise his power was only on par with the ghost spirit, and he couldn't even do it if he wanted to suppress it. One could imagine how difficult Yi Chen was to deal with. Sinner, the Yi family's great future has been ruined in your hands. Today I will definitely clean up the house. Give me death. The words just fell. Then he flew and merged into the three-legged Golden Crow, and every time he swung his wings, he set off a violent storm of flames that swept around. The yin qi that filled the surrounding area dissipated quite a bit, weakening the ghost spirit quite a bit. It is yet to be seen who cleans up who. Accept your fate, old man. In the face of such an overwhelming attack from the Golden Crow, Yi Chuan was not afraid in the slightest and maneuvered the ghost spirit to kill. Roar! The ghost spirit let out a roar, and the sound was deafeningly loud. The huge ghost claws danced, bringing up gusts of gloomy wind, grabbing the wings of the three-legged Golden Crow and flinging them out, and the feathers all crashed down in countless numbers. The three-legged Golden Crow was not willing to show weakness. Its two giant claws captured the ghost spirit's two horns, and the fire of the sun penetrated the latter's body. For a while, the two sides went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and no one could do anything to help each other. The thrilling duel between the two sides was almost hard enough to tear through the void space, and the momentum became more and more majestic as the battle entered a white-hot stage. Interesting. I just wonder how long you guys can hold out. Yi Chuan was not in a hurry at all. The 10,000 soul streamer was immeasurably powerful, and the yin qi could be said to be endless, able to sustain the ghost spirits in battle for a long time. On the contrary, Yi Tianhe was not the same. His current strength was all exchanged by burning his lifespan, and he simply couldn't hold on for too long. The three-legged Golden Crow's aura obviously weakened a lot, slowly falling into the wind. Wild child, I'll see you off first. Go quickly to the Morong family and never mind me again. Yi Tianhe knew that if he continued, he was afraid that both of them would have to fall here, and he exploded all his strength, temporarily forcing back the ghost spirit. Ignoring the disordered forces around him, he forcibly tore open the space boundary wall and sent Yi Maniac out of the void space. Ghost spirit, kill the old man. Yi Maniac gave a command to the ghost spirit and flew to the torn spatial boundary wall, wanting to continue to hunt down Yi Maniac's Yuan Shen. Ha ha, good chance. Finally, this Holy Lord has caught a chance, killing so many of my Heavenly Sword Holy Land's powerhouses. No one can save you today. As Yi Chuan was about to step out of the void space, a sudden change occurred, and an unfamiliar voice came from the darkness. Immediately after, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was the Heavenly Sword Holy Land King Fire Earth. The sword intent around his body was stirring, and there was a hidden tendency to burn the sky in town. The innate holy sword in his hand blossomed with two dazzling rays of light, one containing an incomparably hot flame origin, one contained a thick and solid earth origin that was as stable as a mountain and indestructible. The two forces mingled and entwined with each other, like two giant dragons circling and flying in the air, building an independent space. In it, flames churned, heat waves rolled, and the ground was even vibrating, as if it would break apart at any time. Naya, making a sneak attack? As a quasi-imperial powerhouse, don't you feel ashamed? Yi Chuan, who was in the middle of it, clearly felt that a powerful force was brewing, and once it erupted, it would definitely have the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. So what? It's all worth it if I can kill you. Wang Huatu's old face reddened at his words. As a quasi-imperial powerhouse, it was indeed a bit displeasing to do such a thing, but there was no way around it. Who let Yi Chuan's means emerge endlessly? The more he hid in the shadows, the more he watched, whether it was Yi Chuan's own strength or the terrifying ghost spirit. It was all incomparably shocking. Humph! Heavenly Sword Holy Land. This young man will remember you. He will destroy your legacy one day. Yi Chuan's face was very ugly. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land was like a dog's fart plaster. He couldn't get rid of it. The sudden appearance of Wang Huatu caught him even more off guard. The other party had the cultivation of the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, so it wasn't so easy to cope with it. The Great Emperor Cultivation Experience card was one's biggest card at the moment, and one should never use it easily until the critical moment, or else it would be dangerous if one encountered a Great Emperor powerhouse. After a moment of contemplation, he performed the 100 transformations of empty shadow and split into hundreds of doppelgangers to confuse Wang Huatu's mind and take advantage of the opportunity to search for the weaknesses of this space. Sculpture. The King Fire and Earth transformed into a stream of light and merged into this strange space, mobilizing the power within it, turning it into a terrifying sea of fire and waves of earth, annihilating most of Yi Chen's detachment in the blink of an eye. Damn! Leaf Dust cursed angrily. Deep in the space where the enemy had coalesced, he could be very passive, and hastily summoned the ghostly spirits to come and help. Fellow Daoist Wang, you quickly decapitate Yi Duan. I'll be responsible for stalling the ghost spirit. Yi Tianhe went all out, and the three-legged golden crow attacked the ghost spirit with desperation, making it impossible to get away for a short period of time. Yes, heavenly fire proximity, the 5 mountains of demon suppression. Wang Huatu didn't dare to slow down in the slightest and mouthed the words. A terrifying heavenly fire appeared in the independent space, transforming into a vermilion bird shadow that seemed to burn everything in it. The ground was even trembling continuously. 5 large mountains rose up from the ground. A terrifying suppressive force was generated, and Yi Chuan's detachment was constantly breaking down. A moment. All that was left was the main body flowing with radiant golden light, struggling to resist the two terrifying forces. Chapter 89, Taking on a Quasi-Emperor Stronghold. Put. It so happened that the time limit of the true demon blood pill had passed, and his breath had steeply weakened a lot, and the golden light around his body instantly collapsed, and Yi Chuan spat out a large mouthful of blood. Show me all the tricks you have, or you won't have a chance later. Wang Huatu still didn't dare to be careless, fully manipulating the heavenly flame and the 5 divine mountains, wanting to obliterate Yi Chen as soon as possible. After all, the Divine Wind Emperor's incarnation hadn't even been able to help the other party with his self-detonation, so God knows what else he had up his sleeve. Well, in that case, let you take a good look at this young man's methods. When it came down to it, Yi Chuan didn't want to waste any more time and instantly sacrificed 500,000 years of life. The blazing fire of life, even the heavenly fire had to retreat. The injuries in the body instantly recovered to take out. The strength of the crazy increase has been to reach the level of the quasi-imperial level before stopping. The power to mention I do not know how many times. How? Wang Huatu's face was horrified. Consuming longevity to enhance strength can be understood, but one as perverted as Yi Chen had never been seen before. I'm afraid that ascending from the sage realm to the quasi-emperor level can't be done without hundreds of thousands of years of longevity. It was important to know that the saint realm usually just had a lifespan of 30,000 years, and the saint emperor realm only had a lifespan of 50,000 years. How did Leaf Dust do it? It's just too unbelievable. The Divine Wind Sword Emperor's Incarnation self-detonation didn't even manage to help this young man. A mere 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm still wants to kill me. It's too naive. The star of 7 killings. Yi Chuan's face was filled with disdain as he activated his indestructible golden body and broke free from the suppression of the 5 peaks. The 7-star dragon sword in his hand blossomed with dazzling light. Terrifying imperial might flowed out, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge star that looked like a mountain. The law of killing flowed within the star, and blood-colored demonic light gushed out, ruthlessly impacting and striking above the ground. In the twinkling of an eye, the ground shook and smoke rolled. The 5 towering mountains were like papier-mâché that shattered, turning into countless rubble that splashed around. Yi Chen, don't be wild. Vermilion bird's wrath, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Wanhuatu was not willing to show weakness and controlled the vermilion bird's shadow to charge down, the blazing temperature wanting to burn Yi Chen into ashes. Sculpture. Yi Chuan urged his indestructible golden body to rush forward, and a mysterious shadow emerged behind him, firmly grasping the vermilion bird's shadow and smashing it raw on top of the great emperor. The pupils flipped and shone with a strange black light, releasing the terrifying fire of the underworld. The vermilion bird's shadow sensed the threat from the spectral flame and overwarmed and opened its wings, spewing out blazing flames from its mouth as it collided with the spectral flame. The moment the 2 different flame powers collided with each other, a huge flame vortex was formed, exuding a chilling destructive power that impacted this independent space. Poof! Yi Chen, in this space, this seat has the absolute advantage. Let's see how you should cope. Wanhuatu's expression was extremely calm, and his hands continuously strangled the law. The trick was recited under his breath. 9 heavenly arcane flames. Gods and demons retreat. A bizarre flame instantly ignited in the void, taking on a deep purple color and containing the system's furious power. Spirit of the thick earth, the 5 mountains reappear. In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently, and 5 more peaks slowly rose up, plunging straight above the clouds. The mountain peak emitted a thick, earth-colored glow throughout, as if it carried the weight of the entire world. That's all. The dissipating heavenly flame as well as the shattered 5 mountain peaks coalesced back together, and their power became even more majestic, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying pressure that gave people a feeling that they were unable to contend with it. Ha ha, do you really think that this young man has no other means? Breaking your space is a breeze. Yi Chuan let out a burst of cheerful to the extreme laughter. Now that his power had been raised to the level of a quasi-emperor, he naturally didn't put Wanhuatu in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the void soul-chasing bow suddenly appeared in his palm, erupting with brilliant and dazzling divine light, annihilating half of the sky's heavenly flames, and also carrying the suppression of the 5 mountain peaks. At the same time, Yi Chuan's internal spiritual energy surged into the void soul-chasing bow as if it had broken the dike, and the bowstring immediately became incredibly taut, ready to unleash a heaven-destroying strike. The black arrow coalesced, surrounded by the looming laws of killing. It made it look more and more hideous and horrible, as if it was a life-threatening weapon from the 9 hells. Whoosh! A sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound rang out, and the black arrow looked like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, carrying an unrivaled might that shot out violently. So scary. Could this be the bow that the old ancestor mentioned? The power coming from the black arrow caused Wanhuatu's face to change drastically, and he hastily consumed his origin to stabilize this independent space. Bang! Who knew that before he was ready? The black arrow shot over, and a deafening sound came from his ears. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The independent space, which was claimed to be impregnable, could hardly withstand the impact of the black arrows, and it didn't take much time for it to completely crumble apart. A terrifying power aftermath, like ripples, spread out in all directions, and wherever it passed, everything was reduced to pieces. Wanhuatu, who was in the center of the explosion, bore the brunt of the unprecedented heavy impact. His body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. The 5 elements are born from each other, and the divine seals coalesce, accompanied by this low voice. Yi Chen's eyes condensed and his aura suddenly erupted, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he instantly closed the distance between him and Wanhuatu. His hands formed seals rapidly, and a mysterious and powerful energy surged out from his body, and rays of light representing the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively intertwined and entwined in the air. The power of different attributes fused and superimposed on each other, producing a mighty power like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. In the face of such a powerful attack, Wanhuatu screamed in his heart that it was not good, but he still met the front without any hesitation. Reciting words under his breath, the holy weapon burst into a dazzling and eye-catching light, tearing an opening in the void of space. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated the power of the 5 elements divine seal, and the moment the two sides had just made contact, the incomparably powerful force smashed down on him like a titanic pressure. After a muffled grunt rang out, Wang Huatu's face was suffocated with more than just a reddish color, feeling like he was carrying a godly mountain and feeling tremendous pressure. Chapter 90, Another Sneak Attack. How does it taste? Yi Chuan stood proudly in the void space with a cloudy face, as if everything was expected. Kid, don't be too happy, the deer is yet to be known. Wang Huatu's expression is incomparably ugly. I don't know how many years I haven't eaten such a big loss. I'm afraid that no one will believe it if I pass it out. Your mouth is really hard. This young man will see what else you have up your sleeve. Yi Chuan took a deep breath, his eyes staring firmly ahead, and slowly lifted his right hand up. Powerful and matchless spiritual energy stirred out, instantly sweeping everything around him. A dazzling divine light blossomed between his fingers, like the brightest stars in the night sky, and the power of the heavens and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to have been summoned, madly surging over. In the blink of an eye, a giant pillar of the heavens manifested, its surface covered with ancient and mysterious runes, flickering with a strange light and bringing about a palpitatingly terrifying pressure. Kill! Yi Duan's mouth shouted loudly, as if it was a thunderous explosion, containing endless killing intent. The giant pillar in the sky fell violently, suppressing down towards the King Fire Earth, and the void space shattered one after another. What a freak! At this time, Wang Huatu could be said to be in a difficult situation, not expecting things to develop into such a bad situation. Originally, he thought that he could easily cut Yi Chun under the sword if he did it himself, but reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. Regardless of whether it was the 5 elements divine seal or the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, both of them made him feel an unprecedented pressure, and if the two forces were to unite, it would definitely cause irreversible damage to him. Yi Chen, this seat admits to having underestimated you. Wang Huatu inhaled deeply and mobilized the power of his entire body, letting the deep-seated fire origin in his body quickly mingle with the earth origin. The benevolent sacred artifact looked like it had been ignited, emitting a dazzling light that resonated extremely strongly with it. In the blink of an eye, the benthic holy sword rose to 100 meters in size, its body burning with blazing flames like a fiery dragon soaring into the air. The hilt of the sword spewed out rolling waves of earth, like a fierce beast roaring, emitting an aura that was both heavy as a mountain and contained endless destructive power that sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Huatu wielded his intrinsic sacred weapon with all his might, instantly splitting the 5 elements divine seal above him, and the rest of his power greeted the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. The two terrifying forces collided in the air, and instantly, light shone in all directions, energy stirred, and the void space trembled, forming a stalemate for a while, worthy of being a 7th-level powerhouse of the quasi-emperor realm. Yi Chuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed that he had still underestimated the enemy. I'm afraid that it wasn't really easy to behead such a strong person. You are nothing but a forceful increase in strength. What does this seat have to fear? As long as you delay for a while, you will surely die. Wang Huatu believed that with the passage of time, Yi Chen's strength would surely gradually decline, and he would definitely be able to decapitate the other party at that time. Try it then. Yi Chuan's expression was unusually calm as he executed the divine abilities in the sky-splitting sword technique, the 9 heavenly divine thunder sword formation, the Qiankuan sword destruction, the 10,000 swords returning to the father, and other powerful moves. Wang Huatu was also not willing to show weakness, relying on the fusion of the dual origin power of fire and earth, as well as the powerful might of the intrinsic sacred artifact. He was able to withstand Yi Chen's attack time and time again. It didn't take long for the square miles to be filled with destructive power as the battle entered a white-hot stage. The two men were very determined as they fought more and more. Yi Tianhe witnessed the thrilling duel between Yi Chen and Wang Huatuoba, and an uncontrollable shock could not help but well up in his heart. There was a hint of trembling in his voice. We must find a way to get out of this, or else old me will surely fall here. Originally, he thought that the addition of Wang Huatu would make it easy for him to get out of his predicament, but reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. Even though the former used all his strength, he still couldn't shake Yi Chuan in the slightest, but instead, under Yi Chuan's powerful attack, he was vaguely showing signs of defeat. Right at this moment, the ghost spirit let out a deafening roar as it took advantage of Yi Tianhe's distraction to violently swing the 10,000 soul streamer. Instantly, the Yin Qi was like a black tide, surging out and instantly condensing into a huge cage, trapping Yi Tianhe tightly within it. Yi Tianhe's face instantly turned iron blue as he roared, "Damn it!" Then he struggled hard and performed all kinds of magical abilities, wanting to break through the bondage of this Yin Shi. But no matter how hard he tried, the Yin Shi cage was like a copper wall, not moving at all. A trace of resentment flashed in Yi Tianhe's eyes as he stared viciously at Yi Chen, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger. "Yi Chen, you wait for me. One day I will come back with a vengeance and break you into pieces." Before the words fell, the flesh began to expand, and the power in his body became furious. With a loud boom, Yi Tianhe's flesh exploded into a bright ball of fire, instantly tearing the Yin Chi cage into pieces. The destructive force generated by the explosion blew the ghost spirit out, and his huge body became a few points darker, obviously suffering a little shock. Yi Tianhe's Yuan Shen took the opportunity to escape, transforming into a stream of light and flying away. As long as he found a place where the power was smooth and tore through the void space, he would be able to escape this dangerous situation. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, he had long been on the lookout for this and coldly shouted, "Old piker, don't even think about escaping." Yi Chen activated his invincible heavy pupil and released two distinct divine lights. One divine light contained the power of destruction, while one divine light contained the power of creation. The two divine lights intertwined and fused in the air, erupting with earth-shattering power and shaking back the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Manhwa 2. Alive. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, Yi Chen activated his Reincarnation Immortal Demon pupil again. The eyes instantly became deep and incomparable, as if they could see into all the mysteries of the world. With a thought, he summoned the Reincarnation Heavenly Disc. A terrifying aura flowed that could penetrate all illusions, causing Yi Tianhe's Yuan Shen to feel a tremor. Seeing this, the ghost spirit arrived carrying the 10,000 soul streamer. Waving the streamer, he released a large amount of black qi, carrying a piercing coldness and decaying aura, instantly enveloping Yi Tianhe's Yuan Shen. The black qi continuously eroded Yi Tianhe's Yuan Shen, trying to pull him into the 10,000 soul streamer and become one of those unjust souls. "Ah, I'm not willing." Yi Tianhe's Yuan Shen let out a sad and angry roar, resisting with all his might, the light of his Yuan Shen flickering. "Kid, how dare you get distracted fighting this seat?" Wan Huatu took advantage of Yi Chen's inattention and quietly and without sound came behind him. The two kinds of origin power unreservedly infused into the innate holy weapon and struck the most powerful blow in his life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another sneak attack. Yi Chuan cursed. There was no time to react, and he could only fully activate his indestructible golden body in the hope of resisting this strike. Success or failure? Does it matter if it's a sneak attack or not? Die for me. Wang Huatu was not moved at all, and the intrinsic holy weapon erupted with a terrifying divine light that struck Yi Chen's body. Bang! A loud bang passed. The brilliant golden light around Yi Chuan dissipated, and the whole person flew out 1,000 miles away, continuously spitting out blood from his mouth, and countless cracks appeared in his flesh, suffering from serious and incomparable injuries. Ahem! You wait for me. If this young man doesn't kill you, his name will be written backwards. After Yi Chuan stabilized his stance, his gaze was dead set on Wang Huatu, and a terrifying killing intent continued to emerge. Detecting the host's strong killing intent, obtaining a new mission to kill the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's Holy Lord Wang Huatu, rewarding 1 level of Realm Ascension and the Supreme Divine Warrior Void Shuttle. Chapter 91 Powerfully suppressing a Quasi-Emperor Realm 7th level powerhouse. Humph. A mere 9th level of the Saint Realm. How dare you dare to talk about taking this seat's life? What a fool's errand. Wang Huatu laughed coldly, disdaining Yi Chen's words. With the cultivation of the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor Realm, if he was truly determined to escape, unless a great emperor came in person, who could do anything about him? Before the words fell, Wang Huatu's figure disappeared in place like a ghost, completely integrated into the void space. Even a trace of breath did not remain, so that people could not be caught. This guy, another sneak attack? Yi Chuan cursed in his heart, feeling shameful towards Wang Huatu's behavior, a powerful person of the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor Realm. But he did such despicable things, really shameless to the extreme. Originally, he thought that a sword cultivator should be a display of courage and would rather die than give in. But the Wang Huatu in front of him had completely subverted his perception. Suffer death. Yi Chuan. Right at this moment, Wang Huatu's voice seemed to ring out from all directions at once. Immediately afterward, dozens of powerful sword lights flew out from the shadows, sealing off all of Yi Chen's retreats like a heavenly net, intending to kill him in one fell swoop. Star Guardian. Yi Chuan was in danger and quickly offered the 7-star dragon sword. The divine sword transformed into a divine dragon that surrounded his body, while 7 small stars emerged, forming an impenetrable defense barrier. Bang! 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 The terrifying sword light landed on the barrier, erupting in a burst of amazing fluctuations, and the aftermath of the power continued to spill out in all directions, shocking the hearts of the people. Yi Chuan seized this brief respite and operated the yin-yang blood sea with all his might. A large amount of blood chi surged out from it, rapidly repairing the injuries on his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen had recovered most of his injuries. The invincible heavy pupil flipped and utilized his powerful divine sense to search the surrounding space inch by inch, with nothing hiding. A few moments later, finally locked onto the trail of King Fire Earth. Found you! Yi Chen shouted. A look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he injected his entire body's strength into the void soul chasing bow at any cost. The laws of killing and the laws of force appeared and disappeared on the bowstring, condensing a black arrow with even more astonishing power, as if it was able to pierce through the heavens and earth and cut down everything. Yi Chuan pulled the void soul chasing bow full. The bowstring tightened to the extreme, and the air was torn apart by its power, emitting gusts of sharp whistling sounds. Black arrows jumped on the bowstring, glittering with the light of killing and power, as if a beast poised for blood in battle. Go! Yi Chuan's big arm violently loosened, and the black arrow then cut through the sky like lightning, carrying the power of destroying the sky and the earth, shooting straight towards where Wang Huatu was. Seeing this, Wang Huatu's face changed slightly. Not wanting to fight hard, his body flickered and turned into a stream of light, attempting to dodge this fatal blow with his speed, not realizing that once the void soul chasing ball locked onto the enemy, no one could escape. There was no way to do anything but to fight hard. The black arrow seemed to have a spirit one, biting at Wang Huatu's figure and not letting go. Humph, want to hide? It's not that easy. Yi Chuan let out a cold smile, knowing the power of this void soul chasing bow, and even more clearly the tracking ability of that black arrow. Damn you! Seeing that he was unable to dodge, Wang Huatu decisively stopped and waved his hands, and the flame barrier suddenly formed in front of him. Bang! The black arrow crashed into the flame barrier, erupting with a shocking sound as the flames and the power of killing collided with each other, inspiring dazzling light and terrifying fluctuations, and the entire void space trembled. If you have no other means, today. Seeing this, Wang Huatu breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to make a mocking remark, but before he could finish his sentence, the black arrow suddenly exploded, erupting into boundless demonic light. Both of them were simultaneously shaken back by this terrifying power. Yi Chuan, you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Wang Huatu wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, but if you want to defeat me, this alone is not enough. Whether it's enough or not is not up to you. Yi Chuan responded with the same coldness, once again drawing the void soul chasing bow to full capacity, preparing to launch the next round of attacks. At the same time the ghost spirit refined Yi Tianhe's Yuan Shen and instantly moved to Yi Chuan's side, his gaze dead set on Wang Hua spit. Ha ha, let's see how long you can hold out. Yi Chuan's laughter echoed in the void of space. With the addition of the ghost spirit, it was definitely a win, because at this moment, after the ghost spirit refined Yi Tianhe's Yuan Shen, his breath skyrocketed, and a black mist surrounded his body, just like a demonic god from the underworld. The strength was so strong that it was comparable to the 6th or 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm, and it wasn't even too much weaker compared to Wang Huatu. Kill! Yi Chuan gave an order, and the ghost spirit was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, charging out violently. The 10,000 soul streamer in its hand gently swung. At once, endless yin chi surged out like a tidal wave, covering a space of 10,000 miles. The gloomy gas was mixed with mournful wails, as if there were countless dead souls struggling in it, which was creepy. The huge ghost claws reached out silently to Wang Huatu under the cover of the yin chi. No good. Wang Huatu's heart tightened as he felt a strong crisis. Gritting his teeth, he quickly pinched his hands together and condensed a terrifying heavenly flame. It instantly dispelled the surrounding yin chi and shook the ghost claws back. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Chen's voice sounded again, cold and determined. Take my arrow. The black arrow cut through the sky like lightning, carrying the power of destroying the sky and earth, and aimed straight for Wang Huatu. The arrows were entwined with the aura of killing and destruction, capable of piercing through all obstacles. Spirit of 1,000 mountains, guard my body, Wang Huatu shouted, waving his hands and pinching out complicated magic symbols, gathering the power of heaven and earth around him. Thousands of mountain peaks appeared out of thin air, towering like real mountain peaks, protecting Wang Huatu firmly in it. Bang! 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 Deafening sounds erupted as the black arrows crashed into the mountain peaks' silhouettes. Thousands of mountain peaks shattered under the impact of the black arrows, and in the end, the two forces annihilated one after another, with neither being able to help anyone. It seems like it's impossible for this seat to take down Yi Chen, so we can only ask the old ancestor to come personally. Manhwa too gazed at the imposing Yi Chen and ghost spirit in front of him, and a feeling of powerlessness could not help but arise in his heart. How could he not expect that his hallowed heavenly sword Holy Land Holy Lord, with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm, would be forced to the present heaven and earth? Thinking of this, Wang Huatu heart-butting retreat, turn around will escape, figure like lightning like cutting through the sky, speed is amazing, in the blink of an eye, it fled 10,000 miles away. Even so, the powerful aura of Yi Chuan and the ghost spirit could still be felt, as if it was following them like shadows, never being able to get rid of them. Humph, want to escape? It's not that easy. Yi Chuan's voice rang in Wang Huatu's ears with an intense coldness, and his speed was equally incredibly fast, as the few people just shuttled through the void of space. A moment's effort. Do not know fly out of the endless distance. Chapter 92 Soul Abyss Forbidden Zone. Yi Chen, don't bully people too much. There was a hint of panic in Wang Huatu's voice, and while fleeing, he didn't forget to open his mouth to threaten Yi Chen, trying to make the other party know what to do. My heavenly sword Holy Land has a great emperor powerhouse in attendance. If anything goes wrong with this seat, the consequences are definitely not something you can bear. The words were full of threats and intimidation, reminding Yi Chen not to take things too far, or else neither side would benefit. Yi Chuan was not moved in the slightest, and a mocking look appeared on his face. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous when you say that this young man bullies people too much? I killed Yi Yun purely as a personal vendetta, but your heavenly sword Holy Land is pressing me every step of the way, so I can't blame anyone else at all. Today, all of you great emperor powerhouses are here in person, and this young man will fight to the end. Having said that, the speed then accelerated once again, and together with the ghost spirit, they chased after him, rapidly weaving in and out of the void space, constantly closing in on Wang Huatu. A chill arose in Wang Huatu's heart, and he hurriedly clenched his teeth and desperately fled, wanting to delay for a while longer. Leave it for me. Yi Chuan's icy voice came out like a death sentence. Yi Chuan did not give Wang Huatu any chance to catch his breath, and decisively performed the art of space jump, his body leaving a trail of residual shadows in the void. In just a few breaths, it caught up. The invincible heavy pupil plucked away all the falsehoods, and his divine sense tightly locked onto Wang Huatu, once again pulling back the void soul-chasing bow. The black arrow broke through the air with the intent of certain death. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds that sent chills down the spine. Yi Chen, you forced me to do this, Wang Huatu roared, his eyes becoming red as if there were flames burning. The intrinsic divine soldier in his hand erupted with terrifying fluctuations, and the two origin forces of earth and fire intertwined and entwined on it. Blast! With Wang Huatu's low roar, the intrinsic divine soldier came out of his hand under his control and violently exploded, emitting a shocking and earth-shattering roar, and the void space all trembled at this moment. The two origin powers of earth and fire transformed into roiling flames and countless earthen rocks. The two powers superimposed together were almost comparable to the full force of a great emperor powerhouse. The black arrow lasted only a breath under the impact of this force before it shattered apart. However, this was just the beginning. Wang Huatu didn't stop there. His hands continuously strangled, condensing the two forces into a shocking giant sword. The giant sword contains the power of destruction, giving people an illusion of splitting heaven and earth, and the void of space is split in two. Damn, why is this guy so difficult to deal with? Yi Chuan's face became grave. The same quasi-imperial powerhouse, but Wang Huatu's strength far exceeded Yi Tianhe's. Roar! Without any hesitation, the ghost spirit had monstrous demonic chi flowing out from his body and met the shocking giant sword, to help Yi Chen block this strike. The moment the two collided, a deafening roar came from the nothingness, and the terrifying power tore out a huge crack, as if it was going to swallow the entire world into it. At this time, the ghost spirit's expression was incomparably hideous. His body twisted and distorted under the pressure of the shocking giant sword, and his demonic aura overflowed, but it was difficult to resist the destructive force. The 10,000-meter body gradually dimmed, and it looked like it was about to collapse completely. Wang Huatu blew up his own life divine weapon and similarly suffered a terrifying backlash, his breath weakening quite a bit, wiping away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with a bone-deep killing intent, as if he wanted to cut Yi Chen into 1,000 pieces. This seed explodes its own life divine weapon. Let's see how you should respond. Speaking of this, Wang Huatu's face couldn't help but show a touch of heartache. How could it not be heartbreaking to sacrifice the innumerable years of the original divine weapon, which was now destroyed? Don't get cocky too soon before the end of the matter. Blast me! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a crazy color. The next second, the ghost spirit's body exploded under Yi Chuan's control. A large amount of demonic qi and yin qi rushed up like a dike-breaking flood, instantly submerging the shocking giant sword. The power of both sides clashed violently in the air, and the void space was constantly distorted by this power. The tremendous impact was like a gale force wave that swept Yi Chuan and Wang Huatu into an endless vortex. The two men's bodies continued to tumble and rotate in space, completely losing their direction. I don't know how long it took before the terrifying power gradually dissipated when they fell out of the spatial rift and dropped into an unknown place. The surroundings were as dark as ink, as if they were swallowed by an endless abyss, and around them stood dead and silent mountain peaks. The air was filled with an endless eerie atmosphere that was chilling. Yi Chen and Wang Huatu both suffered heavy injuries and collapsed in different places, their gasping breaths seeming particularly heavy in the silence. The spiritual energy in the two men's bodies was almost depleted. The powerful power Yi Chen had previously gained by sacrificing his longevity had all dissipated at this moment, and his strength had fallen back to the 9th level of the Sage Realm. Wang Huatu's state was equally bad. His breath weakened to the extreme, his strength greatly reduced compared to his peak, and he was estimated to barely be able to exert the might of a Saint Emperor level. Ahem! You can't escape this time. Yi Chuan's voice resounded in the darkness, containing endless coldness, forcibly enduring the severe pain and struggling to stand up, his gaze like a torch. Slowly, he walked towards Wang Huatu, ready to use his strong physical strength to cut him down here. The laws of force surrounded his body, and he violently swung his fist as 500 million jin of divine power surged out, causing the ground to shake and the earth below to crack into countless crevices, almost swallowing the two together. What a lunatic! Wang Huatu cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so obsessed with killing himself at such a time. It was really a bit incomprehensible. In desperation, accusing you of mobilizing the remaining spiritual energy in your body, you condensed it into a yellow curtain of light, barely resisting Yi Chen's attack. Bang! 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 Yi Chen didn't care. His fists rained down on the yellow light screen, and the constant bombardment caused tiny cracks to appear on the top of the light screen, which obviously couldn't be supported for too long. Right at this moment, a large number of black figures suddenly emerged from the surroundings, and upon closer inspection, they were actually the resentful souls that had been transformed into after the death of the cultivators. The resentful souls were similar to the souls in the 10,000 soul streamer, exuding a chilling aura. Wang Huatu's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly shouted, Yi Chen, stop it, listen to me first. It seems like we've mistakenly entered the soul abyss forbidden zone. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we'll all die here. There were quite a few forbidden zones in the human emperor realm, each of which was incredibly dangerous and hid existences that were comparable to the level of great emperors. Once a cultivator stepped into it, almost all of them were dead. Even he was not sure that he could escape from it, so he naturally did not want to continue fighting with Yi Chen. Chapter 93, A large number of disgruntled souls. So what if it's a restricted area? There was a hint of contempt in Yi Chuan's voice, not taking it to heart at all, and he said with a bland expression, no matter what, you're bound to die today. Both fists erupted with surging divine power, continuously bombarding the tough yellow light screen, determined to kill Wang Huatu before giving up. At the same time, he sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer, crazily absorbing the yin qi of the soul abyss forbidden area and warming the billions of souls in it. It was believed that it wouldn't take long for the souls in it to recover more or less, and by that time, when it was fused into a ghost spirit again, it would be able to easily kill Wang Huatu. At this moment, the 10,000 soul streamer was suspended above his head, releasing a palpitating power, and the surrounding resentful souls didn't dare to approach the slightest bit. Yi Chuan, this seat knows that your divine weapons are naturally restraining resentful souls, but they are just as useless when encountering an existence at the level of a great emperor. If I really push this seat, I will burn my entire lifespan, and the fire of life will surely attract endless souls to come, and you will surely not be able to resist at that time. The two of us teaming up is the only way out. Wang Huatu saw the situation was very difficult to see. Yi Duan Divine Soldier can be said to be like a fish in water here. The situation was very unfavorable to him, and he could only try to use words to sway Yi Duan. Little forbidden area. This young man can solve it alone. You'd better go to hell. Ha ha. Yi Chuan smiled coldly at the words, not wanting to pay much attention to the other party. The power that erupted from his fists became even stronger, and the yellow light curtains were all twisted and deformed, as if they were going to shatter in the next second. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound traveled out an unknown distance, attracting more resentful souls to come, and they tumbled and roared in the air, numbering up to 100,000. Anger, killing intent, unwillingness, hatred, all kinds of negative emotions spread out. If the cultivator with a weak mind, he will definitely lose himself in it. Ka-ching. Just then, a crisp ringing sound came from the yellow light curtain that finally could not withstand Yi Chen's fierce attack, and huge cracks began to appear. Wang Huatu's face changed greatly, staring hatefully at Yi Chen, as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces, said through gritted teeth, "What a crazy person. This seat won't play with you anymore." As soon as the words fell, the yellow light screen broke of its own accord, and the force form shook Yi Chen back. Wang Huatu took the opportunity to fly towards the distance, not wanting to get entangled again, preparing to find a place to hide and wait to recover from his injuries before making plans. "Let's see where you're going to run." Yi Chuan chased after him unhurriedly. His fleshly body was strong enough to ignore the erosion of the surrounding yin qi, and his speed was as fast as lightning. In a few breaths of effort, he had closed the distance between him and Wang Huatu. The Taiku dragon elephant shadow hissed up behind Yi Chen, and 500 million pounds of divine power erupted like a mountain torrent, instantly smashing into Wang Huatu. Ah! Wang Huatu only felt an irresistible force. From the sky will be ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Suddenly dust flying debris splash. Ahem! Wang Huatu struggled and flew out from the ground, his face pale, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He didn't dare to have the slightest stay, and continued to flee towards the distance. Unconsciously, the two of them had already penetrated deeper into the forbidden area of the soul abyss, and the number of resentful souls around them was increasing, and some had even reached the level of saints. Numerous resentful souls hovered and hissed in the air, as if they wanted to tear Yi Chen and Wang Huatu into pieces. Artifact. A saint-level resentful soul suddenly let out a piercing scream, its body emitting a dark green light, giving off an unsettling feeling. "It's been a long time since a human came in, so I can have a full meal today. Ha ha." That grudge soul laughed excitedly, and then took the lead with hundreds of thousands of grudge souls to kill towards Wang Huatu. Powerful resentful souls were able to perform some of their divine secret techniques in life and explode with terrifying death power. Seeing this, Wang Huatu shouted, "Go to hell!" With a wave of his hands, a sea of fire appeared in front of him, drowning out the rushing resentful souls. Zira! The sound of it kept ringing out as a large number of resentful souls wailed up in the flames, revealing agonized expressions. Their bodies continued to collapse under the burning flames and dissipated into a trail of black smoke in the air. Hoo! That scared the hell out of me. That saint-level resentful soul was a bit stronger and managed to rush out from the flames, looking at Wang Huatu with a horrified expression, murmuring, "What a powerful strength. I'm afraid that the strength has reached the level of Saint Emperor. I'm going to go find some helpers to come, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with them." The Soul Abyss Forbidden Zone was so ferocious that basically no one dared to step into it easily, and it was even rarer for powerful human cultivators like Wang Huatu and Yi Chen. It was difficult to deal with it alone, and thinking of this, Chao transformed into a black mist, hiding in the darkness and constantly moving away. "Get out of my way, all of you!" Wang Huatu roared as he maneuvered the flames in front of him, which raged like a wild dragon, creating a safe passage through the dense swarm of resentful souls. He used this passageway to continue fleeing towards the depths of the Soul Abyss Forbidden Area in an attempt to get rid of Yi Chen's pursuit. "Oh, do you really think that this young man is a poser?" Yi Chen's icy voice followed him like a shadow, and immediately afterward, his fist broke through the air and arrived with a mountainous momentum, as if it was a huge mountain falling. Wang Huatu only felt an irresistible force rushing in, blasting him fiercely out, the injuries on his body becoming more and more serious. "Damn it! Do we really have to burn our lifespan?" Wang Huatu's face showed a look of unwillingness, knowing that he was now deeply wounded, and even if he burned his lifespan, he could at most only recover to his peak state. Wanting to escape from this Soul Abyss Forbidden Area was simply impossible. However, "I'm afraid it won't last long if we don't." With the resentful souls blocking him in front and Yi Chuan chasing after him, no matter which one he faced, it was difficult for him to cope with, and a strong sense of powerlessness surfaced within him. "One power breaks all laws." Yi Chen's voice sounded again, not giving Wang Huatu any chance to catch his breath. The shadow of the ancient dragon elephant flew out, and its 4 giant feet were like pillars holding up the sky, falling down with the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, wanting to trample manhwa into flesh and mud, beacon into a mountain. After sensing the power of the ancient dragon elephant shadow, manhwa knew that he had no way to retreat, and had to stop and expend what little power he had left to cast his divine ability. The 2 origin forces of earth and fire surfaced around them, and the ground shook violently as a large mountain rose out of nowhere, still burning with terrifying flames, and collided with the ancient dragon elephant shadow. The attacks of the 2 erupted with earth-shattering resonance, and a terrifying power swept through a 1,000-mile radius of space. The resentful souls screamed under the onslaught of this power, unable to resist it at all. Zira. Tens of thousands of souls couldn't dodge in time and died a miserable death directly under the impact of this force, and without even having the chance to react. They were turned into black smoke and dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 94, The Figure in the Black Mist. The Taiku dragon elephant shadow was like a towering mountain, forming a tit-for-tat situation with the blazing flaming mountain that manhwa had unleashed. Each impact triggered an earth-shattering roar, bursting into a dazzling, eye-catching light that made people stare. Yi Chuan, who stood on the sidelines and watched the battle, an icy cold light flickered in his deep and sharp eyes, ready to settle the person in front of him in one fell swoop. After taking a deep breath, the yin and yang blood sea in his body operated, and the golden blood chi rushed into the shadow of the swire dragon elephant, and he softly recited a sentence under his breath. Dragon elephant Jintian. As the words fell, the huge Taiku dragon elephant shadow emitted an increasingly majestic and vast aura. Immediately afterward, 4 thick and powerful giant feet stomped towards the flaming mountain below with a mountainous momentum. Shasta. The soul abyss forbidden area seemed to tremble for it. Bang! Flame Mountain instantly broke apart. Into countless fine sparks splashed around. Manhwa has suffered an unprecedented trauma. The whole person as a broken kite flying backwards, heavily smashed on the ground above. A mouthful of crimson blood gushed out, splattering the surrounding land in a shocking puddle. Manhwa face was incredibly pale, without any blood color to speak of, and his brows were furrowed with the color of pain. Take it while you're sick. Yi Chuan's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Manhwa's body, his fist carrying raging surging divine power and forcefully suppressing it. Yi Chen, even if this seed dies, I will make you accompany me in the funeral. Sinking into this endless darkness together. Kill! Manhwa shouted angrily, pouring out his unwillingness and resentment. Burning 30,000 years of lifespan, the fire of life instantly blazing up like a sea of blazing fire, wrapping the entire person in it. Under the roasting of this flame, the injuries in his body rapidly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his strength continued to climb. In the twinkling of an eye, he was infinitely close to the level of a quasi-emperor, and when he saw the killing Yi Chuan, his eyes erupted with a terrifying divine light, as if 2 bolts of lightning had cut through the darkness, and he was blown away alive. Ahem! It's so hard to kill. Yi Chuan tumbled a few times in the air before he could barely stabilize his body, and the spilled golden blood was like dots of starlight in the darkness, which was particularly eye-piercing. What a rich blood chi! If we swallow this person, our strength will definitely skyrocket. A spiteful spirit screamed, its voice filled with greed and desire. Charge! A large number of resentful souls went crazy when they felt the power coming from Yi Chen's golden blood chi. They recklessly rushed towards Yi Chen, wanting to devour his flesh and soul. In the distance, several terrifying resentful souls even flew in. Their terrifying auras were at the level of saints, and together with hundreds of thousands of ordinary resentful souls, the power that erupted was comparable to that of an average saint emperor. Self-inflicted evil. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve. Manhwa's expression was incredibly gloomy as he coldly watched the many resentful souls rushing towards Yi Chen, taking this opportunity to fully restore his power. Burning 30,000 years of lifespan, one could definitely return to their peak state, and when the critical moment came, there would be no surprises when they struck again. What can a mere resentful spirit do to me? Yi Chuan was not afraid in the slightest. His body's divine power surged like a heavenly god descending from the earth, and hissed up the shadow of the swire dragon elephant as he rushed towards those resentful souls. The 4 giant feet were like pillars of the sky, making space tremble every time they stepped on it, as if they could suppress heaven and earth. The resentful souls that rushed towards Yi Chuan wailed and were shaken away under this terrifying force, and some of them even directly flew away from their souls. Ha ha, all of you come in and become the souls of my 10,000 soul streamer. Yi Chen's maniacal laughter echoed in the heavens and earth, carrying an unspeakable shocking power. The 10,000 soul streamer above his head suddenly erupted with a monstrous black aura, and above the surface of the streamer, countless ancient runes flickered out, releasing a terrifying underworld power. Dig, dig, dig. At Yi Chen's command, the 10,000 soul streamer instantly skyrocketed to 100,000 meters in size, enveloping tens of thousands of resentful souls, and there was even a guy who was comparable to a saint. Ah, what kind of terrifying magic treasure is this? Help! I don't want to be devoured. The wails of tens of thousands of resentful souls rose and fell. No matter how much they resisted, it was to no avail, turning into a black stream of light and entering within the 10,000 soul streamer. The resentful souls that managed to survive stayed far away, not daring to take another step closer for fear that they would be caught up in the 10,000 soul streamer. How is that possible? Seeing this, Wang Hua too was very unwilling, thinking that hundreds of thousands of resentful souls could overwhelm Yi Chen, but who knew that the result was diametrically opposite? The other party defeated hundreds of thousands of resentful souls in the blink of an eye, and even refined a part of them. Those who break into my soul abyss forbidden land will be killed without pardon. Just then, a chilling voice came from a creepy place. Immediately afterward gusts of eerie, bone-chilling cold wind whistled, as if summoned from the depths of hell. The originally calm as stagnant water in chi violently churned up, as if it was fervently welcoming the person who was about to arrive. Next, there was a black shadow that sped like a ghost, all wrapped tightly in a dense and extremely black fog, as if it had become one with the darkness. The eyes that were exposed were like an abyss, and anyone who dared to look into them would involuntarily fall into them and find it difficult to extricate themselves. Wang Huatu's entire body's cold hairs stood up. His face was very grave, his eyes staring at the figure in the black mist, his heart secretly horrified. This fellow's aura is infinitely close to that of a great emperor powerhouse. I have absolutely no chance of winning. With that thought in mind, he turned around and fled. His body transformed into a fiery red stream of light, cutting through the sky, not even caring about Yi Chen who was not far away. The voice of the figure in the black mist carried an unquestionable majesty. The forbidden land of Soul Abyss is the territory of my king. You can't escape. The words disappeared strangely in place before they were uttered, blending into the surrounding yin chi and appearing in front of Wang Huatu in the twinkling of an eye. A snow-white bone sword shot out from the black fog, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Wang Huatu, containing the power of death that sent shivers down one's spine. No good. Can't keep running away. Wang Huatu was shocked and hastily stopped escaping, quickly consuming his origin to condense the flame divine sword, colliding with the bone sword. The collision of very different forces erupted into a shocking might, causing each side to take a step back. The sword breaks the sky. Wang Huatu didn't dare to have any stay, directly using his hand instead of the sword, pierced through a large amount of space, and Raleigh opened up a safe passage from the endless yin chi. Wanting to escape from here, yin chi gathering, trapped spirit locking God. The figure in the black mist whispered a chant. Moment. As if responding to the call, the yin chi in a 10,000 mile radius frantically converged. It transformed into two huge and barbed bone chains, constantly dancing in the air, emitting a mournful whistling sound, just like a spirit snake coming out of its hole, blocking Wang Huatu's path of retreat.